Lovely cover drive from Pujara. Well, off drive actually, to be accurate. Hitting it past Pope's right hand. Bit of bottom hand there to get it that little bit straighter. And that was a really fine and a very confident shot too from someone who we know has found a bit of form again at Headingley.
Here's Anderson bowling, and Rohit drives. This time he does find the gap on the offside. A chase for Hamid out towards the extra cover boundary. He stopped a few, but not that one. Heads out towards the scoreboard. And 4 to Rohit Sharma. Overton bowls outside the off stump, short, crashed away for 4. Not a great delivery from Overton, he knows it as well. He turns and walks straight back to his mark. This is Moeen going in to bowl to Rohit Sharma, who takes one step down the pitch there and then guides it into the onside towards deep mid-wicket. And scores are level. Well, Moeen goes in and bowls to Pujara again, short and heaved away out towards deep back of square leg for 4. Another bad ball, and this time Pujara dealt with it. Takes him to 13, and India now ahead. The 100 is up. Overton to Rohit, short, swung away out towards the deep back of square leg boundary. Another poor delivery, but very well put away by Rohit Sharma, who doesn't mind a short ball. Very happy to take it on. He's looking a bit uncertain against Moeen Ali. Rohit Sharma happy to see this ball off and get to lunch. He composes himself, settles over his bat. Come on, let's get the job done, he says to himself. Rohit plays that one back to the bowler. Moeen bends down and picks up, and that's it. That's the first session of this third day done. And we are no closer to knowing the ultimate destiny of this match. It is very much in the balance. India 108 for 1. England have held them this morning, but they've just lost the 1 wicket. A really tough, hard-fought morning. 65 for 1 from 26 overs.
Overton in again, cut beautifully.
Hello.
By Pujara, that's running away to the boundary for 4.
Don't like the look of that.
When Pujara's cutting you.
Yeah.
Now then. Something's gone down at the non-striker's end. Is that Pujara?
Oh, has he gone?
We need to have another look at this because he ran through and now he's in some distress, actually.
Ankle perhaps, turning for the second.
An unnecessary second, because it was 4 from the moment it left his bat. It was more of a back foot drive, actually, than a cut. Came out of the meat of his bat and it ran away to the boundary for 4. And now the trainers are on.
Oh, he looks in a bit of... Hold on, there we are. Let's have a look.
Oh, yes, he's twisted his ankle.
Oh,
That's nasty. He's twisted his ankle at the non-striker's end.
Yes.
As Pujara, to be very clear. So it grounded his bat, and and he's gone right over. It's like a 90-degree angle. Tough as he's not happy.
Sorry.
I'm not happy.
No.
That's painful.
How can you describe that? It's gone... Is it subluxed?
Oh, I don't know. Is that subluxed?
That sounds right.
Because the toe...
it's really wincing here.
Yeah, the toe grabbed in on the left foot, and then the momentum of his body carried it through. But
now
I think
Pujara's putting his pad back on.
Yeah, it's a good sign.
Well, I just wonder what will happen when he sets off for his first run.
Well,
now, he's having a little jog on the spot.
That was a good start.
Yeah, that's okay. He's walking quite freely.
Yeah.
Now he's going to do a little bit of gardening, just to practice that. And eventually, 7 minutes after the injury took place, we will resume with Pujara heavily strapped on the ankle.
Here's Overton bowling outside the off stump, guided away, and he's found the gap as well. There's his 50. It's going out towards the cover boundary. It won't be 4. It'll be picked up on those very lush pitches out towards the boundary at deep cover. Rohit goes to 51. And India to 120 for 1. Here's Woakes bowling. That's driven nicely, and Anderson can't get that one. Diving away to his left and mid-off. Caressed away by Rohit Sharma for 4. Woakes bowls outside the off-stump. Uppercut from Pujara. That's going to be runs. 4 of them. Down towards the fine third boundary. Deliberately played. And Pujara is showing us a different side of his game here.
I think if you saw Jimmy's body without his white shirts and trousers on, there'd be strappings and tape and all sorts, virtually covering his whole torso, I would imagine, and all the rest of his body as well. There's a good ball. Beating Rohit Sharma outside the off stump. Pushing at it. Now that's got the crowd going. Say, come on, Jimmy. Let's have something. Come on. It's all been a bit flat, they're saying.
Moeen in again. Coming towards us, and this is hit aerially out through extra cover for 4. A lovely shot. Momentarily, I wondered if that was a bit too close to Anderson at wide mid-off, but no. Rohit used his feet really well, got to the pitch of the ball and found that massive gap, as it is, between backward point and wide mid-off. And it's thudded into the boundary sponge in front of the groundsman's hut. 4 more. India are piling on the pain for England as this pitch has eased noticeably over the last couple of days. And there's a deep mid-wicket for Rohit Sharma. Now a slight change to field. Forward short leg comes in for Sharma, and long on goes back. And no, Haseeb Hameed has moved from forward short leg to silly bit off, really. Not quite a silly point, it's a little bit further advanced. That's a beautiful sweep from Rohit, and he's got hold of that really well. Clatters it through backward square leg for 4. Was on the pads, he got down to it, swept it on length and line. It was drifting slightly down the leg side, and it came right out of the meat of the bat. 175 for 1. Rohit to 84 now. It was in the air for a while.
Yeah, that's a safe shot. I mean, there's no one behind square. The only fielder on the deep is deep mid wicket, so there's open areas there if he wants to play it.
Moeen into Rohit. Rohit just tabs this fine. A clever little shot. It's running away towards the deep fine leg boundary, and it's going to make it all the way there. That's a lovely, delicate shot from Rohit. He's a big man, but he's got a wonderful, deft touch. With that, he moves to 88, and the score 179 for 1. That's his second 4 in this over.
You're talking about pacing innings and constructing and building innings. There's a really good example. He's in his 80s, suddenly sees Moeen Ali bowling that outside off stump line, nobody there behind square on the leg side, opportunity to get some quick runs and get into the 90s. And this is like really good test match batting.
It's a real problem for Root as well now, because he really wanted Moeen to dry up runs at one end. Here's Anderson, starts in again. That's flicked away nicely by Rohit, down to the deep square leg boundary, but Moeen will cut it off. They'll come back for a couple, but that will bring up the 100 partnership. 101 these two have put on, Andy.
101 partnership in 28.4 overs.
It's been punishing stuff for England. You'd be forgiven for thinking, if you just arrived and you looked around the ground, you think these are good conditions to bowl in, but the ball has barely deviated. Occasionally the ball's beaten the bat, but since lunch, Rohit and Pujara have constructed a fabulous partnership that's got their side well on top. India leading now by 85, still with 9 wickets in hand. As Anderson is into Rohit. Rohit pulls again. Gloriously, one leg in the air, out towards deep mid-wicket for 4 more. He goes to 94. That was a lovely shot. If you're familiar with Gordon Greenwich back in the 70s and 80s, just this like one leg off the ground, imperious flick. Love a shot like that.
It's quite controlled, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It wasn't a, he kind of made a decision late and then just gave it a bit of flourish, got the hand underneath. Dangerous signs for England.
Moeen in flatter and does a huge appeal for a catch at forward point. Now Moeen's come to talk to Root. He came on the front foot there, did Pujara, pushed at it, and they are going to review. Now then, Haseeb Hameed took a relatively sharp catch. The ball ballooned in the air.
To the umpire to director, we have a player
Pujara
review
doesn't
for
look
catch. On-field
overly
decision is not out. It's
overly concerned, but
Moeen
it's a bit
Ali
of bounce.
put in a big sell.
He did, didn't he? He believed in it. Let's take a look at the replay here. It's a bit of bounce. Can't see from this. Oh, now then.
Just rock and roll that. It's just out the frame, Mark. Have you got anything else, please, from that angle before we go to Ultra Edge?
We're going to need to see Ultra Edge here. This is more like it.
Just Ultra Edge, okay. Let's roll that through, please.
Well, the ball is nowhere near the gloves.
Okay, just roll through. Okay, there's no bat involved. I'm just going to check it's not out caught, so I'm going to check the LBW, please. Reverts back to not out.
So the ball bounced off the knee roll and it bounced up in the air, giving perhaps an illusion to Moeen that it had come off the glove, but it got nowhere near the glove.
Outside and missing the wickets, and there's still the original decision of not out.
There was no danger of an LBW at all, because it was a long way outside the off stump. And it just didn't feel right in real time, did it?
Joe Root got sold down the river on that one. There was nothing going for it, really.
Nothing going for
big
it.
front pad, nothing for the LBW.
Moeen in again to Rohit. Comes down a wicket and splatters this into the pavilion for 6. What a mighty shot that was, and with it, he brings up a quite fantastic 100. What a way to get there. His first 100 outside India. He came dancing down the wicket and clattered it into the pavilion. He raises his bat now to the changing rooms, to the Indian changing room, and now he's waving it around to the Indian supporters who are away at the OCS stand, the JM Fin stand down below us. It has been a terrific innings full of mellifluous, languid shots, and then that shot of pure authority. What nerve to do it when you're on 94. Dance down the wicket and deposit the ball into the members in the pavilion end. He gets a well-deserved round of applause. 12 fours and a 6 in that knock, and it has been superb from Rohit Sharma. Moeen's into him again. He comes forward in perfect watchful defence, plays it back to Moeen Ali. What a knock. India at the end of the over, 195 for 1. Rohit has exactly 100.
Wokes moves in. This could be the last ball before tea, and Pujara plays defensively up towards mid-on. There is no run. It is the end of the over.
20 minutes for today's 2.
And that has been India's afternoon session. They had to battle really hard this morning. It was such a tight tussle. But India have scored 91 for no wicket from 27 overs this afternoon at 3.37. And they walk off, not in an impregnable position, but in an increasingly strong position in this match.
The tall frame of Overton approaching, guides that past gully. Rory Burns cannot catch that as that races out to the boundary in front of the Bharat Army. Now the flags are waving as Pujara has made it to 50. His 31st Test 50 in 90 matches. And he's got his groove back. Cheteshwar Pujara. The score moves to 206 for 1.
Tremendous half-century. Played so well in the second innings at Headingley. Again here he's come out with real intent.
Wokes pushes away. Tries the stumps to Sharma, who guides it past Joe Root at slip. That's just rubbing it in, isn't it? Good length delivery. Gets it away for 4. Rohit moves to 111, 212 for 1. India lead of 113.
The young chap
yes,
here
all
is
right.
from Eastcote Cricket Club, is that right? What's your name? Kian. Kian from Eastcote. How are they going to get a wicket? How are they going to get a wicket?
Overton is in. Let's see if he's right. Into the onside, clipped away to square leg. There's no
Ask
run.
him again. How are England going to get a wicket? Nick off. But who's going to bowl it? There you go, Wokes going to nick him off.
Wokes going to nick him off. I like that.
Like it.
Yeah, yeah.
Good tactics.
Yeah.
Should say it's a little young autograph hunter
Get him
through
out
the
there,
window here.
captain. Yeah.
So I've got to give him his bat back.
He's giving himself room, is Rohit. Brilliantly plays the ball through the vacant mid-off region. Overton is chasing after it himself. In vain, I fancy. Or not. No, he's managed to pull it back. Unbelievable scenes.
That has to be the first time ever.
Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes.
Ben Stokes.
Correct.
Did he not do it? I think he did do it.
Did
Didn't
he chase the ball down to mid-off?
It was straighter, wasn't it? That was like a wide mid-off, almost extra cover. So just to explain, Rohit Sharma, seeing the field, gave himself room outside the leg stump and pushed the ball through the massive gap that there obviously is on the offside with all these leg side fielders. And Craig Overton hurtled after it and has just poured the ball back inside, just in front of the groundsman's hut almost. And now he's going to bowl the ball. Moeen in, tucked away into the onside, straight to mid-wicket, where Rory Burns fields. There's no run. And England won't be too displeased by that because they're just rushing through some overs of off-spin here without getting punished. 2-2-4 for 1.
Well,
Pujara comes down a wicket and drives for 4. So the moment I say that, used his feet, got to the pitch of the ball. There's a gap between extra cover and the bowler.
well,
And he played that sumptuously up to the boundary. 228 for 1. Pujara to 59, the lead at the end of that
Yeah.
over. 129 route in, and Rohit drives nicely through mid-off. It's running up to the boundary. It's being pursued in vain. 4 more. It's a lovely, lovely shot.
and
Mellifluous was what somebody said to me about Rohit Sharma. I tend to agree.
yes, mellifluous.
Of honey bearing.
Mellifluous. Honey
So
bear.
honey
Is it?
bearing, yeah,
Okay, jolly
mellifluous.
good.
Flowing with honey.
Yes. Have they got any staircases that flow with honey like water?
Oh, like the Alhambra. Yeah. Yeah, in B City. Moeen into Pujara, wide, left alone, through to Bairstow. End of the over. India 236 for 1, a lead of 137. Rohit 127, Pujara 61. Umpire is bringing out a new ball, and we are about to enter a crucial phase in this match.
Now here's the first ball.
Oh.
The new ball is towed away down towards long leg. It's going to be a catch. Wow, that's incredible. How did that happen? The first ball of the new ball, and it's not a nice little outswinger nipping off the outside edge, nothing like that. It's a long hop that was towed away down to long leg. And I must admit, Sharma looks bewildered by that. He really doesn't know what's happened there. It was a half tracker.
Oh.
And it got there so slowly. He's dragged it out into the deep, and Wokes lined up, took a pretty straightforward catch. And out of all the balls that have been bowled today, Rohit Sharma, that surely is the least likely to have got him out. But he's trudging off, he's holding his bat. And the moment he's not acknowledging the crowd. He will do it in a second. They're all on their feet to him. Lovely innings. But what a strange end. Out for 127, caught in the deep. He just looks so disappointed, doesn't he?
Well, it was done for lack of pace, wasn't it? It wasn't even a long hop. It was just a short ball that he just thought he could hit wherever he wanted, and about 3 or 4 times as well. And he's just towed it on the toe end of the bat. It's how he's been out a lot of times this Test match series, Aggers, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he's somehow hoiked it round to Chris Wokes. Crikey, Chris Wokes' heart would have been in his mouth. You don't want to drop that after the day England didn't have.
And Robinson's on his way. Kohli waits, bat raised. He's there, bowls down the leg side, appeal for a catch from Bairstow, and about 30,000 supporters.
The crowd's woken up.
Not out. No, for God's sake. An appeal for a catch now. And is this out? England is celebrating. Batsman's going nowhere. Umpire Illingworth saying no. It seemed to come off his pad to me.
Yeah,
and then went low to slip.
England confident.
Big review going on here. They think they've got this. They're reviewing it. It looked to me like it was pad, but we're a long way away. And it's murky. Pujara is the man. He wasn't going anywhere.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for a catch. On-field soft signal is not out.
England
It's a fair delivery.
confident.
Front on spin vision, please.
Right, so did this nick the inside edge onto the pad and then into Moeen's hands? Let's have a look. Watching.
Yes,
Okay, do we have ultra edge, please, Mark?
We haven't seen a great angle there, but there might be a little bit of a deflection there. Let's have a look. Ultra edge. It's a nick. It's a nick.
Okay, just go back one frame and freeze it there, please. Okay.
No arguments about that.
Spike on ultra edge with the ball next to the bat.
Pujara's out.
The ball is clearly carried, ready to go back to Richard.
It's woken up at the Oval.
Richard, 2 wickets in the over.
That's your decision on screen now.
Pujara's out. And Robinson, with, let's be honest, a rather lucky first wicket, has picked up a genuine one there. 2 wickets in the first over of the second new ball. And England were absolutely sure about that. Moeen knew. He took the catch and was running up. They all celebrated together. Pujara looked as innocent as a choir boy. Said, no, I didn't touch that.
No.
It was a little nick. The umpire didn't hear it. Gave it not out. And England have reviewed it successfully. Kohli waits. Anderson bowls him. Oh, he's beaten outside the off stump. And that one bounced and Anderson stares at him.
It's just ignited, isn't it?
Yeah, it's ticking now. You've got Jadeja at the other end too. He's a spiky character. Anderson comes in, bowls. Oh, Kohli went to leave that, but was too late. Ball came back at him. He got inside edge into his body. Totally uncontrolled. Robinson, long strides, bowls, and Jadeja drives out. He's got it away through third man. And that will be 4. It's a short boundary there. He put a little more into the shot. And sped away down to the boundary. Hamid could do nothing about it.
Robinson bowls to Kohli, angled away, down towards the deep third boundary. The chase is on. Burns is after it. Ball might win the race. Burns slides, knocks it back. Well, if he's kept that away from the rope, he's done well there. I'm not sure that he has. Yeah, 4's been signalled. Robinson past the umpire, into bowl to Kohli. Kohli drives, beautiful shot for 4 through extra cover. Timed it so nicely, it was a forward push really. Came right out of the middle of the bat and sped past Pope in the covers. It wasn't far away from him. And it's gone to the extra cover boundary, and India's lead over 150. 151 they are ahead. Anderson bowls on Jadeja. There's a naughty shot, pushing out at it, went past the outside edge.
Here is Anderson again. That's driven by Kohli, square of the wicket, gloriously. Down to the backward point boundary for 4. Hamid doesn't bother chasing it, just lollops after it. And collects the ball. It's a lovely shot in the front foot. Good, firm foot movement from Kohli again. The lead moves to 160, Kohli to 17. Anderson comes in to complete the over. Kohli drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. That is a classical, elegant shot. Straight out of the middle of the bat, his second boundary in the over from Anderson. So if Anderson is thinking about coming off, that probably is the nail in that coffin. We'll be seeing Wokes, I would imagine, from the pavilion end shortly. End of the over, India 263 for 3, the lead 164, Kohli 21, Jadeja 5. Now the umpires are chatting, and this is ominous when umpires chat like this.
Well,
what are they doing here?
Light meters.
Are they saying, I think they might be saying, they're bringing the light meter out. Yeah, I see a light meter is on its way. Now Root's surely not going to bowl. Why would England want to bowl? Why would England want to use a 10-over-old ball with bowlers they don't want bowling, rather than waiting until tomorrow? Well, let's see. I'm not sure if Root is going to bowl. Root's having a chat now with Anderson and Robinson. Third umpire has brought out the light meter. I think the umpires have decided that this is now too dark, so they're now taking the meter reading. Is that correct? I think that's how it's working. So they've used their eyes to assess that it's now too dark for quicker bowling. Now they're going to throw to Root. If you want to stay out here,
you have to bowl the spinners.
The floodlights in use to enhance the natural light, not replace it. So as ever, the play can still be suspended if the umpires deem it unsafe. Floodlights are there to enhance and not replace light.
You can hear the explanation here. Just a reminder, this is the first of 2 England matches we're bringing you today. Tonight at 7 p.m. you can hear commentary on the second T20 between England's women's side and New Zealand from Hove. They're 1-0 up in that series, of course, and there will be highlights of that as well on the BBC iPlayer. Now, what I wait to see here is, are England going to want to continue bowling?
There's a long chat going on. Root, Anderson and Ollie Robson.
Well, Moeen Ali's now taking his jumper off. Now, if he comes on to bowl, is it because they're thinking, well, off spin to the left-handed Jadeja, it's worth it? But at any moment, Root thinks to himself that, you know, India are getting too comfortable. He just brings on a quick bowler and off they trot.
Yep.
So he's giving himself the option, I think, here, Root, which might be the smart thing to do, actually. Moeen into Jadeja. Jadeja goes back into his crease and pulls for 4. Too short from Moeen. And this is the danger of this tactic. Moeen has got to be on it here, or else... Well, Root has, I said, he has the option of just bringing on a pace bowler and bringing this to an end. But that was a poor delivery from Moeen, a real drag down long hop, and Jadeja wasn't going to miss out on that. Moeen in, Jadeja forward, pushes to short extra. That is the end of the over, 270 for 3. Kohli has 22, Jadeja has 11. The light is so poor, England can't bowl their seam bowlers. Are they right to keep their spinners on? More from Emily Rainford-Brent, and then it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
Look, being honest, there's absolutely zero in it in terms of movement for the spinners off the surface. You'd be hoping with Root, who we actually saw both of them bowl slightly different paces, come at slightly different line. You hope maybe one would grip. We saw one full Root grip that's really right, wide of the crease. They're now having a bit of a chat again about, is this the right option to stay out here? The spin is not favourable. The light is gone for the seamers. Aggers.
Very sorry, I would have gone off before.
Would you?
Yeah.
You'd have straight off.
Don't give him a run, absolutely. And it's a newish ball. You know, you don't want. Don't give him anything. I'd say, yeah, they're going to go off. No, you know, it's all very deep and fangled to spinners to left-handers and stuff. But no, don't give him anything. It's already 171, and Root's done the right thing there. Come back tomorrow. You know, this is a critical stage in this match, and they'll come back and carry on tomorrow and try and get these 7 wickets. as quickly as they can.
Moeen in again to Rohit. Comes down a wicket, clatters this into the pavilion for 6. What a mighty shot that was, and with it, he brings up a quite fantastic 100. What a way to get there. His first 100 outside India. He came dancing down the wicket and clattered it into the pavilion. What nerve to do it when you're on 94. Dance down the wicket and deposit the ball into the members.
Yeah, great innings from Rohit Sharma yesterday. Good morning, everyone. The sun's out. Finally, it's here. It's a beautiful morning at the Oval for the 4th day of this match between England and India, which is so beautifully poised, of course. India in that very strong position, or at least potentially very strong position, leading by 171 runs. They've still got 7 wickets left. Their captain, Virat Kohli, is looking well set, and they'll be resuming here shortly. And I say all, some won't be. I just had a missive here, a press release. The BCCI medical team, here we go, has isolated Mr. Ravi Shastri for a start. The head coach, the bowling coach, Mr. Arun, the fielding coach, Mr. Sridhar, and also the physio, Mr. Nitin Patel, because Ravi Shastri tested positive for COVID yesterday. So they're now undergoing a PCR test. It was a lateral flow, and they're all going to remain in the team hotel. They're not travelling with the team today until they're confirmed to be negative from the medical team. So everyone else who underwent 2 lateral flow tests yesterday, one last night and again this morning, have all returned negative tests. So that includes the team. But that's a bit startling. It's a shame, and we obviously hope that Ravi and the others are all going to be okay. But disruptive, to put it mildly, as far as the Indian camp is concerned, because that's basically their entire their entire backroom staff gone.
Absolutely. Good morning to you, Aggers and Mark and everyone out there. It's not great news, is it? Because it's the whole support staff, as you mentioned, and obviously the support staff works closely with the players, and that just puts everyone into a little bit of a jeopardy there.
Well, let's hope that they're all okay, but that's the situation at the moment. So there'll be some spare seats, I'm afraid, up there as far as the Indian camp is concerned, and what a shame. But let's hope that they are all okay. Now, weather-wise, Philip Avery yesterday, he promised the most beautiful day.
Whoa,
it was going to be around about mid-afternoon. I think I'm just going to throw, I think it was something, a long, hot afternoon in the fields for England. It was something like that. And there we were at 6:15. We needed torchlights to get out of the place. It is shining this morning. Good morning, Philip.
A very good morning to you, because you're my biggest fan as well. I can't believe it. Yes, if you find a forecaster ever promising you anything, then start running for the hills, I assure you.
Was promised a bit strong.
There was, absolutely, yes. 30 years of bitter experience have taught me never to promise anything, even on the most glorious 8/8 blue day. I feel like a batsman coming out of the pavilion facing a pear. Yes, yesterday,
no.
as you
shrug it off.
As you tentatively pointed out, the forecast wasn't at its best. There was always the hope that wretched cloud would pop away, and had it done so, it would indeed have been a long and steamy afternoon for the England fielders. Now, as you say, the sun is already out there, and I think that there's a very good chance that we will stay that way for the rest of the day. There is some cloud around. There's an easterly breeze coming up the Thames, so there's a wee feed of moisture. Basically, the airstream is coming off the continent, so it's essentially dry, and we've managed to pop the cloud already. I think we could get up to a high of around about 24 degrees, just a gentle easterly. And then tomorrow, if we actually make it as far as tomorrow, and you'll note my scepticism of yesterday, well, if we're in there and fighting tomorrow, then I think tomorrow could be pretty much sunshine all the way and pretty warm as well, with the temperatures certainly widely in the first half of the week across the British Isles, pushing on into the 20s, could be up to around 26, 27, something of that order. So I am very much more optimistic, without a a promise of uninterrupted play today.
I'll never say promised again, but thank you, Philip.
Bless you, Angus.
Yeah, good on you. Thanks for coming. So there we are. That's going to be nice, isn't it? A couple of nice days to look forward to. It's certainly set fair now, and it's going to be warm, and just blue sky overhead, which is great. So it is a fascinating test match, isn't it? This, and who knows quite where it is going to go today. It's a longer day, by the way, because the overs that we did lose yesterday, so it's going to be 95, I think, to be bowled today, and so a little bit of extra time as well. Let's catch up with how the mood is in the England camp. We've got obviously a bit of a flavour of what's happening in the Indian camp. Jimmy Anderson was speaking to Simon Mann earlier today.
Well, Jimmy, how daunting, difficult, whatever word you'd like to use, is the task over the next couple of days?
I think we've got an opportunity still to win a test match. We come here with them, I think, 170 ahead. We need to get 7 wickets, but we've shown throughout this series that we've got a lot of character in the dressing room. We can come back and get ourselves back into this game. So we come here this morning trying to do exactly that. We're trying to get ourselves back in the game, take a couple of early wickets. We've got a newish ball. We just have to see what we can do this morning.
Are there 7 quick enough wickets out there on this pitch?
Yeah, well, that's the challenge, I think. We've not seen a huge amount of movement through the air or off the pitch. It does yesterday seem like the best day to bat. So it's just, again, trying to be patient, trying to make it difficult for them to score runs in between, trying to create chances. So that's our challenge today as a bowling group.
How different were conditions yesterday compared to the first day? Just sort of give us some context.
I thought the first day there was some seam movement, a little bit of grass on the wicket, live grass. That's disappeared now. So there's very little seam movement, sideways movement off the surface. I feel like it's really slow, like almost a featherbed type wicket. No pace in it whatsoever. So it just feels really flat. So it's just a challenge. Like, that's Test cricket. You get flat pitches. It's a challenge for our bowling group to try and find ways of creating chances.
How much encouragement does that give you as a batting group if you've got to chase? Well, you're going to have to chase a total in the 4th innings, but a substantial total.
Yeah, it's going to be a challenge, whatever target we get set. But I feel like at the minute, it's still a good wicket. It feels like it's getting better. We've not seen any deterioration in terms of variable bounce or huge amounts of spin. So it's kind of, right now we feel like it's still a good wicket to bat on, and we could chase anything 250 and up.
250 now. Cheteshwar Puchara said yesterday evening he thought 250 would be a difficult chase in the 4th innings.
Yeah, well, I think any chase is difficult in the 4th innings. There will be some spin later on, especially at the footholes, which can make it difficult. I think as long as there's no variable bounce, and we can, it's still a good wicket to bat on. So if we get a couple of guys that get in, as we saw yesterday, if you build those partnerships, you get guys that get set, then there's still runs to get out there.
What about you? You played all the test matches this summer. You bowled 23 overs in the 2nd innings. How are you feeling? And are you prepared to go back to back to back to back, and play at Old Trafford as well?
I'd like to get through this one first, if I'm honest, Simon. It does feel like it's been a tough few weeks. We've had a couple of innings where we've not bowled a huge amount, but then there's been plenty of overs for us throughout the series. There'll be more today as well. So it's just that's Test cricket. We it's a challenge, and we've got to try our best today to get 7 more wickets, and that's all we're really focused on.
Jimmy, thanks very much for your time. Good luck today. Thank you.
Yeah, a long day lies ahead. It's certainly Jimmy Anderson, I think, suggesting there that he's feeling a bit weary, and I'm not surprised. And he has got some more work to do today. Happy birthday, Mark Ramprakash.
Oh, thank you very much indeed.
Well, there you go.
A very good morning to you.
Talking of a bit of age in the legs and so on, how have you shaped up this morning?
Well, I don't fancy a day in the field, if that's what you're asking.
No, well, I thought I'd better check.
Yeah. Maybe a bat for half an hour, but
happy
no.
birthday. But, a great day of cricket today to celebrate.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah. It's such a pleasure to be here. In fact, it has been all game, and the crowds have been good. The pitch has been excellent, and the cricket's been really good. I mean, 2 really competitive sides. And every morning, I think we've started off by saying, right, this is the most important morning of the game.
I know.
And I think we're going to say it again, because if England do make that early breakthrough, and in particular the Indian captain, he's had a couple of 50s one at Headingley, one here already. He's looked in form, but hasn't quite gone on to that big score. You feel that if he occupies the crease this morning and for the duration of the remainder of India's innings, that they will get a sizable total for England to chase. But if he goes early, then England will absolutely fancy their chance of knocking India over.
Why do we always build up the first hour? It doesn't matter where we are, who we are. The players do it too, Deep, I'd imagine. The first hour's crucial here.
So,
good morning to you, Deep.
Good morning. Yeah, I mean, for me, I think both the batsmen's fresh, the bowler's fresh, but bowler being fresh is a good thing, but batsman being fresh not necessarily be a good thing.
Start again.
Yeah. So from that perspective, yes, every morning it's important, especially from a batting perspective. The only thing that was missing yesterday was the sun, and the sun's out as well. So
yeah, I mean,
just make things
it
that
does
much
feel like a very good batting day today, doesn't
absolutely,
it? I mean,
absolutely.
and all those overs in the bowlers' legs that we've talked about. I mean, they are jaded, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they must have bowled someone like Anderson must have bowled around 150 odd overs by now, if not close to 150
it's
overs.
All over 70 from Headingley and here, so you know, that's a loss in a short space of time.
True. So yeah, again, the first hour, if you look at it, the ball still kind of the second new ball is harder, newish. Another spell from all the bowlers, and then obviously more number of overs, softer the second new ball goes as well, and then and slowly just mentally as well, you might just see a few of the English batsmen get into a shell and start thinking about batting in the second innings and stuff like that. That can also happen. So yeah, from an Indian perspective, just bat for as long as possible.
Yeah, I mean, there's no particular sort of targets or anything, or you know, times. Get to tea and see where they are, that sort of thing.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, couple of session, conservatively thinking maybe another 120. So you're looking at 300, and yeah, I mean, and still you've got a day and a session. But they also have to be after the first session, that is after post lunch. They've got to start worrying, or start thinking rather, not worrying, about how many overs do they need to get England out on a really good batting surface, which has not really deteriorated that much.
Just the figures and the stats and so on here. There have been 5 successful fourth innings chases of more than 200 at the Oval. And so they're dotted around the years, if you like. The most recent was England-South Africa in 1994. That was 205 for 2. But it's just not often done, is it? I mean, once you go to 250, that's a tall order batting last anywhere, really.
And the reason for that is normally the pitches are wearing, and also the pressure. The game is on the line, and very often it's easier to bowl and field and squeeze the batting side, and that pressure comes on the batting side, and they know that the game is on the line, and it can be very difficult chasing with that extra pressure. However, here we have a pitch that is very good. I don't expect it to deteriorate hugely. Moeen Ali wasn't really able to exert much pressure. He went at 4 and over yesterday, and that gave England a little bit of an issue, that he couldn't bowl a little bit more tightly. So it's not as though there's a lot of turn for the spinners at the moment. Jadeja, of course, is a slightly different operator, but he is the only spinner in the Indian team. So they are relying on pace. Jimmy Anderson spoke very well there about the pitch being fairly slow, but even bounce. So, look, I think England will be telling themselves, as he said, that anything under 300, I know that history may be against them, but anything under 300, I still think they'll fancy their chance.
And there's time. That's the thing, isn't there? There is time. So, yeah, well, there's so many things to throw into the usual sort of melting pot at this stage in a test match. The batsmen have arrived, and out come England's bowlers again. And the problem for the likes of Anderson and Robinson is they just don't get any time sitting down. You know, they'd have bowled every day in this test match again, up to now, at least at some stage. And, you know, strap them on, lads, and out you go. And it's that long batting innings that when the bowlers can actually rest a bit that they're missing out on often. So anyway, they're all arrived. They're in the middle. Spectators coming in too. Your old friends down there, the Barrett Army, have got their banners out. The flags are unfurled. Wearing mainly white today, although some also wearing blue. But there's the flags of India proudly waved in the sunshine to our right-hand side. So it should be a really good atmosphere here today. I'm sure they're gathered up on the balconies up there. We're having to squint a bit now because of the sun, which is quite low at this time of year, but streaming into our commentary box here. And let's see what this fourth day brings. It's going to be Robinson, who's handed the ball, and he's going to start things up from the Vauxhall end. The stewards are in position, spectators arriving by the scoreboard over there and up here alongside us. We've got a small section of seating on green seats at the very top up here. In fact, there's even more above us up on this top level of the OCS stand. It's quite a sociable area up there. There's artificial grass and bars and restaurants and so on. So there are lots of places here at the Oval where you can watch quite informally, actually, and these sort of corporate areas. Really good facilities here at this famous old ground. Kohli's going to face. There are 3 slips. I asked for a wagon wheel yesterday, because you can ask for wagon wheels on television. It's very exciting. You feel very important asking for a wagon wheel. I wanted to see how many runs had gone down to third man in this innings as a percentage deep. Unless you were looking over my shoulder when I asked for it, you can have a guess at it if you like. Robinson bowls the first ball. Kohli works him to mid-wicket, playing just across the pad. And there's no run. You can have a little stab in the dark if you like.
30%.
You're going for 30. Andy Zaltzman, let's start you off with a little quiz one like that.
Down to third man.
Runs to a percentage of the score. When I asked what it was, which was about half an hour before the close yesterday. And they've had 3 slips through most of it, so that's cut off quite a bit of
20,
the angle there.
25.
34%. Strikes me as being very high. In goes Robinson and bowls outside the off stump, only just. And Kohli lets it go by. It's high when there are 3 slips.
Absolutely, and also the fact that the ball hasn't moved around that much. There's not much lateral movement, so you expect a lot of those outside edges and stuff, and the ball's moving around, which it hasn't.
Bit of width, perhaps, just the way that the Indians play. They tend to play the ball away through that gully area very strongly.
And also the influence of white ball cricket opening the face of the bat and things like that. Yeah, that dressing room area, Indian dressing room area, is looking a little empty.
It is. In goes Robinson, and he bowls, and that's steered away out to point, and there's no run. I mean, to lose, if you weren't with us earlier, just making the point that Ravi Shastri, the coach, tested positive last night on a lateral flow. So with him in isolation now is the bowling coach, the fielding coach, and the physio, all having to quarantine. They've taken PCR tests. All the other members of the team have undergone lateral flow tests, 2 of them. And here's Robinson, in bright sunshine, bowling outside the off stump. So they've all clear, so they're all right. But so, all the coaching staff have gone.
Yeah,
and the physio.
Vikram Rathore, the batting coach, is there. His name's not there on the list, so he's available. Important part is the physiotherapist. I mean, more than the coaching staff. Yeah. At this point in time, you need the physiotherapists, especially the bowlers. I mean, the faster bowlers.
But he did a great job yesterday with Peshawar too.
Yeah,
true. Getting him, Pujara, getting him on the field. 270 for 3, so the lead's 171. Robinson runs in and bowls. That's turned away off his hit by Kohli for the first run of the day. Turning the ball away into the leg side. A cheer breaks out to our right. Flags wave of various sizes, but all Indian. And one more goes to the score and to the lead, so it's now 172. Beautiful day. I hope it's shining wherever you are. We've just been under this cloud, wherever we've been, really, watching the cricket for the last couple of weeks. We're in for a lovely week now, I think.
And he's got his shades on.
Yes, Andy, we like that look.
Problem is, it makes my computer screen almost impossible to read.
All needs a Harley Davidson. In goes Robinson, and that's turned away by Jadeja, but straight to the fielder at square leg. So nothing there for him. And it's the end of the over. The first of the day, an extended day because of the time that we lost yesterday. That rather annoying half hour or so of bad light that came in at about 5:30.
A lot of grumbles about from spectators last night. Went to a local pub afterwards, speaking to a few fans. A lot of people questioning whether that was the right decision, and B, a decision that really should be made for the good of the paying spectator in the game as a whole.
Bad light's never satisfactory, is it? But they did play a long time in substandard conditions, that they wouldn't have been out there without the lights for a long, long time yesterday.
True, and obviously the floodlights are there to assist natural light, not kind of replace natural light.
There's a situation in the game too where the bowling side just couldn't afford to give any more runs away unnecessarily by being generous in bowling the spinners. So in that circumstance, had the bowling side, like we saw at Headingley actually, needed to stay on, it was in their advantage. They could say to the umpires, right, we'll bowl our spinners, because the umpires of course make the decision as to about whether or not to go off. But if the bowling side says no, we're going to bowl our fast bowlers, the umpires, having decided that it is too dark, have no choice but to go off. So you do need the fielding team to need to be on the field for play to continue.
And a few people have also asked me why stop because of bad light, even though you have floodlights. But like I said, I mean, floodlight can't replace natural light, and especially with the red ball. And to be honest, it's not red, is it? It's like really dark red. So it gets very, very difficult to sight.
I think, to be fair, we do give our views on here when we think the light probably is good enough. We try and be fair, but I think yesterday was fair enough. So Jimmy Anderson it is, and it did sound as if he did have a few aches and pains this morning when he was speaking to Simon. He's got 3 slips, and he's bowling to Virat Kohli. He's bowling from the pavilion end, and the first ball climbs a little outside the off stump, and Kohli allows that to go by. And the pitch has completely changed colour now from when we arrived here for the start of the match, when there was quite a fertile-looking tinge of green to it. Now it's just about sort of cardboard, pasty-looking colour. All these balls banged on it. It's been rolled numerous times with that enormous roller, and looks very flat. Anderson turns at the far end. Flags barely moving on the pavilion roof as he bowls, and Kohli flicks that away into the leg side. Now mid-wicket there was very slow setting off. I think he just assumed that was going to be 4 runs, but it won't be. They'll get 3. So mid-wicket there, I think, thought, oh, that's 4 runs. But, big boundaries here at the Oval. They almost play on the whole lot. It's a big ground. The famous game here in 1976, Michael Holding's match, and Dennis Ames's match too, let's not forget, that was played on the whole lot. Huge playing area. And people remember it was a very, very hot and dry summer, and so the only area of green was just the square in the middle, which was smaller than this. Everywhere else was just completely brown. So Jadeja's first ball then, he's just taking guard. Robinson getting a welcome down there from the Bharat Army. It was very friendly. He's standing down there in front of them. It's only about, I don't know, maybe 100 down there, I suppose, 100 of them. Travelling supporters. Anderson bowls, and that's pushed away into the offside by Jadeja, and there's no run. But it's a reminder of what spectators and fans of both teams bring to a cricket crowd, isn't it? And just what was missing last summer, and who knows, it'll almost certainly, I'd have thought, be missing in the Ashes. You need that bit of banter, and it's usually friendly and
I mean, the environment, the ambience, I mean, just makes a huge difference. I mean, I've covered a few games last year or so without spectators. It doesn't feel the same. No, it does not.
No. And yesterday, when that new ball was taken and the wickets were falling, wonderful in here. Then goes Anderson and bowls a flash from Jadeja, but he misses it. Trying to flick that away over gully. Typical left-hander's shot, really. And I think he must play his game. You know, he's a busy cricketer, isn't he? And he's got Kohli the other end. I suppose the temptation could be just to play for Kohli, but if India just crack on here and just play in a reasonably positive way, before they know it, they've got England in real trouble.
And obviously for Jadeja, I mean, he's batting at number 5, and it's not something that has happened only this innings. So he's batted 5 last innings as well. So he has to bat like a number 5.
3 slips waiting. That wasn't far away, that one. Anderson on his way, bowls, and this time Jadeja sways out of the way. That's a little closer to him. And with a swish of the bat, he wanders off towards square leg.
Yeah, they just have to give the next half an hour, 45 minutes to the bowlers. Be a little patient here, because it's going to be India all the way after that. if they manage to not lose any wicket next half an hour or so, it's going to be extremely difficult for England to make a comeback from there on.
Anderson, arms pumping, moves in past umpire Wharf, and bowls a bit too short this, and it could be turned away into the leg side. Malan at mid-wicket underarms the ball at the stumps, but he's already safely home. And that's the end of Anderson's first over of the day. It won't be his last. 275 for 3. Bill is just building up slowly. At lunch we're going to have a bit of fun today, because it's 30 years ago since the leg over, which probably means absolutely nothing to you, Deep.
Yeah.
But somehow it's established this place in sort of radio ridiculous land here, hasn't it, Andy? It's 30 years ago.
Yes, that's a long time, isn't it?
It is a long time ago. So we're going to relive it today at lunchtime. And we've got lots of, sadly not all the central figures, because they're not with us anymore. And goes Robinson, and there's an edge. And this may well go for 4. Moeen's after it. There's such a short boundary there. He'll dive. I think he's just kept the ball in play, actually. Burns throws it back. And so 2 runs taken by India of a thick edge sliding away down into that direction.
Got more runs to third man. You mentioned 34% yesterday. Put that in context. In Test cricket, over the last 5 years in England, on average 23% of runs are scored behind square on the offside, so it's quite a lot more than normal.
So that begs, I mean, a question to be asked, whether you need the other fielders. Can you not put in a third man there in Test match cricket?
Robinson over the wicket, runs in, bowls and beats him, this time a better length, pushing him forward, and Jadeja beaten there.
I mean, would you not, for example, at this point in time, you have on the onside a fine leg, a square leg, and a mid-on. So would you put one of them in third man, take maybe the square leg off? If you don't want to do that, you can maybe the covers or the mid-off.
They just don't have. I mean, it's been a talking point for so many years, isn't it? The third man. I remember watching telly back in the day, and where's the third man? Fred was always talking about it. This is outside the off stump, and there's no stroke. No stroke from Jadeja.
Is it deemed as a negative ploy or a defensive ploy?
I think it probably is, isn't it? Yeah. And you'd rather have him somewhere else. But especially with 3 slips blocking off quite a lot of that area. It just seemed yesterday, for whatever reason, that a lot of runs are scored down there. I suppose helped maybe also by the short boundary on that right-hand side there. So more edges towards third man have gone for 4, perhaps. This was the case at Headingley as well. 277 for 3, Robinson. To the left-handed Jadeja, and Jadeja plays this quite late. The ball rolls down to Gully. So 30 years ago, and just as part of the memories, go on, we're going to tax your memories as well. Where were you that day? And I know that all of you were listening to it, because you've all told me that over the 30 years. I remember where I was, Aggers, that leg over. Really? Oh, yeah. So that's 62 million then that were obviously listening that day. I don't think 62 million were listening, but I know a lot of people were, and a lot of you remember exactly where you were when dear old Brian got in a bit of a tangle. 277 for 3. In goes Robinson and bowls. That's turned away out to mid-wicket. It's been used by people on Desert Island discs. In fact, it was this. Radio 4 recently did a survey amongst the listeners of Desert Island discs for what they would choose given the chance. And of all the non-musical items, the leg over came in quite a healthy second. So it had this, this place in the crazy folklore. So we're going to relive it today in all sorts of ways. People who were there, people who were listening. And goes Robinson, bowls, and Jadeja plays into the leg side to end the over. 277 for 3. So including from you, go on, where were you? Refresh your memories, have a chuckle. All those years ago. No, I think you've got the wrong song there. Deep. It's tempting, but there is actually a song called Leg Over. I suspect it's not quite the lyrics that we're thinking of on this particular occasion. Nice try. Let's have a look at that again. What language is that in? Yeah, no, I think no, those definitely aren't the lyrics. I've never heard Brian Johnson use that particular word. But hey, we can give it a go.
You never heard his hip hop album, though, did you, Agus?
Well, no, it might have appeared on that. In goes Anderson, moves in, bowls outside the off stump, and there's no stroke. So yes, where were you? What were you doing? Join in the fun. TMS@bbc.co.uk. You can tweet BBC TMS and all the usual things. And let's have a bit of a laugh at lunchtime as well. I mean, may treat you to the subsequent attempt as well to sort of reunite Brian and I a year later. But, that was also rather amusing. Where did you find that one from, Andy? Who was it by? Mr. Easy.
Mr. Easy.
Well, that was Brian's nickname, of course. That was his stage name.
Really?
No. 277 for 3. In comes Anderson, bowls. It's pushed away to the offside, and they'll steal a single there to Hamid's right. 278 for 3. Well, now you're living here. You're going to have to get to know things like the leg over here. So it's going to have to be part of the whole process. In fact, it should be there on the forms that you filled in. It's going to have to be included.
But my research has already begun now, so I'm researching on it.
Yeah.
I'll find it.
I don't know if Isha knows that one or not. She's quite up on her music. In comes Anderson. From the pavilion end, moves in, bowls outside the off stump. No stroke from the left-handed Jadeja. Slips her in conversation. What a fit, all those emails now. God, what were we doing 30 years ago? I think one of the better known letters, certainly there came, a mountain of letters came next to us. Ronnie Corbett's wife, who sent a letter in for the next morning saying that she'd been somewhere on the road. And that cheered Brian up a bit. But, many people wrote in. 278 for 3. Anderson walks very slowly back to his mark. There is sucking in some air, I think. Generate some life into those towering muscles. Over the wicket he comes and bowls outside the off stump. Jadeja again allows that to pass harmlessly by. It's a lovely morning. The crowd is sitting quietly. There's a lone Indian flag flying there down to our right-hand side. Good morning to all of you. With blue shirts on. It's just a really nice, calm and happy scene at the moment. Now, what's going on out there, having said that?
Footmarks.
Jimmy's unhappy with the footmarks. The groundsman did bring some sawdust out. And I think he's going for something rather more heavyweight now. Because, I mean, it hasn't rained here for ages. So I don't know. I was a bit surprised when I saw the sawdust, but there's a bit of slipping going on. And, of course, they put this there's sort of cement in there. It's not literally cement, but it's a sort of a cement to try and level everything out overnight. So here comes some fairly trusty-looking equipment. It's the usual suspects. It's a brush, it's a bucket, and a large piece of metal. It looks like a sledgehammer of some sort as well there.
Yeah, not happy with the topsoil. It seems to be quite loose and dusty, so difficult for gripping.
It's a delicate operation. This is going to sweep off the top, which will include the sawdust that Anderson's already put on there. Then here we go. They're thwacking it with the metal, the tamper thing. It's not one of the bigger ones that we see around. But, basically, it's a piece of scaffolding, I think, used to try and level everything out. And then they'll shave off some of the rough edges. The trouble is that all the different bowlers who have been bowling from that end land in just slightly different places, and your spikes and your studs on the bottom of your boot make ridges. And so if you're unlucky, you're actually landing on somebody else's ridge just, and so your foot actually goes, and then that starts to bruise your foot.
That's right. Injuries, ankle especially, isn't it? I mean, I've seen a few of them getting ankle injuries because they've landed in the wrong side or the edge of the ridge, as you mentioned.
It didn't used to happen that they would repair it. The umpire used to say, well, go a bit wider or go round the wicket or something, which wasn't always very helpful. But these days, they do their best to try and repair things on the run, but it's a bit worrying to have it so early on this fourth day. The score's moved up to 278, so 8 runs added. While this is going on, I'm going to make way for Isha, I think. So, yeah, at lunchtime, we'll have some fun. Where were you? Where were you 30 years ago? Not today. It's not absolutely the anniversary. It's the ground. It's the place 30 years ago. And let us know your memories of the leg over. Deep, some thoughts from you. And then Isha Gur's coming in here.
Thanks, Agus. Well, I'll continue with my research work, which I've begun on leg over, which next time around when we're on air, I'll let you know. I'll let you know about that. Well, it seems the groundsmen, the curators have done their job, kind of mending that area. It can't be easy for Jimmy Anderson, who's bowling his 25th, but he's ready to bowl now.
Here he comes again. So Jadeja is on the back foot, defending to the leg side. Bright sunshine here at the Kia Oval. Feel the warmth coming through into the commentary box. Plenty of people in this Sunday morning. Oh, it's a picture. Flags hanging limp in the distance. So no wind whatsoever. 30 years ago, the leg over incident. I think I was playing with Lego. Deep as Anderson comes in over the wicket to Jadeja, who leaves the ball. A gentle bit of nip back into the stumps, but it was a well-judged leave. 278 for 3 India lead of 179.
Yeah, I was wondering, what was I doing 30 years ago? I was 14 year old.
Streets of Kolkata.
No, Delhi actually.
Delhi.
I grew up in Delhi, so yeah. So would be practicing, I guess, either school or practice. Yeah, I mean that's all I did, to be honest, growing up. Go to school in the morning, from school straight to the academy, and then my dad would pick me up after he'd finish his office on the way back home. And I was supposed to study after that, but then I would doze off. I was too tired by then. Yeah. And the same thing, Monday to Friday.
As Robinson continues from the Vauxhall end to Kohli, who leaves a ball in channel. 3 slips in position for him. And we were discussing, weren't we, Bengal and Kolkata earlier on,
that's right,
on the pitch when we were down there, and why Bengalis. It's a particular trait of Bengalis that a lot of them have bad eyesight, and you know glasses. When you're in Kolkata, because pretty much everyone has a pair of glasses.
That's true. Everyone in my family, apart from me. I mean, I do as well. Yeah, from time to time I do have to.
Kohli still in the crease, back and across, again leaves one through to the keeper.
And as we were mentioning, the funny part is, we Bengalis, we are fish eaters, isn't it? And fish is supposed to be good for eyesight.
It's a myth.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. and it has to be, because I'm the only one in the family who's not really a fish eater, and I don't have like permanent glasses, so must be a myth then.
How could you not be a fish eater? Coming from Kolkata.
Yeah, a few of them.
You get some great fish there.
Yeah.
In the Bay of Bengal is Ollie Robinson coming in on an angle past the stumps to Kohli, who's tucking the ball out to deep backward square. Just jumps up ever so slightly, gets on top of the bounce and plays it away. Moeen Ali rushing around to his left at fine leg to send the throw in. Comes back for 2. Kohli moves to 29. If there's ever a day for Virat Kohli to score a century, it's today, isn't it?
Oh yes. If you just add up everything, I mean, the batting conditions, tired bowlers, as I mentioned, I mean, all he has to do is just see through the first half an hour or something. Obviously the bowlers will get more tired, the ball's gonna get softer. Yeah, just need to focus, just really need to be patient here.
Robinson pushes away. He's bowling now in the channel again to Kohli, who leaves. I'm sure you've already talked about it with Agus, but in terms of India's mindset, just batting to get to a point where they want enough time to bowl England out.
That's right.
What sort of number will they be looking at as well?
Listen, this pitch again is still very, very good to bat on. So I know historically, if you look at the numbers, they'll be saying 200, 220, but looking at the conditions, I'd say 300 plus.
They're 181 ahead at the moment as Kohli covers the ball outside the off stump and it flies off the bat. Just a gentle angled bat. goes to point. Haseeb Hameed, long barrier to stop it, throws it in.
And from that perspective, I mean, if India just bat for 2 sessions, so you get another 120-ish at least, and that should be 300. So I don't think they'll be too worried about, scoring quickly or the numbers as of now. Just if they just bat the first session and just get the first session out of the way.
We're in a great position to dictate terms. Robinson bowls, Kohli drives, but finds extra cover. Again, that pinged off the bat. Oh, that is so glorious to watch from Kohli. No matter who you're supporting, you can always appreciate a Kohli drive. 280 for 3. Kohli on 29, Jadeja on 12. End of the over.
And also have to be careful, the Indians. They shouldn't get ahead of themselves because, again, I think this pitch is really good to bat on. I mean, last innings, the English first innings, Joe Root got only 20, but the team ended up with 290. So Moeen seemed to be in good form. Bairstow, obviously, Oli Pope. Burns is in good form as well. Hameed scored runs last Test match, and obviously Joe Root. So there's a lot of in-form batters in that English side as well.
England will bat themselves to chase down a score. On this surface, Anderson is in, bowling wide of the off stump to the left-handed Jadeja, who leaves it. But the question is, can they? And with a couple of collapses in this series, you just wonder, with pressure on, if they'll be able to handle that pressure. But you would say they very much deserve to win the series if they are able to chase down a score. But the thing about India as well is, do they want to dangle a bit of a carrot given the conditions, the batter-friendly conditions, or are we expecting to see Jadeja come into his own a bit more by day 5? Saw a couple of turning deliveries out of the rough yesterday as Anderson bowls again seriously wide of the off-stump. Jadeja.
So the thing with Jadeja, the spinner, is he becomes that much more dangerous when the ball's turning from the wicket line. If it's going to start turning from the 5th stump or something, then it's not that dangerous unless you're a left-hander and you're looking at the rough. So yeah, and like you said, I mean, India would be looking at certain number around that 325, the carrot that you mentioned. But I'm sure the English batters would fancy themselves as well. I mean, if it's 320 and 100 overs to go or something with these batting conditions, yeah, why not?
Here comes Anderson on an angle and just follows through with that angle across the left-hander. Jadeja just steps forwards gently and lets it go. We were talking about food, deep. And I came in early this morning and walked to the other side of the ground because I had to catch up with some friends, and there was this incredible aroma coming from one of the carts of melted cheese.
Oh no.
There's a cheese and on toast cart on the other side of the ground, which I was attracted to as I walked round as Jadeja leaves another one outside the off stump.
Did you get any?
I didn't in the end, but I'm tempted to go back. It's nothing better on a Sunday morning.
Oh yes.
Are you a fan of cheese on toast?
Yes, please. A cup of coffee, that'd be nice.
I don't know. So, would you know of the Tailenders? Have you heard of the Tailenders?
I've heard of them.
It's a podcast with Jimmy Anderson, Greg James, Felix White, Machin Tendulkar. And I think they spent a whole episode as Jadeja struck on the body by Anderson, slightly tighter to the stumps. And it sort of just followed him. He was looking to... Well, I think he thought Jimmy was going to bowl outside the off stump again, and it's just angled in and jagged back off the seam. It's hit him on the elbow. Bit of extra bounce as falls out to the leg side.
Yeah, he wasn't expecting the ball to get back at him, but yeah, did well actually. Take it on the body.
But yeah, they spent a whole episode talking about the perfect cheese toastie. You can listen to that episode on the BBC Sounds app as Anderson bowls, Jadeja on the back foot, Devenu back down the pitch.
So that was the punchline, was it?
End of the over, 280 for 3. Kohli on 29, Jadeja 12. No, I was just going to ask you what your favourite cheese toast is. Mine is melted cheese on brown bread with a bit of sriracha sauce.
What type of cheese?
Yeah, my question.
Just normal cheddar.
Right.
Normal.
Andy?
I'd go for mozzarella.
Mozzarella?
Mozzarella, yeah.
Cheese toasty. Interesting,
Yeah.
Italian style. Andy?
I'd just put stats in it.
Well, I was in Australia. We were in the bubble. I was covering the Australia-India series for Fox Sports, and we all got stuck in Melbourne. So we were all in this bubble together. Adam Gilchrist, Shane Warne, and Warney's a big cheese on toast fan. As Robinson pushes away, coming in on an angle past the stumps to Kohli, who's backing across and fending at the ball to point. And bless him, he did the rounds, so he got loads and loads of bread and cheese and butter and sorted everyone out. So we had cheese toasties to make for ourselves. And then he realised it wasn't quite cutting it, so he decided to bring his industrial cheese on toast maker 2 days in. And I asked him where he got it, and he said, well, I was just going through the airport as Robinson bowls back of a length to Kohli, who defends. And in the Qantas lounge, they have these massive industrial metal sort of grills that you can. It's basically a toasty maker, but just puts a lot of pressure onto the bread to heat it up and toast it up. And he said, well, I looked at it and I said, well, I want one of those. So he bought it off Qantas.
He did?
And he carries it with him everywhere he goes. As Robinson bowls a good length delivery to Kohli, pushes it to the offside.
Yeah.
I suppose you can do that when you win the sort of money that Shane Warne does.
Or you Shane Warne, period. Forget about the money. If you're Shane Warne, you can do that.
Yeah, you can only do that if you've got 700 test wickets. Murali's got an industrial cheese toasty maker as well, I imagine.
We should find out. No, he's just got his own restaurant, hasn't he?
Sanga's got. Mahila and Sangha.
Yeah, that's right.
Ministry of Crab.
As Robinson bowls and beats the edge of Kohli. Well, that was a brilliant delivery, just angled into him and then just left off the pitch. There was that extra bit of bounce off the surface as well. Bit of excitement for England.
But again, I mean, Virat, he's been leaving those deliveries, isn't it? I mean, that was 7th stumpish and going away. So that's where he has to be a little careful, because what these conditions can do is kind of can make you a little overconfident. And that's what he needs to be aware of. And he still needs to get that mindset back.
Very still, Kohli, who's now backing across and again guiding the ball, this time past slip down to third man. And slow to the fence. It'll be pulled up inside. Joe Root down there as Kohli pushes back for 3. Moves to 283 for 3. India's score. Kohli to 32, a lead of 184.
Yeah, more runs in that area. We were talking about how productive that area has been in this test match. 34%. I think it should still be 34%, and round about there, Randy, I'm sure quite a few runs this morning as well in that area.
It's India's highest score for 3 wickets in England since the 2007 tour, and they were 342 for 3 at Nottingham.
Robinson round the wicket to Jadeja. 3 slips in position. Tucks it away down to fine leg. Just straying too far straight, and that beats Haseeb Hameed for 4. So back-to-back boundaries. Jadeja to 16, 287 for 3. Lead of 188.
And the conch shell's out. The Gujarati outfit again today. The bright saffron with mirrors and stuff. That's brilliant to see. Yeah, why not? The couple of Gujaratis are there in this side are doing all right. Pujara yesterday, and it's Jadeja today. Both of them from the same first-class team as well. Saurashtra, Rajkot, Jamnagar, that area, part of Gujarat. That's where Jadeja is from. And this partnership is worth 50 as well.
For 50 partnership in exactly 18 overs. That was after those 2 wickets fell in the 81st.
Anderson continues, this time onto the pads of Kohli, who works it to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, the runs are coming freely at the moment for India, and you would expect so because it is the best of the batting conditions of this test match. 3 slips in position. And it's one of those where it does feel a little bit inevitable. So can England just create some control, and their aim will be to keep the runs down and make it even harder for India to get to the point that they want to and eat time out of the game, basically, is Anderson past the stumps to Kohli, who drives with such purity and class and elegance. And as I mentioned before, everyone in this ground can appreciate a Virat Kohli drive as he moves to 36, 291 for 3, lead of 192.
Yeah, that's Virat Kohli at his best. Yeah, it wasn't really a half volley, but did well to reach there. Long front foot stride, a little wide as well.
Well, with that going for 4, they've just plugged the gap, so a short extra in position, and he's actually just moving squarer into a short cover now, just in front of point. The cover on the circle has just moved round slightly straighter as well. Anderson just adjusting his field still. But they're there now. The drums are going here in South London. Anderson bowls short of a length. Kohli turning it to the leg side, setting off, but sent back by Jadeja as mid-wicket sprints to the ball. No run.
Yeah, it's a good ploy. I like this field there, the catching short covers with 2 slips there as well. So maybe just trying to get Virat to again drive something which is outside the off stump. Try and get that outside edge.
Anderson shuffles forwards, chasing his shadow. Kohli on the back foot, guiding to backward point.
He's not happy with the foot marks, is he? Doesn't look happy. Goes back and has a look at it. Clears that loose soil. That can be such a huge put-off, isn't it, for a bowler?
Yeah, it's in your delivery stride, and that's where he lands his left foot as he comes over, braces that front leg, comes over and delivers his ball. And if you're worried about or unsettled about where your foot is landing, it can really put you off. You end up bowling quite short. You're not able to put your full force through the body and through your leg. As he comes in again now to Kohli, who defends to the leg side, slightly fuller in length from Anderson. As Deep Dasgupta has stepped out, in comes Michael Vaughan. Good morning to you.
Morning.
It's warm, isn't it?
Yes, yeah, it's a beautiful day. Glorious. It's a nice day for batting. Ominous signs from that first 30 minutes that Virat Kohli's looking in the mood.
Heard you from the back of the box saying the word doom.
Doomed. I would say it's getting to that stage for England, yes.
Anderson into Kohli on the back foot, punching to mid-on, no run. At the end of the over, 291 for 3 after 100 overs that have been bowled for England, lead of 192.
I find Test cricket, it's the greatest format, but I do get baffled by things that happen. For instance, Jimmy Anderson had not bowled a ball, yet the ground staff had to go out there. Why can't that be done before the game?
Yeah, I'm with you.
You know, and in one-day cricket, if that happens, you don't lose an over or two. Yet in Test cricket, we will lose an over or two because of that. And then the ground staff had to bring the buckets and the spades and the brushes and that hammer thing. Surely,
what
you
are your
kind of know
suggestions?
that. Well, get it done before the day's play.
No, for slow over rates.
Runs.
Okay.
I like the cut-off in the 100 where you get penalised in that game, where a fielder would have to come into the circle, an extra fielder in those, that time that you've not made the cut-off. And I would have a time period for 80 overs, and if you don't bowl your overs inside that 80 over time period, quite simply the opposition get runs.
I'd have do it by the hour. If you're under 15 an hour, allowing for stoppages, referrals, then you lose a fielder for the next hour.
Lose a fielder. The problem with that, Andy, there'll be quite a lot of teams that'll be quite happy to lose a fielder.
I'm sure Jimmy Anderson wouldn't mind heading off for a cup of tea. As Robinson continues from the Vauxhall end, round the wicket to Jadeja in the channel. He's just put a leg slip in position. He's got 2 slips there.
The problem I have with that, Andy, I think we've got to be fair and reasonable. That I think bowling 15 overs in an hour when you're at the start of the game and you've got seamers on and you're just setting the tone, and but throughout an 80 over period, you've got enough time to kind of grab it about. You get your spinners on, or you realise you're down. You have to just get through your overs quicker. I would penalise at the end of 80. What the amount of runs, again, that's debatable, what the amount of runs would be. Quite simply, if you've not bowled your overs, that amount of runs goes to the opposing team.
Jadeja crouches forwards and guides the ball to a diving second slip. Rory Burns there, who misfields. They're able to come through for 1.
He's having a bad time of it at second slip.
Not having a great time there, is he?
Andy, you got your England cap on today. Have you been presented with that? Or?
I've not been presented with an England cap, Michael. No, I was slightly struggling with the bright sunlight at the Oval and the glare off my screen, so our production assistant nipped out and has returned with an England cap.
That's a nice cap, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I always dreamed of getting my England cap at the Oval, so there we go. My stats will remain ruthlessly objective.
He needs to get some sunnies. So lead of 193 for India, 2 slips and a gully in position for Kohli, who's standing outside on a leg stump at the moment. Back and across now, and this time guided, diving to his left. Craig Overton stop it bursting through between second and he's almost at 4th slip and going down to the boundary.
Yeah, that's a fantastic stop. He's a big chap, Craig Overton, and it's low down to his left. They've kind of spread out the slip calling. You've got Joe Root, who's quite wide for a first slip, and there's that Rory Burns that you would say is at second, 2.5, and then Craig Overton's around 4, so they've kind of just spread themselves out a bit.
Robinson pushes away. Here he comes to Kohli on the back foot, defending casually to the offside.
I've just seen a stat on the television about England's drop catches since January 2019, and at home they've got a 73% ratio of catches taken, and overseas it's 81%.
I suppose that the personnel has changed quite drastically over the last 12 months or so. They did have Crawley and Sibley in there, Stokes when he's around. Who would be their other options at the moment?
Well, Johnny was there when Joss Butler was keeping.
As Robinson bowls, edges, falls in front of Rory Burns. Well, he took that one cleanly. Off the edge of Virat Kohli.
Yeah, I think there's been more this morning than we saw throughout the whole of yesterday from that decent length that Robinson has found. There's just been enough movement, and the odd ball's bounced. Genuine edge that, and it just lands a yard short of Rory Burns.
Chris Wokes is warming up at mid-off. We'll see him very shortly. The wind has just got up here as well at the Oval as Robinson is in bowling full, and that is hammered back down the ground, slightly over pitch, and that was seriously dismissive from India's captain. Kohli moves to 40, a lead of 197. Some words from you, Michael, and then Simon Mann.
Yeah, I thought there was ominous signs when Virat Kohli and Jadeja ran out to the middle before the England fielders this morning. Generally, it's the fielding side that get out there, they have a huddle, and the opposing batting pair come after, but Virat Kohli and Ravi Jadeja just steamed out there. They were out in the middle ready. They wanted to get the game started early. The sun's shining, they know this pitch is a good one. India are on top, they now lead by 197. And Kohli, I always think he looks in the mood, but I think he knows that this is a great opportunity for him. That was a glorious straight drive. Morning, Simon.
Good morning,
it's
Michael.
Still morning. How are you?
Yeah, great, thank you.
Got your shades on.
Yeah, the sun's shining. Summer's back. Heat wave is here.
I don't think I've ever seen you with a pair of shades on.
Well, it's very bright. Even Andy had to get a cap from somewhere this morning. Got his England cap on. Right, Woakes into the attack. It's gone very well for India so far. 296 for 3, so the lead creeping towards 200. Cheteshwar Pujara saying last night 250 feels could well be enough.
It's going to be a few more than that.
But it is going to be a few more than that, yeah. Could be 350.
On the rest.
Could be 450.
Well, if they get to that kind of number, that means they've batted pretty much the whole day, which gives England a sniff. I think for India, they need to obviously play out the session and then play an hour in the afternoon and see where it takes them. Then if they're 325 in front by then they can start to be a bit more aggressive. Get to 400 and that'll take them probably to just after tea.
Yeah.
And then they get near on 4 sessions to try and win the match.
England got to try to change that, take some wickets, really set them back if they can. Here is Woakes then, bowls to Jadeja, who comes forward nicely, bat and pad together, away into the offside to cover, and there's no run.
Tell you what, I went out walking this morning, Simon. I always like to go on a stroll, and what I found quite bizarre that I went along to Battersea and came back, and there was people going into a nightclub at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Really?
Yeah. They weren't even coming out. They were going in.
Where was that? Near Battersea Park?
You fancy it? Early morning.
Well, I missed the boat today, haven't I? Perhaps tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
It might not be a Monday morning thing. Just might be a weekend thing.
8 o'clock, going clubbing.
296 for 3. Woakes bowls. Jadeja struck on the pad and then bat given out. LBW. He definitely hit that with the bat, but was it after the pad? He offered the pad to the ball and then the bat came through. Jadeja has reviewed it.
But he's had to ask Virat Kohli, so I don't think there's an inside edge.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
It looked like pad then bats to me. Just watching it now. Yeah.
Okay, appears to be pad first. Can we just confirm that with ultra edge, please? Yeah, clearly pad first, so ball tracking when available, please. Coming up now, pitching in line, impact in line, and hitting the wickets. So stay with your original decision of Alex. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Alex.
Nice feeling for Alex Wharf to raise the finger for the second time. Good feeling for Chris Woakes. Right into the action straight away. England needed that wicket. Jadeja is on its way. A very modern LBW decision.
Yeah, it's a good ball because it just nipped back. I was just saying, Simon, that I have seen more in terms of bounce and a bit of movement this morning than we saw throughout the whole of yesterday. Whether it's just fresher bowlers and realising that they have to bowl with a bit more intensity, or this pitch, as we've seen, I think it's been a great Test match wicket because it did a bit on day 1 and then it's flattened out, and I think what we'll see on days 4 and 5 is a little bit of wear and tear. We'll see a little bit more action. Spin will certainly come into the game at some stage. Just the perfect length, wasn't it? Caught in between, I reckon.
What he has been doing in his innings, or what he did in his innings, Jadeja, was get that bat and pad very close together, so they're like really tight together, almost as if it's been glued onto his pad, the bat. And there was a slight misjudgment there as the pad went out a bit further, and then the bat came down, and it clipped the pad first, then the bat. The ball went out to cover. I mean, but it was one of those that, I mean, before DRS, you'd never give out, I don't think, as an umpire.
No, but it's a really good decision. But I just look at someone like Jadeja, who's a good cricketer, but generally bats down at 6, 7 and 8. And when you get pushed up to number 5, I think his mindset changed. He's almost trying to play like a number 5, try and play really sensibly. I think Jadeja's a better cricketer when he's being aggressive. trying to be a bit busy. I thought he was just trying to be a bit too circular. He got a short ball from Jimmy Anderson that hit him on the arm. I was like, why don't you try and whack that? And it was only at 79 miles an hour. But I think he was just trying to be a bit too sensible.
Well, he's there, in a way, it feels, to protect Rahane, who's not had a very good time of it. It's a really weird one, that, isn't it?
Number 6 watchman.
Well, almost. I mean, why is Rahane down at 6? Here is Woakes bowling to Rahane, who's forward, playing quietly into the offside. Picked up a cover by Hamid, and there is no run. He has struggled, Rahane, and there's no logic other than that.
I think it's the tactics of having a top 5 all right hand. I think Virat and his team thought, why don't we put a left-hander in at number 5 just to give England something different to look at.
Well, it hasn't really worked in this game. They've been out for 10 and 17.
Because they've gone to Jadeja at 5, Rahane 6, and now Rishabh at 7, left-hand, right and left-hand.
Here's Woakes bowling outside the off-stump of Rahane, and he lets it go through to Bairstow. Yeah, well, that could well be it. I mean, it strikes me that if you're going to push Jadeja up, he bats at 6 and Pant at 7. You just want to protect Pant a bit.
I think then
Pant is a bit too high. Yeah, I know you've got 2 left-handers.
You then have five right-handers in your top 5 who, let's be honest, most of them have been struggling barring the top 2. And if you're a grooved bowling unit like England are, just continuously bowling 4th and 5th stump to right-handers.
Woakes bowls. Oh, there's no shot. Another shout for LBW, another wicket. No shot from Rahane. And umpire Worf raised the finger. They're going to have a look at this again, and they are going to review it. Question of height. It looked straight enough, but no shot from Rahane.
Well, this is a frazzled mind if this is
TV
straight.
umpire to director, we have a play review for LBW. On-field decision is out. It's a fair delivery. No shot offered, so straight through to ball tracking, please.
Big moment, this.
Thank you.
England looking to fight back. Here we go.
Ball tracking coming up now. Pitching outside off. Impact, no shot offered, and it's missing the wickets, Alex, so I'll get you to reverse your decision. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Alex.
Just going over the top of middle and off.
Yeah, but again, there's a bit more movement there. Already in this over, we've seen the Jadeja wicket, which came back into the left-hander. On this occasion, Rahane leaves one, it nips back, and the height just saves him. Again, it's a sign that Rahane is in no kind of form. To believe in that, that's so close to believing from the angle that Woakes bowls from.
It was very close to being umpire's call, very close to flicking that bail. Not close enough. Woakes goes in, bowls to Rahane, who nudges us into the leg side towards mid-wicket. There's no run. It's the end of the over. Nearly 2 and an over for Woakes. Robinson produced that yesterday, but technology said it was just going over the top of middle and off. 296 for 4. The lead is 197. Kohli is 40 not out, watching it from the non-striker's end, having to consult with his colleagues about LBW decisions in that over. The Jadeja one just looked plumb. I mean, he did review it, just looked plumb, that one. But Rahane saved by the bounce. And on we go on this lovely morning.
Rahane 17 from Jadeja 17 from 59 balls with 3 fours. The partnership after England lost those 2 wickets in the 81st over, 59 in 20.2.
Yeah, really useful for India after those 2 quick wickets. He was resisting last night in the bad light. Here is Robinson to Kohli inside edge, goes away into the onside towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. So India here effectively 197 for 4. 55 minutes into this 4th day. The crowd here in numbers again today. It's another big one here at the Oval. And I imagine there'll be a decent crowd tomorrow as well. The weather forecast is good. As long as England aren't, don't fall in a bit of a heat tonight when they get their chance.
You're a good scientist, aren't you, Simon? So yesterday the clouds were around all day. It was like a blanket low cloud over the Oval.
Here is Robinson bowling to Kohli. Kohli plays up towards mid-on and there's no run.
And the ball did very little. And today it's baking down. There's not a cloud in the sky, and already inside 55 minutes I've seen more seam movement. Why?
No idea.
So you're not a scientist?
No, not at all.
Andy?
I'm also not a scientist.
Adam?
There's also, I mean, there's a feeling, isn't there? I mean, the first day, when you play on a slightly damp pitch, sometimes the ball just takes little kisses the top and takes a bit out of the pitch. Here is Robinson bowling to Kohli, leans forward and plays it into the offside, and there's no run. It leaves sort of small indentations on the surface, and you try and roll them out. But as the game goes on, the pitch dries, and it's quite a warm morning, you get these little plates that dry a bit and crumble a bit, and sometimes if the ball hits them, it does something a bit unpredictable. That's one potential theory. So it's one of the things that sort of mitigates against bowling first, is that you then have to bat last on a pitch that might be might have those little crumbly bits on them, even though you think they're good bowling conditions. Robinson bowls, a good carry through to Bairstow, who takes it after a fashion.
Again, that delivery there, we didn't see too many there. No. He's left it, but it's bounced. From a decent length, it's just bounced a bit higher than Virat would have expected.
Perhaps the muscles are a bit warmer this morning, the bowlers.
Well, there you go.
They just feel a bit looser. You feel,
the pace is any quicker. We got any
sun's
more
on the
pace?
back. 296 for 4, 2 slips and a 4th slip for England, with Robinson going into bowl to Kohli. It's full and it's driven into the offside to Hamid. He picks it up in the covers. Nice looking shot from Kohli. He does like to rifle a drive into the offside. He's done it certainly once today through extra cover off Anderson. Dismissive extra cover drive. He was looking to do it there, but hit it straight at the fielder. There's 3 saving 1 on the offside, 2 on the on. Those 3 close catches and a fine leg, so a ring field.
What do you reckon's chaseable?
Here's Robinson into bowl to Kohli. Kohli drives, nice looking shot, but straight to mid-off this time. It's picked up by Woakes and there's no run. I would say...
By the fact you've been a little bit circumspect in you feel that this is...
No, I think if they could get 200, they get 250. I think they could get 280, but I think it'd be a push. But once it starts to creep 300 and over, not really, really quite deep. But that's when you need an excellent start.
Yeah. I think 250 would be very difficult. Definitely possible. But the history at this venue, where only 2 scores have been chased above 250. One's back in 1902, Andy. Was that Gilbert's game?
That was Gilbert's game.
Gilbert.
Come off a few times this week, that game. The last time India were here, they were set 464 to win.
They got over 300, didn't they? Here is Woakes bowling to Rahane. Rahane turns into the onside, can't get off the mark there, hits it too close to Moeen Ali at mid-wicket.
And they were 3 for 2 in the 4th over, after Doan and Pujara were out to Anderson, and Kohli got a first ball duck off the bowling of Broad.
So when you say 3 for 2, you mean 2 for 3?
2 for 3, sorry, yes.
This is England, not Australia.
Yeah, warming up for the Ashes. Then recovered through a massive partnership for the 5th wicket between Rahul and Pant to 325 for 5.
Woakes bowls, Rahane drives, plenty of bottom hand in that shoveling drive, doesn't quite time it, goes up towards mid-on, and again there's no run.
Yeah, at which point they needed another 139 with still 5 wickets left, and the last 5 fell quickly for 20. So that, but it was possible to score 4th innings runs. There was that game in 1979. That's a long way back, but India were 429 for 8, chasing 4th 38. So that, they've been sort of near misses, I guess.
Yeah. I think it's easier batting when you're chasing that big score.
Woakes bowls, Rahane defends. Woakes steps forward to take it actually and leaves it in the end for Hamid coming in from cover. There's no run.
And the reason I say that is that when you're chasing 460, I don't think anyone gives you any chance. If you're chasing 270, 300, I think it always makes it a bit more difficult. Everyone gives you a chance. So pressure's on you right from the first over or two. But when you're chasing a big score, no one really gives you any kind of hope of getting there. So you just play. And as a team, you don't really think you're going to get that kind of amount of runs.
Woakes to Rahane, struck on the pad, shout for LBW out. Alex Wolff raises the finger for the 3rd time in quick succession. Now, I don't think this one is going over.
It's gone.
And it's not missing, according to Virat Kohli. He said, no, head off. Ajinka. So Woakes has found 2 LBW wickets in this spell. Just seeing the replay, absolutely plumb by the look of it.
Well, he looks like a player that's gone to me, Simon. Ajinkya Rahane has struggled all series, but when you're getting out to that ball, it's just full and straight, and he's just trying to play it 2 square on the onside. That's a mind that's not quite with it. He's been moved to number 6. Whether that's hurt his confidence, only he'll be able to say, but he should be able to survive that kind of delivery. I think India were kind in giving him another game here.
Yeah, I think that's.
I can't see him getting in the team in the last game in Manchester.
Well, he dropped a player to number 6 as well, and then he comes up with no runs in this Test match, 14 and 0. I say no runs. I mean very few runs.
It's his dismissals as well. The snick in the first innings and that one. That should not be getting you out. The snicks you can sometimes understand, but a full straight delivery and you're working it square on the onside. Now that's poor batting.
So 2 wickets for Woakes. Rishabh Pant is coming in to join Kohli, and we are in for a really interesting second hour of the day. The players are taking drinks. Our Radio 4 long wave listeners are going to leave us very briefly for the shipping forecast. So in the sunshine, players taking drinks. Michael's here, Dan's going to come in, and then we're going to have a bit of a change, but the first change is Dan replacing me.
Yeah, so England have had a decent hour, 26 for 2. India 197, they now lead. And Rishabh Pant, you always strap yourselves in when Rishabh comes to the crease. Anything's possible. An hour of Rishabh and this game will be going away from England, but if England can get him quickly, and he's not been in any kind of form, played an awful shot in the first innings. So which Rishabh's arrived at the Oval on day 4?
Well,
with the sun shining.
I'm looking forward to either Rishabh, really. He's thoroughly entertaining. Michael's going to take his leave. So we've had 26 runs, is that correct? And 2 wickets from 11 overs.
11.4 overs.
11.4 overs. I'm a little bit phased because Andy, for all the world, looks like an American trucker going from one side of the States to the other.
Right, I'm going to slightly dispute that.
Really?
What you mean is I have a cap on.
Yeah.
Right, but that's it.
Well, it's not just that. You sort of like your whole demeanour with the cap on just transforms you into something entirely different, wouldn't you say?
Yeah.
I can see him eating a chunky chocolate bar of a certain type.
I could just see him fielding at mid-off on the Oval with that England hat on. You know what I mean?
Yes, I had to call for a hat due to excessive sunlight.
There's a touch of Graham Roop to him, perhaps. Yeah, with the curly hair. Well, it's all happening, and it's all happened since the introduction of Chris Woakes, who... Is it a coincidence, Phil, that Chris Woakes is the freshest of the bowlers?
Perhaps.
And he's looked the most potent of England's bowlers throughout this match, hasn't he?
Afternoon, Dad.
Oh, good afternoon.
Yeah, afternoon, everyone. It's strange, isn't it? Glorious sunny day, and I think the ball's done a little bit more.
Yeah.
Heavy leaden skies yesterday, and it was gone barrel straight. Well, I don't know. I just think the odd ones bounce, and England have just given themselves a sort of a little way back into this. It was all a little bit lazy, wasn't it, this morning? And we didn't quite know what was going on. All of a sudden, they say Chris Woakes the man again, wicket to wicket, just that little bit of shape.
I thought Anderson looked a bit tired again, and then Woakes has come in and he's given it a bit of nip. And actually, Robinson's got a few to beat the bat in the last half hour or so.
And it just swings it back again a little bit. It's been brilliant with that. You think everything's going along one way, and then it goes the other.
Suddenly it changes.
Looking at the ball tracking data, show that the ball has deviated off the pitch more than on days 2 and 3 today. Slightly less than on day 1, but quite considerably more than the last 2 days in this opening session.
Resuming after drinks, Rishabh Pant's first delivery, played with angle bat down to the... Well, it's being pursued by Haseeb Hameed, who's gone from point and drags it back just inside the boundary. And Rory Burns, who was running back from second slip, completes the fielding. So Rishabh Pant is underway straight away. 298 for 5 with those 2 runs. Pant has 2. I thought Michael was on extraordinary form just there, wasn't he? He's just taken Rahane out.
Guillotined him.
Vroom.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like that.
He's gone.
Bang! Yeah. Bernie the Bolt. Yeah, golden shot. Wallop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, it's been a strange morning, hasn't it? It's all been a bit sleepy and a bit Sunday morning and a bit sunshiny, but all of a sudden England will be delighted at the moment.
Tell you what, Headingley, which you missed, I'll come back to it in a moment, as Wokes comes in to complete the over to punt, and punt lets this go by outside the off stump, and there is no run. It'll be fascinating to see how he approaches this innings punt. India 298 for 5 at the end of the over. Kohli 40, punt has 2. At Headingley, on the third day,
yes,
it was played under leaden, gloomy, sepulchral skies. It was horrible. Stygian gloom was everywhere. And India racked up 200 and something odd runs for the loss of 2 wickets. Very much like yesterday. And then on the fourth day, what turned out to be the last day, it was very much like this, only if anything, even bluer. And England picked up 8 wickets in an hour and 40 minutes. We didn't understand it.
No. Well, it's a little bit like that here.
It is a little.
And a couple of Kohli's shots have looked sumptuous.
So delicious. I was outside for one of them, and I spontaneously stood up and clapped. It was so good. Couldn't help myself.
Yeah, if England could just wheedle Kohli out here.
Well, Overton is in term. He's replacing Robinson. His first ball is pushed up to mid-off of the front foot where Wokes does the fielding. Andy.
On Rahane's recent form, since he made that tremendous century in the Boxing Day Test in Australia, 11 tests, 19 innings, averaged 19 with just 2 half-centuries, one on that battling 60-odd. At Lords, going a little further back since the start of 2020, 15 tests, averaged 24. Going even further back, 5 years, to November 2016, averaging just 33 in 49 tests with 4 centuries.
Overton into Kohli. Kohli clips this nicely, but straight to short mid-wicket, and there's no run. I mean, it's not that long ago, though, is it, that he captained India essentially to an extraordinary, epoch-defining win in Australia.
Yes, but you'd be picking him as a specialist captain.
Yes.
Well, maybe.
Well,
I don't know.
It's happened with a few.
Well, OK, who do you bring in then, Phil and Andy? Who's you think is the next cab off the rank if Rahane is dropped from the final test as Overton runs away from us? 2 widely spaced slips in for Kohli, and Kohli lets this go. Ooh, and Bairstow just has to adjust slightly to take that as it swung sort of back in as he was moving to his right. He just had to stick out his hand and stop it. I suppose, you know, there's Surya Kumar Yadav, a bit young perhaps, a bit sort of
never too young, are you?
Never too young, no. I suppose a little change in the order, maybe if, say, Shubman Gill comes back in at the top, or Mayank Agarwal, and then Rahul could go down.
Yeah, even though
I don't think Gill's available.
No, right. I don't think he is he? Overton in. That's defended back up the wicket to Overton. There's no run. So what? You're thinking Agarwal?
Well, within the squad, they have Shaw and Agarwal and Iswaran, who are top order batsmen. Vihari's played in the middle order for them.
Vihari, yeah.
He got a 50 here in 2018. You have Surya Kumar Yadav, who's not played Test cricket. Or you could bring in Ashwin.
At Old Trafford.
And play him and Jadeja. Jadeja more played as a specialist batsman, although he's not quite thrived in this game.
I like your thinking. Here's Overton rocking from side to side. Kohli lets this go again, quite tight to the off stump, shouldering arms.
I think Jadeja perhaps fell foul of trying to bat like a number 5 a bit, didn't he there? He's very watchful outside the off stump. You usually sort of see him playing those lovely cuts and drives and clips off the hip.
Do you think he should be, if anything, more his natural self?
Well, yeah, perhaps, and especially on this sort of pitch, he just sort of like was covering up, and then got a good ball, didn't he? Good sort of little in-swinger.
Yeah. He did.
Sometimes you play where you play like the position you're in.
Overton is into Kohli. Kohli defends back up the wicket again, just standing tall at the crease. It means that Rishabh Pant will be on strike, and how will he play? Because he's now at number 7 in this lineup.
Yeah, so it feels better.
Him.
Yes,
it
suits. Yeah. It's like a comfortable shoe. You know what you're doing at 7. 6 is perhaps one too high.
You are a man, I am convinced, who really does appreciate the comfortable shoe.
Well, when you're on your feet a long time, you know.
Yeah. Now I do. I'm a big comfortable shoe man.
Yeah.
Comfort more important actually than any other factor in a shoe.
Style.
Yeah, any other factor. I'd happily wander around in a pair of marshmallows if necessary. Although it's not really appropriate. Wokes starts a new over from the pavilion end. The left-handed punt, 3 slips are in, and Punt defends languidly and well from the crease back to the bowler. Wokes, who is happy to take the ball himself and shine and polish. The sun is out. The sun is out. It's all very unnerving in a way, since we've been living under a blanket of grey cloud for the best part of 3 or 4 weeks, it feels. August.
Lovely and warm, isn't it?
It's beautiful out there. The crowd are loving it. The Bharat Army are revelling in it away to our right. The crowd's filling up. It's got that lovely Sunday feel, actually.
It has indeed.
Pigeons fly by, and Wokes is in. Jadeja punt lets this go by outside the off stump. I was so convinced it was Jadeja because he didn't hurl himself maniacally at the ball.
No.
He's showing perhaps the first innings was a bit of a wake-up call for Punt, because it was a frenetic performance, wasn't it?
And perhaps, you know, keep coming in, sort of taking your gloves off and putting your bat down, and everyone going, don't worry, mate, it's the way you play.
Well, he's got 12 runs in his last 3 innings.
Yes, well, can you start
like
playing a bit better?
Yes. Wokes is in to him. And Punt again lets this go outside the off stump. No sign of that movement back into the left-hander we saw against Jadeja just yet, but Wokes may well be setting him up for a couple going away.
He should, I mean, you've got to have a peep. Doesn't matter how good you are, you know. It's only going to come off. What's that going to come off? 1 in 5 when you blast your way to 20 and...
Well, like Thakur did, but I mean, he went for it, but he could have been out 3 or 4 times in the first 10 balls, couldn't he?
You can't. If you
rode his luck a bit.
Yeah, if you're sort of reckoning you're one of the most attacking batsmen in the world and everything, you've got to give yourself a bit of a chance.
Here is Wokes, and Punt defends solidly to a ball that does chase back in ever so slightly on the front foot. Back to Wokes, who again, a rare bowler these days, bends down, picks up the ball himself, and then just keeps hold of it, which I like. Always want spinners are a bit more like that. Jadeja is always wanting the ball. We was somebody who wanted the ball back quickly.
Yes.
Yeah, I think spinners are a bit more like that, actually.
Yeah.
Than quick bowlers. Wonder why that is. Wokes into Punt, gets up on his toes and defends a shorter ball into the offside, and there's no run. It lands about 5 yards away from it.
It's sort of feel.
Yes.
Yes.
You just want to feel that ball.
Yes, you do, and feel it in your hand.
I wish you could see Phil right now. He's feeling an imaginary ball in a real hand.
No, it's, yes. Yeah, no, instead of, you know, thumb and fingers and what have you, it's a little bit more of a... You want to become one.
Yeah.
With it a little bit.
Sort of almost symbiotic.
Yeah.
Here's Wokes in again, wide of the off stump. Left alone, that is the end of a maiden over. Ended 298 for 5, Kohli 40, Punt 2.
And it was funny, actually, because I was having a little search about the other day, and I came across the ball that I bowled the West Indies out here in one of my draws.
91?
Yes. And I picked it up. Oh, it felt a lovely ball.
Really?
It did. And I picked it up for ages, and it just popped straight in. And,
how bizarre.
Yeah, it was. No,
it's not psychological. It just it actually physically felt
it's a
better.
beauty. I'll bring it in.
Yeah, oh, please do.
Yeah, you'll go. Oh, it's a ripper.
Ball that is
slightly smaller. You know, it's lovely.
Overton starts a new over, and Kohli lets the first ball pass by outside the off stump.
It was almost as if, as I went into the draw, I sort of absorbed it.
Wow.
Into my hand.
Yeah. That's marvellous.
Yeah, it was. It was lovely. Yeah. You know, instead of that old sort of dog ball that...
Because you presumably
they got
contrast this with some horrible flat.
Yeah, Australia got 670 with it. Just went, that's horrible.
Didn't keep that one though, did you?
Yeah.
Overton is in again to Kohli's a short mid-wicket in play here, and he defends to that short mid-wicket.
Well, I suppose I suppose it's exactly the same with the batsmen's bats. You know, they have their number ones, don't they?
I guess so.
Yeah.
Andy, we were about to ask something.
No, I was just going to say there's only been 2 runs in the last 5 overs before this one. There'd been 3 boundaries in the previous 3 overs and 16 runs, but 2 for 2 since Wokes came on.
So did you? Did you have that in a draw that was it marked, or do you just recognise that ball? Do you just
I'd written a little bit in biro
on the ball.
On the ball.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Here's Overton, and Coley is edging just in front of first slip. Just in front. That's the second time he's edged from this end, from the Vauxhall end. He did it off Robinson, now he's done it off Overton. It's just landed in front of first slip. And slips, I mean, that was, I would say, probably less than a foot away. It's an authentic, thick edge. Yeah, what am I saying? Yes, it's about 6 inches away from root there. Had he just been another half a yard further forward, he might have been able to get that. Now the crowd, they're getting up for it again.
You just get the feeling, one more wicket and then...
You really do, don't you? Here is Overton, into Coley. Coley leaves this, and it's tight to off stump, and Overton puts hands on head. The game has transformed in the last half hour. Again, it has been a topsy-turvy game, and right at the moment, India have got to weather this storm. They're on top, yes, but there is a danger that they could not exactly toss away their whole advantage, but they could certainly not make the most of it.
Well, the England bowlers have just started hunting a bit more for wickets. They came out in that first half an hour not really looking to get anyone out in my book, you know what I mean? They were just getting into the morning, hanging it a bit outside the off stump.
Overton in to Coley. Coley pushes forcefully into the offside, determinedly square of the wicket, but he can't beat the fielder. There's no run.
I suppose it's like, most Sunday mornings, it takes you a bit of time just to...
An enormous amount of time, me, on a Sunday morning.
Well, there you go. But they did sort of not a bad job of keeping them subdued, but then all of a sudden, that wicket, a couple of LBW shouts, hold on a minute, let's just try and, get that line a bit straighter. Yeah, see, Chris Woakes is so good at it, so wicket to wicket. You're always in the game with him.
Overton in, and Coley is defending a shorter ball around about hip height, which he plays to Moeen Ali, who walks in from short mid-wicket to collect a short leg. End of the over, and the crowd, they sense something is happening. 298 for 5, the lead 199. Coley 40, didn't get a life in that over, but he came perilously close to edging to slip, and Punt has 2.
Yeah, it all just felt a little bit, a bit bag puss. Yeah, a little bit bag puss this morning. And then all of a sudden it was like, well, come on now, we're here now. We've had a bit of a break.
Yeah.
We've got the breakthrough, and we didn't particularly think we were going to with the sun shining and a flat pitch. Well, let's just try and get after a few here.
That's 3 consecutive maidens. Coley has played to 18 dot balls since he hit a 4 from Robinson.
Yeah, but
I just wonder if there's...
Yeah, but balls that he had to play instead of just hang down there,
Absolutely, yeah. And he's edged a couple of them. Woakes is in, start a new over to Punt, who comes forward, defends. He wants a quick single, and he'll get it as he pushes it to the sort of vacant mid-off. Mid-off's quite deep.
Yeah.
Extra cover had to move in. It's a good, enterprising bit of running by Punt. Moves to 3, 299 for 5.
He was positioned there for the run down the wicket hack, wasn't he, there? That mid-off.
Yes.
Yeah,
he's not going to do that again, sure. Well, not for a while, at any rate.
Yeah, perhaps might have got that position wrong a bit there.
Yes, I mean, it's tricky with Punt, isn't it? Because you sort of expect him to learn from his mistakes, but it doesn't always materialise in quite that fashion. Woakes runs into Coley. 3 slips in place, and Coley lets this go. It's wide of the off-stump, shoulders, arms to Best. I just wonder also if we're just seeing those little divots maybe that come up on the first day when it's a bit softer. Just wonder if we're seeing this a little bit more nip here and there.
Yeah, well, now the sun is out, we'll start breaking up a tad more.
Yes.
A few little pieces.
Here and there, yeah. 3 sips, backward point, extra mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Woakes in to Coley. Coley covers up in defence. Back of a length ball, pushes it into the covers, where Moeen Ali trots into field. I wonder if we might see a bit of Moeen before long to Punt. It's a risky one, isn't it? It could go one of 2 ways. Well, yeah, it could go one of many ways, but it's going to go one of 2, isn't it, you fancy?
Lead already 200 in the blink of an eye.
Could be 240.
Yes, and you just go, we've let that through our fingers a bit. I'm not quite sure.
It's just that same token, he'll almost certainly go for him, and there are some footmarks here and there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it would be a
brave,
bold punt to punt.
Bold punt to punt. Right.
Could work though, couldn't it?
Woakes bustles in, and Coley drives elegantly, deliciously. but straight to Jimmy Anderson, who's at a wide mid-off. The ball's been coming sweetly out of Kohli's bat today when he's hit the middle, which he has on a few occasions. There was a superb extra cover drive of Anderson and a glorious off drive from Robinson earlier in the day.
Yeah, it just feels though like that shot there yesterday, that would have been sort of straight off the middle of the bat, but that just sort of bounced on him a bit, you know what I mean? Just stuck in the pitch a tad.
Here comes Wokes, and Kohli drives to mid-on fluently again, straight to the fielder. One ball left in the over. England would love for Overton to be bowling at punt at the start of the next over.
You might even get Robinson's that got him out a lot, hasn't he?
Yes, would you think of bringing him back? It's such a key, pivotal moment, this. Another wicket goes down and Tucker comes in and
slogs one up in here.
He might do. And then you're down to the bowlers. Key moments. Here's Wokes. And Kohli pokes at this and thinks of a single. It's not there. He works it into the onside. It's an indeterminate prod, really. They went very square of the wicket. End of the over. 299 for 5. Punt will be on strike at the start of the next over. Kohli has 40. Punt has 3 more from Phil Tufnell. Oh, what is it, Andy? From Andy Zoltzman. And then it'll be Jonathan Agnew.
But it's now 23 dot balls Virat Kohli's face. That puts it in his top 5 longest sequence of dot balls in Test cricket. And it's the 3rd most he's faced since 2013. He's played 96 tests, so the number to look out for, 29, his personal record. Most consecutive dot balls against England in Ahmedabad in the first test of the 2012-13 series. Could we see a moment of Kohli history, Aggers?
Well, who knows? Unfortunately, I didn't have my headphones on, so I wouldn't know what it was if we have it. So
well, it was a good one.
I'm sure it was very interesting.
He hasn't scored a run for a long time.
Oh, OK.
And you feel those wickets have just, just made him tighten up again. He was just starting to get going when he threw the offside. A couple of quick wickets, he's gone, right, no, I'm just going to get back in.
Well, 200, still sort of no man's land a bit, isn't it, from their point of view? Overton's on his way and bowls to Punt. He plays into the leg side. Let's see how Punt plays. Kohli's leaning on his bat at the moment. He's been very chatty out there today,
has he?
Kohli, but in a friendly sort of a way. I've been watching him have little chats with people walking past him, and Chris Wokes, a big smile with him, and he's in a good mood, the Indian captain.
Oh, nice. Well, it's a lovely day.
Exactly. It's a perfect day to be in a good mood, and he's got his England cap on. Look at that.
I know, it's very smart.
Suits him, doesn't it?
Doesn't it just?
Overton bowls. That's tucked into the leg side very gently, carefully, really, by Punt, just nudging it into a gap. Nothing flamboyant. And the 300 comes up.
Yeah.
So the lead 201. Kohli 40, Punt has 4. And I wonder with his captain at the other end if that will actually restrain Punt a bit.
It was a nice shot actually there by Punt, because he is a little bit all or nothing, isn't he? I think, and he's got to find that little sort of glide for one. You can score 1s and 2s, you know.
Overton, and that's pushed away straight. Oh, he rather committed Punt there to a run, then sent him back again, and Wokes came up quickly. Might have been a run out there. The oval looks great, it really does.
Yeah, it does.
It's all glistening, gleaming in the sunshine.
Yeah, gorgeous.
Lots of colourful tops and shirts and things and hats. Not the sort of drab colours that we all wear when it's a bit cold and bleak.
Well, it's finally arrived, hasn't it? It's been threatening the sun.
Yeah, it's lovely. Overton bowls. Armstrong for 4. Wow. Handsome stroke. Bit of width, and it was full. And it's climbed into that.
Yeah, that's a shot, that is, I tell you. That is a shot. Oh, lovely, just on top of the bounce as well. That's a great shot, you know what I mean?
The final tally of dot balls to Kohli, there was 24, the joint 4th longest dot ball sequence of his Test career.
Yeah, that was dispatched.
It was. Yeah. Root head bowed at the moment, full of thought, I would imagine, at first slip. Overton again runs away from us, bowls shorter this time. And Kohli allows that to go through. Real hubbub here, conversations, excited conversations.
It's a great shot by Kohli there.
Full arm extension.
Well, that's a belter. It is. That is a very, very good shot.
That stayed hit.
Yes, nice.
304 for 5. Thakur due in next. And we're down to the bowlers again. And goes Overton, bowls, and played carefully by Kohli. Not quite where he wanted that to go. There's a thick inside edge there. That trickled away for Anderson to field as he walks in at mid-wicket. Root's coming round. He's going to have a chat with Overton, I think, or Wokes, in fact. Just keep his pecker up. Say, come on, keep concentrating. It's anybody's game at the moment.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, it's India, obviously, who've got their noses in front. But a lot of time that's available too.
What do you fancy knocking off, John? What would you fancy knocking off? 300? There's a lot in there.
There's a lot of runs. But there is the time, isn't there?
Yeah. What did
240, 250?
Yeah. Oh, so we've got to get. Oh, sorry, England have got to, yes. 5 wickets for 40.
Yeah. Wokes mops his brow. Pant checks his guard. We're all set. That mid-off fields one's an interesting place there.
Lurking.
There's ever sort of, yes, and a sort of a squirty sort of a shot too. It's not deep mid-off. He's on a bit of an angle.
I think that's a bit of a silly position.
Yeah, it is a bit of a strange one. Wokes on his way, bowls the left-handed Pant, who works it into the leg side. Moeen's there at mid-wicket.
The reason why Pant usually plays those shots is because he can't sort of get it through the gaps and he can't pick up the signals, isn't it? So he sort of goes, right, well, I better get going here, I better do something, jumps down the wicket.
Yep.
But if there's that man there, and he did that and smacked it straight to him.
He was there for the miss hit, really, isn't he, looking at where he is.
I mean,
he did get out caught there in the first innings.
Well, yeah, but he was going, wasn't he? He was going then, and so you sort of like, all drop back a bit. He hasn't sort of threatened yet.
Wokes bowls to him a slower ball. He smothers it, gets right forward. It's fielded in the covers. I wonder if Kohli sort of got him on a fairly tight leash at the moment, but there'll come a moment where he does let go and just throws the ball and says, there you go. That'll be interesting. When Kohli thinks actually that half an hour of Pant being dangerous.
Yeah, once they've just got that extra,
sweep it away.
I think they would be looking, as you say, to be getting another 30 or 40 runs calmly.
Yeah.
Then he might just give him a nudge.
And then let him go. There's Wokes outside the off stump. He doesn't play a shot at that. No, because at the moment they won't think they've got enough on the board, and they shouldn't have enough. England should be able to score those.
Yeah. Well, what did Pujara say? 250.
Yeah.
Well, they've done well, England. Didn't look like getting a wicket.
No.
Then they just nicked 2.
304 for 5. Wokes waiting for the ball to come back. It's been dropped though by Anderson at mid-on. Had to pick it up and throw it on. Moeen's in conversation with Richard Illingworth there at square leg. Wokes runs in hard and bowls, and slightly mistimed there as Pant played across that one. Wokes runs through, picks it up, tosses it on. Don't forget your leg over memories.
Yes.
During lunchtime, you feature in the leg over.
I do.
Yeah, at the very end.
Yes, and Tufnell was out for 2. Caught by Haynes of the bowling Patterson. Very poor impersonation of John there. I do apologise.
In comes Wokes, bowls, and that's again another slow one outside the off stump.
How did you enjoy facing the bowling of the fearsome West Indian pace bowler Patrick Patterson?
Coming there, that was horrible. 2. I was happy with 2. Take 2.
Yeah.
Without that 2, we might not have won the game.
Yeah, so if you are joining us a little bit late, well, we're celebrating, if that's the right word, 30 years. 30 years of the leg over.
Yeah.
On this ground. It wasn't today, it wasn't to the day, but it was during this test match. 30 years ago, in comes Wokes, bowls, and that's pushed away. He wants a single. Yeah, well, that man back there in that strange place
silly.
has allowed him to do that. And Kohli's saying, well done. He's clapping the face of his bat there, saying, nicely done. But, although the youngster has kept the strike. So there's memories of where you were, because so many people.
Yeah.
Well, not on the day, because of course there wasn't even email or anything then. There wasn't anything like that. There were no mobile phones or. So the only way that you got through was by letter. And the next day there's this mountain of letters, from people who'd been listening.
I always remember the big thing. I think it was on the news or something, because say we played in the game and it started sort of slowly filtering sort of back to us, sort of like, oh, what's going on or something, you know what I mean? And I think the thing was it that Ronnie Corbett's wife?
Yes. She sent a letter.
She sent a letter or something.
Yes. Brian was quite pleased with that one.
Yes. Yeah, it's just sort of saying that, well, I don't know, Ronnie was on the M25.
Well, I think she was in the traffic zone. I mean, most people were obviously listening in the cars.
Yeah.
And so there was, I mean, these stories grow. It's like the elephant the other day. I mean, the elephant the other day was fielding at slip at one point, by the sounds of it. Took a catch as substitute. I mean, these stories will grow, don't they?
Yes.
But at 30 years is quite a long time. But
yeah, it is.
But it's one of those things where a lot of people will remember. And I can see all the emails coming in. And people, I was doing this and I was doing that. But I think a lot would have been in the cars.
Yeah. Yeah, I could certainly remember by the end of the game there was this sort of little buzz knocking about, you know.
I remember going home and playing it, and no one there had heard it. And it was on the Friday, so it was the second day of the match.
It went viral. I think it's called going viral.
I don't think there was such a thing as viral in those days. Well, viral in those days was being played out on Radio 4 Longwave. Except it wasn't on Radio 4 Longwave. We were on Radio 3.
Oh, right, okay.
The old original frequency got sold off. I think went to Virgin, didn't it? That frequency was it 1215? 1215 medium wave, something like that.
Bit of moat. Bit of spin.
Mowing's on, yeah. So Johnny Bairstow's got his helmet out.
Well called, Skip.
And he's popped one on his head.
He said you fancied a bit of spin to pants.
Yeah, well, let's have a look.
Yeah.
I mean, it's...
Here we go.
It's a risk, but it might tempt him. Mowing goes round the wicket, head shining, and that's...
what's that?
Totally, well, actually missed that. It was down the leg side. I think the ball's bounced out of Bairstow's gloves. Did it get that far? Pants smiling. I'd seen that one again. What actually happened to that? We've got a long on who's coming up now.
Yeah, I like that.
Coming inside what would be a one-day circle. Yeah, except actually he's being replaced, that's all.
Yeah, I'd definitely give him one hit over the top.
Well, he can have long off.
Yeah.
Because the route is up sort of inside a circle, if you like. There's that Ollie Pope down here, taking up his position on the boundary. The deep mid-wicket. Moeen moves in, bowls from round the wicket. Punt stands up and plays that defensively. So there is some rough out there. You can see it. Sort of darker area outside Pants off stump. He's got to be careful of if he has a swing at it and the ball bounces or turns.
He likes to run down, doesn't he?
Yep, it'll go up in the air. Or he could run down, spin and be stumped. Moeen bowls from, does come running down, but just taps that away as deftly as you like. Into the leg side. Kohli wants two. Pope has the ball, throws it, and it goes over the stumps and away possibly for an overthrow. It has gone for overthrows.
Oh, wow, what is going on?
That's an Alistair Cook 100 moment here. Exactly the same direction. The ball's shot across from left to right. And from a little push to mid-wicket, they've got 5.
Yeah, I don't like that deep long on.
In fact, they've got 6 of them. Yeah, they've got 6. They'd run the second. Wild throw came in. No one was there to back it up. All for really just a little gentle poke. Moeen again moves in and bowls, and that's played again into the leg side. This time it'll only be 1.
I mean that does sort of tempt you trying to hit balls that are spinning away for you, just knocking in that big area for one. You might get leading edges.
Still too short, though.
Yeah, exactly.
Not a great ball, though.
And also just, hold on, how many is he on? He's on, what's he on? 12?
Yeah.
He's on 12. Make him make the decision.
Kohli has a look at the leg side boundary there. There's one out at deep mid-wicket, and that turns slowly. Hamid gets a hand to it at short leg. Burns fields. 312 for 5. Kohli 44. Punt has 12.
Get one to really bite.
He parts his hands and bowls to Kohli. Oh! He's edged. Caught. Kohli's out. Caught as easy as you like it. Slip is a lovely catch. Just pushed at it outside the off stump. It's the end of Kohli for 44. It's that line that you like, Tuffers, outside the off stump, so brings a slip into play. Nice innings from India's captain, but he has not completed the job here. as far as India's concerned.
Beautiful.
The game is alive.
The game is well and truly alive. King Kohli's got to go. Lovely bit of bowling, as you say. It was that line.
Overton took the catch at slip. He's very good in there.
Yeah, big
Tall,
hand,
big,
yeah,
fast bowler,
yeah.
but he caught that beautifully. 312 for 6, so the lead is now 213.
Yeah.
We've got Thakur to come in, who of course went berserk here in the first innings.
This is turning into a very good morning for England, quietly.
Yeah.
Just quietly.
What have they lost in the last, what, 3 for what?
3 for 16 since Chris Woakes entered the attack in now approaching 10 overs. It's the 6th time Moeen Ali's dismissed Virat Kohli in Test for just 196 runs, so he averages 32.6 against Moeen's bowling, and another unconverted start. It's the 5th time this summer, including the World Test Championship final, that Kohli's reached 40, and his highest score is just 55.
50 and out for the Indian skipper at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he was looking threatening there. Good bit of captaincy actually by Joe Root to get him on. Perhaps, you know, because you think, oh crikey, you know, Pant might just.
What are you going to do with him now, though?
Keep him going.
Keep him on.
Yeah, definitely.
You've got Pant, the left-hander,
and also Thakur, who likes to play his shots as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't then necessarily go back to a pace on. I'd say, right, you know, you can either, you know, defend and risk one going on like Kohli got there and getting the outside edge, or perhaps a bit of turn. But if you're going to make the big shot, you're going to have to hit it, you know. Keep the field up, keep the pressure on, make him make the decision. Ooh, just catching fire a bit, this, isn't it?
Certainly is. 3 for what, would you say it was, Andy? Sorry.
3 for 16.
3 for 16.
10 overs.
That was the last ball of the over. A chaotic over that too, with overthrows and everything else, but crowd buzzing. The lead 213. Woakes on his way, moves in, bowls to Pant. The left-hander, he lets that go through to wicketkeeper Johnny Bairstow. All of a spring about England's step again now. Terrific game of cricket. Ebbing and flowing as Test cricket does. Pant on 12. Now there's Yadav, Bumrah and Siraj to come. So not a great deal in there. This is a very important partnership indeed. Woakes bowls, Pant leans forward. That's fielded by Woakes. Yadav made 13 in the first innings. Bumrah, of course, has run out without facing. He's on his unspecified pair, isn't he? Have we settled on one for when he arrives?
No, I think we could probably make it up, can't we?
We do. We need it because he might be in a minute.
Yeah.
So we need to build that one up. Was it a platinum or was it a? What did we go for in the end?
It was a platinum duck.
There were so many different suggestions coming in. 312 for 6, and the left-handed Pant leans forward, plays the ball carefully to mid-wicket, where Moeen does the fielding. So, Jadeja 17, Rahane 0, Kohli 44 have all been dismissed. Ebony's back.
Well, what a day of Test cricket, isn't it? Sun's out, wickets are falling, which I didn't expect, actually, thinking about the conditions and it being flat, but there's just a bit more movement today. Woakes has looked fresh. And clearly might be something in it for Moeen Ali too.
Woakes moves in, bowls it shorter, played off the hip by Pant, but once more it's fielded by Moeen there at square leg. Very interesting to see what the gamblers are making of this. I don't indulge in that, but it's often a bit of an indication as to what people think. I mean, I think even the draw was being talked about not so long ago, but I can't see how this could possibly be a draw. The weather forecast is good. So much time available. This doesn't seem possible to me. It's Pant again outside the off stump, playing no stroke.
With that wicket, Moeen Ali has gone ahead of Jim Laker in the England all-time top spinners list in terms of wickets taken. Laker had 193. Moeen now has 194. Ahead of him, just Graham Swan and Derek Underwood.
Oh, wow. Overs-wise, comparison with Big Jim?
Moeen's bowled fewer overs than Laker, but conceded considerably more runs. Laker's average 21.2, his economy rate 2.0.
In comes Woakes and bowls wide of the off stump. No stroke from the left-handed punt to end the over.
Moeen's average 36.6, economy rate 3.6, but a very good strike rate for a spinner of a wicket every 61 deliveries.
Yeah, absolutely. Tidy stuff from Woakes, and it means that Thakur is going to be on strike, and yes, Moeen's taken his cap off, and he is going to continue. Field retreating somewhat, got a long on coming down here, deep mid-wicket. How's Thakur going to play? Well, we saw most of his shots in the first innings.
Yeah.
Quite explosive.
What I liked actually, though, something he's done which I thought he does better than Pant, he actually hit quite straight early on. So if he is going to go big, he was trying to hit up over the bowler's head for a while, which just gives you a bit more of a chance. However, there is a mid-on back and a deep cow. I think those are about right.
Yeah. No one for a sweep. He's got a man out on the offside boundary. Root's moving the deep mid-wicket round to more of a sort of a slogger's area. More cultured hitter would probably hit him at mid-wicket. This is good old cow corner. In goes Moeen then, starts the over, Thacker's forward, wants a single, there's a hesitation, but they're going to get it. As Bairstow has to emerge from behind the stumps to throw the ball at the non-striker's end. So 1 run taken. 313 for 6. And Thacker's off the mark. Punt 12, as I mentioned, there's Yadav, and then Jasprit Bumrah, and Siraj to come. Punt. Waits as Moeen tosses that right up. A tempter there, aiming for those footholds, saying, go on, you have a go at that. But Punt this time restrained, didn't play a stroke at it. He might have a go at the next one, though. Root's coming back a little bit at mid-off. Moeen again, trots up, turns his arm over. Punt works into the mid-wicket. Through they go for another single. That was the area that he scored 6 from a minute ago with the overthrows.
He's looked measured, hasn't he, Pant? He's used his feet a couple of times, but he's not played a shot in anger. He's just nudged it. He's come out with a little bit of calmness about him today.
At the moment.
At the moment, it's coming.
You just never know, do you? You never know when it's going to happen.
When the one on the shoulder, the man on the shoulder gets chatting.
Moeen again over the wicket. Bowls. Thakur treats him with respect, playing back to the bowler. In the first innings, he had nothing to lose, really, Thakur, with the way that he played, but there is here. If he plays a rash shot and gets out,
opens the door.
It's quite critical with the game as it's placed at the moment. Moeen again, bowls to him. Oh, he drives, elegant stroke. It was in the air, up against the spin too. So extra cover area where Root fields. It was certainly a positive shot. 20 minutes till lunch. Any more leg over thoughts? 20 minutes to get them in. In goes Moeen. There, and he bowls. And Thakur wants a single. And the punt sends him back again. Bairstow's there quickly. 3:14 for 6 at the end of the over. So I shall see you then. Ebony, more thoughts from you. And then up to the break, it'll be Simon.
Andy, you don't by any chance near you have this WinViz number here. I'm trying to work out what my gut feel is for win, draw, etc. What's it saying?
Well, you tell me what your gut's saying first.
I think the draw is now got to be up to 25%, maybe 30%. More? Simon, less.
Draw? Wickets are falling.
There's definitely still a draw in here.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
You think
the draw's 3%.
Okay, but how many times what's the
something.
lead now? So how many times has 250, 260 been chased?
Well,
not many.
Not often, but there have been big fourth innings here. So, and there aren't that many attempts to chase totals like that. So those stats are really hard to.
Yeah,
we tend to look too much at successful chases.
Here's Overton, meanwhile. He's changed ends. He's bowling from the pavilion end to Punt, who's in behind that, playing quietly into the offside towards cover, and there's no run.
But the statistical sample size on a ground is generally pretty small. The broader trend in world cricket is still difficult, but there have been quite a few successful chases of 300 plus and also quite a few large fourth innings in recent years.
I mean, it just reminds us how many test matches have been played at the Oval. That's what, that shows us our sample size. 3:14 for 6. Overton goes in, bowls to Punt, who covers up, plays back down the pitch. And Overton picks up and there's no run. But just on the draw, I would have thought the draw is 4 or 5%. Yeah, because there's only 215 in the bank and there's 4 wickets left, and there are 5 sessions left in the game, and the weather forecast is good. I can't see how this game's going to be. I just don't see a draw at all, unless, well, the only way is if these two put on another 200 runs, and then England are forced to try to bat out for a draw. Surely. Here's Overton bowling to Punt. He stretches for that, plays it back down the pitch, and Overton picks up, and there's no run. Yesterday, when India were
90, 100 runs in a session, so. And I'm thinking for England actually. Okay, I would still, and bearing in mind when Headingley happened, I was one of the few people on the day before going, actually I think this is on, and everyone's going no, and I just genuinely.
You did say that.
I was saying it from the night before.
Here's Overton bowling, and Pant swings that away, but straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. But
so sometimes you still got to trust what you.
I think the difference there is there were only 2 results possible in that Headingley Test match. It was England or Australia, and you felt that 360. Well, there's enough, there was enough time to get it, but surely there's not. If this game plays out naturally, the game will finish one way or another. Well before 7 o'clock tomorrow evening. That's why. Unless there's a big partnership. Here's Overton bowling, and that's edged and stopped by Moeen away to his right in the gully region, or 5th slip. It was another edge that went down. We've seen that quite a lot this morning. The ball going down, bouncing in front of slip.
Where's your win? So now, this second, who's your money on before Andy tells us?
Well, I think India is still just a little bit ahead. Yeah.
They've got runs on the board.
But it's not impossible for England from here. They've had a very good morning. They've limited India's run scoring, and they've picked up 3 wickets. Overton goes in, bowls to Punt, wide of off stump. Punt plays a huge swipe at that, but after the ball ended up in Bairstow's gloves. That was the shot he wanted to play, but there's someone on his shoulder saying, Rishabh, just don't give it away. Don't play a huge wipe. And he's listening at the moment. He's listening to that person on his right shoulder, not listening to the person on his left, which is go on, smack it into the pavilion, and then hit it into the Harleyford Road, and then hit it over the pavilion. So he's listening to the one on his right shoulder at the moment. 3:14 for 6, 2:15 ahead.
Well, the official WinViz app that CricViz factors all manner of different bits of data into has England at 36% chance of winning, India at 56% chance, and a draw at an 8% chance.
8% draw. Right, it's Moeen to bowl to Tucker. And he's driven firmly back. Moeen stops away to his right-hand side. There's no run.
Chris Wokes is a match-turning spell. 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 4.
2 LBW shouts that went in Wokes' favour. Here is Moeen bowling. Just holds that one back a bit. Tucker leans forward and plays it back down the pitch. And there is no run. Jadeja LBW for 17, Rahane LBW for 0, and Kohli was caught by Overton at slip off Moeen for 44. So 270 for 3 at the start, 3:14 for 6 now. Moeen bowls, angled away by Tucker towards backward point. There's no run. There's a huge gap between mid-off and backward point. England do have a man on the cover boundary and at cow corner as well. Deep mid-wicket for a hoik by Tucker if he wants to take Moeen on. And there's a long on in as well, Ollie Pope. Moeen to Tucker, and that spins. It goes to short leg, and appeal for a catch. And Hamid is absolutely convinced, but that's given us not out. It definitely spun and then clipped the pad, but didn't take the inside edge. England have 1 review left.
I'm not sure.
What are they going to do? The clock is ticking down. 4, 3, 2. They've gone for it. Was there an inside edge onto the pad? This is England's last review. Definite spin from Moeen there. Hamid took the ball, then ran towards the bowler to celebrate.
To the umpire to director, we have a player
umpire
review.
Illingworth said no.
On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Right, this will give us a good indication. Has it spun too much? Everyone. Oh, there's nowhere near it.
Okay,
Nowhere near it.
Through, all the way through, please. Well, clearly no bat involved or glove, so we go through to secondary review of LBW. which is not out to start with. Ball tracking unavailable, please.
Yeah, so just checking the LBW. I think it turned too much for that.
Pitching outside off, impacted line, and missing the wickets, Richard. So stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen now, Richard.
Well, that was another dud review with Moeen bowling. There have been 2 of them already, and that's the 3rd, and England have lost them all now.
Completely wasted there. It really ragged. I was surprised. Saw how much it ballooned up, usually an indication of very paddy.
Moeen bowls, and Tucker dead bats it back down the pitch. And Hamid steps forward to pick up, and there's no run. 3:14 for 6, 2:15 ahead.
Who sold that? Was it Hamid? Who sold the review to Root? Was it Hamid?
Well, yeah, Hamid seemed pretty convinced. Moeen less so. Moeen bowls, round arm delivery, and dabbed into the offside. They're off for a quick single. Bairstow out from behind the stumps, but I mentioned that gap between backward point and mid-off, and he found it, and so it was a comfortable single. 315 for 6. The lead 216 means that Tucker takes the bowling at the end of the over. He's on 2, Punt is on 13.
Well, these are 4th innings chase statistics to illustrate what I say about how there can be a very small sample size. 103 tests at the Oval, 61 there's been a 4th innings. Only 6 of those have been chasing between 230 and 300. 3 have resulted in wins, 2 losses and a draw. So when we say teams haven't chased more than a certain target, I think you've got to look deeper into that. And also, every pitch is different. Obviously, we saw India, as I said a little while ago, making almost 350 in the 4th innings 3 years ago. And there's been several big 4th innings chases. England have had quite a few decent 4th innings chases in recent years as well. So looking at a specific ground, I'm not sure it is particularly relevant.
What was the last chase of around that 250 mark successful on this ground? Was it a while ago?
There was one here in 72, isn't it? Australia got about 240 to level the Ashes series of 72. And West Indies chased 250 comfortably in a test match here. I think that was the 60s? 63, yeah. And England chased just over 200 to beat South Africa on this ground.
Your brain's ticking nicely.
Here's Overton bowling on the pads of Tucker, and they get a single, and that's a frustration. I think they wanted to have a go at Tucker for a bit, but they got a single off the first ball, the over. And so it means Pant comes down on strike. He's 13 not out off 35 balls. That does include a 6, but a very unusual 6, where he dabbed into the onside and there were overthrows that went for 4. That was a leg by, that one. Yeah. So Tucker stays on 2. 316 for 6, the lead 217 on this tense 4th morning.
How many games have you got logged then, do you think? Because you just rattled off quite a few games there.
Here is Overton going into bowl to Punt. He turns into the onside, so Overton will get to bowl at Tucker the next ball. It's another single. Punt yet to explode, play an outrageous stroke. He's 14 not out. 317 for 6. The reason I know all that is because this morning I had a look at it.
I was there thinking you had stored this and you'd watched them from ball 1 for 5 days straight.
I mean, it's funny, you can remember test matches that played in the 70s more than you can perhaps remember the ones that were played last year. Here's Overton bowling, and that dabbed away down towards backward point, where it's picked up by Pope, and there's no run. Well, how many games can you remember?
Not many. I think Headingley's wedged in.
What, the Stokes match?
Yeah, the Stokes match. I've got, I remember, the ones you kind of tend to remember. So I remember it was not a test match, but I remember the Champions Trophy final, being sat down there watching West Indies and leaving early thinking they've got no chance of winning here.
What, when they beat England on this ground?
Yeah.
In the cold September day. Overton bowls, played nicely by Tucker towards a short extra cover, firmly off the back foot. Picked up by Moeen, and there's no run.
Yeah, I remember thinking it was a rubbish game. It was going to fizzle out, and I thought, let me get on the tube early. And when you get home and turn on the TV. So I remember games.
No, actually, Ebbs, because I wouldn't leave early.
Would you not?
No, not in a situation like that.
The traffic, the tubes, the crowds. You think, let me just get home nicely rather.
Well, it was a cold day.
Yeah.
Played in late September. Overton Bowles to Tucker. He gets a single towards mid-on. He sets off for it anyway, and he's sent back, and probably just as well, with Wokes rushing in. Picked it up and hurled the ball to the stumps at the striker's end. And Tucker sent back by Punt, and he got back. Bairstow getting up to the stumps to receive the ball. Two batsmen come down and have a chat in the middle of the pitch. Just to say, come on, let's get our running sorted. It really is tense out there. You could just, you can feel it, can't you? The crowd as well. They run right on this. Overton Bowles, that's on the pads of Tucker, tries to flick it away. There's a leg by down towards fine leg. Not quite got it right, Overton, in this second innings. He hasn't bowled a huge amount. 318 for 6. Root reluctant to go to him yesterday, and when he did, I suppose he needed a response from him straight away. He needed it to be tight, and he wasn't. He gave offered a few 4 balls up. What are his figures? Is it 0 for 44?
0 for 44. Yesterday, 0 for 38 from 10. He's been tighter today. 3 Batons in his 5 overs, just 6 runs, and those 2 leg byes as well.
It's noticeable when he's bowled as well. He hasn't really hit the surface. There's quite a few that died through to Bairstow, where you think if he, with the height he's got, you really want to see that carrying through a little bit more, like we've seen from Wokes, etc. So, yeah, I don't know if it's a tired body or just maybe not quite in rhythm today, but hasn't got that little bit of extra off the surface.
3 for 48 in the morning session. 6 minutes to go until lunch. Moeen bowls. Tucker pushes that through a vacant mid-on area, and Pope comes in to pick up. And this is sensible cricket, really, from Tucker. He doesn't need to go out there and blaze away. You could understand why he played that way in the first innings. He's got the shots, obviously, but in this situation, just tick the board over, just get 230 ahead, 240 ahead, just something like that, and then perhaps you can play 1 or 2 shots. Get a few more in the bank first. The lead is 220. The field is set back. There's deep cover and long on and deep mid-wicket. Now here's Moeen round the wicket to bowl to Punt. He comes shuffling down the pitch looking for a single. Moeen skips across to pick up, and there's no run. He's looking to get the single through the vacant mid-on area. Moeen to Punt. He has got the rough to bowl in outside the left-hander's off stump. There's a slip in and a short leg. Moeen bowls to Punt. Punt comes stabbing forward in defence towards extra cover, and there's no run. Moeen's got that opportunity, bowling round the wicket, getting one to straighten onto that front pad of Punt and get him LBW. Needs changing his fielding position at short leg. He's gone from square to almost sort of like a silly short leg. He's come very straight. Moeen bowls. Punt digs this out on the drive, and the deep cover comes into play. Just a single. 320 for 6. Punt goes to 15. Yet to really have an impact with the bat on this series, Rishabh Pant. I wonder if today is the day. India desperate for a few more here, with Yadav, Bumrah and Siraj to come. Moeen bowls to Tucker, who drives uppishly. That's well struck out through extra cover. Fielder on the cover boundary won't get round. Malan has gone away for 4. That was more the Tucker we saw in the first innings there. A big strong drive into the offside. It was in the air but wide of mid-off. 324 for 6. The lead 225.
He's very, very good in the V, Fakur. He doesn't overly early on, even with the shots we saw him play going up over the top, he's always in that sort of V area until he gets set, and that just gives himself a little bit more chance. So looking good.
Moeen bowls to another round arm delivery, one of those you could so easily hit for 4 through the offside, could so easily be caught behind from. A quicker delivery. He went for the force, missed it, and it went through to Bairstow, and that is the end of the over. Moeen, who dismissed Virat Kohli this morning, caught by Overton at slip for 44. And Wokes with 2 wickets, Jadeja LBW and Rahane LBW for 17 and 0. Must be a question mark over Rahane's place the final test match. Not easy for a player to come in right into the end of the series, but I mean Rahane's struggled so badly. 324 for 6 then. The lead 225 with 1 over to go until lunch, and then during lunchtime we're going to take you back 30 years.
Where are we going? What's the story? Where are we going?
The leg over.
Oh, I'll tune into a bit of that.
Just a bit of it. Here's Overton bowling to Punt, who covers up and plays defensively up towards mid-off. It's intercepted before it gets there. And there is no run. England would love another one just before lunch. If they're being greedy, they've had a reasonable morning here. But can they get one more? Get rid of Rishabh Pant just before the break. 3 slips waiting for the outside edge. Overton in from the pavilion end, bowls to Pant, and Pant comes quietly across his front pad there and plays that towards wide mid-on and takes a single and thinks, well, perhaps that's my morning's work done. I'll watch the rest from the non-striker's end. Takes him to 16. 325 for 6. England, of course, after lunch can come, what's the phrase, come hard at them with presumably
Woakes is
Woakes, Anderson, Robinson, go back to those, but they can't just bowl them into the ground. Need the backup, and Overton is one of those. More than just backup. Here he goes into bowl to Taco, drills him down the ground for 4. Magnificent stroke. Through mid-on, straight mid-on, no chance for Woakes in that mid-on position. Tremendous strike from Tucker.
For someone coming in at number 8, I genuinely think he does so well, just hitting with the full face of the bat. That is as good as any batter you want to see. Back past the bowler, balanced, and excellent timing. If he gets set on the other side, he could be really dangerous. This partnership, it could be vital. Yeah,
this is the danger for England now, so they get away again, so they get up past 300. The lead is 230. Tucker to 11. There's a short mid-on and a city mid-off in as well now. Forward goes Tucker, plays it out towards cover, and there's no run. Don't see this very often in a test match. There's a fielder mowing just off the cut strip to the left of the bowler as he runs in, and there's another fielder standing in front of Rishabh Pant at the non-striker's end. So Pant just making sure that the foot of Burns at short mid-on is off the cut strip, as indeed it should be, must be. Here is a ball from Overton on the pads of Taki, rather missed out there, tried to clip it away, struck him on the pad, went towards Burns, and there is no run. 329 for 6. 1 ball left in the morning session. The morning session that's been England's, but India are still 230 runs ahead. England down to 1 slip. Tucker settles over his bat. Overton bowls to him. Oh, and he shaped to play at that and then left it, and he went through to Bairstow, and that's the end of the first session of the 4th day.
40 minutes for the lunch interval.
Everyone can have a break for 40 minutes. The tension is really ramped up this morning. Those 3 wickets falling. 329 for 6, but India are still 230 runs ahead. 59 for 3 from 26 overs in the morning session. England will be pretty happy with their morning's work, but India know they are also in a reasonable position in this test match.
Massively. I think, first of all, after the wicket we saw yesterday, there was a danger that England could have come out and had no real impact, but well done to Woakes, who's looked much sharper, getting the ball to jag back in for those 2 LBW decisions, which has really set up the morning and given a bit of momentum for England, so they'll be pleased with their work. However, for India, I have to say massive credit to Pant and Thakur, who both have shown that they can go against their nature and just play calmly, sensibly, and keep themselves in that game. Small partnership, but I think the manner in which they've gone about it just suggests they fancy trying to build one that could take England out of the game. So all set up nicely.
Indeed. So the players out this morning: Ravi Jadeja, LBW to Woakes for 17. It's one of those modern LBWs where it hit pad then bat. He played that to cover, but they definitely pad first, and he was plumb. Umpire gave it out. Jadeja reviewed it. but it was out, and then Rahane didn't bother reviewing his. Well, not his second one anyway. He was given out. When he did review, it was going over the top of the stumps from no stroke. Rahane out for 0. Terrible batting woes for him. So 296 for 4, 296 for 5, and then Kohli was caught by Overton at slip off Moeen Ali for 44. That was 312 for 6. Tucker and Pant have got together. Tucker is 11, Pant is 16. And the bowling figures at lunch: Anderson 27 overs, 1 for 58. Robinson 27 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 84. Wokes 25 overs, 8 maidens, 2 for 47. Overton 16 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 49. Moeen Ali 19 overs, no maidens, 1 for 79. He's got the wicket of Kohli there en route, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 7. We've had 118 overs. What's the longest innings we've had in this series? The batters have struggled in this series. Zoltz, what's the longest innings in terms of overs?
England batted 132.2 at Leeds, scoring 432. There have been a couple of others over 128 overs. This currently 118.
Great. Excellent. Thanks very much, Zoltz. So the cricket has been fascinating. Well, throughout the game, throughout the series, really. It's been a superb series. And where is this match going? We're going to find out in the next day or so. Now, in a moment, we're going to celebrate 30 years since the leg over here at the Oval, and we want your memories. tms@bbc.co.uk. But first, plenty of other cricket going on today on the BBC. There are 8 games in the LV County Championship, which you can hear on the BBC Sport website and app. Kevin Howells is at Headingley watching Yorkshire, who were really frustrated in their last match by Hampshire, taking on a Somerset side badly beaten last week, and the last I looked, Somerset was struggling. Kevin.
Yeah, here in Scarborough. We've travelled over to the coast, so we're here at North Marine Road for this fixture. Yorkshire ever so keen whenever they can to support Scarborough, and that's why this fixture has been moved, or part of the reason why this fixture has been moved across here in Division 1. But I'm not too sure as these scorecards, Simon, really make for healthy reading. To be perfectly honest with you, we've 8 games starting today, and at the moment, after just 2.5 hours of play up and down the country, 39 wickets have fallen, and counting, of course. And here, you're right, Somerset have struggled. They decided to bat first. It's a lively pitch, it's plenty of bounce, and Yorkshire, I also would want to add and stress here, I think bowled very well in order to cause Somerset the problems they have, but they're 77 for 6. Somerset, Azhar Ali made 24 on his return to Somerset off 62 deliveries. There's been some, as I say, I think really good consistent bowling, which has rewarded Jordan Thompson with 2 for 9, 2 in 2 balls at one point, 3 wickets falling in 7 balls in the innings. George Hill picking up a couple as well, 2 for 12. So a good display by Yorkshire and their bowling attack, ably assisted by conditions, if you like. Not overhead, it's been a beautiful day here, a lovely sunny weather, but the pitch certainly offering plenty of assistance to the bowlers, and Somerset are struggling to say the least. We had a bit of a scare, a COVID scare at Warwickshire versus Hampshire, that game at Edgbaston. The scare being that a Hampshire player, and we wish them all the very best, of course, the Hampshire player who's tested positive for COVID, but it did require a delayed start of 11:30 whilst an investigation was carried out, just to see how much contact that person had had with other playing members of the staff. So it's just that one player missing, and the game has now been officially cleared as medically safe to take place. So it started at 11:30, and Hampshire, another of these games where the wickets are falling. Here it's Hampshire at 69 for 5. Will Rhodes, the Warwickshire captain, former Yorkshire player, has taken 3 of those wickets. So Hampshire are in some trouble. It's a different story at Trent Bridge in the other Division 1 match. Nottinghamshire 97 for 1 in that fixture against Lancashire. So it's all a little sedate there at Trent Bridge compared with the rest. Let's run down some of the other scores for you. And as I say, this now for lots of wickets having fallen. Derbyshire versus Leicestershire is not a case in point. Leicestershire there at 87 for 1 at lunch. Lots of wickets at Durham, where Glamorgan at 85 for 6 against Durham in the northeast. Gloucestershire all out for 76. Simon Harmer included in that, taking 3 wickets for 2 runs of 3 overs. The rest shared around a little, but all sorts of problems for Gloucestershire, out cheaply there. Worcestershire at 91 for 6 against Kent. Matt Milnes 4 for 18 from 7 overs. Surrey 61 for 4 away to Northamptonshire. Tom Taylor taking 3 for 17 for Northamptonshire there. And that is it. We are up to date
with all the scores from around the country. As I say, lots of wickets falling. It's nice to be here at Scarborough, but it's not looking as if I'm going to see 4 days of cricket here. But there you go. That's the way it goes sometimes.
Thank you, Kevin. Apologies for that. Sometimes I just read what's written in front of me. But Kevin Howells at Scarborough, and commentary on that game on the BBC Sport website and app, and all those games as well. You'll find commentary online. Also online, the inaugural Charlotte Edwards Finals Day at the Ageas Bowl. Plenty of interest in the domestic women's game after the success of the 100, and plenty of the 100 stars are on show today. Let's speak to Henry Moran, who's watching down there in Hampshire. Henry, the Eliminator is already underway. Tell us how today works and who to look out for.
Yeah, well, first of all, there's plenty of supporters in. It's a lovely day here at the Ageas Bowl. Lots of fans have made their way to watch these two matches. And the way it works is pretty straightforward, really. The teams that finish second and third in a group that was a round-robin group that saw teams playing each other twice, the teams finishing second and third would go on to play the team that finished top of the pile. So in this case, it is the Southern Vipers taking on the Northern Diamonds for the right to play the South East Stars. At the moment, it is the Diamonds heading towards the end of their innings. They won the toss, elected to have a bat first, and they're being led by World Cup winner Lauren Winfield Hill. She's 53 from 44 deliveries, playing really well in the sunshine, and at 102 for 4 with 3 overs left. The Diamonds are in a healthy position to put on a total that they'll hope they'll be able to defend against the Vipers side that'll be feeling the pressure playing at their home ground.
And players to look out for later, Henry?
Yeah, there's lots of names that will be familiar to fans of international cricket and those that were following the 100 competition. I mentioned Lauren Winfield Hill. We've also got World Cup winners in Jenny Gunn and Georgia Elwys on show. Similarly, later on, we can look forward to seeing the sort of potential future, I suppose, of the England team with the likes of Alice Capsey, the 17-year-old sensation who was absolutely outstanding in the 100 competition playing for the South East Stars. So there's lots of names to look out for. Of course, there are some England players missing as they're part of that series against New Zealand, but lots of players on show, and it should be a really entertaining game.
Thanks very much, Henry. Of course, that series was levelled by New Zealand last night, winning that second T20 in Hove by 4 wickets in the 19th over. And there's commentary, by the way, on the Charlotte Edwards Finals Day on the BBC Sport website now. Right, there have been a few notable anniversaries we've marked in this match. 50 years since India's historic win, the first India test here since Alistair Cook's farewell 100. Today we're going to mark another anniversary of a very different kind. 30 years ago, can you remember it? 30 years ago, the first Gulf War, the dissolution of the Soviet Union, the end of apartheid. 30 years ago here at the Oval, one of the most famous pieces of broadcasting took place. It wasn't commentary on a dramatic wicket or a moment of cricket history. Instead, it took place during the review of the second day's play in the 5th test between England and West Indies with Jonathan Agnew and Brian Johnston.
Both of them at the end out most extraordinary way.
He knew, this is the tragic thing about it, he knew exactly what was going to happen. He tried to step over the stumps and just flicked a bail with his right
He more or less tried to do the splits over it, and unfortunately the inner part of his thigh must have just removed the bail.
He just didn't quite get his leg over.
Anyhow, he did very well indeed, batting 131 minutes and hit 3 fours. And then we had Lewis playing extremely well for his 47 not out. Agars, do stop it. And he was joined by De Freitas, who was in for 40 minutes, a useful little partnership there. They put on 35 in 40 minutes, and then he was caught by Dujarf Walsh. Lawrence, always entertaining, batting for 35 minutes, hit a 4 over the wicketkeepers. Agars, for goodness sake, stop it.
Yes, Lawrence played extremely well.
He hit a 4 over the wicketkeeper's head, and he was out for 9. And Tafel came, batted for 12 minutes, and then was caught by Haynes on Patterson for 2, and there were 54 extras, and England were all out for 419. I've stopped laughing now.
Never fails to make you smile. It's the wheezing laughter, I think, that gets to me. What we're going to try and do during this lunch break is sort of bring you the inside story of the Lego. We've got Agars here, 30 years on, from what was his first summer as BBC cricket correspondent. Sadly, Brian passed away in 1994, but we're delighted to welcome his son Barry to the box. We also have on the line Peter Baxter, who was the Test Match special producer at the time, and not quite so enamoured with the leg over at the time. We'll find out. We'll get Peter's take on that in just a moment. And as we mentioned, we want to hear from you as well. Here's an email from Keith Nicholas. He says, I was lucky enough to hear the leg over live. I was driving back from a business meeting and I stopped at the Membury motorway service station to grab a cup of tea. I got back to my car to hear Jonathan Aggers start their review of the England innings. I laughed so much I couldn't remember how to start the car. And he says the man in the next car was also listening because he had tears streaming down his face. I mean, it's an incredible moment. I mean, let's set the scene first, Jonathan. You started as correspondent that summer. It was also the other thing as well. I mean, it was a fantastic Test match, and it was the first time England had sort of stopped the West Indies beating them at home since 1969. It's a great game of cricket. Second day. But you weren't a commentator then, were you?
No, I was just a summariser because I hadn't really done any commentary before. So Peter very wisely decided that at my first summer I should just be an expert summariser, which was in the lofty company of Fred Truman and Trevor Bailey. I think Brian spent most of that summer working out who I was because he had these brilliant cricketing greats sitting alongside. And then I popped up. I was only 31, and I don't think quite entirely got to grips with that. But I just spent the time sitting next to him and sort of learning the ropes, I suppose, how you'd put it. And how
did you get on with him?
Brilliantly from the very first moment. I mean, we shared, well, like Barry expand on that, but I think Brian and I shared the same very silly sense of humour, the same sort of love of innuendo humour, and we just clicked, really. I mean, we just really did get on very well, and he never ever said, "This is what you do, Aggers," or "Try this," or anything else. But just being able to sit beside him and work with him. It meant that it did rub off, and a lot of it rubbed off. And I think, there are moments now where I think of what Brian might have done in those situations, and I think we more or less would have done the same sort of a thing. I always felt that if I hadn't worked with Brian, and I had 3 summers with him, I know what broadcaster I would want to be, but I wouldn't have had the confidence to have done it. And that's what Brian gave me, to just broadcast in that sort of a way.
Now, Barry, when Brian left the box that day, he was a bit worried, wasn't he?
Well, he was. Yes, I mean, he thought his career was over. As Peter will tell you, I think. I mean, he was absolutely distraught. I mean, he was then about 78 or so. So he was very
he was 80,
old.
I think.
Yeah, he was nearly 80. He was old for a commentator. And every year he would say to the BBC Sport, "Look, do you want me to carry on another year?" And they'd say, "No, yes, just as long as you want to." And he thought, well, they'll think I've lost it now. I'm senile. And it was only the next morning when he came in, and there were all these messages and phone calls from people saying it was the funniest thing they'd ever heard. He thought, well, maybe it's not so bad after all.
Did you speak to him that evening?
No, I didn't, no. I was down in Brighton, but I heard it when it was happening, and I was in my flat in Brighton, and I heard Aggers say couldn't quite get his leg over, and it was when... It was the catch in the voice when Brian said, anyhow, I came back in the room because I knew he was going to go. I mean, he had this thing, he would see the funny side in something, and then the giggles would come, and he just couldn't stop.
For those of you listening who don't remember him, give us an idea of how big a star he was.
Well, he'd been around for nearly 50 years. I mean, he started doing the cricket commentary on television in 1946, if you can believe it, with 2 matches against India. And he did 24 years on TV, so he was the voice of cricket on television when there really wasn't anyone else doing that. And then he came up to retirement in 1972 when he was 60, and he got sacked by television. And thankfully he was picked up by radio, and he did another 24 years on TMS. So people who loved cricket had been listening to him for all their lives. But he also did so many other programmes. The big one was Down Your Way, which was almost bigger than Test Match Special. And we would walk down the street, and people would just recognise him and call out, no cricket today, Brian, and all that. And we would travel on the tube, and my mother would say to him, don't talk. Because if he was standing there, people might not recognise him. But as soon as he started talking, the whole carriage would turn around and go, "It's Brian Johnston." Yeah. That voice, it was, royal occasions and Princess Diana's wedding and everything. He'd done them all.
It's amazing, isn't it, to be recognised by your voice rather than your face. Now, Jonathan, you've got to be honest here, haven't you? Because the leg over, which you actually delivered on air, it wasn't actually your line. It was. Go on, we've got John Etheridge.
My friend sitting next to me. Yeah, well,
John Etheridge from The Sun here as well.
See, what happened was, I mean, the build-up to that game was all about Ian Botham, because, as you mentioned, if England won that game, they would level the series, and that was unheard of against the West Indies at that time. So it was a big occasion, and Ian Botham was brought back into the side. And I can't remember why he hadn't been in it, but he hadn't been in for a couple of years.
No, he hadn't. No.
I always assumed it was one of those sort of suspensions, but I'm not sure. But anyway, the fact is that the build-up, with Beefy coming back, included all the sort of the newsy aspects of Ian's life, which is why I think Brian sort of locked onto the leg over bit, because there was all this, the broken beds in Barbados stuff and all that thing was all over the news, and so that, I think, was part of that. So there was huge interest and excitement, obviously, in Ian playing again, and in fact he'd made rather a scratchy 30-odd, and it wasn't much of an innings really, and so the commentary box, of course, in those days was at the far end of the ground, right at the top there. And it was joined up with part of the stand that was there, and that was where we could get a cup of tea. So I went down there, and well, here he is, John Etheridge, cricket correspondent of The Sun, who's been around about as long as I have.
Well, it's John's job to come up with lines like that, isn't it?
Yeah, I seem to remember that I sort of whispered conspiratorially to Aggers, I know what our line will be tomorrow, it'll be Botham couldn't quite get his leg over, which I don't actually think we ever use, in fact, so happy to pass it on. But and I suppose in itself is not especially hilarious, is it? But it's the fact that it was Botham, who was, as you rightly say, was coming towards the end of his career, but was still a absolute superstar of the sporting landscape at the time, and with all the background with stuff in Barbados and so on, and clearly it just tickled something with Brian Johnson, and I guess once he gets the giggles, it's difficult to stop.
So from the moment John said that to the moment...
Well, I laughed. I was drinking a cup of tea and I thought, oh, yeah. I think what you actually said was Ian Botham cocks it up by not getting his leg over.
Oh, yeah.
That was your actual line.
Probably an extra little bit of...
And I laughed. It was funny. It was silly. So I finished my tea and said, thanks, John. I went back upstairs. And, of course, when I got there, by now, bad light had stopped play, so there was no cricket going on. I walked into the commentary box, and it had been my first year, and actually, as far as the summer was concerned, it had actually been quite a good summer. So what I had never done, although I'd obviously sat beside Brian and the others all the way through that summer, I had never done what I was about to do, which was to sit down beside Brian Johnston and Phil. When it's raining or whatever, everyone knows what that means. And actually, it was quite something, because I remember listening to that sort of thing when I was a boy at home, and with Dad listening to the radio and just listening to them talking. But I hadn't done it all summer. This was my 5th test, and it hadn't happened. So Peter Baxter, there were some big old chairs up there in those days, like leather backs and so on, and he pulled back this huge chair, almost like a throne really, and sort of gestured that I should sit down, next to the great man and in the gloom, and do our review of the day, which is why Brian was just so obsessed with getting through this scorecard, because that was what we were supposed to be doing. It's supposed to be a proper review of the day. And he just kept soldiering on.
So when you went on, did you have this in your mind that you would say, or did it just one of those moments you just...
Absolutely not. But he because it was Brian, he did keep pushing, and he had a thing... that was a sort of a shortish version of what actually happened. Because up to that point, there had been at least 2 mentions, not 3, of inner thighs and a sort of a wink. It was just what he did, and he was trying to make me laugh, really.
And when you heard it, John, were you listening live, or did you hear it later, or came out later?
Yeah, I didn't hear it live at the time, but I know really not until the next day was I aware fully of the response to it. I know Aggers, I think, was initially concerned.
Well, we'll talk about that in just a moment. But so when you heard that line, did you think, he's nicked my line there?
Well, I've nicked plenty of people's lines in my time.
I owe you, because I got paid 50 quid for doing the leg over, so I owe you 15% of that.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being on... royalties.
It's not very much.
No, okay, so lots of people enjoyed it. Lots of people were listening live and heard it later, and we'll come to that in a moment. But one man who was not impressed, he really wasn't, and I've talked to Peter about this over the years. Peter Baxter was the producer of Test Match Special at the time, and if you listen closely to that insert of Jonathan and Brian talking, I think in the background you can
I'll tell you when it was, and we'll hear from Peter in a second, but it was when I tried to talk and say Lawrence, and then I collapsed. It was because Peter had come stomping up from the back, and hissed, "Will somebody say something?" And you can just, if you listen very carefully, you can hear it, which is why I tried to say something, and actually it made it worse.
Go on, Peter. Yeah, good afternoon to you.
Yes, it's extraordinary. When I first heard the line come out from Aggers, I knew instantly we had possibility of trouble, and as Barry said, it was that little hiccup that Brian gave that made you think, "Oh God, we're stuffed here," and he carried on amazingly. And he always said afterwards, for 30 seconds, he was more professional than at any other time in his career. Unfortunately, it was only for 30 seconds. During which time I was determined first that no one should catch his eye, because I remember interviewing him on his 70th birthday, and every time we caught each other's eye, we just crumbled. And eventually, I think on the 7th take, by studying the wall, we managed to get through it, not looking at each other at all. He was hopeless. So the big thing was to make people lean back in their chairs. Tony Cozier was on one side of Aggers, I think, writing his report for the day. So I made him lean back in his chair, and he had a sort of an amused smile on his face. Bill Frindle was so busy, I don't think he'd heard it, but I made him lean back. And then I thought, we might just get away with this. And then Brian obviously reviewed it in his mind and went.
Frindle
totally,
snorted, I think, is what did it.
Well, I still don't think he quite heard it, because I think the snort would have been rather greater had he fully heard what happened. He was just aware that something was going on. There was a giggle starting.
So why were you so unhappy, Peter? I mean, I know you want the programme to go sort of fluently and that sort of thing, but...
Look, I mean, a producer's job, and Adam will tell you this, the basic job, before anything else, is to keep that meter ticking. Something's got to be coming out of the loudspeaker. And when it isn't, you have failed, really. That's what it is. And for rather too long a time, nothing was coming out apart from a bit of wheezing. And,
which we couldn't hear, because with this is, again, the point, with 20-odd thousand people in the ground... You actually couldn't hear the squeaking and the wheezing at all, could you? So, I mean, you did think it was absolute silence. And I wasn't really aware of the squeaking and the wheezing either until it got played back again.
And it was the squeaking and the wheezing that was the funniest bit.
Exactly.
I mean, it was when he suddenly did that really high-pitched squeak. That's
yes. Because he was determined to keep going, and he just got higher and higher pitched. And it was it's hopeless.
So Barry's mentioned that Brian thought his career was over.
Yes.
What was the sort of atmosphere in the box after that incident, and sort of as you went home that evening? I mean, did you go home? Were you stomping home, Peter, and kicking doors?
Well, I was a bit, yes. I mean, I'm probably rather like him. And I think, to be fair, Aggers might not admit it, but I think even he thought, "Oh God, I wonder if I took the old boy a bit too far."
Well, I did, but I saw you both storm off. What's my first year on the job?
Yes, you've got to remember, it's 30 years ago, and there was things you couldn't say on the radio then that you might get away with now, and I think that has to be borne in mind as well. And of course, the next morning when we came in, Radio 2, I think it was, had been playing it every hour on the hour as a sort of.
Well, someone else who has been playing it as well, Peter, was Gary Richardson, because some people didn't hear it live, but Gary Richardson played it on Radio 4's Today programme. And Gary takes up the story.
Well, 30 years on, the leg over moment is still incredibly funny. It was one of the great moments on BBC Radio. And what I find fascinating is that no matter how many times you hear the clip, you always laugh. It's a bit like the famous scene in Dad's Army. You know the punchline is, "Don't tell him, Pike," but you always laugh. I was listening actually live to the TMS broadcast when it happened, and I thought to myself, this is fantastic. It's so funny. I was presenting on the Today programme the next morning, and I thought to myself, I must replay it. I know the listeners will love it. And of course, in those days, there was no social media. The clip hadn't been played millions of times on Twitter. So when I rebroadcast it the next morning, it was very fresh to our listeners. It was like it was being broadcast for the very first time. The reaction I got from people was incredible. They absolutely loved it. It was one of the great moments on BBC Radio. And of course, in those days, Brian Johnson was so very popular on Radio 4 because he was one of my regular contributors doing the cricket reports. Leg over moment, fantastic.
There we go. So when Gary played it on the Today programme, and Peter, was that the moment when you sort of relaxed and thought, actually, this might not be so bad after all?
I think I did, actually. Probably I started to relax. I do remember a little later someone suggested we should put it in for a Sonny Radio Award, and I said no. Ultimately, I think it was a mistake. I don't think we can start putting those in for awards, really. But yeah, and by the time I got to the Oval, the engineers were already minting off copies of the thing onto cassettes and flogging them to their friends, I think.
And John, in your, did you pick up on it in your paper? Or?
Yeah, I'm sure we did. I mean, of course, now with websites and online, it'll be all over the newspaper websites. But of course, back then, when we were just print copies, you couldn't play a clip, could you? But now, of course, it would go viral, as they say.
Matthew Oates says, I was driving off the blessed M25 to the equally blessed M4, both liberally endowed with roadworks. Cars were slewing into the emergency lane, their drivers collapsing in helpless laughter. Those not of our faith and disposition hadn't a clue what was going on and got cross, and that added to the chaos. Somehow no harm was done. All things are for the best in the best of all possible worlds. So Jonathan, you also thought that you might have overstepped the mark. When did
Brian
you think?
left? When Brian walked out with Peter, and there was no Radio 5 in those days, and I was writing my report for the morning by myself in the commentary box, and actually I felt a bit sick. I actually felt sick when it was actually happening, if I'm honest. Yeah. You know, there's bits where you think, oh, this is funny, but the reality is you're broadcasting, and you're both incapable of talking, and you know, I was very inexperienced, and it was actually quite a frightening sort of a thing. You know, you've got Brian Johnston, one of the great broadcasters of all time, is in a heap. And so it actually didn't end well. And we got off the air and they left. And I was sitting there thinking, that was, oh dear, you know, you have been a bit silly there perhaps. But then the next morning, and I was sitting in the commentary box to do Gary's piece for the Today programme, and I assumed I was going to talk about the next day at the cricket. So I was there waiting for him when he played it, and he had John Humphreys and co, and they're all laughing, and then I came on and everyone was laughing, and I thought, we're going to be all right, we're going to be okay here. So then the letters arrived, then Brian arrived, and he was still a bit frosty, and I said, look, Brian, I promise you, I've just heard it. You've got all these letters. I'm going to take you downstairs and just please come and listen to it, please. So he went down, and the engineers were underneath us. Tim was there. I wonder if he's been with us for a long time. And we opened the door, and they were literally franking off copies. they literally were. And I sat Brian down in there, and it was a funny little wooden walled room. And we sat down, and I said, come on, and they played it. And he and I sat there and listened to it. And he had tears pouring down his cheeks. And from that moment on, he was completely sold on it. He loved it. The photographs up here, it is the Brian Johnston Broadcasting Centre here. The photographs that there are there's me, Johners, Bill, they were actually taken the next day, because there's no one there to take snaps. And Patrick Eager took those. He came the next day, mocked the whole thing up, and Brian engaged in the whole thing. He took it everywhere, didn't he? When he played it, he just delighted in playing. Brian thinking now, if Brian could be with us, and so wish he was, if he thought we were still talking like this 30 years on, he'd be thrilled. He'd find it incredible.
Yes, I mean, he started doing his one-man show, An Evening with Johners, and I made a cassette of it for him, which he used to take around with him, and he used to play it at the end. And that's, I think, when he really realised how people loved it, because as soon as he started playing it, the theatre audiences would be weeping with laughter. Yeah. And so, I mean, he knew really that this was actually his legacy. And sadly, when he died, all the news programmes, the BBC television news, radio news, they all played that clip. And I remember watching them, and I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But I thought, what a wonderful way to be remembered.
There's a big discussion about that. I remember, do we play that on the 6 o'clock news the day he died? And it was so good that they did.
There are people now that never heard his radio commentary, never heard him on Down Your Way, but they'll have heard the giggle, and they'll hear him laughing and think, well, he must have been a good bloke.
Yeah. Mike Sharman emails, he said, I was being taken back to university by my father. We were driving up the M6 and had to pull over onto the hard shoulder due to laughter and tears. The amount of cars that had done likewise was incredible. There were more cars on the hard shoulder than the actual M6. A great moment to have shared, he says. Now, the leg over audio is actually the second most requested non-music clip on Desert Island Discs. And among those to do so is the impressionist and comedian Rory Bremner, who joined us. Good afternoon to you, Rory. You didn't actually hear it live, did you? But why were you so beguiled by it?
Well, I wish I could say I was on the South Pole or a Greek island or even on the M6, but no, I think it was through the Bush Telegraph, wasn't it? I mean, it suddenly went the equivalent of viral in those days and on the news reports. But I mean, I think it's been mentioned earlier. There's something about people reduced to helpless laughter who are trying to carry on, and as you said, John has always tried to be professional, and he just clocks it early on. But I think what really does him is when he talks about four over the wicket keepers.
You've been practicing that, Rory.
You can't. It's the word H. That's when it all comes out, because you've just got all that uncontrollable thing. I mean, it was just a beautiful delivery by John. I didn't realise it was John Etheridge's line, but I mean, that was like Shane Warne to Mike Gatting. It was absolutely. It was a perfect delivery to John. It was absolutely in his sweet spot, because I think it was John loved stuff like that. I think he was the one who came up with the bowler's holding the batsman's willy and all that. So he loved that, and he tries, doesn't he? He tries for 20 or 30 seconds, and then helpless stuff.
That's very good. Well, if we ever lose the tape, we just get Rory to reproduce it.
I've got it on a loop. Yeah.
How easy or otherwise was Brian to mimic?
Oh, well, he was good because he was such a character. That's why. I mean, I actually chose the clip for Desert Island Discs because, it reminded me of Jonas and that character. I mean, he loved those. Barry talked about his one-man shows, and he would say, and I did a show, and somebody came up afterwards and said, I didn't think much of that. I was a bit upset, so I said to the chairman, and the chairman said, oh, don't listen to him. He just repeats what everyone else is saying. He was just the climate of fun. And as I think John Major said, that when Brian died, he was the sound of summer, I think. So it was something infectious about it. And I think to hear him, he loved practical jokes. I remember at Edgbaston, he had me do the View on the Boundary, and I didn't know he put Richie Benno right behind me, and he said, "Go on, do your Richie Benno." And of course, Richie was standing right behind me and said, "What about the royalties?" And John was, "Oh, there you are." So it was the essence. There you are. You captured the absolute essence of John's, and also that thing about uncontrolled laughter. I think there's one other, which is when Jim Naughtie tried to introduce Jeremy Hunt, and that's the same thing about somebody trying to carry on, yeah. And you just cannot help laughing, and it's an absolute pick-me-up.
Barry, did Brian ever say the bowler's holding the batsman's willy live on air on a radio commentary?
I believe he didn't, and
no.
Yeah, I know.
Sorry, Rory.
I looked it up on Wikipedia.
It's in the Oxford Book of Quotations, but I was hired by the BBC to put together a thing called Johners at the Beeb, which was a big sort of audio book, and so I had free access to the BBC Sound Archives, and I went through everything, and the only references I could find to him saying the bowler's holding the batsman willy, he always prefaced it with, and then there's the one I didn't realise I'd made, but a listener wrote in and said, do you realise what you said yesterday? Yes, the World Service, welcome World Service with the news, the bowler's holding the batsman's willy. And, of course, everyone wanted to believe it. And so he perpetuated it. But I have never found a tape, and I'm sure Peter Baxter would have found a tape as well if there was one.
Did he say the one about Glenn Turner when he was hitting in the box? He said, "Oh, carry on, one ball left."
Yes, he did say that, I think. Yes.
Oh, there we are.
We are actually going to hear a bit more Brian in just a moment. But John, Peter didn't allow you to work with Brian next to each other for a while, did he?
Well, Brian refused as well because he said, it's impossible. If we try and work together and we catch each other's eye, we're just going to collapse in laughter. So Brian refused to work with me for a year. But people kept writing in saying, what's going on? They did a wonderful leg over. Why can't they be together? So we managed to sell Peter the thought of doing Your Letters Answered at Old Trafford. Tea break. What could possibly go wrong? So Peter agreed. Brian agreed, and as long as we sat at different ends of the commentary box, so he sat over that end, I sat this end, we didn't look at each other, and we got all the way through. Now, the only thing that could possibly go wrong with Your Letters Answered is if you don't actually get to see the letters first. And for some reason, Peter was very secretive about these letters, and he'd open them at the back, and then would just, when your time came, he'd hand one over, and put it in front of you, and you'd read them blind, which is why, well, you got this one here. This is why this happened.
Yeah. So you're coming together again. Didn't exactly go to plan either.
No, it was a shambles.
Yeah. Let's have a listen.
Just got a quickie in as the umpires come out. Yep. Can you please explain why in the game of cricket an appeals procedure is necessary or justifiable? This comes from...
It's not the Prime Minister William Pitt, but this is William H. Titt. And he said, can you...
The umpires are coming out. Here they come, John. As you move over, and I'll do some commentating. Trevor's come to join me with a cup of tea.
Well, there was that wheeze again.
That was Manchester. He wrote to Mr. Titt. He wrote to Mr. Titt a nice handwritten letter, and said, "Look, and apologised for having laughed at his name," and he never got a reply back, which I was disappointed.
That is my favourite, I have to say. That is my favourite.
Peter's still with us. How did you react to the second one, Peter?
Oh gosh, and there was another one that involved Javed Mian.
Oh, it did, yes.
They actually were paralysed to the extent that wasn't even wheezing. It was just silence. It was awful. Anyway, I rewarded Aggers for the leg over incident by making him commentate on the Sri Lankans for the next test, which that was his first experience of commentary in the days when we didn't really know their names as well as we know them now.
Yeah. Oh, that was happy times.
The umpires are coming out. Rory, just one point. Why did you go for that for your Desert Island Disc then? And was it your favourite? The one there's one you have to.
I can't remember. I think it's just because you can't listen to it without laughing. And whatever mood you're in, wherever you are, you listen to two humans laughing uncontrollably and trying not to. It's irresistible. That's why.
And was it the one record that you there's one you can keep on?
I'll say it was, but it may not have been.
Right, okay.
I might have chosen a bit of Carmen or something, but anyway, it's always there in the locker.
Great, thanks very much, Rory. Ian
Cheers,
Tanner
Rory.
is one of the funniest things I've ever heard. I've been listening to TMS for decades. On that particular day, I was working on a scaffold 30 feet in the air, and the radio that was ever present was tuned to TMS. As the leg over and its aftermath ensued, I collapsed into helpless laughter to the dismay of bricklayers and carpenters present. They were more the Radio 1 types, he says. But God bless dear old Brian, one of my heroes. Keep up the good work, and long may you all continue to do so.
Well, that's the point. It's just so lovely to hear Dad's voice again.
Thanks very much.
That's what's and just remember him, remember that laughter.
Yeah, thank you very much to Jonathan and to Barry and to Peter Baxter and John Etheridge and Rory Bremner. The players are out there for the afternoon session, and it's 329 for 6, the score. And Michael Vaughan is here. I mean, it's been a fascinating morning's cricket out there, and with the prospect of more to come as well. Thank you for all your email contributions. There are so many of them. We haven't been able to get through them all, but I've got a whole handful of them here, but it's great to hear all those memories. Daniel perhaps can read one or two. Anyway, Michael, and then Dan Norcross is coming in.
Yeah, brilliant first session for England, much needed. 3 wickets, that key one of Virat Kohli. Ryan Ali, you saw Virat back in the dressing room. He wasn't happy, he was punching the walls. He knew that he just had that lapse in concentration. This partnership is a threatening one. Rishabh Pant, Shardul Thakur played so well in the first innings, and it feels like this, we keep saying it, this hour.
It is, isn't it?
It feels like a very big hour in the game.
Again, yes, it really does. So Moeen's going to start. He'll be round the wicket to the left-handed punt. There's a slip and a forward short leg in, backward point, extra mid-off, a long on. Deep mid-wicket and a square leg. I wonder if we'll see a difference of approach from Punt. He was playing very much within himself before lunch, quite understandably. Playing the circumstances. Will he counter-attack now? As Moeen is into him round the wicket, and Punt goes back into his crease and just works a short ball easily enough out to wide, long on. They're going to come back for 2. Throw comes in from Pope. Really good running. Really on it there. Tucker and Punt, they pick up 2, 3:31 for 6.
Yeah, and you saw Rory Burns and Jimmy Anderson backing up. We saw some overthrows just before Virat was out off Moeen Ali, just before lunch. Nice to see Rory Burns, and Jimmy decided to back up just in case.
Here's Moeen again to Punt, and Punt goes back and cuts out to deep extra cover, but there's protection out there, and so they just get through for the single. 3:32 for 6. There is a great bunch of emails that have come in over the lunch break because we have been discussing the leg over incident, famous leg over incident. I'll try and get through some of them, but you never know, wickets or runs may get in the way. It's quite a crucial part of the game here.
Yeah, an extra cover been put in place to Shardul Thakur from backward point.
Moeen's into the right-handed Thakur, who drives crisply up to Root at mid-off, and there is no run. Where were you when the leg over incident happened? How old would you have been?
What year is it?
1991.
1990. I would that be 16, 17, just playing probably academy cricket at Yorkshire, second team cricket.
Did it filter into your consciousness quickly as Moeen is in and Thakur comes forward, gets a thick edge, and it's going to run away down towards the boundary. It's being pursued by Overton from slip, and he'll get to it. They'll come through for 2 more. All these are crucial runs for India as they seek to build a lead in excess of 300. They're now 3:34 for 6.
I was probably playing England under 19s or something like that. I've heard a lot more about it in the last 12 or so years I've been broadcasting.
Yeah. Moeen in again, and Thakur pushes forward into space on the offside. He wants a single that isn't there. Throw comes in, and now they're going to go upstairs and have a look at the ball. What's happened to the ball? The ball has disappeared for overthrows out to deep point.
I'll tell you what, Dan, he turned Thakur here so slowly. Well, I wonder if he's got his bat down.
I wonder, actually.
TV umpire to director. We have an umpire review for a run out.
Really
wasn't
wasn't
see your best side on angle, please.
Throw came in. This is going to tell us everything.
He's going to be gone, you know.
No, he's safe. Just safe.
Okay, just
it's a direct hit.
And once more through. Okay, ready for my decision on the big screen.
Yep, he's in by an inch, I'd say, maybe an inch and a half. He did run his bat in. That's what saved him. He managed to turn and just slide the bat in.
That was. We've seen some very slow turns in the game. I reckon that's up there with the slowest.
Well, Thakur is not, let's say, of a nimble frame.
No.
Would that be fair to say?
Well, it's fair, but you know, I've seen some that have not had nimble frames turn a bit quicker.
Yeah, that was sort of QE2 turning circle, really, wasn't it? He committed to the run, and Punt was going absolutely nowhere. He had no interest at all in the run. But they did get a single because it deflected off the stumps.
It's Chris Woakes with the fielding. Can't keep him out of the game.
It's a direct hit from Woakes. It's really tight, that. He had to turn when he did, and he had to slide the bat in, or else he would have been a goner. So Moeen now to Punt, the left-hander. The slip in, full ball, which has just worked along the ground, really carefully and easily up to Pope at long on. They pick up a single. There were, as a result, 8 runs off that first over after lunch, without really having... 7. 3:37 for 6, it says the score here. Did we not... Well, I'm confused. 3:36 for 6 on one scoreboard, 3:37 on the other 2. So,
bit of warning for you here, Dan. If you're going to use this sanitizer, it's a bit lively on your screws.
Oh, I have done. Yeah, this one. Yeah,
it's lovely.
It splurts quite alarmingly. And I'm also slightly concerned to use it on air because it is so alcoholic. I kind of think it might actually just come in through the pores of my hand. By the end of the evening, I could be full on. Hey! You're not wrong.
It's lively.
Like going on a water slide. Horrendous. It's all over the rotor. So, who's going to start up from the pavilion end? It looks like it's going to be Chris Woakes.
Yeah, what a spell he produced this morning. He just got enough movement either way. Trapped at Jadeja, LBW, and then Rahane got one to just nip back. I mean, Rahane's shot was poor, just playing across the line of the ball.
When he's come on to bowl, he's changed the game, hasn't he? It was his first over of the match that produced the first wicket when England looked a bit flat after winning the toss back on the first day. And then again today, when they looked a little flat the first half an hour, he came on.
Yeah, I'm just going back to that Pakistan game at Old Trafford that England chased 270 odd, 7 wickets down. It was Wokes on that occasion. Butler,
Wokes
a great
Butler.
partnership.
Terrific that was. Wokes in, started a new over, and is gloriously played through the offside, off the back foot. It's been pursued though eagerly by Hasib Hamid, who reaches the ball and they'll come back for 3. It was a back foot punch from Punt. I sense there's a bit of busyness going on here.
Would it be fair to say, Dan, usually the oval, the square goes all the way along the outfield, obviously square of the wicket. It's usually a bit barer by this time of year. It's very lush, isn't it? So the ball actually isn't racing across the square as quick as it has in the past.
It's normally like a sort of snooker table, isn't it?
Yeah, but actually slowed up quite quickly.
Well, when we were here during the Sri Lanka series, which we commentated, did we not, from here back in the day, back in January, they had a huge tent out on the outfield. So towards our left, there are about 11 pitches and a massive tent, which sort of kept it, and it looks quite lush over there, actually, where the tent was. It's quite green.
So we were in Manchester, and what were the animals that you used to describe every morning?
There was a fox.
Fox, that's it.
Wokes is in. To Tucker, gets up on his toes and defends back to Wokes. Yes, Alistair Cook took something of a dislike to that fox.
It was depositing, wasn't it?
It was. I mean, it would come up, it would jump over the boundary hoardings, so a little lope around the boundary. It would bother some pigeons. And when it snowed, you saw his little paw prints in the snow. And then it would jump up over here and then go sit in the seats here and just have a snooze. Wokes in again. Tucker plays at this outside the off stump and misses it. He was perilously close to getting an edge to that one. It's a bit short, didn't need to play at it. Poked his bat at it and it did just jag away.
It's just that bit of bounce. I mean, yesterday we didn't see any kind of bounce off a length. Today we've seen a lot more, whether it's just the pitch has got a bit dry and there's a few crusty bits. It's what generally happens on days 4 and 5. It's been a tremendous test match wicket. I think it's had a bit of everything so far.
Well, there's 2 slips and they're very wide, which, well, we'll see how that pans out as Wokes is into Tucker, drives firmly in the air, out towards the cover point boundary for 4. Sort of a Caribbean no-foot thrash through the offside. And that's brought the Bharat Army to life. It's a bit more like the Tucker we saw in the first innings, 343 for 6.
Yeah, great shot. It's there to hit and he just commits. Now, you mentioned the pigeons.
Yeah.
Where are they?
Well, I know. This is one of the great mysteries.
Yeah, they're usually always here for the test match.
They've been here all season for the county games. And
they're not like test cricket?
I don't know. I think they've been seduced by the 100, perhaps. You never know.
Yeah.
They might be elsewhere. They might have...
That's not good for the game, is it? If the pigeons have decided test cricket's not for them.
They might have emigrated or making their way to the UAE for the World T20. I've no idea. But normally, you're right, you'd see great clusters of them. Usually at this time of day, they'd be away to our left. Wokes comes in once more, and Tucker drives nicely into the offside, just wide of a deeply set mid-on, so they can get through for a single. Anderson with the fielding, 344 for 6. At the end of this over, I'll give you an email or 2 that we've had in response to our lunchtime feature. If you're just joining us, we did a dissection of the leg over incident back in 1991, the anniversary of which it is. Brian Johnston and Jonathan Agnew reducing themselves to fits of hysterical giggles.
It's been a good start to the session so far by India, 15 runs.
Wokes in, Punt lets it go outside the off stump, and there is no run.
Yeah, 15 runs from the 2 overs since lunch, 11 from the last 2 before lunch, so 26 in the last 4 overs. There'd been just 22 in the previous 15 for the loss of 3 wickets. Chris Wokes' first spell today, 2 for 4 from 6 overs, but that over went for 8.
Thank you, Andy. Sue Manser has been in touch. She says, this event, the leg over, will never be forgotten. I can picture myself sitting at the dining table surrounded by GCSE exam papers. I was the chief examiner for EdXL and was finishing the marking of the GCSE exam papers, hundreds of them. They were in heaps of 20 on our dining table. I was checking the marking of my team and the addition of the marks awarded. As Moeen Ali starts a new over, I'll come back to that. Slip, forward short leg in. And Tucker just clips a full delivery up to Pope at long on for another single, 345 for 6. It had been a long day, and I decided to switch on the radio to listen to the end of the Test match. Shortly after switching on, the discussion began, and it just built to the point I was crying with laughter. I called my husband to come and listen. He only caught the end of the laughing, but could hear the hilarity on the radio. It made my day, and the marking of GC exam papers a less tedious activity. Moeen in to the left-handed punt, who pushes off the back foot to backward point. And there's no run. She finishes by saying, when I have been feeling fed up, I will play the interview on YouTube, and it always lightens my mood.
Dan, I'm going to run you through a few county scores.
Oh, yes. Are there any
first day
news for me? Moeen into punt, and punt stretches forward and pushes into the offside. It's picked up by Rory Burns at short extra, and there's no run.
So for those that, big England fans think, oh, come on, how many of those batters are sticking their hands up to
Sibley, Crawley.
Get big scores, force themselves back into the game. I'll read a few scores for you.
OK. Moeen flatter is cut, thrashed out to deep extra cover, where there is a sweeper, one more to the total.
So Somerset versus Yorkshire at Scarborough. Somerset 119 for 9. Warwickshire versus Hampshire. Hampshire 89 all out.
Oh, crikey.
Nottinghamshire 125 for 2 against Lancs. That's a good start. Your team Surrey 89 for 4 against Northamptonshire.
Against Northampton. Moeen in, tossed up, driven back to the bowler. There's no run.
Worcestershire 123 for 9. Gloucestershire 76 all out. Essex 22 for 2.
Wow.
There's a lot of wickets falling on a Sunday.
Wow.
Oh, here we go. Glamorgan, 97 all out.
Moeen gets a thick inside edge from Tucker, which lands just in front of Hasib Hamid at short leg. It's quite close there to prizing out a wicket, but it hasn't. End of the over, 346 for 6. The lead, 247 and growing, as Michael Vaughan said. Good start.
Yeah, so there's 3 county teams have been bowled out for under 100, and Somerset 119 for 9.
Any bowling feats? I mean, because
Worcestershire 123 for 9.
You're talking about the batting, but England might need some replacement bowlers for Old Trafford, because some of them look like they're running on empty here.
Okay, so Jamie Porter's 4 for 32. Cooks 3 for 27 for Essex. Harmer 3 for 2 from 3.
He's England qualified.
Is he qualified?
I'm not sure that he is. No, nearly is.
There's a lot of low scores. You'd think in these conditions, I'm sure. I think it's sunny all over the country, isn't it?
I thought so.
Glamorgan, who got which one?
It's only here we see batting prevail. Woke starts a new over from the pavilion end. Punt drives off thick inside half of the bat. They go through for a quick single. The Child stumps hits. It's direct, but I think Punt is home comfortably. That was an enterprising run from Punt. He saw that Anderson was just a little bit on his heels at mid-on, quite deep.
Sir Alistair's out for 15.
15?
LBW Higgins.
Ryan Higgins. Yeah. Is Darren's Kent played?
Yeah, Worcestershire 123 for 9.
Did Darren Steve get any?
10 overs, 1 for 19. Gilchrist 4 for 36, and Milnes, Adam Milnes, he's a terrific bowler, isn't he? 4 for 29 for him.
Matt
Milnes. Sorry, there's not. Oh, not so. The only team really. 125 for 2. Joe Clark's on 12, and North East. He's playing for his 3rd team of the year. Hampshire, Yorkshire now not. 39 not out.
Here is Wokes running in now to the right-handed Tucker. Tucker pushes forward in defence. It's fielded in the covers. Commentary, by the way, on all those county games and the Charlotte Edwards Finals Day on the BBC Sport website and app. Charlotte Edwards Finals Day today with, that's where Surrey can say this. They're called South East Stars, aren't they? But that's a hope for double short-form glory for a side from women's side from the Oval.
Claiming them?
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. It's my ground. Wokes into Tucker. Tucker comes back onto his back foot and pushes back to Wokes comfortably enough. Not seen really any real danger for the Indian batters since lunch. It's all been pretty plain sailing.
Yeah, they're just hoping for just a little bit of nip from Wokes or a mistake. I mean, when you're playing against these kind of players, you know that they've certainly got it in them to hit the ball in the air. So wherever you are in the field, you've got to get ready. And it really could come to anybody with the way that these two play.
Here is Wokes once more. Those 2 slips in. Tucker clips away nicely off his pads down to deep backward square leg, really. It's squarer than a conventional long leg. 348 for 6. Tucker moves to 21.
It really is, Dana. The development there, Matt Battersea, Local guy, and you're basically building a new town around here, aren't you?
They are, yeah. Yeah, well, I mean, not too far away. We've got a whole new station going in at Nine Elms at Vauxhall, because there's a spur that's coming off, I think it's going off the Northern Line, isn't it? That's going to go towards Battersea Park, which will open up what was kind of a hinterland, really, from Vauxhall down to Battersea Park, just along the river there.
It's very impressive.
Wokes into punt, who plays with an angle bat to backward point. There's no run. You mentioned Sam Northeast there, Michael. You think of all the people, players like he and Hildreth, they seem to be outliers that didn't get an England crack?
Yeah, I think so. I think particularly someone like Hildreth, who has been such a consistent scorer for Somerset for years and years. There are always a few in every generation that you kind of look back and think missed out. And I guess they'll be looking at players that have been picked of late, probably saying to themselves, come on, I've been a lot more consistent and I'm actually a better player than some that have had the opportunity. But you always get these players, don't you, that you can't
David
pick
Sales, I'd say. So he was your sort of generation, wasn't he?
Well, he got very close, and then he had the problems with his knees.
Right.
He was certainly close in white ball cricket. Could hit a good ball. His son has been picked for England under 19s.
See, he hit a 100, didn't he, in the county game, Sales? Wokes into punt, who pushes forward in defence on the front foot to a fullish, straightish ball, and that completes the over. There was no run from that last ball. 3:48 for 6. Tucker 21. Punt 25. Are you assuming it's too late for North East now? I mean, you look at players like Hussey arrived at the side late, the Australian side, didn't they? And England have sort of swapped their selection strategy around. It was young batters and older bowlers at the start of the season. Now it's kind of flipped a bit.
Well, I guess it's never out of the realms of possibility that when's he, what are we talking, 31 years of age, Sam Northey. I mean, Milan's back in the side at 34, but he's an international cricketer in the T20 team, and obviously he's played Test cricket before. To get your debut late in the day doesn't always happen, does it? But
no,
you never know. I mean, I guess in an era where we're desperate in English cricket for longer format batters ever.
Moeen Ali starts a new over. Bowls a ball that turns gently back into the right-handed Thakur, pushes back to him.
Anybody that goes and gets 4 or 5 centuries will be pushed into the list. They like to bring them through the Lions and the development first, don't they?
Moeen in, tosses that up a bit more, and it's pushed off the back foot firmly by Thakur into space, just in front of square on the offside. And with that, the lead advances to 250. India 349 for 6 with that single. They're batting England out of this game. They urgently need a wicket, England. They need it soon. Now this is intriguing. Thakur is, despite the fact that Moeen's bowling around the wicket, is actually standing on the other side, around the wicket. He's not standing on the...
I think he's
now
forgot.
He's about to move.
He forgot there.
I thought that was a little odd.
He's obviously a little bit dozy, isn't he?
Yeah, a little bit.
I think I'd do that.
I was thinking, what's he going to run from wide? Moeen in to punt, who stretches forward and pushes to Burns at extra cover. Along the ground, the front foot, there's no run. Moeen just trying to drag him forward, get a bit of turn. Not seen it yet, have we, out of those foot marks, really?
Well, the silly point's been taken out to mid-wicket.
Moeen in again. That's been firmly struck down the ground and bounces once before crashing into the covers down below us. Super shot from Rishabh Pant, using his feet. He hasn't done that as much as you might have imagined. He got to the pitch of the ball. It was tossed up a little bit more by Moeen, and he judged it perfectly. And it was a flat thwack that landed about 3 yards inside the boundary sponge for 4.
Yeah, I remember in the winter when he suddenly started to hit Jack Leach and he kind of got his range, he just kept on going.
Yeah.
I wonder if he'll feel that now's the time to really get after Moeen Ali. It won't be long before England realise they're going to have to make the change because runs are coming too easily.
They are, aren't they? Now, the balls had to be sanitised as a result of being where it was. Yes.
Partnership now 41 from 11.4 overs. And that's Pant's first boundary from his 54th ball.
Wow. It tells you everything about his approach today. It's been very different and it's been effective. Moeen into him again, and he just turns his ball into the onside, finds the space, and Hasib Hamid has to move to his left to gather. One more to the total. The 350 came up with the 4. Now it's 354 for 6. Pant has 30. Thakur 22. This partnership has now yielded 42. So, thank you. You were there to save me from.
Well, I told you it was 41 before that ball, Dan. So.
You did, yes. Moeen in, punched off the back foot. Beautifully through extra cover. It's been pursued by Roots. He's going to give it up. What great timing from Thakur. If the first innings is all about heaves and thrashes and fortune, this has been stylish and elegant. Great shot from Thakur. Takes him to 26. India 358 for 6. Pant has 30. The lead 259. The pressure is piling on England. More from Michael Vaughan to take through the next 20 minutes. So it's going to be, he should go up.
Yeah, I think now's the time that Joe Root's got to realise that Moeen Ali's done his job. Really, he's got Virat Kohli, but he's bowled 22 overs. He's gone for 98. So he's gone at over at 4 runs per over. That was a glorious shot. As Dan mentioned, perfect timing. Afternoon, Isha. It's the Test match that
keeps on giving.
Well, yeah, it keeps on getting a team in front, and then
yep.
England grabbed it back this morning, and inside 22 minutes of the afternoon session, India have thrown a punch back. It's a fantastic game.
Yeah, it really is. And now, no clouds in the sky. There were a few this morning, but it is completely blue sky now as Chris Woakes will continue from the pavilion end, bowling to Pant, who's on the back foot punching to cover, no run. Fairly heavily packed offside field now for Rishabh Pant. And Dan Norcross's prediction before play of India being 400 ahead at tea, still very much on. Lead of 259 at the moment. I thought that I sensed a partnership brewing between these two. It is looking pretty flat out there at the moment. But you can always count on England to punch back. That's just the way the series has gone so far, as Woakes comes in an angle to Pant, who's forward and defending back down the pitch. And he's going to come through for a single as well. Just gently leans on it. And Chris Woakes with a misfield, so Thakur back on strike. 359 for 6, lead of 260.
Yeah, he's playing lovely, Thakur. 26 from 38. Virat, you can see on the screen, he looks a bit more relaxed than we saw just before lunch. After he got out, he was disappointed with his stroke. I think he realised he'd just lost his concentration for that one delivery. It's all it takes.
He's always gibbering away, isn't he? Woakes is in to Thakur, who defends to the offside. Sort of squares him up there, slightly straighter in line and length. But
well, where India are changing, they're not in the normal change room because of the times that we're in. They're in the, I think it's renowned as the debenture suite, where all these, they're very wealthy by their seats, and they're really comfy chairs, and that's where the Indian dressing facilities are this week.
So they're being treated like kings.
Oh, it looks lovely, doesn't it? No wonder they want to get out quickly and go and sit on those chairs.
Thakur back and across and fends at the ball out in front of him. Mistimes it almost. Quite easy, could have popped up to the short extra fielder there, but he manages to keep it down. But yeah, generally, whenever the camera goes on him and he's up there, he's pretty much always talking or having a laugh, or there's just so much energy that comes out of him, and it's usually him doing the talking as well, isn't it? There'll be like 6 or 7 players around him, and he's the one who holds the attention.
I think if you're in Virat's company, you're just better off listening.
Yeah. But it just takes an extraordinary effort to have that energy as the core drives back to Woakes. No run.
Like probably what feeds him, that's what he's about. That's why he loves being the leader, loves being the captain. There'll come a time potentially when he's not the captain that might be difficult for him. Might be a time when he has to or change his ways a little bit.
I think he'll be okay with it, actually. I just don't agree.
I just think he just looks like that person that he wants
he likes
to be
have
the
control.
leader. Yeah, I think so.
There's Woakes in on an angle, driving Thakur, but just beating a diving cover fielder to his right, and would head out to the boundary. Mid off running around to stop the ball from hitting the fence as comes back for 2, but he wasn't in control of that shot, Thakur. He was looking to play it a lot straighter than he did. Moves to 28, lead of 262. End of the over.
It's now 32 in 6 overs since lunch. And just looking at the way Rishabh Pant has batted in this innings, before lunch, 41 balls, 16 runs, 4 of them from an overthrow. He only had 10 scoring shots in those first 41 balls. Since lunch, he's faced 16 balls. He's scored from 9 of them and made 15 runs, including his first boundary. On Kohli, though, we've talked about his long run of declined form, averaging mid-20s since the start of 2020. Michael, do you think there's an element, as a captain, where the sort of long-term fatigue starts to set in terms of your concentration as a batsman?
You could argue that you should get better and better the more that you do the role. I just think he's going through I think he's playing fine now. I just think he's going through one of those periods where
just happens.
Just that small mistake. And today was a small mistake. In the first innings, it was a small little technical mistake, and he's being punished. There'll be a time in his career where he doesn't get punished for those small mistakes. He'll have a golden trot once again as the batter and the captain of the side. He's playing well enough to get the big scores. He's just being punished for that just that dip in concentration. Whether that's coming because of the energy he spends all day, every day, only he can answer that. But I don't think so. I just think he's going through one of those periods. Jimmy's into the attack.
Here comes Jimmy then, bowling to Rishabh Pant, who covers the ball and works it to mid-wicket, no run. Line ball just angled across him.
Do you think there's any element of Rishabh thinking, I'm going to dance down and try and whack one?
Yeah, I think there is. Andy's just said that the scoring rate has significantly increased after lunch. I wonder what he's had.
No, but he hasn't done anything, has he, really? He's just played. He's yet to kind of take a huge risk. That shot down the ground off Moeen Ali is quite a low risk for someone like Rishabh.
Pant, bat angle towards Gully as he clips out to long leg for a single. Gets off strike, moves to 32, 362 for 6 India, lead of 263.
And that's the 50 partnership in just 13.2 overs. They've been going at just over 3.7 an over after they'd lost 3 wickets for 16 in a 10-over spell.
I was just about to say, I wonder what he's had in terms of advice over lunch. No Ravi Shastri with the group, of course, so Virat Kohli and him naturally probably discussing how to play this. And with the way that we've seen him bat across the course of the series, he has looked to unleash on wickets that are doing a bit. Here he feels a bit more casual and relaxed. Has scored a century here, of course, before, as Jimmy has passed the stumps to Thakur, who's clipping it through mid-wicket. Diving to his right, Craig Overton to take the ball. In fact, that's Ollie Robinson down there at mid-on. Comes through for 1.
Yeah, this pitch now he's playing more like a pitch that he's used to back home. No swing, no seam. A great deal of pace, just a hint of spin. So I think he knows exactly how to play on this kind of surface. I think when the ball's nipping and seaming around, his technique does look like it's a bit vulnerable. So he probably thinks he has to gamble. So far, he hasn't really gambled too much. He's not had to. He's 32 from 59.
Taps his bat down. Here he drives to extra cover. Man positioned in there, no run. Lead of 264. So if you're India, you're thinking another wicket and England can quite easily get through the last 3. India don't want to risk anything in this situation, knowing that the pitch is pretty good to bat on. And so maybe just trying to eat out a little bit of time before they're in a position to launch a bit more and get themselves into a position where England can't win.
Yeah, they've just got to bat as long as they can. And the longer they bat, those footholds will develop, pitch will wear a bit more.
Pant forward press and tucks the ball to mid-wicket off the front foot, no run.
But you look at the ball this morning definitely did a bit more than yesterday, but only for a short while. Since lunch, it's gone flat again. So England have got a chance, whatever they're chasing on this kind of surface with the batting lineup and the depth. But history, as we know, it's against England already. Only twice has 250 been chased down at this venue, so it's not going to be easy. But when you just look at the pitch and the way that he's playing, there's no Ashwin.
Will that come back to haunt them as Pant is defending to the offside? No run. End of the over. 264 then the lead here on day 4 of this Kia Oval Test match. 1-1 apiece in the series with 1 to play up at Manchester. How's the weather looking next week, Michael?
The weather will be nice, Ish. You don't even have to look. Just get yourself to Manchester. Bring an anorak.
Okay.
Bring a coat.
What, Liam Gallagher style?
Yeah, just bring a coat just in case. I don't think you'll need it. But starts on Friday. I'd say you might not need your shorts. You need a few layers.
Okay, so it's going to be cold?
Yeah, it might be fresh.
Fresh, okay. Any rain?
Oh, you'd be unfortunate to get any rain in Manchester in September. Can't imagine it's going to rain.
I think I've already checked the weather forecast.
Not so good.
I think there's a little bit of rain around.
Bit of drizzle.
Yeah, a little
Light
bit
drizzle.
Light drizzle. So Woakes to continue from the pavilion end, as you say, it is looking a lot flatter, not doing as much. He was able to bring about a couple of crucial wickets in that last session as Thakur drives to extra cover. No run, there's a man in catching there. Moeen Ali's out at deep point. There's a slip in a gully in place. WinViz,
Isha, I've just seen on the screen, has England of having a 16% chance.
Okay.
And India a 61% chance.
So draw is...
Come on, Ish, you're good at maths.
I'm looking at
23%, isn't it?
Out here, stats man. Thakur punches beautifully through mid-wicket. Wow, what a shot that was! Past Hasib Hamid, who was quite square at mid-wicket, and James Anderson has been able to collect the ball off the boundary, but that was a glorious-looking shot. As Thakur comes through for 3, 32 to him, 267 lead.
That was a straight batted back foot punch through straight mid-wicket. Lovely time, and he's played really nicely. Thakur, yeah, 23% the draw.
Okay.
I wouldn't have the draw ahead of
yeah.
victories either way.
No, I'm not with that.
I know India are favourites now, but I wouldn't have it over an England victory.
I think at lunch England were around about 35%, so they've had a significant drop-off with this productive session for India.
Wokeson again, punt, defend solidly back down the track. No run. That was a nice high elbow, wasn't it, from Thakur? He was proving his worth with the bat in this test match.
Yeah, you just see the cameras are kind of zooming into the footholes. I'm sure they'll be talking about left-handers, likes of Malan, Rory Burns, Jadeja will be able to fire it into there. There'll be plenty of action for Jadeja out the rough. Don't think it'll spin too much off the posh bit. I've seen one from Moeen Ali turn, but it's not going to spin too much other than out of the rough.
Brown-haired Chris Woakes. Striking pant on the pad. Slightly fuller, maybe pitching outside the leg stumps. He looks to whip it away. It trickles towards mid-wicket, so half appeal not given, and England don't review either. Just have a look at that again. It's almost a scramble seam, yeah, quite clearly pitching outside the line of leg stump. Helicopter disappearing behind the turrets on the far side of the ground of the pavilion in the blue haze as Woakes bowls, punt cuts in front of point, just offers a tiny bit of width, and Rishabh Pant is onto it for 4. And more smiles for Virat Kohli. He is so animated up there, clapping ferociously. Pant moves to 36.
But he's like a supporter in the crowd, isn't he? Rishabh plays a great shot, goes to the boundary, races to the boundary. Camera, I'm pretty sure all directors of most TV crews just have one camera positioned on Virat, and he was up there like a supporter clapping that shot. Phil's arriving.
It's almost like a kid in a sweet shop when Pant played that. So he's on 36, lead of 271 now. Where's this breakthrough coming from? Woakes moving round the wicket to the left-hander, slipping a gully in position, and a man catching it mid-wicket. Point cover is quite square as Woakes is in to Pant, who's casually defending to the offside off the front foot. Good afternoon to you, Phil.
Afternoon, Isha. Afternoon, everyone. What a time to get a nice little partnership together for India.
You just sensed it was brewing before the break, didn't you?
Yeah. But they played nice. Thakur just looked just what the doctor ordered, isn't he? You know, positive, but then when it's straight and on the line, he plays nice and straight in defence.
We saw him look uncomfortable to the short ball. I just wonder if that's an option to him, but that's not going to come from Jimmy Anderson, I don't think. Not any persistent short stuff.
I don't think it's going to come from anyone. I think the only person who's bowled perhaps the most consistent short stuff has been Moeen.
To be fair, you're not wrong. Although he has been a bit better today, hasn't he?
Yeah, he has. He's bowled a nice line, but, you know, just those couple of shots, you know, he's just been short of a length. But then the wider you bowl, that tiger line outside the off stump, the smaller your margin comes in length.
Here comes Jimmy.
Like that, look at that.
Well, he's playing that too wide mid-on. Off the front foot. Again, they just sound off the bat. It's so good, isn't it? It comes through for one.
Yeah.
Moves to 33, lead of 272.
I mean, that's a confident shot now, isn't it? You know, you're looking to, you know, pick up cheeky singles. And
That's a this pitch is as flat as a pancake shot, isn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't this morning for some reason. It just did a little bit, didn't it? It just
strange.
Very strange. Very strange. It'd be nice to go down there and have a look at it.
But it was the same yesterday. Although we had a cloud cover all day long, it did more in the first session, and then the afternoon, whether that's the roller wearing off, whether the morning conditions, bit of coolness in the air and a bit of moisture maybe, as this pitch is now completely dried out because the sun has been baking on it all day. Anderson driving away to punt to, well, he's had a cup of tea before he's played that shot.
Absolutely.
Coming forwards and patting it back.
Read the paper. Cup of tea. He's played nice, hasn't he? He's just rocked forward. He's managed to sort of have a release shot during this innings. Managed to pick up ones and twos and just get some momentum instead of just sort of like, I need to hit a boundary. Yeah, he sort of developed this partnership nicely.
Imagine people having a barbecue this afternoon,
Nice,
Sunday afternoon.
Oh, lovely. What'd you go for?
As Anderson is into punt, who's defending to mid-wicket, no run. Bit of chicken on the barbie.
Yeah.
Bit of tandoori chicken maybe.
Oh, a little bit of sauce on it.
Yeah. Bit of sausage.
That'll be nice.
Mustard.
Sausage, mustard, burger.
Bit of got to have a bit of salad, bit of greens.
Yeah.
Nice tipple as well. Bit of tonic water with maybe a Tuffers tipple.
Well, that would be nice. I might go for a nice piece of fish.
Oh yeah, I'm with you there. Punt, defending to mid-on.
Yeah, I bet there's a few knocking about this afternoon. It's glorious, isn't it? Been wandering around the back there at lunchtime. Just a little breeze. Beautiful.
Did you go past the cheese toasty truck?
No.
Oh.
Where's that?
Yeah, it's there. I think you've gone round the wrong way. If you
Don't
go round
say that to me on day 4.
You've got to go round clockwise. If you're going to the pavilion clockwise.
Oh, why always go the other way?
Yeah, missed out.
Oh, wow.
Punt, plays the ball onto his pad and it flies towards extra cover, no run.
It's one of those kind of days where you open up the sort of the back door or whatever, you know, just have it wafting out. If you hear something going on, you nip in, you know.
What, the cheese toasty? Or
no, the telly or the radio. Or even have the radio out there. We'd have the radio out there, wouldn't you, on the Barbie?
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Not on the Barbie, but...
Well, no. Yeah. That would be nice, wouldn't it?
A nice glass or something.
Good to be here as well, though.
Punt blocks to mid-off, and it's an easy single at the end of the over.
Cheeky.
Punt to 37, lead of 273 now for India. It's looking ominous again for England. A few words from you, Tuffers, and then Simon Mann.
Yeah, cheeky singles from Pant. Done well, hasn't he? 37 off of 71, not his usual kind of figures. It's a bit more frenetic from Punt, but he came together with... What's the partnership?
Partnership is 60 from 16 overs at 3 3/4 an over.
Yeah, decent lick as well. Just started to take the game away from England. They need a breakthrough. Robinson, perhaps, yeah. And it is He's done pretty well against Pant this summer with those balls that's just running away from his outside edge, and he wants to free his hands and have a bit of a dart through the covers, and there are 4 of them in the covers and a slip. Simon.
Simon comes in. I was going to say, Wokes' 4-over spell there for none for 20. He'd taken 2 for 4 in 6 overs in his previous spell today.
A bit of freedom there for the Indian batsman this afternoon, though.
There is.
It's a nice time to come in, really. You're a stroke maker. You've done some hard work before lunch, and now you can make the most of it. England, as you say, Tubbs, they desperately need a wicket. India happy to forge on. Robinson bowls, Pant covers up to a ball going across him, around about off stump. Plays it to Hamid at backward point, and there is no run. So the lead is 273. I mean, the one thing that England will try to cling on to here is that India have been a little bit sort of 7 out, all out in this series. But it's the psychology of the game, it's changed, and the lower order can play with some freedom. If you get a couple away early on, someone like Bumrah comes out, gets away a couple
15.
And then suddenly, it all adds up, doesn't it?
300 plus. As I say, we keep talking about, leader 273 could be doable.
Robinson bowls, no stroke from Pant.
Still got 4 more to get out.
Yeah.
Even if you do sort of bowl pretty well, probably going to get 20 more. Yeah, but they're looking pretty well at the moment, I'm afraid, India. England got to do something sharpish.
Well, these two have added now
60 on.
60. Yeah, 60 for the 7th wicket. Tucker has had a good game with the bat,
hasn't he?
Really good. Yeah, and that's worked for them.
What is the average, Tucker, before coming in here?
Well, his current test average is 40.7, but he's only played a few games. He had a fine half-century in Australia. His first-class stats, I think he averages around about 17 or 18 with 6 half-centuries. Yeah. So nothing spectacular, but he's been superb.
Yeah, he has. England just made a substitution there. Here is Robinson bowling. It's flashed away by Pant, but straight at Hamid. It's a nice-looking shot. Who's come onto the field? It looks like Dan Lawrence has come onto the field.
Yeah, you can tell by his jumper.
Who has gone off? You say you can tell by his jumper.
Well, it's not a great fitting jumper. Agger's brought it to my attention. Where is? Oh, he hasn't got a jumper on. It's that nice out there. Where is he?
Mid-wicket. I think Pope had possibly gone off. Is it Pope? We're looking for Anderson out there. The results. Here is Robinson. Bowls to Pant, who leans forward and plays towards extra cover, and there's no run. There's so many substitutions in cricket now. Players coming on. They actually need one of those boards they have in football, don't
like
they?
That, yeah.
So Wokes who just finished a spell.
Yeah.
Just quite often bowlers go off for a little rub down, don't they?
Well, there used to be a time which they stopped. The authorities stopped it from happening. Basically, I remember Dennis Lilly in a series. He would bowl his spell, go off, change his shirt, have a shower, have a rub down, and then come back on for his next spell. So you didn't actually feel very much.
No, exactly.
Just bowled, and then they said in the end, if the time you're off, you can't bowl for.
Which is correct.
Robinson outside the off stump, no stroke from Pant, and it's through to Bairstow.
Yeah, fresh as a daisy. Oh, you look fresh, Dennis. Well, I've just had a nice full body. I've had a nice Swedish massage all over and a nice sauna, and I feel fresh and ready to go against him. Yeah, it's not the point, is it? Cricket is about getting overs in legs and wearing people down, and that's what India have done, haven't it, really? I mean, they've done it well, especially Rohit Sharma early on.
Yeah, they have in this innings. We're in the 128th over, so this is England's basically 5th session in the field. And here goes Robinson to bowl to Pant outside the off stump, and Pant lets it go. It's taken by Bairstow. It's been a far more responsible innings from Rishabh Pant.
Yeah, been impressive.
Yeah, he's played the percentages much better this time round. I mean, it's 37 off, is it 72 or 77? 77 balls, yeah. And what we haven't seen in this innings are those huge wipes and swipes that we've seen so far in the series and so far during Pant's career. And there are sort of parallels. You think someone like MS Dhoni, it's something I've mentioned before, but it's worth bringing up with Dhoni. When he first started in Test cricket, I mean, he was 0 to 60 in 2 seconds.
Everything must go.
Yeah, everything must go, and it got him into trouble. In the end, he learnt and turned himself into certainly a magnificent one-day player, and also an extremely useful Test player as well.
He had one sort of yahoo, but it was quite a measured yahoo, wasn't it? Off Moen, came down the pitch. It wasn't a reckless shot. Good shot, got to the pitch. Oh, I may as well just follow through with that. Nice, 1 bounce 4.
Yeah.
Not those sort of wild things outside off stump.
Anderson bowls, and Tucker drives up towards mid-off, picked up by Moen, and there's no run. Yeah, there was a great shot, a great screen grab of Pant in the first innings, playing a shot where his head's right up in the air, and his arms are right up in the air as well, halfway down the pitch, and the ball nowhere to be seen.
No. So yeah, he's just he's paced it well, hasn't he?
372 for 6. And Tucker is a strong shot player, good driver. Here's Anderson bowling. That's cut away. Finding the gap on the offside. This is going out towards the boundary. 2 fielders after it. They'll knock it back inside the rope. They've gone for 2. They're coming back for the 3rd on the throw. Hamid returns right by the bails, but it's a long boundary out there. And so Tucker picks up 3 more.
Lovely shot.
He's moving towards 100 runs in the game.
Lovely.
57 in the first innings.
Yeah, lovely shot.
He's got that freedom to play.
Yeah.
And he had it in the first innings in very different circumstances.
Yeah. This is a lot more measured than the first inning. The first inning was a real yahoo. And a nice, a good aggressive
There
yahoo.
were some yahoos in there.
Yeah, but he timed them nicely. But this is actually sort of good, proper cricket shots. He's looked very good.
The lead is 276. Anderson goes in and bowls to Pant. He's happy to get in behind that and play defensively back up the onside of the pitch, and there's no run. Anderson, let's look at his speeds, 81 miles an hour. When I spoke to Jimmy this morning, I said to him about, you played all summer. Are you
tired?
Oh, well, I sort of tried to be careful a little bit, Jim. I know Jimmy works with us, but you don't want to. If you just focus the whole time on you're 39 and how's the body feeling,
he's going to get grumpy.
Yeah. But what I did say to him is, here is Anderson bowling to Pant, and Pant's in behind that, playing defensively into the offside, and there's no run. Are you, you've played all these back-to-back matches in summer.
I'm learning here. Well, you're saying my interviewing method's a little bit blunt.
Well, if I'd asked you that tough as when you were playing,
yes,
you probably would have given me a blunt answer. In fact, probably over time, you probably did give me some blunt answers once or twice.
Yes.
So I just said, are you...
Yeah, so tell me what I think you should say. What did you say?
Well, you're probably under pressure now, but you still have to couch it and to coax him to say something. But Anderson bowls to Pant outside the off. Tempter, Pant not to be tempted. It was full and wide-ish. Pant elected it to leave it, and then it goes through to the wicketkeeper. You've played all this back-to-back cricket. Are you confident of being available for Old Trafford? And he said, his answer was not, well, yeah, I'm hoping to play on my own ground, but we'll see how it goes. It was, well, let's get through this Test match first. It was far more equivocal than I imagined, because he's playing on his home ground, his own end. He's got his own end to bowl from as well. And he's England's leading wicket taker. Here is Anderson bowling, and Pant dead bats that as well into the offside, and there's no run. You just saw, it's sort of reading between the lines that there might be a resting situation coming up.
Yeah.
Okay, it's the last test of the summer, and
might have to be all or nothing.
Well, that's one way of looking at it, isn't it? That what do you do? There's a few. I mean, way back when. Bowlers used to bowl so many overs in the summer. And Fred Trimmer's a bowler, 1,000 overs in the summer and all that, no trouble at all. But I suppose it's the sort of high-profile intensity of it now, with all it's international cricket back to back. There's only a 3-day gap between this game and the next one. There wasn't a huge gap between the last one and this one.
Who tells you then? I mean, when does it?
Well, they have this thing called the red zone, don't they?
Yes, I was just going to say that. When does the needle drop into the empty in the car? Who makes that decision? Because you're never going to make that decision as a player.
No, because you want to play for England, don't you?
You're bowling at your own end.
Yeah, exactly.
Hold on, Jimmy. I think you have to play him. I think, don't you?
Yeah. Well, it'll benefit England in the fact that they won't have to bowl tomorrow, so there'll be 4 days between bowling here and bowling at Old Trafford, a minimum of 4, because England could bat first, and then it might even turn into 5.5.
You're not going to leave out James Anderson for a Test match that you need to win, are you?
Well, that's the That's the question the selection panel will have to decide upon, really.
Oh, well, there you go.
If he's got...
I should be on the selection panel then, because that's the no-brainer.
I've often thought you'd make a very good chair of selectors.
There you go. Oh, there you go. It's quite tricky. We tried doing it on Tuffers and Vaughan, lots of paper everywhere. Pens.
Gin and tonics.
Yeah, well, yeah.
He just used to have in the 1980s, they just had a little donkey and you had to try and pin the tail on the player's name on it.
Lot more easy. And usually too many names, and you forget one, don't you? And you go, how can I not pick him?
Or I haven't got a wicket keeper. That looked a good sign, so I didn't have a wicket keeper. Robinson bowls, Tucker plays defensively to short extra cover, and there's no run. There's a long delay there between overs. 375 for 6, the lead 276.
As this bowling unit looked a bit
samey.
Yeah, a bit one-paced.
I think Mark Wood will come back at Old Trafford if he's fit.
You would have thought so.
And he's struggling to throw, that was the word, isn't he? But he's fit to bowl, but struggling to wing it in from the boundary. Is Tucker on 36 on strike?
Can I open that window a minute?
Please do.
It's
warm, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful. Oh,
Robinson rolls in to bowl to Tucker, comes across his stumps and clips that towards mid-wicket. And it's picked up by Pope, and there's no run. So England have got a short mid-wicket and a short extra cover for Tucker, who likes that big drive. And Rory Burns chatting to Bairstow. The only slip. Where's Root out there now then? So Root's come out of the slip cordon. He's mid-off, having a chat with his bowler. Chance to not exactly graze in the outfield, but there's a lot of concentration. Stand at slip for 5 sessions. Switch on and off.
Think about fields, bowling changes, all sorts.
Robertson bowls short, and Tucker tries to drag that into the onside. He might have been better off playing the dab shot or the cut shot to that ball, or the uppercut. But in the end, it was very inelegant. Hit it hard into the surface, and it went bouncing out towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. Cloudless sky now. We've had. It feels like there's been a sort of spaceship over London for the last 2 weeks.
Oh, okay.
That cloud is lifted for. It's a bit like the January sales for a few days only.
Yep. They're just round the corner.
Robinson bowls and Tucker plays that defensively back up the offside of the pitch. There's no sense here that India are looking to really press the accelerator. They are just playing the percentage strokes, the odd bad ball being put away and the odd strong shot, but it's about building as a bigger lead as they possibly can, obviously here. But there's no question of sort of getting reckless. It's calculated cricket.
The Pants scored just 1 from his last 16 balls after hitting Wokes for 4 in Wokes' last over.
It's almost they're saying, bat till half an hour after tea, and then we'll see where we are. Once they are there, they'll be a long way ahead. Robinson bowls. Tucker drives up towards mid-off, no run.
Be out of sight. Out of sight. But they'll be out of sight by then, that's for sure.
3 wickets to go today, including Kohli, who was caught by Overton off Moeen for 44, and Wokes had Jadeja and Rahane LBW, and the score was 296. So at one stage it was 312 for 6. India's lead was 213. Felt like England were right back in the game, but these two have taken it away from them. Robinson trying to do something about it, but a short ball. That was a horrible swatting stroke from Tucker. Hits it again hard into the surface, and it bobbles out towards mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Pope. And there is no run. 375 for 6 at the end of the over. There didn't seem to be that many runs off that over.
There were 0 runs off that over, Simon. Robinson's second consecutive maiden since coming back on.
That was my impression. It was a short ball that seemed to follow him a bit. Is it? Slow ball bounce. All right.
Slow ball bounce. I don't mind that. Didn't play it very well, didn't he? But I think he did in the first innings. Didn't he play some good hooks and pulls? And
there was one he hoofed into the stand away to our left-hand side from a short ball over deep back of square. It went way back. You know how to fielder down there. Looking up into the sky and watching it go sailing out towards the scoreboard. What's that stand out there called? They are just blocks now, but is that the Peter May side of the ground there? Because there are no signs up. The stand names are anonymous, but I think there are names designated to the various stands here. one or two we can see. The Ricky Stewart Members Pavilion at the far end and the MAR Galadari stand. He played for Surrey in the 1920s.
No, he didn't.
Or had a lot of money. One of the two.
Let's go with option B on that one, shall we?
Yeah. Anderson into bowl to Pant, wide of off stump. Pant ignores it and allows it to go through to Johnny Bairstow. India, with their two attacking players out there, not going for that option, looking to grind England down, grind as many runs as they possibly can with the still considerable amount of time left in the game. You know, they're boosted by the weather forecast as well, which says we will be unhindered between now and the end of the match. We might even escape some bad light at 10-7 today. Play can go on until 10-7. Anderson bowls and Punt comes forward and plays that towards short extra cover, and there's no run.
It's funny how pitches sometimes go through periods, isn't it? It just did a bit this morning, didn't it? And everyone was feeling a little bit like and now it's just completely gone to sleep.
Or is it because
the
bowler's fresh and they got the sun on their backs, their muscles are nice and loose, and they've got a newish ball in hand, and you go for it and you just put that extra bit in.
But there does come a time when the pitch sort of like it holds together, and it just goes, I can't hold it anymore.
Anderson bowls edged, but on the bounce to second slip where it's stopped by Burns.
Yeah, and it just sort of goes, okay, you can bowl spin now.
Well, and that's the worry, I suppose, for England tomorrow, is that it just offers a bit more.
Yeah. But this has become flat again, hasn't it? A bit like yesterday. Pretty gun barrel straight. Batsman just easily sort of just plopping onto the front foot and defending.
Anderson outside the off stump, nothing from Punt. Through to Bairstow. We're coming to the end of the first hour after lunch, and it's been India's hour. They went to lunch at 3:29 for 6, now 3:75 for 6. Well, it's been an intriguing series, and India have fought hard throughout it. They had the blow of getting blown away at Headingley, and they were 127 for 7 on the first day here, but they have fought back. Anderson outside the off stump again, nothing from Punt. Similar delivery to the ball before.
Who are we giving Trent Bridge to?
Well, I mean, we will never know, but I mean, in India, I think.
Yes, yeah, I do as well. What do they need?
159 was it? With 9 wickets left.
Yeah.
Yeah, it felt like they had a measure of control over the game.
Yeah, it would have been something special, wouldn't it? Yeah. 6 for 30 or something from one of them.
Anderson bowls full this time. Pant drives to mid-off. They set off for a single, then go back quickly to root. And so no single taken, and that's the end of the over. That felt like another over without too many runs off it.
It was indeed another maiden, the third maiden in the last 4 overs. Pant's now played 16 dot balls since his last run, just 1 run in his last 22.
Right, the drinks are coming onto the field, and there's about the first time in this match the players will be in desperate need of them as well on this very warm afternoon at the Oval, and it's apparently going to get warmer in the next few days in the southeast, which is great news for tomorrow. I'm not quite sure what the ticket situation is tomorrow. Presumably some have been sold already, and there might be some available. We'll try and find out that if you want to come along tomorrow. We don't know yet. Most sold.
Yes, that's what I heard from John Surtees of Surrey yesterday. Said there were, I think, very few left for tomorrow.
Right, okay, well, better go on the website and have a look if you want to come on, which is great news, and yeah, there's a prospect of a really interesting final day. We've got a double change here. Drinks are on the field. Deep Dasgupta is here, and Jonathan Agnew is moving in. Well, it's going India's way post-lunch, Deep.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Yeah, it is. It was such an important first hour, because India at that point in time 230, and I still think 260 to 70 on this wonderful batting surface. The conditions are so conducive for batting. 260 to 70 is still very chaseable. So while India has done well, but I don't think they're out of the woods as yet, or something that they'd be extremely comfortable with. Would need that 300 lead, I guess, to feel more comfortable. more at ease, because last couple of days, and it's not that the pitch is misbehaving either. I mean, pitch has been absolutely brilliant. No variable bounce, nothing that would kind of ring those alarm bells.
Well, I think Pant's auditioning to open the batting, isn't he? Never seen him play like this. Really getting his head down. This is an interesting graphic where you can see on the Hawkeye how much later he's playing the ball today. Really sort of bringing everything in, if you like, whereas previously he can be out there in front of himself and looking to play attacking shots. But today, very defensive, very responsible.
Yeah, very mature as well. This is how he batted in Australia. Those couple of innings that he scored big and made sure India won the Test series. He's very, very matured and responsible, as you mentioned. And he hasn't. And the frustrating part is he's got this game in him where he doesn't really have to go out and kind of play those unorthodox shots.
Just the balance, isn't it? The balance of being able to... Well, he's got a great reputation, which is no bad thing, of being able to tear you apart. But he has, at the moment, been inclined to give the bowler a bit too much of a chance. He's played really well today. Excellent defensive technique. And these two certainly taking the game away from England as they build on this lead. So lots of cricket left today. And they're having a drink at the moment on the... I was going to say sunny skies. It is very sunny. It's a little bit hazy. But we're not complaining about that. It's a beautiful day. And everyone here, 30,000 or so, thoroughly enjoying themselves, I'm sure. I'm wondering how much longer India will bat on for, because that's another interesting part of this equation as far as Kohli's concerned. I mean, 276 lead doesn't feel at the moment like something you'd want to declare on.
True.
There's a lot of time left, and yet you don't want to leave it too long because you've got a great position to win the game, and then you've got to have enough time to bowl England out. So it's going to be quite a juggling act, I think.
Yeah, I think that thought might come to his head around tea if India's still there batting. You know, another hour to go. Another hour would mean another 30, 40 runs, and if actually India is thinking of declaring somewhere around that tea or post tea, maybe asking Shardul and Pant to play a little more freely, get another 60 odd runs in the next maybe 15 odd overs or 15, 17 overs. Because, yeah, I mean, 90 plus overs tomorrow and another, let's say, 15 overs today or 10 overs today would be, I think, 110 odd overs. I mean, if you can't get a team out 110, then too bad. I mean, you can't expect more.
Yeah. Sometimes you're better off being bowled out.
Yeah, fair enough. You don't have to take that
No, and because you've usually got enough. Yeah. But captains do tend to be cautious, and you can't blame them. They don't want to get it wrong, but often bowled out, it turns out that's your best way to win the game. So it's 375 for 6 now. The lead is 276. We've got Robinson labouring in from the far end, and that first ball is turned away by the right-handed Thakur out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Now I wonder who's back on the field, because there were substitutes all over the place a moment ago. There were certainly 2. But, I think that's Overton back on the field there. Pope was off for a moment. I know he went sprinting off. But he's back on the field again. Mark Woods doing his delivery service again on the boundary. 375 for 6. Thakur is right-handed, and he waits for Robinson, who bowls short to him. He chops that away. It's fielded down to our right at third man by Pope, actually.
Wokes is back on.
Wokes back on, OK. So we've got a full complement. I saw Lawrence was on. And I saw Billings was on a moment ago as well. But I think it's back to the starting 11. Wood has delivered whatever it was he had to take round there. I think he's going to go and sign an autograph or something. No, it's a photograph. There we go. Can't sign autographs at the moment, of course. Players have to keep away from spectators and certainly keep away from us, of course. So all part of the biosecurity, which, as we know, we haven't heard any more from the Indian camp yet, have we? But it's claimed most of the coaching staff today. In comes Robinson, bowls the left-handed punt and moves across in front of his stumps. It's not certainty, there's going to be run out. Oh, Moeen's throw misses, and then Hameed can't pick it up. What a shambles. Punt should have been run out by the length of the pitch. And Moeen came in there to throw at mid-wicket. Unfortunately for Moeen, there was nobody at the stumps, but the punt was so far away. I'm just thinking, without having seen a replay, but I think Moeen would have been better off just running to the stumps with the ball, because punt was miles away. Now, if Moeen had just kept running, he'd have run him out, but he hurled the ball at the stumps. There's nobody there. Hameed couldn't pick it up cleanly. Bairstow saying, give it to me, there's still no punt in the frame. No, I'm afraid Moeen got that wrong.
Yeah.
It's easy in slow motion, but if Moeen had simply run to the stumps, he'd have run him out.
Absolutely, because Rishabh wasn't stopping, was he? When Moeen had the ball in his hand, Rishabh wasn't even stopping, trying to get back. Yeah, he could have easily run himself with the ball. But then even if Hameed had collected it first go, that would have been...
He could have run him out.
Yeah, he could have done that as well.
Absolutely at the wrong end. He had gone. Robinson moves in, bowls, and punters forward. Now he sets off again and gets in. Thakur was a little bit reluctant to run there. They've got to have a bit of a conversation, I think. But, that was just pushed to mid-off. There's a big gap. 377 for 6, so a bad run-out miss. And punt escaped on 37. Yeah, I'm looking at it again. I mean, Moeen, this is hard. You're looking at all these different things at once. But play a lot of one-day cricket and a lot of high-pressure T20 cricket. Kohli's having a good laugh at it. I can see on the replay there. Everyone's done it, but that's what went wrong there. In comes Robinson again. Bowls, a slower ball. Thakur drives to mid-off.
Yeah, we've been talking about Rishabh, but Shardul Thakur again. I mean, he's batting on 37. He's looking good. And again, reminding everyone why he's been picked. Not just about bowling, about contributing with the bat as well. He did so fabulously well in the first innings, and now in the second as well. Now that again will make the Indian team management think about changing the team at all, if they would want to.
No, he's a proper player, isn't he? Robinson again, there's still a slip, and he bowls short. He's got hold of this one, pulled it out for deep square leg. And Overton throws that back from the boundary. Just one run. 378 for 6, and obviously they're trying to take wickets, so they're also trying to make India score as slowly as possible here, because England are aware of that calculation that Kohli might well have to make about the declaration. So at the moment, it's not a huge target. I mean, it's a very, very, very challenging target, but with so much time available, if England were to bat, from now until the close tomorrow, if they were to bat, they'll win the game. So it's still within the realms of that. This poor run-out's going to be replayed and replayed and replayed, I'm afraid. It'll be a question of sport. What happened next?
How many mistakes were there in that ball?
A lot.
Because there seemed to be about 3 mistakes by the batting pair.
Yep.
Moeen could have thrown it to Bairstow, little gentle lob to the
Bairstow wasn't there, was he? He was standing back.
He had enough time to just lob it in.
And Moeen had to go to the stumps. He only had 10 yards to run.
Something cricket could learn from baseball.
Yeah. Anderson runs up bowls, and Thakur's squared up and defends. Root fields.
So in baseball, you see the fielders. No, it's a bit different, and it's more part of the game. The fielders know sort of balance themselves and sort of work out how much time they've got. And there's a real art to the fielding in baseball. Cricket, you often see players hurrying and slightly panicking. I mean, Dave, you've obviously done some coaching. Is that something that you can sort of train players to do?
So there are actually drills like that where you throw to the keeper even if the keeper's not behind the stumps.
Anderson runs up, bowls short. Oh, he's hit that away. What a tremendous shot that is. Flicked off the hip. And the ball's flown out to the boundary at deep square leg for another boundary to Thakur. He goes to 42 now. That really was a beautifully timed stroke.
Yeah, and a very Shardul Thakur kind of a shot. Yes, it was flicked, but with a horizontal bat.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, again, this is a kind of shot that he plays very often. And now that field is pushed in the boundary as well, so there's singles opening up. And looking really comfortable here. Shardul Thakur has done so well with the bat.
And goes Anderson to go and try again. Over the wicket he goes. Bowls. Thakur this time defends. And it's fielded in the covers.
Yeah, Shardul's got a 6 sixes in an over actually in school cricket though. The Palghar Express.
Right. The what express?
The Palghar. That's where he comes from.
Right. Where's that?
It's 100 kilometers from Mumbai.
Right.
And he has the same coach as Rohit, the same coach, Dinesh Lad, whose son actually plays cricket as well for Mumbai, and he was with KKR last season, the season before, Siddesh Lad. And he actually grew up living with Dinesh Lad at his place in Mumbai because obviously, traveling 2 hours up and down, 4 hours a day wasn't that easy.
Anderson bowls and he leans back, runs the ball away to square third man. And Hamid is down there. Another one to India. The lead goes to 284. Yes, you don't just jump in your car and travel 100 kilometres in and out of Mumbai, do you?
No, you don't. Yeah, you're talking about local trains and local buses. Have you ever been on a local train in Mumbai?
Not in Mumbai. I have on the other side of India.
Okay. It seems Andy has.
I have, yes. I was with some Indian friends. They wouldn't let me go during rush hour. So I thought it was a nice train, but could have done with some doors, I thought.
So the thing is, you haven't been on a train during the rush hours. So during rush hours, you don't do much. You're part of the crowd. The crowd takes you inside the train and then pushes you out as well. Just have to place yourself strategically when your station comes.
When you push your way out.
You don't have to. People behind you will push you out.
It is a great sight, sitting on the roofs and so on of the carriages.
That single was Thakur's 100th run of the match.
Punt on strike. It's a spread field now, but there is still a slip. As Anderson runs in round the wicket and he bowls a reverse sweep with a peel flag before wicket. Given not out. There are no reviews. The ball runs away into the leg side. They don't take a run actually. Punt, well, they could easily have taken a run. Punt, I think, a bit distracted by the appeal. And Thakur was saying, why didn't we run for that?
Played a reverse?
That's all very strange.
That's the first so-called unorthodox shot that he tried this inning so far. A reverse sweep. That was out.
Well, I think it might out. We'll see where the impact was. Well, I think it all gets such a tangle when batsmen reverse sweep and get hit. Everything changes round, isn't it? And you sort of think, what's where? And don't literally change round. Outside is off stump, but still outside off stump, and so on. This gives a very different picture. In goes Anderson again, bowls, and that bounces a little. That Punt plays it very neatly.
But I think the rule says for a switch hit, things change, not for reverse. So if you change your grip from left-hander to a right-hander, that becomes a switch hit.
Impact in line. Wickets, umpire's call. Shaving the bails. But certainly if you look at that graphic, there's a lot of the ball hitting the bails. But given not out, and England haven't got any reviews left.
It's on Thakur's 100-run match, batting at number 8 or lower. Since Anil Kumble made a century here against England in 2007, he's only the 4th player to make 100 runs in a test against England, batting in the bottom 4. After Darren Sammy, Bhuvneshwar Kumar with 2 half-centuries at Nottingham in 2014, and Ashton Agar when he made that unforgettable 98 at 11, followed by 14 in the second innings.
He was never a number 11, was he?
He wasn't, no. Now he sort of bats sort of 5 or 6 in state cricket.
They didn't seem to know him, did they? They thought, we can bat 11. Robinson's on his way, bowls a slower ball, a mighty heave. Where's that gone? It looked like a 6. It is a 6. And he went into the pavilion, or at least in that direction. Just stood there, swung about at it. And Robinson, who sometimes has some things to say, has quite wisely just turned around and walked back to his mark. Slower ball, Thakur saw it, bang.
Amazing shot. Hit one in the first innings as well, down the ground, long on. But what a shot, middle of the bat.
So on 49, Robinson's on his way, and he bowls to him. It's hit him on the pad, the ball runs away into the leg side. Maybe a leg by this. I think it is going to be a leg by, so he'll still be on 49. But the lead goes up by 1. So 390 for 6. The lead 292. It's not often that punt is upstaged. But Thakur, his choice of shots and the way he's played them, I have to say, he's playing the lead role here.
And he's turning out to be a really good all-rounder. You can call him a bowling all-rounder, but he's done really well with the limited opportunities he's got with the bat, or in Test match cricket for that matter, in Australia, now here. Very, very crucial and useful runs.
291 is the lead, and Robinson's going to come round the wicket to punt. So deep square leg, fine leg. Is there a third man? I can't see, there's a satellite dish there. No, there isn't. There's a deep point. And in comes Robinson, moves in now and bowls. And Pant gets a little bit of something on this. It runs for 4. Either bat or pad. Yeah, it's been given as runs. Little edge. Ball almost deflecting into his wickets.
Yeah, that was lazy. Lazy from Rishabh Pant. I think initially he wanted to let that one go, and then last moment decided to get some bat on it. Thick inside edge, extremely close to that stump as well. Wouldn't have carried to Bairstow.
You're right, he was leaving that, wasn't he? And then suddenly brought the bat into play. Doesn't matter, it's all runs for India now. Robinson again. Runs in rather wearily, and Pant comes forward, wants to steal a single. Thakur's slow setting off, he should have learnt by now that Pant's made his ground, and so too has Thakur. A well taken single, 395 for 6, so India's lead is 296. There's still 54 overs remaining today, although he won't get all of those, I don't suppose. And then a full day tomorrow.
Yeah, I think it's about now then that I think Virat would start thinking about it. Slowly reaching that 300-run lead, that mark.
Robinson wheels round, got 2 balls left in this over. Moves in bowls to Thakur, it's short, he swings that into the leg side. There's his half century, and really well played. He's really shone in this partnership with Pant. He's showing his bat to the dressing room. He scored a violent half century in the first innings. This one more sedate, but very important in the context of the match. This partnership really is putting this game beyond England now. 65 balls, 5 fours and a 6.
Yeah, 2 half centuries in this match now, and very, very different, as you mentioned. A lot more attacking the first innings, and here more orthodox, watchful. That just tells you about the maturity as well, understanding where the game stands, what he needs to do, game awareness. It's really good.
Robinson bowls, Pant just defends, plays the ball back to the bowler, and that ends the over. So there's still 40 minutes to go until tea on this 4th day. It's 396 for 6, so India lead now by 297. Very much their day. Andy, some thoughts from you and from Deep, and then Dan Norcross coming in here.
Well, it's Thakur's 3rd Test 50, 2nd of this game. He had one against Australia, superb innings of 67 in the decisive Brisbane Test early this year. So 3 half centuries in his last 3 Test matches. He's only had 9 in total in first-class cricket. He had 6 in his first 62 matches before this year, and he's become the 9th player in Test history to make 2 half centuries, batting at number 8 or lower in the same game. The most recent 2, both Indians, Wriddhiman Sahal, the wicketkeeper, 2 undefeated half centuries against New Zealand and Kolkata in 2016.
Anderson starts a new over to Thakur, who drives very nicely indeed up to the long off boundary. That was a sumptuous shot. It was full, yes. There was a longish half volley, but Thakur has found that gap between what's a straight mid-off and the bowler and hit it right along the ground. And the wheels have well and truly come off England here. The 400 is up. 400 for 6. The partnership grows. It's punishing for England's bowlers out there.
Yeah, the partnership now 88 from 23.1 overs, of which Thakur's now scored 54. I'll come back to this list shortly.
There is a very wide slip in, and there's a short extra cover as Anderson is in. Thakur just pushes that square of the wicket on the offside, and the the wonderful Hasib Hamid. I'm going to talk about him in a moment. Comes in off the boundary, throws in, they pick up a single, 4-0-1 for 6.
The other players who've scored 2 half-centuries in game batting at 8 or lower, Riddhiman Saha, Bhuvneshwar Kumar in that test in Nottingham in 2014, playing a very flat batting pitch, and he also made a fine half-century at Lords. Peter Siddle against India in Delhi in 2013, Harbhajan Singh against New Zealand in Ahmedabad when he made his second innings century, as well as a first innings half-century in 2010. Guy Whittle of Zimbabwe, 1999 against South Africa. Alan Knott on this ground in the 1972 Ashes test.
Anderson is round the wicket to punt. He thrashes at this and gets it through the offside for 4. Through the covers, he came advancing. There's that trademark punt shot where he comes running at the ball. It's had a little bit of width, and he reached for it and slapped it through the covers. Wonderfully. 4:05 for 6.
I'll just finish this list quickly. The previous one before that, 37 years before, also on this ground, E.L. Dalton of South Africa. And Buster Newpen of South Africa against England in Durban in 1928. There's a good
Buster
name.
Newpen, I always love Buster Newpen. Yeah. Now,
born in Norway?
I think that's right. Yeah. Now, where is Hasib Hamid? Because I'm on Hasib Hamid watch, because I'm really enjoying how he's keeping himself going out here today. As Anderson is into punt to defend solidly into the offside. There's no run. Punt onto 47 with that boundary. 4:05 for 6. I've been watching him intently. And you know, it's a long day in the field, quite warm. It's quite difficult to keep your spirits up. Just occasionally, Hasib Hamid will do something really strange. He'll just suddenly start to do a kind of like panther stealth move.
Really?
Yeah, you just have a little look at him every now and then he'll do a little bit of a semi-dance, and he'll just like shift his shoulders from one side to the other as Anderson is into punt, full driven, straight to short extra where Robinson is fielding. And he's just keeping himself going. He's keeping his concentration going. And he was part of the hideous mistake for punt survival from the run out. I mean, I don't know how many different ways that could have been out. The one way it couldn't have been out was the way it transpired. I mean, Moeen could almost have run to the stumps. He could have gently lobbed the ball to Bairstow. He could have lobbed the ball to Hasib Hamid. There are any number of ways as Anderson is in, and punt lets this go by outside the off stump, and there's no run. But amidst all of that, end of the over, 405 for 6, Tucker 55, punt 47, was Hasib Hamid. And he just, every now and then, when he's in the infield, for example, he just decides
the panther walk.
To do the panther walk. Yeah, just to keep himself going. And then he'll sort of fling his arms from one side to the other, and he'll look intently at the ground. He's a very characterful fielder. I like that in some because you know I don't like fielding. I can understand fielding for long periods of time must be very difficult, especially when you're up against it. You can't see where a wicket's coming from. Yeah. And it's a kind of way of keeping yourself in the game, isn't it?
True. I mean, you always have these guys in the team, right? Characters in the team. Days like these, you want them to their character to come for.
Robinson starts a new over, and Tucker pushes square of the wicket in the offside. There's a big gap there, and Burns has to move to his right from slit to field. They get the single, 406 for 6.
Yeah, and you'd rather have conversations or something. I mean, something to keep you going right through the day. I mean, this has been a really long innings for the English fielders. It's what, 135, the 136th over, and most part of those 135 overs hasn't been kind of in England's favour.
No, I mean, really from the very beginning of the innings. Robinson is around the wicket to Rishabh Pant, who push drives up to mid-on. There's no run. So now Hasib is at backward point, and he's swinging his arms. Let's get a little look now. So he's now looking at the ground a bit. He might do his little stealth move now, actually, just adjusting his cap. He's been a bit more subdued since the missed run out, because I think he feels partially responsible for it, but he shouldn't really, because the throw was vicious and low, and then he sort of fumbled with it. I mean, it shouldn't have happened that way in the first place.
You can feel why he would feel that way, disappointed.
Robinson in, punt, pushes into the offside off the front foot. It's fielded at short extra, there's no run.
Because he had, if he had actually picked it up,
it would have been out.
It would have been out even then. So one of the ways you were mentioning would be Hamid collecting it cleanly.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. Yes, it went wrong in a spectacular fashion. On this glorious day. Now Hammy's swinging his arms back and forth. There we go, look. As Robinson is in, around the wicket, cut, slashed away, it's backward point. Punts are on the first quickly, but I don't think they'll come back for a second. They won't. Overton flings in right over the top of the stumps. One more, and now Hamid moves out to mid-wicket. He's not swinging his arms right yet.
Yeah, I mean, I remember in a first-class side, while we were playing for Bengal, a couple of us would, on days like these, would just start talking about random things.
Yeah, yeah.
Nothing about cricket.
Robinson in, and Tucker just defends back on the wicket. There's no run. England have not brought Moeen Ali back on. He went for a few runs straight after lunch. I understand that, but this isn't working either. These right-arm seam bowlers who are tired. I mean, Robinson's now about to finish his 32nd over. Now, did I just see Joe Root warming up? That's all Joe Root warming up. Which indicates he'd like a little bit of spin.
Mid-off.
Yeah, but he's not going to go to Moeen, who went past Jim Laker today. He's a leading spinner, one of the leading spinners. Oh. Glorious straight drive, fabulous shot from Tucker, full on off stump, wondrous, firm, perfectly timed, and the indignity for Robinson as the number 8 thrashes the ball straight past his left boot. Tucker moves to 60 now, and India are 411 for 6 at the end of the over. England have got to try and come up with something, or else they're just destined to be out there until India decide when they want to pull the plug. The lead is now 312. India are not going to give England a sniff. But by the same token, they do want overs to bowl England out.
Since the missed run-out chances, if you can count, I think 3 or 4 chances on the same ball. So we'll call them the 4 missed chances to run out Rishabh Pant off one ball. India have scored 33 in 4.5 overs. They've scored just 5 in the 5 overs before the run-out chance.
Interesting. So Root is in the attack.
No, so that chance would go down as 4?
In my book, yes.
Yeah. Yes, I think, strictly speaking, it's the 1, but yeah. So Joe Root is bringing himself on to bowl from the Vauxhall end, and I wonder what Punt will decide to do. Long on and long off have unsurprisingly gone back. There's a sort of shortish extra cover. Rory Burns, backward point, Jimmy Anderson. Hasib Hamid is now lolloping onto the other side, onto the onside. He was in the cover ring. He's now placed at mid-wicket. There's a square leg and a deep mid-wicket. 411 for 6. Punt on 48 on the threshold of his own half-century. Root into him. He's got to slip him. And Punt edges to backward point where Anderson is stationed. They don't get a run. He's reaching for that a little. There is a bit of foot marks outside the left-hander's off stump.
I was actually looking for a single in that point region. It's open the face of the bat. As I mentioned, tried to reach out as well.
It's a bit of pop off the surface there for Root. Here he is again, and that's wide of the off stump, but Punt doesn't go after it, but almost falls over. But keeps his back foot just behind the crease. Remains safe. And there's Root again. Around the wicket. And down the wicket comes Punt and finds the gap on the offside. Picks up a single. Moeen comes airing in from the extra cover boundary. If he'd head in slightly less quickly, they might have had still a chance for a run out, because that seems to be the only way that England are going to get a wicket. And with that run, Andy Zaltzman.
The 100 partnership in just 25.5 overs, so fractionally under 4 runs run over. The lead is now 313. So they were effectively 213 for 6 when they came together, and the game was very much in the balance.
Well, I think this partnership may have battered England out of the match. Root into Tucker, who drives firmly to Hasib Hamid, short extra, who falls over and stopping the ball two-handed away to his right. Long on, but mid-off up. Root into Tucker, who drives edges, is gone. Caught and slip. Root breaks the partnership, he brings himself on and he picks up the wicket. Tucker goes for 60, driving in a ball outside the off stump, neatly taken That slip by Overton. And India 412 for 7. The partnership finally broken, but has the partnership already battered England out of the match? We shall see. Nonetheless, good captaincy from Root to bring himself on and pick up the wicket straight away. Maybe should have done it a little earlier.
Yeah, it should have maybe. But what a knock again. Very, very useful 60 from Shardul Thakur. As you mentioned, this partnership could end up being match-defining as well, and match-defining knock both in the first and the second from Shardul Thakur. He's been so impressive with the bat. Every time he comes out to bat, every innings, he just looks so good. Now that's going to make that Indian team management think very, very seriously how they want to go about in the future with someone like Shardul Thakur, because that's where India struggled just a bit in terms of a seam bowling all-rounder.
Well, what he's done for India is a little bit like what Sam Curran did for England 3 years ago.
Correct. That's
balanced that batting, made sure that tail wasn't so long, contributed a bit with the ball. And with the bat, Sam Curran hasn't quite managed that in this series, but Thakur has done that for India.
Absolutely.
This one. 412 for 7, Andy. Do you want to give us the tale of Shardul Thakur's take?
Fantastic innings of 60 from 72 balls with a 6 and 7 fours to go with his 57 from 36 in the match. So 117 runs in the match from just 108 deliveries.
Wow.
Batting at number 8, as I've just mentioned recently, only the 9th player in Test history to make 2 half-centuries batting at number 8 or lower.
Has he done that faster than any of the others who've done it previously?
I would guess so, but I don't think Buster Newton's balls-faced details from 1928 are available.
All right, notwithstanding Buster Newton. Root's made the breakthrough. Deep Dasgupta's left us. Ebony Rainford Brent has joined us. And Umesh Yadav finally arrives at the crease. First wicket to have fallen in this session. It's come from the unlikely source of the captain, perhaps. So Umesh faces up to his first ball. He reaches for a wide one, pushes it into the offside, and Hasib Abid fields. End of a successful over. Root has a wicket. He has the wicket of Thakur, and I wonder what Punt will do now, Ebony Rainford Brent. Does he trust Umesh, or do you think he's going to get his 50 and then unleash?
Yeah, I think he's got to keep being positive. The one thing I would say, and I know that everyone thinks, pressure on the final day will be bowled out, no problem. I definitely think the wicket's still flat enough that you want to give yourself enough time. And so if he can get a nice healthy lead, and then that gives Virat Kohli options for when he wants to either declare or they get bowled out, but at least it gives you more options.
Look at this, spin at both ends.
Oh.
Moeen's coming in from the pavilion end. Do you like this move? I suppose it's going to force Punt's hand slightly, and Root can put fielders back, because he'll want predominantly to be bowling at Umesh Yadav. And India, as you say, they're not in a situation here where they want to go at 2.5 and over, because they want to keep things moving so they can
have options to decide when they feel they've got enough time.
Yeah.
The other thing is that the seamers are knackered. I feel for them, Dan.
They are.
It's been a long...
They're exhausted, aren't they? You can see. It's been a long series, and it's tightly compact. It's not been long, actually. It's been short, but the matches have come thick and fast. Moeen in to Punt from around the wicket, tossed up, driven into the gap on the offside. He's very happy to take the single, brings up his half-century. A fine knock from Rishabh Pant. Massive contrast to his first innings, where he really looked skittish, frenetic, threw his wicket away, much to the infuriation of Indian fans the world over. But in this innings, he has brought his game head on at precisely the right moment, just as his side were in a spot of bother. He's played a proper knock, batting at number 7, to get his side right back on top. So Umesh Yadav's going to face. Long on is still back, which intrigues me for the new batter. I wonder. Mid-off, backward point, sweeper on the cover boundary, slip forward short leg, mid-wicket. Moeen in, tossed up, driven up to long on. There was more of a hacking swipe, really, than a drive, but he'll get a single, and that's sort of what I mean, Ebony. Why not
keep the pressure on? I understand actually leaving a cow out for a bit of a week, but actually you want to force him to think about how am I going to get off strike, or take a risk to get off strike.
Moeen into the left-handed pad, who drives straight back, and Moeen is gone. Corn bowled, a really good sharp grab from Moeen Ali, who picks up another wicket. Punt, I think, has got to go, but for some reason he's still there. And he's now going to make his slow, weary trudge off.
I thought he almost hit himself there. He held the bat up seriously above his head and then nearly wiped himself out.
Well, I think he's walking off. This is rather confusing. The entire England team have gathered together and Rishabh Pant has not yet made it to the end of the cut strips. And is just going, so he's furious with himself, actually. He's really angry. He's removed a glove. I think it's just immense disappointment and fury with himself. And he can't
like
believe what he's done. Yeah.
In a supermarket, you're like, come on, let's get out the shop. And they're walking past the sweets or something. He's just dragging his feet. Do you know why? Do you know why? Because he settled himself for the 50, and I think he thought, right, now I've got the 50, I can press gear number 2, and he never even got out to be able to really get into it. And look, I've got to give him credit the way he played, because he went against his nature just to try and give the team the chance. I think he was just open to really then turn the screw.
Well, he might have actually perversely done his team a bit of good here, because it's going to give potentially India more time to bowl England down, which they could very well need. On the other hand, England fans will now feel, a bit of a sniff. 315? We saw the West Indies chase down 330 at Headingley only a few years ago with Shai Hope on a similarly flat deck. You never know.
Yeah. Well, look, what it has done is left the game exciting, because I think prior to this I was just thinking, right, if they keep going, add another, get to 350 comfortably, it's game over.
Yep.
Those 2 quick successions of wickets just... Yeah, it has bubbled it up.
Well, spin and bringing the slow bowling in has just changed the tempo, hasn't it? It was sort of relentless right arm, medium fast. I should describe more fulsomely the catch by Moeen, actually, because it was a very firmly struck shot from Pant. Bumrah is facing up to his first ball. He leans forward and defends into the onside on the front foot. It was hit back very firmly, and Moeen had to be quick to his right, took it two-handed. So it's a good catch from Moeen, who's now got figures of 2 for 100 from 22.4 overs. Strange. He's into Bumrah. Bumrah reaches again for this outside the off stump, plays back to the bowler. There's no run. 414 for 8. I got rather confused. I wondered if he thought it was a bump ball, because he took forever to leave the ground, or the field of play, I should say. Moeen into Bumrah, who defends again on the front foot. What's Bumrah's plan here, I wonder? Ebony, you can ruminate on that after Andy Zaltzman's brought us up to date with Pant's innings, and then it will be Simon Mann.
Pant's 50 from 106 balls when he was out with just 4 fours. Reached his 50 from his 105th ball. It's his 10th 50-plus score in tests. 3 of those he's converted into hundreds, and the longest he's taken in terms of balls faced to reach 50 in his career. So that stand of 100 has been followed by 2 wickets for 2 runs in the space of 4 balls. India have had partnerships of 1, 0 and 2 in this innings, but still scored 414 for 8 so far.
Simon, what do you think of the WinViz on the draw?
I was just going to mention it, Ebbs.
After you completely wiped me out, and last time I looked, it was at 30%.
But no, it's not going to draw now. Not after those 2 quick wickets.
No.
You were right in for a moment there. Here is Root bowling outside the off stump, and a bit of a swipe into the offside from Umesh. Goes to extra cover, and there's no run. If that partnership had gone on for another hour,
then draws.
Then obviously there's the possibility, because England would only be faced with the prospect of batting out for 1 hour, I would have thought. Here is Root bowling, and Umesh swipes that up to deepish mid-off. Shy at the stumps, hit from England, but only when the batters pass the stumps. They don't hit when the batter's short of the line. 415 for 8, Umesh to 2. Bumrah yet to score. What they do have to do now, of course, England, is just wipe these last 2 wickets out as quickly as possible, and then there's 316 the lead, and India will feel, well, we just like the security of another 20 or 30 here if we possibly can. Push it up to 350. Root bowls to Bumrah, and Bumrah guides it away into the offside towards extra cover, and there's no run. There are 2 men on the leg side boundary for Bumrah, a cow corner and a long on. Moeen's one of them at cow corner, just wiping his hands. Got a cloth there outside the boundary rope to wipe his hands, taking some of the sweat off it on this warm afternoon. Root to Bumrah. Bumrah goes back and plays French cricket there and defends into the offside. Bairstow comes behind the stumps to pick up. And there is no run. Remember, we can go on till 10-7 tonight, or just about 10-7, and with light as it is, we might get through all the way. Picking up some time lost yesterday. Root bowls to Bumrah. Bumrah, well, he's looking like a batter now, driving that out towards extra cover. Lovely silky shot. No run. When's the wipe going to come? Root goes in, bowls to Bumrah. Bumrah dead bats it into the offside, and there is no run. I know the spinners have made the breakthroughs here, but I wonder whether it's time to bring back a pace bowler, or do you think pace off is the better option here?
I think the batters would prefer spin, just in terms of less pace coming at you, but I do think the bowlers look really weary, and I just wonder if that opportunity for encouraging them to play a shot and then you set the field accordingly will work. I wouldn't mind a dovetail, someone like Overton at one end who just keep it stump to stump, make it awkward, get a bit of bounce, and then at the other, the spinner.
How many overs are those pace bowlers bowling? I mean, in the field for 5 sessions now. We've had 139 overs. It's going to be Moeen to continue. Bowls to Umesh, who leans forward and pushes it out towards mid-wicket. Jimmy Anderson's bowled 33 overs. Robinson's bowled 32. Woakes has bowled 29 on his return and 15 in the first innings. Moeen bowls. There is the big shot. This is going a long way. Out for 6 to wide long on. Massive blow out there. Out towards the pavilion. Fielder at long on. Thought he was in business for a moment, Chris Woakes. But there was an extra club on that one. Dragging it from outside the off stump.
England cannot afford to let these guys get a cheeky 20, 25. That will change the tone again.
You have to sanitise the ball because it went into the crowd. Overton's bowled 16 overs. Moeen's in his 24th, and Root's in his bowled 5 overs for Root. 6 overs now. The ball has been sanitised. It's 421 for 8. The lead is 322. And Umesh goes to 80. It was too tempting for him. It was foolish outside the off stump. Moeen looking to perhaps spin one back through the gate. Here is Moeen. Bowls to Umesh, who props forward and pushes it back up the offside of the pitch. Crowd like that. I think the Indian supporters like that, actually. They like the fact that Umesh is not just going to wipe everything. He's going to play the ball on merit, but play with a certain judiciousness. Moeen bowls, angled away, past slip for a single. They've gone through for that one. They're looking at 2, it's not there. Overton runs back, rather weary looking Overton towards short third. 422 for 8. Tea is 15 minutes away. If a wicket falls now, play will continue for an extra half an hour. If we go past 20 to 4. Moeen bowls to Bumrah, who comes stabbing forward, wants a single. There is one in the offside. Vacant cover area, so Bumrah is off the mark. 423 for 8. It's a nice time to bat for these two. The ball's not whizzing around, the bowlers are tired. Loads of runs in the bank. They can actually enjoy it for a bit and bat for a bit. Umesh drives powerfully into the onside, beats mid-wicket, goes up to long on, and they'll have that covered with Woakes there. Another single. Burns rushing across, couldn't stop it in that straight mid-wicket position. Umesh Yadav goes to 10, and India to 424 for 8.
I think they should think about the line to some of these lower order. Very comfortable on the leg side, as we saw from the one he cleared, the ones he's knocked up to mid-on and down. And actually, with the lower order batters, they like kind of almost that up. I think they've got to think about forcing them to just play on and around that off stump and make it, if anything, a big drag around. It's too easy at the moment.
It's going to be Root to continue. We've got 4 men back, although mid-off is deep rather than long off. Root bowls outside the off stump, crashed away through extra cover. It will be a single. Diving Hamid, scooped up by Pope, coming in from deep cover. One more, 425 for 8. Lead 326. Root's making a slight adjustment with the field. He wants deep cover in a couple of yards Root goes in, bowls to Bumrah, drags this into the leg side. I think he said that pretty well. He has. It's gone for 4. Through square leg. No chance for Moeen. He's on the deep mid-wicket boundary. And this partnership, well, it's not a big one yet, but it's already beginning to hurt England. Hoping they were through when they got rid of Thakur and Pant. 4:29 for 8. The lead 3:30 now. Root goes in, bowls to Bumrah, stretches forward, dead bats that into the offside. The India supporters are batting with these two lower order players. We encourage them every delivery. Bumrah on 5. Root goes into bowl to him, and he drives that to the left of Hamid, and they are through for another single. Time for the pace bowlers.
Yeah, it looks too easy, doesn't it? And I think also they're clearly the runs are flowing on the leg side. I think just tucking them up awkwardly on that kind of off stump line and then keeping it simple, really.
3 men out on the leg side now for Umesh, who gets the ball on the pads, which he clips away for a single. Yeah, the runs are coming a bit too easily, and there's not much pressure on them.
Yeah, they're unrushed in any sort of way, and I think they're licking their lips. This is the ideal scenario for both of these two.
Bumrah on 6. Root can tempt Bumrah to play a big shot into the leg side. He fires one through there, trying to get one onto the front pad, but Bumrah's equal to it. Getting that back out in front of his pad, pushing it back down the pitch. There's no run. 4:31 for 8. The lead is 332. How many of these two added results?
17.
17.
In 3.5 overs.
Doesn't sound a lot, but they feel like very useful runs in this situation. Taking it just over 300, closer to 350 now. 141 overs have been bowled.
A couple of things about India's batting. They batted pretty well as a team. Only Rahane, you would say, has failed in this innings, although Jadeja only made 17. Played a kind of useful role after the fall of those wickets with the new ball, batted through 20 overs in a partnership with Kohli. But 6 of the top 8 have made at least 40. It's only the 12th time that 6 of a team's top 8 have made 40 or more in a test in England, and just the 4th time in the last 19 years. In terms of 4th innings at the Oval, since 2001, the average rate of runs per wicket in 4th innings is 36.9.
Moeen's going to continue. Goes into bowl to Umesh, who powers him down the ground, out towards straight long on. Wokes rushes round, picks up, and gets there, and keeps it down to a single. That's very good fielding from Wokes in the deep there at the far end of the ground.
He was doing a little bit of limbering up a moment ago. Just sense he might have a little bit more energy. Just get him in and get this done, because another 20 in it.
Yeah.
It's messy.
Moeen bowls. Bumrah plays a delicate late dab there. Down towards deep third. They're off for 1. They're coming back for the second. Overton's after it from slip. And they end up with 2 runs.
Bumrah wants to get up the order. Look, he's playing late dabs, sweeps, driving down the ground. Get me up the order, Skip.
Well, it's a nice position to be in, coming in this situation. He's done well so far. He stretches for that one. Ball is the toe end of the bat and rolls back towards Bairstow. Picks it up. It's quite wide, that from Moeen. 4:34 for 8. They're sort of hoping that Bumrah's just going to whack one up in the air. Moeen bowls to Bumrah, who sides that away out towards deep cover. The fielder out there doesn't see it initially, and they go through for another single. It's almost a shot ball, a runner ball. It's Robinson out there. He didn't see it initially. It was a scything drive from Bumrah. It wasn't a catch, nowhere near. 4:35 for 8. Moeen bowls to Umesh, who was, well, he was definitely winding up for a big shot there, and then checked his shot at the last moment.
The lasso was coming out.
A bit of the old helicopter. MS Dhoni. There are 3 men in the deep on the leg side. Umesh on 13. Waits for Moeen, who bowls to him. And Umesh props forward and plays it back down the pitch. And there is no run. That's the end of the over. This partnership continues to build. 4:14 when the last wicket fell. 4:35 now. 19 very useful runs 3-3-6 the lead with just under 10 minutes to go until tea. What does Root do here? You feel he's going to have to bring back one of his pace bowlers.
Well, Wokes was...
Yeah, Wokes is going to bowl, yeah.
It feels right. He feels the most threatening, potentially a little bit fresher than the others do. He would just create some problems, get some awkward bounce.
Oh, no, he's not.
Is it not?
Is he going to bowl or not? It looks as if
He's shaping up on the
Oh, yes,
crease.
he is, yeah. The reason that I thought he wasn't for a moment is that Root was basically where he runs in from, but of course he's just going to have a chat with Wokes. That's the reason.
Just a little more on that fourth inning stat at the Oval. In Test since 2001. Wickets have fallen up to 36.9 per wicket. Only the Basin Reserve in Wellington has a higher fourth innings batting average out of the 28 grounds that have hosted at least 10 tests in that time. So all is not lost.
No, well, it's certainly still a very good batting pitch, or it's become a very good batting pitch. I remember a game here when India won the series in something like 2007. England made 360 for 6 in the final innings, but I think set about 600. That was fine for India because they were leading in the series. They set England a huge target, something like that, 500-600 to win. In Bell, I think, got 100, and they were 369 for 6 at the close of play. No chance of winning, but they batted out fairly comfortably for a draw. 3-3-6, India lead by. Coming up to tea. Wokes moves in, bowls to Bumrah, push it to the offside, could be a run out. The bails are off, but I think they are often difficult to tell sometimes with the modern bails, look the same colour as the pitch. No, they're not off, but Bumrah played into the offside, set off for a single, close to Hamid, who threw the ball at the stumps, just missed them, and it would have been tight for the run out if indeed he'd hit the stumps. He didn't. Bumrah certainly got some confidence in his batting after those runs at Lords. Why not, actually? You think, well, actually, no, I can do it at this level. Wokes looking for his third wicket. Bowls to Bumrah, who comes forward and strokes that nicely towards mid-off.
I have to say,
no run.
I think that the lower order batters, well, technically they've actually given themselves a chance. Thacker's come through the line. Bumrah, look, they're coming through the ball, so... You know, sometimes you see that full-on hackage, right? Agricultural shots, and it can look a bit messy. I actually think they give themselves a bit of a chance, and that's why they've hung around and caused some lower-order damage.
Wokes goes in and bowls to Bumrah. It's full, it's driven back past the bowler, past the stumps, but not timed. Anderson tidies up from mid-on, and there is no run. Well, these two are advancing it towards 350. That feels psychological as well, 350. Doesn't guarantee anything, mind you. I mean, there is enough.
So what's your money? What's a number that is too much to chase down?
Well, this might be, but it's not impossible because of the time left in the game. Wokes bowl, that's very well driven down the ground for 4 by Bumrah, past mid-off. Root can't get round. Is he struggling there with an injury to his right leg? As if he pulled something there as he tried to field the ball. He's bending down.
Well, it was hit hard and he tried to move pretty sharply to his right, and looks like he might tweak something.
Is it his left knee? Anyway, he looks to be staying out there. It was just behind the left knee. As he bent to try to stop the ball. Sometimes you just jar your knee, you stamp it into the ground, and well, yeah, I think that's what it could have been. But also, you're just slightly stretching, you can tweak something as well.
For a moment, we need to also celebrate that shot.
There's a fine shot.
That was a proper shot.
340 the lead. Root is still bending down, feeling that left knee. Wokes is going into bowl to Bumrah. And Bumrah plays a perfectly good defensive shot into the offside, and there's no run.
This innings has taken Jasprit Bumrah's Test batting average over 5 for the first time in his Test career. At the start of the series, it was 2.2. He'd only once made more than 6 before this series. That was an epic innings of 10 not out of 11 balls against New Zealand in Christchurch last year. So he's now got his 3 highest scores in this series.
So what were the reminder? What was
28 at Nottingham in the first innings, from which he cleaned a 6 over square leg.
that.
Wokes bowls to Bumrah, and Bumrah guides that away for a single down towards deep backward point, and takes the bowling as well at the end of the 143rd over. India 440 for 8. Bumrah 14, Umesh 13, and this ninth wicket partnership grows. I think Bumrah's not looked in any trouble at all, and we've got some tired bowlers out there. It's a flat pitch. It won't look quite so flat when he's got the ball in his hand in about whatever, half an hour or so, or 40 minutes. But and that is the one thing that would encourage England here, both, I suppose, from two aspects really. One is the potential for the draw, which is again just coming into view the more India bat, isn't it?
What were Bumrah's scores? Sorry.
So at 28 at Nottingham in the first innings of the series. And then Norton 34 not out at Lords, Norton 1 not out Headingley, and Norton now 13 not out. 76 runs in the series, average 19.
And this will give him a bit of confidence and momentum as well with the ball.
Last over before tea, unless a wicket falls. Moeen bowls to Bumrah, who does smear this away into the leg side. He's made good contact as well. He's hit it out towards Cow Corner for 4. He didn't have a fielder out there, but it was away to his left-hand side. Goodness me, he's taken some confidence from that second innings at Lords. Takes him on to 18. It's a good clumping stroke into the leg side.
That is a shot. He also he waited, he went forward to play it and then just held his shape.
Moeen bowls, Bumrah goes back and he wants to play one of those delicate late dabs as well, just to say he's not all about slogging.
I'm not all power.
Yeah. But he's a bit too close to him, so he guided it into the offside in the end. 4-4-4 for 8. Moeen bowls to Bumrah, who leans forward and plays down very well indeed, as if he's playing for tea now. So I've hit my 4. Now I'm going to be not out at tea.
I love how he positions his grip. It's like very delicate, very purposeful.
Moeen bowls to Bumrah, who tries to go back and smash that into the leg side. He makes reasonable contact. He goes scudding up towards mid-on, and there's no run. He wanted to get right back into his stumps there and power it away, but it was a bit too close to him to get significant power and placement into the shot. 2 balls left before the tea interval, unless the wicket falls, in which case with 9 down we'll play on for another half an hour. Roots, who looks to have recovered from that knee problem, is just having a chat with Moeen. Moeen's going to bowl round the wicket. That's what the chat was about. Just waiting for Root to settle on his field. A leg slip's gone in rather than a short leg. There's still that man at Cow Corner. There's no long on in, so that's a tempting area possibly. But Bumrah's happy to play for tea and gets a single, going right back into his stumps and dabbing into the offside. Overton comes from behind the stumps to pick up. So 1 more run to the total. 4:45 for 8.
Well, Bumrah update, 82 runs at 20.5 in this series now. Before this, 30 innings in Test cricket before this series, 43 runs, average 2.26. What's happened?
Umesh Yadav down the leg side. Umesh tries to glance, misses it. It's taken by Bairstow, and that is tea. And that's been a very good afternoon for India. They were 329 for 6 at lunch. At tea, they're 445 for 8. They lead by 346. England still have 2 wickets to take. There are quite a lot of overs still left in the day's play. It's gone off the scoreboard away to our left-hand side, but I think I saw 41. 43 left, because we can go on until just before 10 to 7 tonight. So in theory, 2 hours and 50 minutes cricket left in the day. The light should be good tonight, although it might be some might be dipping a little bit towards the close of play, so there might be some tricky light to bat in for England's lower order.
That is a lot of runs. I was just looking down at the scorecard from 127 from Rohit Sharma all the way down. The only person to miss out is Jadeja, but that is not only a mixture of the surface, but I think tired bowlers for England. Sorry, Rahane. I don't even know who Mez said there, but Rahane, who got a duck, but everybody else has cashed in. England have got a lot of trouble ahead. I feel it's either the draw or moving towards the India win, because there's going to be a lot of runs required.
Yeah, it feels as though it's sort of a long way ahead now for England to win the game. 3:46, and that ninth wicket partnership is just taking it away from England. Well played, Bumrah and Yadav, done really well against a flagging attack. Right, there we go then. The lead is 3:46 at tea. Pant out for 50 and Taka for 60 to Moeen and Root in that afternoon session. Dan Norcross will talk you through the tea interval, but before that, let's start by getting the latest on a remarkable day in the LV County Championship. Wickets tumbling. Kevin Howells very much at Scarborough, where Yorkshire are batting after skittling Somerset out in their first innings. Kevin.
Oh, never mind where I am. What's going on, Simon? Latest count is 73 wickets in 2 sessions of 8 games. Various ways of looking at this. Ridiculous is one way, of course. Leicestershire, I'll go through the scores. I'll talk about this game here in the Division 1 matches, which go to the matches for the title, the 6 teams going for the title this year in this second phase, the Championship, in a moment. I'll run through the scores and some grounds where actually there are a few wickets falling, such as Derbyshire versus Leicestershire. Leicestershire 184 for 2. There are wickets falling at Durham. Glamorgan were bowled out for 97. The wickets have been shared around, but Durham in reply, it's a completely different story. So there they're looking at the fall of those Glamorgan wickets and looking at the 10:30 start, for example. Now we're in September, because Durham's response is 107 for no wicket, but they've done well of Durham, their top order all season, and clearly are doing so again today. One of the games where lots of wickets have fallen is the match between Essex and Gloucestershire, where Gloucestershire were all out for 76. Simon Harmer, even as a spinner, getting involved earlier today, picking up 3 for 2 from 3 overs. In response, Essex is 71 for 4, so doing a little better in the second innings of that match there. Kent against Worcestershire. Worcestershire were bowled out for 133. Nathan Gilchrist taking 5 wickets. Matt Milnes picking up 4 as well. Kent in reply are 72 for the loss of 3 wickets. Zach Crawley was out for 5. As I say, on a day when the bowlers seem to be on top, perhaps we can't read too much into this sort of thing. What else we got for you? We've got Northamptonshire versus Surrey. Surrey 181 for 4 in the game against Northamptonshire. So that is a recovery. They were struggling early on. Surrey, Tom Taylor taking wickets, but now there's recovery there for Surrey. Let's move into Division 1 and the 3 matches. Let's kick off here at Scarborough, where Yorkshire are taking on Somerset. Somerset decided to bowl the bat the first, should I say, this morning. So 10:30 start, so obviously you've got to factor that in, but there was beautiful blue skies, but they were still rolled over for 134. Picking up the wickets, we had 5 wickets for Matt Fisher. He was bowling very nicely. Also Jordan Thompson. The middle order really taken out just before lunch. 2 and 2 balls for Jordan Thompson, 2 for 36. George Hill taking 2 for 12. They didn't really make a better fist of it just after lunch, and therefore all out for 134. Yorkshire in reply are 47 for 1. That 1 wicket to have fallen, Adam Lyth given out caught behind. It comes maybe off the shoulder as opposed to high off the bat. He didn't look best pleased with the decision, but caught by the keeper. Tom Kohler-Cadmore was retired, not out. Took a nasty blow on the elbow at one point, I think from a Josh Davey delivery it was. So from that point of view, we hope that Kohler-Cadmore is going to be okay to come back out and bat. But Yorkshire have got to tea on this first day, this latest round of matches at 47 for 1. They trail by 87 runs. Of the other Division 1 matches, Nottinghamshire against Lancashire, 211 for 4 are Notts. And we've got half centuries there for Duckett at 59. Sam Northeast now playing for Nottinghamshire, 65. Joe Clark not out on 47. Lyndon James has just gone for 21. So Nottinghamshire 211 for 4 against Lancashire. Liam Livingston, by the way, is not playing in that game. He's been left out of the team because he's feeling unwell following the side effects of a second jab. Talking of COVID-related issues, a little bit of concern at Edgbaston this morning because a Hampshire player tested positive for COVID. They had to have a full investigation, see how many people he'd come into contact with. So they were satisfied in the end it was just this one player. Everyone else was okay, so medically safe to start the game at 11:30. But not safe if you're a batter, because Hampshire all out for 89 and Warwickshire in reply of 40 for 5. The Hampshire innings of 89, including Will Rhodes, the captain of Warwickshire, taking 5 wickets. For Warwickshire in their 40 for 5, you might imagine, now he's back in the Hampshire colours again, Abbas taking wickets. Mohammed Abbas 2 for 21. Keith Barker 3 for 17 against his old county. Sam Hain is not out on 9, but Yates failed to score. Sibley out for 6, and Chris Benjamin, a bit of a talk of the summer, but out for only 5 today. So many wickets. As I say, at the latest count I've got, I think it's 73, which is quite ridiculous. But there we are. It's eventful, it's entertaining, if you like, and we keep our fingers crossed that maybe we'll get some runs scored over the next couple of days somewhere. We wait and see.
Well, it sounds like Surrey are going okay, Kevin, and that's obviously
the only thing that matters.
only thing that matters, yes. Thank you, Kevin. You can hear commentary on every ball, of course, of every county game on the BBC Sport website and app. I tend to be... Well, I thought I was going to be able to sit in my garden and listen to it tomorrow, but that's not going to be the case, I would imagine, because I think we're definitely going to have a 5th day here at the Test match. It's a tea interval. India are 445 for 8. They've had a really terrific afternoon session. The wheels rather fell off England somewhat, and the lead is 346. Now, there's more live cricket on the website at 4 o'clock today, with the final of the inaugural Charlotte Edwards Cup at the Ageas Bowl. The women's game has experienced a huge boost after the 100, which began here at the Oval 6 weeks ago. We can now talk to Henry Moran, who's covering the Charlotte Edwards finals day for us, and to Ashes winner and BBC TMS contributor Rosalie Fairburn, who is with Henry. And Ebony's going to be staying with me. Ebony, of course, Director of Women's Cricket here at Surrey. Henry, firstly, tell us what's happened so far in the Charlotte Edwards Trophy. You've already had one match, haven't you?
Yes, today finals day, so finals plural, because we've had an eliminator match between the Northern Diamonds and the Southern Vipers for the chance to play the South East Stars. Now, the reason that those two sides played each other and the Stars have gone straight through is because across the two groups, the Stars were the most successful side, so booked their place straight through to the final. Then there was the playoff between the Diamonds and the Vipers, and it is the Northern Diamonds who prevailed. They hit 135 for 6 and then bowled the Southern Vipers out for 117. We saw Lauren Winfield Hill top scoring in the game. She played really nicely, the England International and World Cup winner, with 65 from 49, and in the end 136 was just too much. So the Southern Vipers out. It'll be the Diamonds against the South East Stars in around about 10-12 minutes time from now.
Thanks, Henry. Just to explain, by the way, this is the T20 women's tournament. We've also got the Rachel Hayo Flint Trophy for the 50 overs. Rosalie Fairbairn is with us. You were part of that inaugural season of the KSL, Kia Super League, back in 2016. The game has changed, hasn't it, almost beyond recognition in the last 5 years?
Yeah, hello, Dan.
Hello.
Yeah, it has changed a lot, and actually, if you think about the first season of Kia Super League, that was the first time that many domestic players had even a hint of being professionals. And now, if you look at what we've had this season, we've got a 20 over competition, we've got a 50 over competition, and we've got the 100. So a large number of domestic professional cricketers, female cricketers, which is a big step from what we've had in the last 5 years. But you know, even England have not been professional for that long in the bigger scheme of things. So yeah, it's been a big summer for England women's domestic cricket and international cricket.
Well, it's been extraordinary, Rosalie, because last year with COVID, of course, it's very difficult to find any. Well, I say it's difficult to find space. They didn't find space for women's domestic cricket, really. Didn't find a lot for international cricket. I've got Ebony Rainford Brent with me, and the women's internationals didn't get started until September. Very cold up in Derby against the West Indies. By contrast, this year, as Rosie's just been talking about there, those different domestic tournaments, 3 of them, quite a lot more international cricket as well. You must be delighted with the summer of 2021.
Yeah, look, it's amazing. I think last year, if you track back to when the pandemic hit, there was just a fear that women's sport in general and women's cricket was just going to go backwards and put on the back burner, and some positive things happened. The women's game actually women at Surrey played domestically before the men did, and then the regional sort of retainer contracts came in place towards the end of the year, and then it's kind of picked up. And what I would say actually is, if anything, rather than it going backwards for cricket, where other sports have struggled, cricket has gone on the acceleration and the charge. And I would say there's so many things to be excited about. The performance standards, because players have been part of regional structures, have been playing high-level domestic cricket, have had the whole winter. Their games have gone through the roof. I think players like Emily Arlett coming through as an example, Alice Capsey, players that you wouldn't have heard of before. There's this depth that's been created. And then the other side is the visibility. The 100 has just broken through to another level. You know, seeing over a quarter of a million come in and watch live, and the amount that watched at home, I think it's a game changer. So there's only one thing I really want to see soon, which is the lower end of the domestic 100 contracts, the pay for those start to come up to something meaningful, because I would say now the women's offer is part of that commercial offer. It's no longer sort of the men get paid well and the women. No, actually it is part of the whole family offer, because people were turning up to watch that. So that's the only thing that needs to change. But in terms of the performance standards and the visibility, it's mind-blowing how far it's come.
Rosalie, everybody makes a very strong point there, doesn't she? There were 25,000 people watched women's games at the Oval and Lords within about 3 days of each other. Just 2 matches, and just those 2 matches, which I believe was just 2,000 fewer than watched the entirety of the last Kia Super League. Staggeringly. Now, you can't justify the levels of pay for women on that basis at the moment, Kenny, because you've got 10,000 and 15,000 people coming in. The Oval only holds 25, 30,000. So you can no longer make the argument that, well, there aren't enough people coming to women's cricket to justify them getting paid more. That has to change now, doesn't it, as a result of the 100?
Yeah, I think Ebony's right. I think this season there's evidence now to argue the case for better pay. There's strong evidence that actually paying the players well, or at least paying them at all, which is a starting point, has shown they can commit more to be a professional cricketer. They're not trying to kind of juggle a million things to enable themselves to fit in training with all their other commitments that they have. But I think exactly, we now have the evidence that people want to come and watch these fixtures. It's been great to have it on free-to-air TV for lots of people to see, and obviously on the radio throughout. So now that more people have seen it and more people are coming along, it's I always think with arguments, if you've got evidence rather than just a bit of a gut feel, it really helps that argument. So hopefully, when it comes to kind of looking at how the funding's divvied up, that will be a big factor in it.
Ebony, I want to talk about the franchises and the names of the teams and how the domestic structure has come together, because it's a bit more confusing now. I mean, when we had the Kia Super League, we sort of understood there were counties and then there were these 6 teams. Now we've got the Southern Brave, South East Stars, Northern Superchargers and Northern Diamonds, Sunrisers. They don't quite meld together, do they? Do we need something a bit more clarity, perhaps, in the domestic game? Is that possible to do?
I think the one thing we lose, so I understand the benefit of having the men and women 100, exactly what you want to see around the world. Big Bash, men and women's teams, you can jointly market those names. The issue is, obviously, by moving towards these sort of regional structures and the 100 structure, we're now creating new identities with the regional structure, and they don't correlate with the counties. And the thing that I suppose frustrates me is that when you have a consistent team that's performing year-round, you have a brand you can market year-round. Whereas at the moment, the real focus will be that 5-6 weeks for the 100 is where the energy is. Then the regional teams are not well known. There's no marketing spend, really. It's kind of a bit of a void in terms of keeping the conversation going enough. There's not really that energy behind it. And then the counties haven't got the high level of performance cricket anymore. So we have got a melting pot of so much stuff going on that we can't shout about the domestic game consistently throughout the year.
No, indeed. I mean, at the Oval, when you come up here, they had the women's, they still do have the women's captain and the men's captain, but he was Nat Siver.
Yeah.
And now, of course, it's the captain of Surrey. So it's not the captain of the Oval Invincibles, it's not the captain of the South East Stars.
It's messy. It's messy in terms of understanding. I think if you are a young girl getting into it and you're trying to sell that whole dream of your pipeline, you're then saying, right, play for your county, then play. So I understand why it's there, because I think that there's a restructuring going on. I would like to see some sort of streamlining, though, of the brand, and then I think you can tell stories year-round, which keeps the narrative going, and then you can really build on it. Whereas I think, it won't really keep that sort of focus year-round. So, yeah.
Henry, you saw an awful lot of the women's 100, and you and I have seen a fair bit of women's domestic cricket before this year as well. My impression was that the standard had improved beyond recognition, and also some young players coming through and the England team had tended to be a bit of a blockage. It's very difficult to get into that side. But who are the players that you've spotted really coming through this year?
Well, I think it's a really significant change that we've seen in the last 12 months in terms of opportunity to get into the England side and England setup. As you say, you sort of could guess within about sort of 2 or 3 places who would be in the starting 11 of each game almost a year before it even happened, because the nature of the professional game and the few players that had contracts, it was quite clear who was going to get those opportunities. But because the chances that the 100 in particular gave, not just for playing high level cricket but also playing high pressure cricket, so big crowds, TV audiences, all those things that make it that much more of a challenge, have given the likes of Lisa Kiteley, the England coach, Heather Knight, the England captain, a bit more guidance as to who could make it when they get their opportunities. So last night at Hove in the second women's T20, we saw Maya Bouchier, a player who's been playing for the Southern Vipers and played for the Southern Brave in the 100, getting an opportunity for England, 22 years old, on debut, and she absolutely flew. She hit 25 in double quick time, played really well, and looked utterly at home playing international cricket. And so that, I think, is a really interesting guide, an example of how this system can work, and it should be working, because so long people in England have been saying, well, look at Australia, they've got this clear structure that works to get players playing domestic cricket at a high level and going straight into the national side. That's something England have been envious of, but we're just starting to see that the hard work is giving the opportunity for players that succeed in the domestic game to get their chance internationally, and when they get that chance, crucially, being well enough prepared to take it.
And Henry, just on that point, I mean, I was incredibly impressed by Alice Capsey, 16 years old, playing in the first 100 match. There was a load of publicity around that. It was live on BBC. There were 7,000 or 8,000 people in. She will never have played in front of a crowd like that. And yet she seemed entirely unfazed. I mean, this has got to stand England in good stead, hasn't it? That players can come in to what would feel like high-pressure environments and then not be quite so phased when they come into, say, an Ashes series.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we look back at that 2019 Ashes series that England lost at home, there were games where England just actually looked sort of startled, bewildered by the situation in front of them. And the more cricket that is played with the high pressure and the likes of players like Alice Capsey, who actually not only will push for selection themselves, but will push those that are playing in the England side to improve their own performance, can only be a good thing. And we see running out to the middle, it's going to be Capsey to open the bowling in the final of this tournament, the Charlotte Edwards Cup, from the far end of the ground as we look at it. And that's a perfect example. She's 17 years old now. She has absolutely flown across the last few weeks and has gone from being somebody nobody had heard of to being someone that now is being talked about in very real terms as being someone who could be playing for England sooner rather than later.
Well, she got a half century at Lords to her name as well, and there are plenty of stellar names.
She's got them to the Charlotte Edwards Cup Trophy final as well with more runs, so she's churning them out.
Ebony and Rosalie, very briefly on that subject, women and girls participation at club level has gone through the roof. My local club, Spencer, 250 women and girls playing in those sections. Rosalie, are you seeing the same expansion down your neck of the woods?
Yeah, so I'm in Devon. Devon's always had a really strong women's cricket setup. So I think Ebony's kind of alluded to it a little bit, but I think the challenge now is to kind of make sure that everything feeding into this regional structure is strong. But I do think if you can see role models and you can hear role models performing in a sport that you love or you're interested in finding out about when you're a young girl, that's a great kind of source of inspiration, because you want to see yourself. And we've had a really nice range of players on show this summer, and I think ECB have done a really good job with really showcasing a lot of the women featuring in the competitions this summer, and that's going to really help to kind of inspire the young girls who are thinking about it, or the players who are a little bit older who think, actually, yeah, I'm going to give cricket a go, or I'm going to stick with cricket because actually I'm seeing a lot of it in kind of the broader media and hearing it on the radio.
A large part of the ECB's desire for the 100 was to get into the cities. Now, you're working with the ACE programme in cities. How's that going in identifying female talent?
Yeah, so with ACE, we've asked our coaches to focus on trying to get to 50% in all the engagement we're doing. We're currently operating at about 17%, which is low. Not happy. I'm not happy. There are so many more factors that go in. So I think we need to double down when it comes to more diverse groups, lower socioeconomic groups, because females have a number of barriers, and then you layer on some of those and it becomes harder. So We're active. We're really pleased with seeing that we are seeing some signs of success, but we need to get from 17 to 50 as soon as possible.
Thank you, Ebony. Thank you, Rosalie. Thank you, Henry. Enjoy the Charlotte Edwards Cup. The commentary on the Charlotte Edwards final is on the BBC website and app from 4 p.m. And you can watch highlights of that second T20 last night. It's now on the BBC iPlayer. The third T20 from Taunton is on Sports Extra at 6:15 p.m. Now then, the players have made their way out. Batters are on the way out. Craig Overton is going to bowl first over from the Vauxhall end. Deep Dasgupta has rejoined us. Isha Guha is going to come and replace me. And Deep, what do India want here? A quick thrash?
Yeah, why not? Thank you, Dan. A quick thrash. Try and get that lead to as much as possible. They're comfortably placed. Just bat England out of this game, if they haven't already. Lead by 346, Isha, you reckon?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, England punched back, didn't they, in the morning session, as Overton is going to bowl from the Vauxhall end, as Bumrah is forward and defending solidly, to much applause from the Indian players in the dressing room. And there was a stage where there were 216 ahead.
That's right.
Before the partnership came between Rishabh Pant and Shardul Thakur, that has just put India in a very commanding position once more as Bumrah pushes to the offside. He sets off. Hazeem Hameed with the throw. Goes past the stumps as Bumrah makes it back. Lead of 346 now, though. And all the stats say that is a tough chase. But don't rule out a draw.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't rule that out. See, from here on, let's say another 2.5 hours left, day 4. Let's say 30 overs, even though there are more than 30 overs left in the day officially. But yeah, 30 and 90 definitely tomorrow. So 120, 125 overs. I mean, that's a lot of overs. But again, going back to batting conditions, they're so good even now.
This partnership worth 31. Bumrah plays the ball to mid-on, off the front foot, no run. But that partnership was soul-destroying for England, you would say.
Yeah, true.
There was a moment when they were on 64 together, when Moeen Ali had clear view of the stumps. Rishabh Pant had set off. He went back, he set off again, and it was an easy one for Moeen Ali as Overton bowls straight as Bumrah drives to either throw the ball to Johnny Bairstow to take the bails, or for him to even run up to the stumps and take the bails himself. But he didn't. He threw at the stumps. Haseem Hameed fumbled, backing up, and it was too late. Rishabh Pant had the chance to get back in. It was truly atrocious cricket, wasn't it, Andy?
I don't want to talk about it.
According to Andy, there are like 4 run-out chances missed, 1 delivery.
It's the sort of run-out you see in a playground, or missed run-out, as Overton past the stumps now to Bumrah, who's driving solidly to mid-on off the front foot. So very casual. They're not out the blocks quickly here, Deep. They're just trying to give themselves a little bit more time.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I mean, they might be looking at 110, 115 overs. They don't really want the faster bowlers, especially because you've got a test match coming up in another 3 days gap. So, yeah, I think 110 overs, 115 overs should be good enough.
Nice setup from Bumrah, who's forwards and guiding the ball to the offside. There's a man out at deep point, so vacant area there for him to come through for a single as he goes to 20, lead of 347 at the end of the over. 446 for 8, 145 overs this innings has been for England.
And now that's the third time in the series that Bumrah has doubled his previous highest score before this series.
Doubled his previous highest score before this series.
Yes, so which was 10. So it's his third 20-plus score in this series.
Right.
And his 10 was the only time he got more than 6. Sorry, I didn't
late
express
Sunday
that very
afternoon.
well. But we're seeing something extraordinary here, Isha.
Right, that's the point you were making. Okay. Chris Woakes is going to bowl from the pavilion end. Gentle breeze getting up here. in South London as the flag's blowing, and now just calmly coming down as they blow again.
Yeah, when I say 110, 115, I'm looking at from 20 overs today.
Yeah.
So when you come back tomorrow, you still have a newish ball. And then you'll get another, I mean, if you require, you've got good 30 odd overs out of the second new ball then as well. So maybe that 110, 115 is what Virat is also looking at, maybe.
The bearded Woakes shuffles forwards, running towards us as driven by Bumrah to mid-off. No run. Gorgeous conditions here at the Kia Oval. The sun is out, blue skies. This is what it's all about at the cricket. Get a drink in your hand, soak up the sun and the atmosphere. Maybe have a little doze off.
Yeah, sure, why not?
As Woakes bowls to Bumrah, and that is a delightful stroke past mid-wicket to his left. Doesn't even bother moving because that is bisected those two fielders beautifully. Moeen Ali's running to collect the ball. It's gone into the fence, and that was beautifully whipped away. 24 to Bumrah.
I mean, to be honest, I mean, he's looking a lot more comfortable with the bat last few test matches now. I mean, before this, never seen this side of Bumrah before. He's looking confident, trying to get behind the ball, play with a straightish bat, more orthodox shots.
Looking like a proper test match batsman with his sunny tonic. As India's score moves to 450, Woakes bowls short, and Jasprit Bumrah gets it in and behind it and plays it down nicely, like a top order bat, as Andy Zaltzman now rehearses the shot himself. If only Andy.
One of the Surrey and England greats, Peter May, had a stand named after him. He was famous for his on drive. I think he would have been purring at that Bumrah shot.
It is amazing how the old stickers are making a comeback. As Bumrah looks to pull a ball, he chalks it. It hits the end of the bat as he looks to play it away to the leg side. Short ball from Chris Woakes, and somehow manages to end up on the offside on the floor.
Yeah, it was too early into that shot.
Sort of catches the end of the bat, then onto his elbow, and then onto the floor.
Is that the kind of bat you started off playing cricket with, Sunny Tony?
I had a Sunny Tony back in the day, and with those stickers. Because we used to go to India quite a bit, so the SG bat.
SG.
Sunil Gavaskar as Woakes bowls full, driven by Bumrah. Stopped that extra cover by the diving fielder there. Sam Billings on the field.
Bumrah's enjoying this, isn't he?
Let's also say he's now trebled his career total in this series, which was 43 before this series, and now he's at. See, he can't believe I'm saying this. He's added 87 this series.
Wow.
For four dismissals, so averaging, is it close to 22 now?
Get him up the order. Bumrah gently taps his bat down, as that is hammered straight to Moeen Ali. It was a fairly innocuous delivery, just a good length ball on the stumps. He steps away and smacks it straight to mid-on. So 9th wicket down for India, 450 on the board. Kiss of death from you, Andy.
Yeah, I wanted to slog it over mid-wicket. Yeah, I just didn't really time it. An easy catch to Moeen Ali in the end. Another wicket for Chris Woakes. He's worked hard. Bumrah gone for 24.
Not before that lead is extended to 351 for India. So just one more here for the England side as Overton will continue from the Vauxhall end.
It's Mohammad Siraj. Well, let's see what he does with the bat.
Yep, he doesn't like to hang around.
Nah, he doesn't. He doesn't. The Umesh has got a first-class 100 actually. So Umesh is a decent bat. Can hit a long ball. That lead looks good. 351. How many overs left in the day, Andy? Another
41 theoretically.
41. That might not be possible. maybe around the 35.
Because they don't they don't make the teams bowl the overs. If you're trying to get a draw, it becomes strategically advantageous to bowl your overs as slowly as possible, which is a flaw, isn't it, in the regulations?
Yeah, but
well,
you know
especially if you don't get penalised properly.
But now I guess the new rules are going to you penalise World Test Championship points.
As that is played to mid-on off the front foot. Umesh Yadav on strike on 13.
And that makes sense because India and England both lost 2 World Test Championship points because of slow over rate.
Yeah, Australia did, which deeply hurt them because if they hadn't have done, then they would have qualified, I think.
Yeah, and they would have qualified before in place of New Zealand, right? India could have won that then.
There's a fly slip down on the boundary. Oh, that's a lovely looking shot over to the offside, getting a bit of width and carving it out there. Deep point rushes round to collect the ball in front of the boundary as Yadav hustles back for 2. And they had an air of A.B. de Villiers about it with the circular motion with which he rotated the bat.
It's the helicopter
got the hands
thing.
through.
The MS Dhoni helicopter shot.
Yeah, the helicopter. But A.B. de Villiers does it every time he hits it through the covers. Very swashbuckling is this time tighter to the stumps, and Yadav just defends and plays it back down the pitch. So that leaders move to 353. Ollie Pope positioned down there at deep point. Wonder what is going through his mind, whether he believes that 353 is chaseable on this pitch. Sonny knows this ground tremendously well. It's a gentle bend of the knees for Umesh Yadav. He's backing across and slapping this leg side. Wow, there was power in that. And a wonderful swivel. And again, that looked like a top order bat as he smoked it away. That's gone to the boundary in no time. And a fairly loose short ball from Overton.
Yeah, that was a really good pull shot. In front of square, middle of the bat. Ball at 82, 83 miles, not very slow either. Oh, that's a really good looking shot from Umesh. Siraj is smiling. Seen quite a few good shots from the lower middle order. You can't call them tail enders anymore, can you?
No, you cannot. Overton in another back of a length delivery, this time whipping it down the leg side. Johnny Bairstow collects the ball and throws it to the non-striker's end as it comes in. These two managed to scamper through for 1, so Umesh Yadav to 19, lead of 358. Though it was a leg by.
And 1 ball in this over left, so Siraj has to kind of negotiate this one. I wonder if Umesh is thinking of farming the strike. It's like, maybe try and get as many test runs as possible.
Potentially. Rub it in. 2 men deep on the leg side as Siraj is deep into his crease and tucking it to mid-wicket for a single. So he's off the mark, and Umesh Yadav allows him to come through as well at the end of the over. 359 the lead, 458 for 9, Umesh Yadav 19, Siraj on 1, and no, he's happy for his partner to take strike.
Yeah, he's happy to go not out. Yeah, that'll improve his average. Yeah, but yeah, it's been a really good day of Test match cricket again. If you look at it from a neutral perspective, the first session England were brilliant, came back into the game again. Second session, obviously that Rishabh Pant and Shardul partnership made sure that India's back on top. Yeah, so and having said that, 359 is a lot of runs. I mean, 4th innings chasing it down. But it can get interesting. I'm just thinking, a good partnership, let's say a 100-run partnership in the top order for England. Let's say 150 for 1 or something. That can make things again more interesting.
You wouldn't put it past England, given the nature of the way this series has panned out so far. And the fact that this pitch hasn't really deteriorated too much.
Yeah, it's just that the number of overs, as in...
Here comes Woakes from the pavilion end. Tapped to mid-wicket, no run. by Siraj.
So 130, you're looking at 360, almost 3 runs, right? Roughly 2.7, 2.8 an over, which is, from a run rate perspective is doable, is very doable in Test match cricket, but obviously the quantum, 359 already. Yeah, but obviously things can be more interesting.
Well, things have changed in the last few years. Those big scores have been chased down far more frequently as Woakes bowls to Siraj, who guides the ball to first slip. He sort of hits the bottom part of the bat as he plays it down. Nearly really late on it, actually, and he nearly chops it onto the stumps, but it finds its way to first slip on the floor. No run. Was it 373 at the Gabba? But they did, of course, have Rishabh Pant in their lineup. No Ben Stokes, no Jos Buttler.
But if you look at the England batting lineup, you've got someone like maybe an Overton or Robinson to come at number 10. That's how deep the English batting is.
Yeah, it's just whether they have the belief as Woakes comes in, Siraj blocking the ball in front of the stumps, and the Jadeja factor. How much is he going to come into play? How tired the Indian bowlers are.
Yeah, but if you look at the pitch turning and stuff, it hasn't really turned from the stumps. So I don't know. If the pitch would start turning from the stumps, then obviously Jadeja becomes extremely difficult to handle and obviously match winner then.
Woakes in with purpose. Full ball, he keeps it out. It's a Yorker length as Siraj gets it down to fine leg, and that was a run, so he moves to 2, 459 for 9, lead of 360 now.
Yeah, and the pitch hasn't really misbehaved, has it? In terms of bounce, it's been...
Sounds like you're giving England a chance here, Deep.
I just want this game to be more interesting going into the 5th day, and why not? And end of the day, we want to see good cricket. Good competition between bat and ball, and that's what you want to see. I hope India wins in the end, but yeah, it should be a good game if England do have a good start, a good partnership, in the top order. That'll definitely make day 5 very, very interesting.
Umesh Yadav on strike as Woakes approaches, and that has been launched straight into the stands. The Indian crowd are up on their feet and celebrating. What a shot that was.
Phenomenal.
Well,
Siraj gives him a hug. I just saw Siraj giving a hug. I was like, has he reached 50 or something? No, he hasn't, but that's a really, really good shot, though. I launched over.
That is a quality shot. Getting onto the front foot. Good length delivery on the stumps. Getting all that confidence from that pull shot that he played the over before. And thank you for covering me, by the way, because I just dropped my wedding ring on the floor. That's obviously how good that shot was as Woakes bowls back of a length short. He allows it to go past. And that is the end of the over. 465 for 9. Lead of 366. Few words from you, Deep. And then Dan Norcross.
I think Andy wants to come in.
It's got to take more than that, Isha. It has to take more than that.
Oh Lord. Yeah. So Virat's choosing the new ball here, I think, along with Bumrah. And the 4th umpire, the 4th official is already there with a packet of balls. And I think they've decided on which one to go with.
Overton is in. Started new over, worked into the onside off the hip. Let's go for a single. There's been hesitation, and that had been hit. If the throw had hit the stumps at the non-striker's end, then that would have been the end of the innings, I'm pretty certain. There was hesitation. Who was that? It was Anderson who was quick to the ball. And he had quite a few stumps to aim at because he was throwing from around about mid-wicket. Shortish mid-wicket. There was hesitation. He had time, he sized up, and that, yes, he would have been out by a long, long way, would Siraj, but he survives. England's ground fielding has been a bit sloppy today. In the heat, 466 for 9 with that single. Umesh Yadav on 25 now faces. Overton is into him. Is he going to go for crunching shot, straight in extra cover, and is out. That is the end of the Indian innings. A drive straight at Moeen Ali. Overton picks up his first wicket. Umesh goes for an enterprising 25 from 23 balls, and India have finally, after 148.2 overs, been bowled out for 466. England will require 367 runs to win, or possibly more likely, although it's hard to tell really at this stage, they'll have to bat for 1 day, 2 hours and about 20 minutes.
Yeah,
so it's about four. So they've got about 4 sessions and 20 minutes deep, does Gupta. So if the pitch continues to play this well, I think the draw looks less likely, doesn't it? Because you'd think if England batted that long, then they might be winning it, and if they
they'll
don't,
be very close to that total,
then they'll lose. Yes.
Yeah, we're looking at what, roughly, let's say around 130 overs. 130 or maybe a little less than 130.
120, I think, or so to be about that. Yep.
120, 25, which in terms of run rate, as Isha and I were discussing, would be around 2.7-ish, 2.7, 2.75, which is very, very doable. Yeah, I mean, it's been a really, really good batting performance from the Indians. Obviously, Rohit Sharma, that 100, fantastic 100, his first 100 away from home. Was a classy knock from him. Then contributions from Pujara, again another half century, looked again very, very solid. Rahul got to 46 and Virat was looking good, but then again for 44. But the most important part was, I think, the partnership between Rishabh Pant and Shardul Thakur, both of them getting half centuries, but that partnership was so crucial.
It was absolutely vital, wasn't it? Because India just had a bit of a wobble. They lost 3 wickets for 16 runs earlier today, and at that point, at 312 for 6, when Kohli was out, another wicket, had that gone down then, England would have really fancied bundling India out and having a target of around maybe 260, 250, 260, which they would have felt pretty confident about. They certainly won't feel confident about chasing 367, because that is, in the historical terms, a mammoth target. But what they will be encouraged by, I think, is that pretty much every Indian batter got in. Only one of them made it to 100. Only one of them actually made it over 61. But I'll talk you through the scorecard. It's a long time ago, it seems now, that it all began. KL Rahul was the first man to go. He was caught by Bairstow off the bowling of Anderson. That had to be referred, and Rahul has subsequently had a 15% match fee taken off him and a disciplinary point added to his record for a show of dissent when he didn't believe that it should have been overturned by DRS. The score was 83 for 1. Rahul had made a fine 46, another good opening partnership between Rohit Sharma and Rahul. Then Rohit Sharma was the next to go after a partnership of 153 between he and Cheteshwar Pujara. It was the first ball of the new ball yesterday. It was a rank delivery from a very tiring Ollie Robinson. He just placed a long hop outside the off stump, and somehow Sharma, who had been immaculate up to that point, managed to spoon a catch to Wokes down a deep backward square leg, where thereby giving Robinson his first wicket of the innings. Sharma gone for 127, that's off 256 balls, 14 fours, 1-6, his first century outside India in Test cricket. A wonderful knock it was, and really set up this Indian innings. 236 for 2, rapidly became 237 for 3, when in the very same over, Pujara got a little inside edge, cannoned into his thigh and was caught by Moeen Ali in the slips. That also had to be referred because it wasn't given initially by the umpire. He went for 61 from 127 balls. And then today, the wickets to have fallen today, Jadeja, LBW to Wokes. Again, it was his first over when he came on to bowl. He's come on to bowl during this match. He's made things happen. He's the freshest and most dynamic of England's seamers. He got one to swing back into Jadeja's pads. LBW for 17, and then almost immediately afterwards, Rahane, who's had a pretty torrid time of it in this series. He was the only man to get a duck. LBW to Wokes, another wicket for Wokes. Those wickets falling at 296 for 4 and 296 for 5, and then the big one, Virat Kohli caught pushing at a pretty innocuous delivery from Moeen Ali, little edge to slip, where Overton took a decent catch. He was gone for 44 from 96, and as Deep was saying, at 312 for 6, India were in a spot of bother, and then a simply marvellous stand between Rishabh Pant and Shardul Thakur of exactly 100 took the score to 412 for 7 before Thakur was caught by Overton off the bowling of Root. Root had just brought himself on. We wondered if England were ever going to take another wicket and when India were going to declare. Well, Tucker went for 60 off 72 balls, 7 fours, 1 6. That was to go with a half century he got in the first innings. It was a crucial match-turning knock. As looking back, perhaps one of the first innings was as well. Had India been bundled out for 140, we might have been looking at a different game again. 412 for 7 became 414 for 8 when a very visibly infuriated and bitterly disappointed Rishabh Pant was out, caught and bowled by Moeen Ali. It was a good catch from Moeen, good sharp catch. The ball was hit firmly back at him around shoulder height. He went for 50, and you had to drag Rishabh Pant off the outfield. He couldn't believe what he'd done, and he was demonstrably angry with himself as he made his way back up the dressing room steps. Then, 9th and 10th wickets. There was a good partnership, frankly, of 36 between Bumrah and Umesh Yadav, who played with great enterprise, but Bumrah, who's sort of turning into Wally Hammond. I can't explain what's occurred to his batting. It's truly marvellous. He's suddenly driving crisply and beautifully through mid-off when before he could barely see the ball. He went caught by Moeen Ali off the bowling of Wokes. Yet another wicket for Wokes, and another important one. That was 450 for 9. And then the last to go, Umesh Yadav, caught by Moeen Ali, driving at the ball, caught by Moeen at extra cover. Off the bowling of Overton, his only wicket, he went for 25. Bumrah made 24. Siraj left unbeaten on 3 from 6 deliveries. Bowling figures: James Anderson, 33 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 76. Didn't look awfully threatening, but didn't go for runs either. Ollie Robinson, really tired, a bit like Anderson, looked really exhausted. 32 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 105. Chris Wokes, pick of England's seamers really, 32 overs, 8 maidens, 3 for 83. Craig Overton with just the 1 wicket, the 10th wicket to fall, 18.2 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 58. Moeen Ali, expensive, no maidens in his 26 overs, 2 for 118, but he did get Kohli. And Joe Root, who brought himself on and broke a partnership almost immediately. That one, the partnership between Thakur and Pant for 100. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 16. So India all out for 466. England's target, is it a target? I think it is in a way, of 368, for the simple reason, as I said to Deep Dasgupta, England have got about 120 overs to bat if they're going to save the game. So if they do manage to get anywhere near that, they'll probably be very close to winning the game. Andy Zaltzman.
Well, in 4th innings at the Oval since 2001, wickets have fallen at an average of 36.9. Runs have been scored at 3.6 and over, so that works out at 369 all out.
Nice. Oh, so they win by 1 wicket.
368 for 9.
368 for 9. Well, wouldn't that be thrilling? Wouldn't it be thrilling if we had a really tight finish tomorrow? Now, highlights of today's play are on the BBC Sport website and app now, or today at the Test is on BBC Two from 7 p.m. or on the iPlayer. Also on the iPlayer now, you can see highlights of last night's T20 at Hove, where England's women lost a tight game to New Zealand. That's 1-1 in that series now. And the final of the inaugural Charlotte Edwards Cup at the Ageas Bowl is live now as we speak, immediately on the website. And a reminder that you can hear commentary of every ball, every county game on the BBC Sport website and app. Well, I think that's all the housekeeping done. There you go. That's as we move into the final act.
Have you done the housekeeping?
I've done the housekeeping.
What about the ironing? It's piling up. So,
I like ironing.
I do. Very therapeutic.
Very therapeutic. Yes.
Yeah, I do. Yes. I've got my very own style.
Oh, style?
Yeah.
What do you mean? Do you do a Botafogo while you're doing it or something? What do you mean a style? Do you do a pirouette?
No, I sort of, if I've got a T-shirt, I sort of lay it down as a T-shirt, and then just sort of go over the front. I don't sort of put the thing, the T-shirt through the thing.
Oh, don't you?
No.
You do the whole of the T-shirt in one, do you?
Yeah, sort of thing. Yeah.
Do you flip it over?
And then flip it over and just give the
steam.
Over,
steam. Yeah. Well, there you go. Toughest tips.
Toughest tips. We must compare notes.
Do you know? I think you and I should do maybe a housekeeping programme. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, well, we can do our marvellous tips on how to get limescale out of shower heads.
There you go. Like and grass stains out of knees.
Yeah, I've never been able to do that very well, actually.
No, me neither.
Never found an adequate solution to that. The players
vinegar
making their way out. Vinegar, really? Malt vinegar or red wine or cider vinegar?
Smell like a chippy though. After about 20 overs.
Just news has just come over. Rohit Sharma and Cheteshwar Pujara will not take the field. Rohit has discomfort in his left knee, while Pujara has, unsurprisingly, the pain in his left ankle after turning it over subluxing, we wondered yesterday.
Yes, it might have been.
The BCCI medical team is assessing them. And I'm not surprised. So, England's openers are out there nice and early. They came up before the Indian players. Actually, Rory Burns and Haseeb Hameed. They've got, well, excellent conditions to bat in. We've seen this pitch it's not degraded, it's done the opposite. It seemed to get easier and easier to bat. And actually, after the loss of the 6th wicket, we saw the way Shardul Thakur and Rishabh Pant had no trouble at all, and then how the bowlers cashed in. It's sometimes hard, though, isn't it, Tuffers? Because they're batting against England bowlers who are exhausted.
Tired.
148 overs England have bowled.
I think they flogged them a bit, actually, the seam bowlers.
Should have played a bit more spin.
Yeah, I think so. Have we talked about that? Sorry, Andy.
Well, no, I was just going to say, it was one of the problems England had, that Moeen went for 4.5 and over, 26 overs with no maidens. Conceded 118, just the 2 good wickets, but it's the first time for 5 years an England bowler has bowled 20 plus overs in an innings and gone at over 4.5 and over.
Yeah, he couldn't quite just hold them, could he? You know what I mean? Which,
but I think in part there's a
tired seamers. They look tired, didn't they?
Well, Robinson and Anderson, absolutely dead on the feet by the end of that. Woke still a little bit of zip coming through.
Yes, he did.
But I think that might be because
funny, that he hasn't played it.
Yeah. Yes, he's a bit fresh. So Umesh Yadav is going to bowl from his preferred end, the pavilion end. Well, I said it's his preferred end. It's where he bowled in the first innings. So I presume Jasprit Bumrah will take the first over here from the Vauxhall end. 3 slips are in, a backward point, cover, mid-off. A wide mid-on, forward square leg and a long leg. Here we go. First ball of the innings. Umesh delivers outside the off-stump. Burns lets it go by and there's no run. So, tough as I ask you, 368 is a very, very long way away.
Yes.
But the pitch is playing well. We've heard that 4th innings at the Oval yields plenty of runs, has done historically.
Yeah.
How do England approach this? Today, it's just batting, is it?
Yeah.
See where you are.
You've got to try and take the scoreboard out of the equation, especially for this session. Don't even look at it. Bat with your mate, enjoy yourself, get yourself in, and then look to,
60 for none, you're
play
happy with
your natural game. Don't get all...
Umesh is in. It's worked into the onside by Rory Burns. A short ball. Works at square leg and there's no run.
Don't get all shy, and if there's a fat half volley outside off stump, crunch it through extra cover. So along those kind of runs, where it is going to be tricky is Rory Burns. I think if the seamers don't make a breakthrough quickly, he'll be facing Jadeja out of the rough.
Footmarks.
Yeah, leaping and spitting and keeping low, and no one really know what the ball's going to be doing. It's going to be tricky for him.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting you should say that, as Umesh is into Burns, lets it go by way wide of the off stump. There's no run, because you'd sort of think often, wouldn't you, that the left arm spinner like to bowl at the right hand is taking the ball away. But actually, you look at this pitch and it's pretty much pristine outside the right-hander's off stump. So the danger is to the left-hander coming back in.
The posh part, as we call it.
Yeah.
Yes, the good bit in the middle has stayed pretty nicely, hasn't it? But as you say, those rough holes difficult for left-handers. You've got to, especially if they come round the wicket, you've got to, you go gloves and inside edges onto pads. Tricky. It's going to be good though.
Hurtles into Burns, and Burns defends solidly. No bother at all. Just plops the ball down on the offside. There's no run.
I was thinking of playing Crawley. He could have been the man for the job. Not Crawley. What's his name?
Ashwin?
No. Livingston.
Liam Livingston.
Yeah, see, Livingston coming in 6 would have been interesting. It's a long way away, and it's a big chase. It's a
very big chase.
World record, isn't it? Will be a world record. Will be a world record, won't it, Andy?
Not a world record.
No, here.
Oh, well, that's not the world, is it?
Well, it is to me.
Yeah, no, it isn't. Forward. Burns pushed into the offside. There's no run. I'm sorry, I'm being distracted by a number of different things going on here at the moment. Mayank Agarwal is on the field, because we know that Rohit and Pujara are not in the field. We've got 2 subs.
Yeah.
And they are Agarwal, who's at mid-wicket, and Surya Kumar Yadav, who's at 3rd slip.
Might get a test match at Old Trafford.
So Rohit was, of course, in the slips, wasn't he? So they're missing a regular slipper. Took a good catch off to dismiss Malan.
Rohit, very good
in the
second
first
slipper.
innings. Umesh Yadav is in. Burns, who lets it go by outside the off-stump. Kohli leaps up in the air, despite the fact that Burns had shoulders arms. End of the first over. It is a maiden. None for none.
If India win this test match, do you think they'd be tempted to make any changes at Old Trafford?
Well, Old Trafford, we always think about spin, don't we? So, mind you, if they weren't going to pick Ashwin
here. Yeah, it's
But
almost
that might
like
be well, I suppose what they might do, actually, what they might do is that they've rested Shami and Sharma. So maybe Siraj gets to take a blow, especially if India win. Let's say they're 2-1 up.
Pack the bat in a
They
bit.
might think, actually, we could bring back Shami or bring back Sharma and give Siraj or Bumrah a rest, because you don't want one of them going down, getting injured. No. I mean, Bumrah's played every game.
Does Rahane play for you? Give it
well,
one more
no,
start.
I'm sort of a little bit with Andy. I think you can actually keep Jadeja where he is, and you can add Ashwin into the side and get rid of Rahane, because I think Ashwin's on current form as good a batter, if not better, and he gives you another option.
What he's
on the
been
ball.
doing, Alter.
Well, he's been opining, I think. Bumrah is going to start from the Vauxhall end into the right-handed Haseeb Hameed. 3 slips in a gully, and Haseeb comes forward and defends into the offside. And there's no run. I've had great fun watching Haseeb fielding today.
Yes, I heard.
Did you see him prowling?
Yeah.
It was really good fun.
Yeah, he's quite a expressive chap, isn't he? But he's on him.
Yeah. He had a certain feline grace I was enjoying.
Yeah, he's on him. He needs to get off him. And sharpish. No one likes to be on him. Even
yes. Duck in the first innings. And duck his first ball back as well. Bumrah is into him. And Hameed flicks at this down the leg side, misses. It goes through to the keeper. And there's no run. Yes, Hameed's return is rather lopsided, isn't it? It's a little bit like, I've said this before, it's a little bit like Anne Elk's Diplodocus. It's thin at one end, much fatter in the middle, and then thin again at the other end. He's had a 61, 9, 0. How does it go again, Andy?
For Hameed?
Yeah. We'll come back to off this ball, yep. Bumrah with 3 slips in. And he's just working the ball at the onside. Foolish ball on the pads, but he can't beat the field. No run, still on the duck.
At Lord's 0 and first ball 0, 45 ball 9, which he was also dropped in the slips. Fine 68 at Headingley, and then 0 in the first innings here.
Is that a Diplodocus record, is it?
Well, I think we need another duck, really, to give it the full sort of, like, thin.
Yes.
Not that I'm particularly lobbying for it, I understand.
Yes, well, Snake, who's had a big rat.
Yeah, Snake who's eating a plate. It's a cartoon snake, Here is Bumrah in again to Hameed, and Hameed lets this go outside the off stump. Fair way distant, probably about 5th stump. Through low.
Strange shot in the first innings, wasn't it?
Well, do you know, I want to take a look at this, actually, because in the first innings I noticed that Bumrah was not having any of Hameed's little... He has his various rituals.
Yes.
And so he goes off onto the leg side, a little bit right, Rohit Sharma, goes for a little walk, and then he comes back. He's very particular about how he holds the bat, and then he taps it down on the ground for 2, 3. He's still looking at the ground, and then he looks up.
Yeah.
And Bumrah just rushed him in that first innings. And he leaves this ball outside the off stump to the keeper. And if you look at the wicket ball, he wasn't actually ready for him, but of course the laws say you've got to be ready. You've got to be ready for the bowler. Yeah. So Bumrah was perfectly within his rights, just came in, and Hameed looked like he got hang on, and he get away from me, like swatting a fly away, And I think that's what happened. I think it
snuck up on him.
It snuck up on him because he's got these rituals. He does it for every ball.
Here we go. Let's see how many goes. 1.
Then there's a gap. 2, 3, 4.
Up.
There you are.
There you go.
And there's a gap between the first and the second every time. Bumrah runs in, and Hameed lets another ball go through to the keeper. Both batters not really being asked to play at the moment. England have yet to score a run. They've hardly had to hit a ball. They're none for none. Thoughts from Phil Tufnell, and then for the next 20 minutes it will be Jonathan Agnew.
Well, it's just started for England, hasn't it? The old 4 sessions to bat out. You never know. There's going to be a 70 or 80 partnership where we're all going to start getting a little bit excited, and as we're hunting down the 368. But then we'll probably lose a couple of wickets. But who knows? England have got to hang in there, haven't they? They've got to hang in there.
They're still batting this time tomorrow, Tutters.
Well, we might be close, John.
We'll have a game on our hands.
You
And there's
reckon?
a full house, I see, tomorrow as well, which is great news. Yadav's on his way. He's bowling to the twitchy Burns, who flicks that away into the leg side, probably off the body. England are off the mark, and they'll have a leg by there. It's so important they get a good start here.
What happens if it's Jimmy Anderson and Ollie Robinson batting?
I wasn't, yeah. Indeed. But if it's not...
Really? Have you got a feeling for something?
No, not really. I was just making the point that
it's not something that you know.
They've got a lot of batting to do, haven't they? But you never know. You never know.
Get some rhythm and tempo.
Exactly. What they do need is a good start, and they didn't get it in the first innings at all. 60 for 5, whatever it was. It has been a funny game, this, with both teams underperforming in their first innings.
Some kind of comeback, actually. What were India? 120 for 7.
They were. But England's fielding's been poor.
Yeah,
a lot of drop catches, missed run-outs. Yadav's on his way, and he bowls, and Hamid fields for this rather, runs it towards third man, doesn't quite get there. Yes, he's on a pair, isn't he? We've had a lot of this in this series, haven't we? People on various sorts of pairs.
And was it something that 35% of the runs went down to third man?
That's where it certainly was.
Could you do the maths and see how many that would take away? Because you're going to get a single for it, aren't you?
I'm not very good at percentages.
No.
I always get the 100 the wrong.
Oh, right, okay.
Wrong way round.
Leave it to me.
1 for no wicket. There's 4 slips there, waiting as Yadav comes in and bowls. And a very late decision there from Hamid to leave that. It might have been so late, actually, that the ball was past him. Andy.
Just to highlight the shape of this game, with the ball dominating early on and then the bat taking over. The first 15 wickets over India's first innings and the first 5 wickets of England's innings fell for 253 runs. The next 15, so England's last 5 in India's second innings, 694.
Ouch.
Yeah. Reasons for that? I think there were some tired legs out there. The back-to-back tests. I think Headingley took it out of him.
Yeah. Well, you give a big effort, don't you?
In comes Yadav, bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side this time by Hamid on the front foot again. He likes to get on there. Fielded at mid-on. A couple of substitutes out there because there's no Sharma or Pujara nursing various injuries. And there's still a test to go, of course, so I don't know what's going to happen with all of that at Manchester, but that at the moment seems a long way away. It doesn't start till Friday, but for now, this match very much alive and kicking, and India in command. 367 needed by England now. Yadav cruises in again in glorious sunshine. He bowls, and Hamid's away.
Well done.
Turning that off his pads. That'll be a relief for him, and he's going to come back for the second. Oh, that's hurled in. What's Jadeja doing down there? Oh, so overthrows. Always gets a tremendous cheer. And for some reason, is that Jadeja there?
I think it is.
It ran in. What's he doing at long leg? He takes you by surprise.
He does. He swaps about.
He does. He came up there like a rocket.
Yeah.
Hurled the ball, and it burst straight through Yadav's hands up there at the non-striker's end and ran off. He sort of pops up to take people by surprise. And I don't think when Hamid came for the second there that he'd realised that it was Jadeja who was pouncing.
Yep. They used to do that with Jonty Rhodes, South Africa.
Yeah.
He'd always be on that cover point, and so you daren't even think about a quick single, and then the next thing you do is mid-wicket or something.
Yeah, it's very good. It does keep you on your toes.
It does. Good little ploy.
Yeah, 4 for no wicket. Yadav bowls, and Burns plays it. A bit of a lazy shot there. Yeah. That's a get-out shot, really. A little dabble outside the off stump. The ball went down to third slip. And there is no run. Now we've got a chap running on with a bag, coming on. He's got sort of Indian equipment by the look of it, but he can't be the physio because the physio's in quarantine at the moment. So this must be the deputy physio who's coming on with a bag.
He's number 2.
Yeah. I presume they do have assistants. I think they probably have to have them because of the COVID business. And so the deputy physio is strapping something on to Bumrah's left foot.
It might be the rubber.
Yeah.
You know, you've got the sort of bones and stuff, and then you've got the old rubbers, haven't you? Oh, it's quite a good rub after. Go on.
What is putting on there? It's a sort of
Tubey grip.
It's like a tubey grip. They're trying to put it on over his boot.
Yeah, that's not
and over the spikes. I'm not sure the deputy's quite never done this before. Anyway, Bumrah's pulling it up like a suspender. It's going over his knee, I think, that one. Yeah, there he goes, over his knees. So I assume that stays up without any assistance. Stays in position. He's pulling his trouser leg down, and the deputy's run off again. In fact, he's come down to this end now. He looks more like a doctor. I don't know why quite, with that bag where he's carrying. It's like a doctor's bag. Yeah, he's sitting down there. I hope all those coaching staff, not least Ravi Shastri, are doing okay, having tested. Well, he tested positive this morning and then took the others with him. Bumrah goes over the wicket and bowls, and Hamid lets that go through outside the off stump. Does just remind you how precarious all of this is, though, isn't it?
Absolutely. I'm just going to put a bit of hand sand. Oh, that's a rummy
It's a
one.
very liquid one.
Isn't it? Yeah. Sorry, man.
I gave myself a burst of that, and it was rather like taking a shower. It's all the different types as well that you get now. They are different consistencies, aren't they?
Oh, that is a smelly one.
Yeah, it's almost like water, that one. 4 for no wicket. Bumrah strides in, stutters. Now he's there, and he bowls, and Hamid again. I think he let that one go this time.
Yeah. He loves a leave, doesn't he?
He does like a leave.
Yeah, he loves. He enjoys the challenge of.
Yep.
Come on, you bowl at the stumps because I know where they are, and I'm going to leave you.
Cynthia White. Hello, Cynthia. I hugely enjoyed your feature at lunchtime. I can't believe that I'd never heard the leg over before.
What?
When replayed earlier today, I couldn't stop laughing. Long may it be remembered and brought out to cheer us up. And if you missed all of that as a podcast on BBC Sounds, you'll find it now. 4 for no wicket. And then Bumrah again strides in, long shadow to his left. And he bowls outside the off stump, some pace and bounce there.
It's a nice stride, isn't he? It's a good shot, if you know what I mean, that leave. He looks like he enjoys it. It's just a great big stride, high hands.
Yeah,
I've got that one covered.
I don't think the leg over will ever age, will it?
No.
It does just make you laugh. Even the millions of times we've heard it.
Always puts a smile on your face.
Yeah. Nice hero William H. Titt get a mention today as well, the airing. That was a classic. Goes Bumrah again outside the off stump.
Close.
Peter Baxter mentioned one, the third incident that sadly was never on tape. But it was the third time we tried to have a go broadcasting together. Involved Pakistanis, because he said something ridiculous about Javed Miandad opening his legs up like a croquet hoop or something, and it sort of set us all off. Anyway, it was off. The silence was so long that my dear auntie, who's still living well in Hampstead, thought the batteries on her radio failed. Goes Bumrah, bowls outside the off stump. That's a bit loose. That was actually quite similar to the shot that he played in the first innings, a forcing shot on the back foot to a ball that's quite wide. In the first inning, of course, he edged it. That one was just dribbled down into gully. 4 for no wicket. Hamid's got 3 of those. Shadows stretching on. I'd imagine there's 2 hours of play left.
Lovely.
Scheduled anyway. So looking at the light now, it's completely different to yesterday. Phil Avery can take a bow today. Well, that's spot on. As Bumrah moves in, bowls outside the off stump. Well, he didn't play it much in that over, and Hamid happy to let as much go as he possibly can. 4 for no wicket. He's got 3. Burns has yet to score. Crowd settling down. Some moving up and down, stretching legs and so on. It's a lovely afternoon for watching cricket. Well, a lovely afternoon for doing most things, actually.
Yeah. Yep, indeed.
There'll be some barbecues firing up and so on, no doubt. Lots of gardening being done.
Yeah, a bit about that.
Your grass will be growing. Well, see, but you go home, don't you? I mean, I do. I get home after an oval test, which is usually a day longer for me. I come down 2 days before. A bit of a jungle out there.
Yeah.
So,
well, it's a glorious evening for having a little wander around town Sunday evening.
Yeah, that's true.
Taking a few sights.
Here's Yadav bowling, and Burns has brushed that away into the leg side. That probably means he's off the mark. Let's check the umpire there. Make sure that isn't a leg bye. No, it's not. So 5 for no wicket. Can't trust the grass to be mown for me, unfortunately. I trusted her once.
Oh, right.
And it was just got back, and it was like, we know those
crop circles.
Well, you know the Blackadder set when they're in the trenches.
Oh, it was no man's land.
It was like that. I don't know what she did to it.
Right.
Here comes Yadav, bowls, and that's pushed away for 1. Yep, nicely taken.
Have you got an engine?
Well, it's done completely on purpose, so you wouldn't have to do it again.
Really? Like dropping the plates of drying up time?
Oh, absolutely. Well, I mean, not difficult mowing a lawn, is it?
Oh, crikey.
But
it seems almost you still haven't got over it.
There were bits that were gouged. There were bits that were 2 foot tall.
Well, there you go.
So, yeah.
Have you got an engine, Jobby?
It's got an engine. But, this just... I don't know what happened. It was remarkable. So, no, let's get back and just start hacking it down.
This is beautifully mown.
Oh, yeah. But doesn't every cricketer love the stripes? You try and make them immaculate, don't you? I mean, it's just part of being a cricketer. Yadav comes in and bowls, and Burns turns that away out to mid-wicket.
I don't quite know how you do that.
What the stripes?
Go on, when is it?
Well, I used to help the groundsman at Penshurst Park Cricket Club where I used to play. And you basically just go up one way and back the other way.
So it pushes the grass.
Yeah, so it's just the slight angle
you go
of the
up the light one, and the dark one's coming this way.
Because some of the football clubs are very elaborate, aren't they? They've sort of got names written in them and everything.
Yeah.
But the first time I did it, I misjudged the turning circle and put the lawnmower through the wire fence that was the boundary, which didn't go down too well.
No.
It's the nap, isn't it? It's the
nap. Yes.
The
grain.
rub of the green.
The grain.
All that. In goes Yadav round the wicket to the left-handed Burns, who plays no stroke. Goes and does a little bit of gardening. Dick Bell, good day to you. I attended the late Earl of Onslow's memorial service a few years ago at St Margaret's at Westminster. The church was packed and was attended by many of his former colleagues in the House of Lords. Well, during the address by the Dean of Guildford, he said that the Earl, who was well known for having a twinkle in his eye, had specifically requested that the leg-over incident should be played at the service.
Wow.
Feigning slight disapproval, the Dean then had it played over the sound system. That's excellent. Here's Burns clipping it away into the onside. There's a roly-poly save there at mid-on. It has been played at a few funerals and weddings and all sorts of things. But yeah, it has. I'm afraid people have been taken out to the leg over. So, yeah. It was used as one advert.
Was it?
Yeah, somewhere in some part of the world for sort of chocolate bar.
Really?
Well,
I don't quite see how that's going to work.
And it was used once on the telly. Do you remember Terry Wogan's Auntie's Bloomers?
Yes.
There's Yadav bowling and Burns stands up and plays to mid-off. So it was played on that. And that's why it was the only time that both Brian Johnston and I got paid for it. We got paid 50 quid.
What, like royalties?
Yeah. Because it wasn't on the radio, so you get nothing when it appears on the radio, obviously, because BBC radio copyright. We got paid 50 quid for an Auntie's Bloomer appearance.
Nice.
I know.
Did you put it in a frame? No.
I don't think so. But it was, we got played Auntie's Bloomers, which was difficult because I had to then film it. It didn't really work on the telly.
Oh, you had to do it again?
No, they sort of use props and things and still photographs.
Best when fresh.
Yeah. I like it in the theatre. When I play it in the theatre and it's dark.
Yes, that's right.
Totally dark. And you've got, 40 people sitting in there in the theatre.
Chatting away. And then everyone goes, shh.
Yeah. I mean, when you're on, it's 1,000 people, obviously. In goes Bumrah over the wicket. And he bowls outside the off stump, just outside the off stump. And Cody there can't believe it.
Wow.
He took off there as if he was going to celebrate Hamid's off stump being torn out of the ground.
Bit of an innie. Bit of an in angle.
He's still crouching now in disbelief, waiting for the replay.
Let's have a look at that.
Wasn't far away, that's for sure. Bumrah's angle, taking it in.
Not too bad.
Wasn't too bad. No. Trying to persuade Hamid, of course, that it was the worst leave ever. Well, it wasn't. No, that was okay. It was tight. 6 for no wicket. Slips are ready again. It's Bumrah, a bit jittery, moves in, bowls, and Hamid works him away into the leg side. Fielder emerges from the shadow that's starting to creep on now at the far end. And they take one. Yeah, you've got people sitting in the dark. Just play it. And everyone starts laughing. So it's nice because in the dark, you sort of just, images are conjured up in your own mind, aren't they?
Yeah.
Seven from no wickets.
Oh, yes.
Thank you, Philip. Burns 1. Hamid has 5. Bumrah's polishing the ball hard. Back of his trousers and the front of his trousers. Burns checks his guard. Is it the first time he's faced Bumrah in this innings?
Yes.
So he's got that angle to deal with. 3 slips and a gully. Bumrah's already creeping in that rather sinister way of his. And he goes now and bowls very full. Squeezed away and flicked away, actually, really. Through mid-wicket. That's a good stroke. Won't be 4. They'll come back for the 3rd. Here they come, just trotting back. He's like a hunter, Bumrah, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's going very quietly. He's
stalker.
He's stalking something in the bush.
Gets low.
Very low and quiet.
Yeah.
Quite sinister and predatory.
Yes.
And then suddenly he comes bursting out.
Yeah.
But the first bit is definitely almost on tiptoe, creeping through, because whatever his target is just in the clearing.
Yes.
Here he goes, look, very quietly.
And low here, low.
Yeah, and a little stutter there. Then suddenly, whoosh, he comes running out the bushes, and there he is, and he bowls outside the off stump. It is an amazing approach.
Well, you were pretty straightforward, Aggers, weren't you? You just sort of ran out, didn't you? Did you have a little hobbly skip? I had a hobbly skip.
No, it's very boring.
Was it?
My run, really, yeah. It looked, when the mullet was in full flow, obviously it was a bit of a sight.
Like a unicorn.
Yeah. Hard to imagine now, isn't it?
Yeah.
I might have run into the wind rather more successfully now, actually. Then goes Bumrah. Over the wicket, goes in, bowls, and Hamid forward. The ball runs away into the leg side. They scurry through for a run.
And you'd never get the crease into the wind, would you?
No. It's strong for a rudder effect.
You've lost your little...
What have I lost?
You've lost your little wing gag.
Oh.
I don't know, it's just popped off. There is it. Oh, it's behind you. Mike, can you pass John's wing gag, please?
That's actually, it's known as a muff. It's popped off. It means I might pop. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, you are, actually.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
Stick the muff back on again.
Banjara's not out there, luckily.
There we go. And this next one has Burns playing into the offside, and there's no run. I'm going to go and repair the muff. After thoughts from you toughers, it's going to be Simon Mann.
You haven't particularly made England play enough, have they, with the new ball? England won't mind that, obviously. 368 seems a long way away. Andy, have you got anything for me on 368?
Not particularly on 368. On England leaving it, Bumrah's bowled 16 balls at Hamid. He's left 10 of them so far. He's had something on Jimmy Anderson. We've talked a little about his second innings struggles this summer, now in 6 tests. Just 2 second innings wickets for 262 runs. In first innings, he's taken 16 wickets, average 19.6. Going back to the start of the West Indies series at the start of last summer, 7 second innings wickets, average 60. 41 first innings wickets, average 17.8.
It's 11 for no wicket, England. Here is Umesh Yadav going into bowl to Hamid, who turns it into the onside towards mid-wicket. And there is no run. I spy another sub-fielder on for India. I think we had Agarwal on at the start, but I think Akshar Patel, yeah, there he is, number 20, is on at mid-wicket. Agarwal is now in the slip cordon. He's at 3rd slip. Surya Kumar Yadav was there earlier. You really haven't got to keep your wits about you. 11 for no wicket. Hamid waits. Umesh Yadav bowls. Oh, and he squares him up there, thickish edge, down into that slip cordon. It's stopped by Rahane in the gully, and there is no run. But so far, so good for England. And I think the first wicket partnership is so important. I mean, we saw it in India's second innings. We've seen it during the series, how it can set up the innings. I know it sounds an obvious thing to say, but I suppose there have been so few lengthy opening partnerships, not just this summer, but generally in England in recent years. It really does give you such a boost, especially if you're fighting for a draw. Here is Yadav bowling, and that's sort of full on middle and leg, and played away by Hamid up towards mid-on. And there is no run. England have been set on a notional 368 to win. I suppose they've just got enough time to get there if they batted out all the overs, but it seems unlikely. But we thought that at Headingley as well. But it would be a record run chase for England in Test cricket. What's more realistic for them is to bat out the rest of the day and then 90 more overs tomorrow. Play can go on until 6:48. And here is Umesh Yadav in the afternoon sunshine. Goes in now past umpire Wolf. Bowls to Hamid outside the off stump. Nothing from Hamid. Now through to Rishabh Pant. Michael Vaughan alongside me, former England captain. How is the pitch playing, Michael?
Yeah, flat. Good afternoon, everyone. There's not a great deal out there. You see that the ball is kind of going through to Rishabh Pant quite slowly. It's not kind of going through at chest high or head high. It's Jadeja. You can see him warming up. He's going to be the key. And I reckon a bit of reverse swing. I think they might. I know it's quite a lush outfield, but pitch is dry. I reckon they might get some reverse swing at some stage.
Umesh bowls. Hamid leaves a ball close to his off stump. There are lots of oohs and ahs out there and hands in the air, but it did not hit the off stump. So that's the only thing that matters as far as Hamid's concerned. He goes through his little routine where he walks out towards square leg. He gets 1.5 pitches away from the cut strip, and then he walks back.
Mark Ramprakash is sat out here just enjoying the sun.
His 51st birthday today.
Ramps?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And Adam Hollyoak's 50th birthday.
I knew Adam was 50. I've seen it all over social. Kept that quiet, Ramps, hasn't he?
Well, he does keep things quiet, doesn't he? Here's Yadav bowling, and Hamid defends a straight ball back up the pitch. And there's no run. Another over ticks by. That felt like a maiden. It was. 7 overs have gone, and England are 11 for no wicket. India all out today for 466, their last 4 wickets, adding 154.
See, what I think I was on with you yesterday, Simon, when Pujara had that incident with his ankle.
Yeah.
I said that's going to be the perfect injury for him. That means he won't have to field, and he's not fielding. It was obvious.
Although Rohit's off the field, and that's a bit of a loss for them because he's a good grabber.
Yeah, good grabber, but here we go, spin Jadeja. This will, I think, inside a couple of overs of Jadeja is going to tell us quite a lot about England's chances in this match. If he gets them to fizz out that rough outside the left-hander's off stump, it's not going to be easy because there's 4 left-handers in this England batting line. I think he will spin the odd one off the straight as well. You'd expect that on day 4 with the sun beating down. Bit of pressure on him though, you'd have to say, because if he doesn't bowl India to victory, I mean the vultures, and we've been vultures all week about Ashwin not playing in the Indian side.
Jadeja walks in to bowl to Burns, and he's struck on the thigh pad playing back first ball. A bit of spit there from the rough. No shout for LBW, it's far too high. Let's have a look. What did this spin off? Yeah, it did come out of the rough. Spun in and bounced.
Did I say 2 overs?
They should Burns just hump him over deep mid wickets. A couple of slog sweeps.
Dead easy.
Take the pressure back onto the bowler. Burns plays that quietly past legs, short leg. It's picked up by the leg slip fielder, who is Kohli. So Rahane at slip, Kohli at leg slip. Who's taken over short leg duties? Oh, Surya Kumar Yadav. So he's still on the field. How many have they got on and off? That's shorter from Jadeja. Clipped into the onside. They're off for a quick single towards wide mid-on. And they are through for a single.
Let's look at the way Jadeja bowls. He bowls it so quickly. That last ball was 59 miles an hour. He doesn't really kind of flight the ball, does he? He fires it in. That's why he's going to be a threat to the left-handers. If he fires it into that rough, it's not going to be easy. Think about David Milan coming in at number 3 if you're starting against it.
12 for no wicket. Of course, you expect a left armour to be threatened against the right-handers as well, if there's some spin there. We did see him get some spin in the first innings.
Well, he bowled Hasib at Headingley with a beauty.
Yeah. Hamid has 6, Burns has 5, and here is Jadeja to bowl to Hamid, wide of off stump, and it's cracked into the offside. It's a nice looking shot. He's going to get a single for it rather than 4. It's deflected, parried up towards mid-off. Glorious shot from Hamid. It was half stopped. Who's that? Rahul in the covers.
Yeah, he's dived on the wicket ends, I think.
He's got some protection on the elbows, hasn't he, from his long sleeve shirt?
Yeah, but it's good to see that he's obviously tied his strings up in his pants. We've seen quite a few pants come down this summer.
13 for no wicket. Here is Burns on strike. He plays that one quietly back down the pitch to Jadeja.
It was on this venue in the 100, actually. Ravi Bopara's pants came down. It was a...
When you say his pants, you mean his
trousers, and then he had...
pushed through by Jadeja, clipped away by Burns. That's not a great delivery. He's going to get at least one out towards deep square leg. They're coming back for the second, throws to the non-striker's end. But it's a big boundary out there, so he had plenty of time to get back for that second run. And that's the end of Jadeja's first over. And that's one of the problems. It's just a mixed bag from Jadeja in that over. And it takes a while to settle on a line and length. And he's bowling to left-hand, right-hand combination, I suppose. 15 for no wicket.
I just think he fires it in too much. I think he's got to be prepared to flight the ball. I think he's got to be prepared to get driven. You know, what you want as a batter on this kind of surface now is to go on the back foot. If you're getting driven through the covers or through mid-wicket, I don't think you'd be too disappointed as a captain. I mean, with that rough outside the left-hander's off stump, you'd almost be saying, go on, try and get him to drive you through extra cover.
If Ashwin had played in this test match, he probably would have played in place of Shardul Thakur. Thakur has made 57 and 60, so really valuable runs, but at this stage, this moment in time, Yadav bowls to Hamid, who guides it away into the cover region, and he's probably going to get 2 here. Thakur's after it. he sort of ran in a lot to field it, couldn't quite get there, had to sort of fall in behind it and chase it out towards the boundary. 2 for Hamid, 17 for no wicket, but I mean, this is the stage where Kohli would love to have Ashwin now.
I mean, who's to say that Ashwin wouldn't have got those runs?
Well, that's it. That's true.
5 Test match centuries.
Yeah, you might find it a bit harder in the first innings than the second. I mean, Thakur came in quite a tricky situation actually in the second innings, under a bit of pressure. But what were they? 312 for 6 when Kohli was out. So a lead of 213. And he came out and made an excellent 60. Century partnership with Pant. Turned away by Hamid, down towards fine leg, getting it back down just in time on a straight ball. Down towards fine leg. Jadeja is there, down on the fine leg back boundary. 1 more to the total. 18 for no wicket.
Yeah, I think they're going to be the threatening balls, Simon, in the second innings.
Straight ones?
Yeah, the balls that just kind of nip back onto the stump, maybe just keep a little bit lower than expected. And you're going to get the odd ball that potentially might keep a bit low on day 4, going into day 5. You might get the odd one from length that just bounces a bit more. So far, a lot of the outside edges today have not carried to the cordon, which tells you that there's not a great deal of pace left in this pitch.
Yeah, Jimmy was saying that this morning. It's a slow pitch. Well, it's been hard work since the second day. Yadav ran the wicket, bowls to Burns, he comes forward and plays into the offside, and there's no run. And one thing we haven't seen, which we did see in the first day and a half, quite a bit of playing and missing. There hasn't been much of that so far.
No, there's been very little lateral movement for the last couple of days. I think someone like Siraj will bowl well on it. He looks to me like the type of bowler that bowls better when the pitch is a bit flatter and he has to try things, and he bowls those kind of fast cutters. Saw that at Lord's. I think those fast cutters could grab into the surface now because of the dryness.
Yadav bowls to Burns, and Burns plays that firmly straight to mid-on. It's picked up by Bumrah, and there is no run. So 18 for no wicket. Just past 10 past 5. We've got an hour and 40 more cricket today. Overs to bowl 27 after this one. Some of those might be wiped off. If we don't get them all by the close, they will be wiped off. And then 90 tomorrow. So a long way for England to go. It feels as if that target is sort of out of reach, really. At one stage when the 8th wicket fell, when India were, 315 ahead, it felt as if it was possible then for England. Here's Yadav bowling. Burns comes forward and runs it away on the offside. I'm not saying they would have got there, but it was possible, say. But 368. Where's Sehwag when you need him? That's what I remember that Chennai Test match when India were chasing 387 in a similar situation, coming out to bat around about the tea interval on the penultimate day, and Sehwag absolutely lashed it. Made 83 very quickly, and it got India ahead of the game, and they were able then the next day to knock them off. Tendulkar made 100, but it was actually Sehwag who was given them Player of the Match award for getting India going. Here is Yadav outside the off stump, no stroke from Burns, which is a bit tough on Andrew Strauss, who made 200s in the match. Someone got it for 83.
Yeah, it's harsh, that. You can see India have adapted already. It's not moving around. It's not a kind of traditional English wicket anymore. So I think they've realised that you've almost got to go to what you would do back home from an India perspective and bowl kind of length, hard, straight. They've got a short leg in place. They had a square leg on the boundary. They bowl the odd bouncer, bowl the odd cutter, slower ball.
Are these now what you might consider to be quite typical Indian conditions?
Yeah.
I mean, the weather, the pitch.
Yeah, these are the kind of wickets that they're brought up on. Yeah. So they're kind of battle hardened to bowl on these kind of surfaces.
It's perhaps one of the reasons why they were so successful with the bat in their second innings.
Yeah.
Jadeja bowls very full. Hamid drives, picks out Shardul Thakur at extra cover. Should have stopped that. A little fumble behind him, and they pinched a single.
I don't think Jadeja will mind that.
He wants to bowl at Burns, the left-hander, into the rough.
Just look at this. I mean, they put cover point on the boundary, kind of an extra cover on the boundary. I think this is Virat saying to Jadeja, look, I want you to get it out there, and I don't mind if you get hit through the covers, but we're going to give you some protection. One thing is for sure, we don't want it short and we don't want it too straight, so Rory Burns can just work with the spin. Get it outside of off stump.
Here is Jadeja, bowls to Burns, flat, he's a bit short, does spin though out of the rough, so Burns was looking to play a full-blooded cut shot, had to check the stroke as it spun back into him, and he played it, or dabbed it, into the offside. There is no run, there is that man on the deep extra cover boundary, so a big gap between short third and mid-off. Jadeja bowls very full, too full almost. Burns comes forward and pushes it back down the pitch.
It's just too straight. And he's almost got to aim at Rishabh Pant's left boot and outside.
Jadeja tosses that one up, and Burns tries a sort of drag slog sweep shot, which he scuffs up towards mid-on, and there's no run. I mean, it's probably important for Burns to be reasonably positive, but both in defence and attack against Jadeja. So he was trying to do it there, didn't quite come off. He goes back there and nudges that away. It's not a great delivery from Jadeja, too short, easy to knock off the hit from Burns towards deep backwards square leg. One more run, 20 for no wicket. You wanted to say something, results?
Yes, on India's score, 466. It's their first score of 400 this decade, their 29th team innings.
Jadeja round the wicket, bowls to Hamid, holds that one back, and he comes squeezing forward and plays it defensively towards straight mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Bumrah, and there's no run. England have survived the first block of 10 overs. Now 20 for no wicket. They've been set 368 to win this game, and there are 26 overs plus 90 tomorrow left.
Their last 400 scores in November 2019 against Bangladesh. It's their highest second innings score in England since 1967, when they made 510 at Leeds, and it's the highest second innings score by any team at the Oval since England made 477 for 4 against India in 1990, an innings in which David Gower made a typically elegant 157 not out, his final home test 100.
Is that where he made 100 then wasn't picked to play in India?
No, he went on the Ashes tour that winter.
Right, yeah. Just getting my chronology slightly wrong.
He got 2 centuries in that Ashes tour.
Yeah. It was the following year he wasn't But I'll still get my chronology wrong. Here's Yadav bowling to Burns. Burns lets that one go by outside the off stump.
1992, he played his final test here against Pakistan. His final innings bowled playing no shot by Waqar Younis in a pyrotechnic spell in which he got 4 new ball wickets in 8 overs, and then made a good 70 odd, I think, in one of the tests that summer, but was not picked for the winter tour to India and Sri Lanka.
20 for no wicket. Umesh spins round at that far end. He's bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Burns with a short mid-wicket in. Umesh was just about to deliver there, and Burns pulled away. Is there someone moving at the far end? Yes, there is. There's someone in a pink shirt just walking up the steps directly in the line of Burns' sight there, beneath the sight screen.
I always find it, and I used to find it bizarre as a player, that they allow anyone to sit under the side screen there. I just don't get that. Yeah, so you have a side screen above people that are sat below. I just don't understand that.
There's someone sitting there in a reddish pinkish jacket, almost in the line of Yadav's bowling from round the wicket.
Yeah, I think he's an Indian fan.
Here's Umesh bowling, and Burns hits that hard into the surface. It bounces up, and Umesh leaps up and stops it, parries it out towards mid-wicket, where it's picked up by Surya Kumar Yadav.
I think what Yadav is trying to get Rory Burns to, that's the square legs on the boundary. I don't think it's necessarily for the short ball. I think it's to get into the mind of Rory Burns that it may be coming. What they want him to do is to get over to that and try and work it on the onside and get him LBW. He's been out a few times in his test career, LBW around the wicket.
Yadav bowls, and Burns is solidly forward to a ball angling in. Plays it back to the bowler, who stops it, and there's no run. How many people are sitting beneath the sight screen at the far end? There's not much money there, is there, if you sort of mean in terms of sort of ticket sales?
Yeah, I reckon there's probably, 100 seats?
Yeah, and not that many of them are occupied. It's probably 30 occupied. So you're saying you sort of move all those away, so you don't have that problem of people moving behind the bowler's arm. And there are lots of seats away to the left as we look at it, which could be potentially seated. Here is Yadav bowling a short ball that Michael's talking about, that might come. Burns ignores it, and it's through to Rishabh Pant.
And it looped through to Rishabh Pant. All the pace has completely gone out of this surface. There'll be another heavy roller, no doubt, in the morning, so that'll take a bit more out of the surface. It will come down to spin and Jadeja, how England play him, how he bowls. Can he cope with the pressure? Can England cope with the pressure? And can India get just a little bit of movement?
Yadav bowls to Burns, and Burns comes across his stumps, playing defensively there into the onside, picked up by Surya Kumar Yadav at mid-wicket, and there is no run. Do you give England any chance of 368, Michael?
Not much. I have to be honest. Not much when you think of the biggest ever total that England chased was obviously back in 2019, and that's when they had so much time, and there was never a chance of a draw.
Well, that game finished on the 4th day, didn't it?
Yeah.
Umesh bowls short, pulled away by Burns, out to the boundary of 4, well in front of square, and it shows you how much pace there is in this pitch, or the lack of it, and swung away out towards deep mid-wicket. Emphatic shot from Rory Burns. 24 for no wicket. Burns goes into double figures. He is on 12. We've had 11 overs. So far, so good for England. More from you, Michael, and then time for Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, that's a tremendous shot. He gets his hands high, and it's over the top of the bounce, which is so important. It was a short delivery, but it only got about chest high. That's how placid this pitch is now. Yeah, smashed well in front of square. Still a ball remaining in the over, so Simon's kind of disappeared a ball too soon. I guess there would have been a no ball somewhere in that over, was there?
Was there a no ball, Andy?
Well, I think there must have been, because
Simon just fled.
Have we missed it?
Umesh is in to, I think, complete the over, and Rory Burns plays an angled bat into the ground, and a good diving stop by Rahane prevents any runs. It would have been 4 had he not got to it. End of the over. England 25 without loss. Burns 12. Hamid 11. 11 overs have been bowled, and Michael Vaughan, after what's been a really tough 2 days for England in the field, Are you able to offer hope and succour? Mark Ramprakash walked into the room next door, and it is his birthday today, incidentally. And he gazed out, and he said, "Do you know, I think they're going to do this." Now, I mean, that would be an extraordinary turn of events, but what have you seen in these first 11 overs? I've not seen the ball do anything, really.
No, there's not a great deal there, but, you know, trying to get what they're going to be. Say they're no wickets down tonight, and there's still a long way to go. An hour and a half's play, so that's, in the modern game, what's that, 20 overs?
About that, yeah.
So say there's another 60 runs on offer.
Jadeja starts a new over, short, worked into the onside by Hamid for a single. I would think probably 2 and a bit and over, really.
So
50. 45, 50.
Okay, so 50, 75, so they're going to need around 290 in a day's play. Difficult on the last day.
Yeah.
I think it's difficult. I think if you said to England now, would you take a draw?
Oh, yes. Well, I'm sure they'd take it. But all I'd come back to is that, you know, India's batters did look, all of them, very comfortable out there as Jadeja is in, and Burns works his ball to the onside ground, short leg field from the start of the innings all the way through the innings, actually.
Yeah, the difference is Jadeja, that he's got something to aim into for the left-handers. You know, England's spinners didn't have really anything to aim into.
Here he is. He's driven by Rory Burns back to him, to his left-hand side. There's no run. WinViz has England at 13%, India at 56%, and the draw at 31%. Jadeja in to Burns. Burns pulls out a deep square leg for 4. It's a well-packed field. There's a deep backward square leg, and there's a sort of in front of square leg as well as a short leg. And somehow Burns has managed to not hit the short leg and thread the ball between the fielders out on the boundary, and picks up another 4. England to 30, I beg your pardon. 30 without loss. Burns to 16, Hamid to 12. Jadeja just dropping a bit too short there. He's in again, tosses this up, and Burns just defends in the front foot into the offside. There's no run.
Yeah, the pressure element of what Jadeja may be feeling is interesting, isn't it? You know, everyone's saying Ashwin should play.
Yep.
How much that affects the spinner that's in the side.
Here he is over the wicket again to Burns, and Burns is beaten by one that just comes by. I say beaten, it goes between bat and pad, hits him on the body, but he gets outside the line. End of the over, 12 overs gone, England 30 without loss. Burns 16, Hamid 12. Yeah, I mean there's going to be pressure on Jadeja today, isn't there? And tomorrow.
Yeah. And the one thing, I mean, Jadeja, he's got the 4 left-handers if he gets to them all, to attack them with the kind of rough outside the left-handers off stump, but also to the right-handers, he can come over the wicket. We saw that in the first innings where he came over the wicket, and he actually looked a lot more threatening from over the wicket to the right-handers, because it's just you know, the odd patch just outside the leg stump that he can grab. And
now here we go. Bumrah has changed ends. He's coming from the pavilion end. He started at the Vauxhall end. Is that Umesh Yadav's spell? That was 6 overs. Did he bowl?
6 overs for 2 maidens, none for 13.
So Bumrah has bowled 3 overs from the Vauxhall end. Has now switched ends to the pavilion end. He's got 3 slips backward, point, cover, mid off, mid on, mid wicket, and a long leg. Hamid facing as the floodlight pylon shadow now encroaches on the pitch and beyond. Bumrah stutters in to the right-handed Hamid. Hamid defends late, as is his wont on the front foot. Guides it into the offside behind square. England 30 without loss. Bumrah's pace there, 83 miles an hour. Is he perhaps feeling the strain as well of all these back-to-back matches? Bumrah's played every game, and Anderson and Robinson have played every game, and it really showed in Anderson and Robinson, I thought.
Yeah, but also the pitch.
Yeah.
You know, when the pace gets taken out of the pitch, and you've got to put even more effort into every delivery, it must be so difficult for the seamers that have played all the matches.
Bumrah runs in once more, and Hamid plays it late at this on the front foot, pushes out into the offside. There's no run. What I did notice, somebody was saying to me, England aren't going to go for this. Look at the way they turned down the chase at Lords in a game that wasn't even part of the World Test Championship, what have you. But the difference there was You know, Dom Sibley was struggling to access the offside at all. In the second over, Hamid pushed in the offside ran, didn't he? And there's a different tempo to what England have with this opening partnership.
Yeah, it's been pretty good so far.
2.5 and over they're going at the moment without really trying. As Bumrah runs in, and Hamid just defends late again into the offside. It's picked up in the covers. It's no run.
Yeah, I just think India need to. I know the pitch is flat, it's slow, but I think it's worth bouncing Hamid a few times, trying to push him back and trying to aim for that left shoulder. Plays with quite low hands. Got such a good forward defence. He tries to press forward and go forward pretty much every delivery. Just wonder if a few short balls might be the way to go.
Just pats at the ground, looks up, and waits for Bumrah. Comes running into him. Hamid cuts brilliantly for 4. In front of square on the offside, that's a shot. But also Dom Sibley has not played. That I've seen particularly often. It wasn't a lot of width, and it's played quite beautifully by Hamid. Just stood up and crunched it off the back foot. It was pretty much a vertical bat. It wasn't a horizontal bat shot, was it? It was more like a back foot drive than a cut as such.
Cover point going on the boundary. Again, an indication that Virat Kohli is a little bit concerned.
Does he not think he's got enough runs to
Well, I think he just wants to protect. He feels that he needs to protect the boundaries. Don't gift England any easy ones.
England 34 without loss. Bumrah into Hamid. Hamid lets this go outside the off stump. Goes through low.
Do you know the ball that I don't think Jasprit Bumrah bowls enough of? Is that off cutter he got Ollie Robinson out at Lords around the wicket. It's a magnificent delivery because you're not expecting it.
Yeah.
And I think on a surface like this now, dry, it'd probably take a bit of spin.
Yeah, that's a very good call. Show some sort of one-day skills. I say one-day skills. I mean, I'm sure people were bowling it before one-day cricket. But yeah.
On this kind of pitch, I think India will have to think out the box a little bit.
Bumrah runs in towards us. And Hamid comes forward in solid defence to a full delivery. Bumrah rather fumbles it in his follow-through. End of the over 4 from it. England 34 without loss. Burns 16. Hamid 16. 13 overs have been bowled. So England are going at 2.5 and over or so. The runs they score this evening are not anything like as relevant as the number of wickets they've got left. For India would so love to pick up 2-3 wickets tonight. They've got quite a long time to go. We're due to keep going till 6.
They'll take 2.
48.
They'd accept 2, I think. India
Accept
tonight.
2, yeah. They'd love to. Yeah. And we can still go till 6:48. With Jadeja bowling, we might get through our wickets ever so slightly earlier. That seems a preposterous thing to suggest that we might actually get all our overs in
How
tonight.
many overs left?
Remaining 24. 24, do you say?
Yeah, they won't get that.
No, an hour and a quarter, no. No, you're right. Jadeja in to Burns. Starting you over full toss, which Burns will be annoyed with himself at because all he can do is sort of pat it back along the ground.
So far, Jadeja's not found any consistency. Short, full.
Leg slip is in, forward short leg and a slip. Burns comes forward and drives along the ground back to the bowler. There's no run. It's a beautiful sunny evening. We're not going to have the same problems with the light as we had yesterday. Pretty sure of that. Jadeja in again. Short, clipped away by Burns for a single out to deep mid-wicket. Takes Burns to 17. He's gone past Hamid. England 35 without loss. So yeah, 22 overs to be bowled after this. We've got an hour and 18 minutes. Or an hour and 15 when this finishes. 15 overs an hour plus 5, we get 20 overs. So if they do bowl at 15 overs an hour, which they might with Jadeja, we might only lose 2 overs today. And it would also mean that there would be 20 overs left. Jadeja in. And Hamid goes back into his crease and pushes into space on the offside. Finds a gap. He thinks of a second that he's not there. But again, Hamid just showing that he's able to access both sides of the wicket. He goes to 17 with that single. And England 36 without loss. Brings Burns back onto strike. The crowd has been quite... It's not that they've been muted as such. I was expecting to hear a bit more today.
Yes.
I think a wicket would probably send the Indian section into a bit of a furore away to our left as this ball spins sharply out of the footholes, but it's too short, so it doesn't threaten the stumps, and Burns really allows the ball to hit him and drop out onto the offside. It's around about hip height when it got him. As Jadeja bowls again and is driven up to mid-on, go through for a quick single, shy at the stumps is wild from Siraj at the striker's end, and Burns gets through for a run. It means he'll keep strike at the end of that over. Burns 18, Hamid 17, England 37 without loss. 3 singles off that over. And easy as you like, England accumulated those runs there.
Yeah, Jadeja's 4 overs so far have gone for 4, 2, 5 and 3, so 14 runs. Minimal threat.
Well, it really hasn't felt like much of a threat, has it? I mean, the contrast between the start of this innings, the 4th innings of the match, and the start of the 4th innings of the match at Lord's is really noticeable. Emily Rainford-Brent has come to join me, where the ball was fizzing and pinging, and the intensity of the Indians, they were all over England.
I want
what are you going to say? What are you going to say?
Earlier, I was on with Simon and Zorz, and I said I still felt that draw had a decent chunk in it.
Draw?
Yeah, and Simon, this is not me trying to put the audience on, I'm just saying it is flat.
It's
really flat. And the threat doesn't...
It's not obvious, is it? It's not obvious where the threat's coming from.
No. And it's not breaking up. So all I'm saying is I think England could bat deep, very deep.
Yes, I want to just put something to you, though, as Bumrah is in to Burns. And Burns works the ball to the onside, a foolish ball to mid-wicket, there's no run. I just think that England are going to end up with around about 124, 125 overs. If they bat 124, 125 overs, then I think they're going to be at around about 368.
Fair play.
Because that's a little bit under 3 and over. And
okay, yeah, your maths are
do you know what
good.
I mean? And then India will be under a bit of problem. I mean, look, it depends. If England are sort of 8 down and then they're just blocking for a session, perhaps it would be different, wouldn't it? Bumrah in to Burns, who plays an angle bat, a shorter ball outside off stump, guides it to backward point. There's no run.
Well, all my point is wickets are not...
they're not easy to come by, I think.
They're not easy to come by, and I would say the threat is Bumrah and Jadeja, and we've already had a little look and...
Yeah, well, we've had... What have we had? We've had 8.2 overs of Bumrah and Jadeja.
So what's your gut saying? Come on, give us where are you to right this moment?
My gut is saying that we're going deep into the 5th day after tea.
Yeah, but which way? Come on.
Well, it's preposterous for a side to chase down 368, so it shouldn't happen. So I'm
not talking statistics, Dan.
Bumrah is in, clipped away to the onside by Burns. There's no run. Well, there's a reason why teams haven't done that before. It's because it doesn't happen. So...
it has happened.
Well, it's happened very rarely.
Yeah, but then it was very rare that India were bowled out for 36 and come back and win a test match. It's very rare. You know, these things, this is what sport's about.
Well, look, WinViz...
People never used to think there was a 4-minute mile.
WinViz has India ahead, and I'm not going to argue with them. At the moment, they're ahead. If England end up at the close of play without a wicket down, then I think it brings the draw and England and the India win together. I think there'd probably be a 3-way tie then. Bumrah in, punched away nicely by Burns, but straight to the cover fielder. There's no run. So, you know, if England find themselves needing 290 to win from 90 overs with 10 wickets in hand, then I think you'll probably find it's probably 33% draw, 33%
I'm not asking
India,
about... 30%. I'm just saying, if you had to go for it today...
India win.
Okay.
All right, are you happy?
That's what I
Where are
wanted
you
to
going to
hear.
go? Where are you going to go? Come on, then.
Why are you asking me these sort of questions?
Well, you're the expert. I don't need to have an opinion. Bumrah is into Burns. And Burns plays nicely off the back foot again, but again can't pick out anyone other than a fielder, much to his chagrin in the covers.
Rain.
Oh, rain. I think tomorrow is supposed to be absolutely beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's mini heat wave.
I know. So excited. Shorts, maybe.
Will you?
Do you think?
Go for it.
Show you my nimble knees.
At a test match, though...
Yeah, it's a bit wrong, isn't it?
It doesn't quite...
It doesn't have quite the right decorum, is that what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
You might be right, yes. They might dispense with a jacket, you never know. Bumrah into Burns, who plays and misses. The first authentic play and miss, I'd say, in this innings. But crucially for Burns, he missed it. That ball just came angling across him. End of the over. Drinks are coming onto the field with England 37 without loss. They've negotiated the first 15 overs. Probably another maybe 18, 19 overs more to be bowled, because just set your clocks by it. 6:48 is close of play time today. We're making up 5 overs from yesterday, hence the extra 18 minutes available.
There have been 2 successful chases over 300 this year. India chased 328 to win in Brisbane, won by 3 wickets. West Indies chased 395 to win in Chattogram in February.
Kyle
Debut
Mayers.
4th innings double century from Kyle Mayers. They won by 3 wickets as well. And in 2019 there was the Headingley game. The target was 359. There Sri Lanka won in Durban, chasing 304 with a very similar Stokes-Leach last wicket partnership, in which Kusal Perera made a sensational 150.
West Indies at Headingley in 2017.
Yep.
330 odd. News from the Charlotte Edwards final of the Ageas Bowl. The Northern Diamonds set 138 for 4. Armitage 59 not out, but the South East Stars at 23 without loss in the 3rd over.
Capsy, would she? I hope she's at the crease. She might be at the crease. Let's have a little look. Well, you know where my money is on that one.
She didn't open for Surrey in the Surrey v Middlesex.
No,
She came in
let's
at
have a
3,
look.
did she? Commentary is now available on the BBC Sport website and app if you want that.
Oh, Ailish and Bryony Smith are at
Ailish
the crease.
Cranstone.
Yeah.
So, let's give them their full names.
Sorry. For everybody listening, yeah. Bryony 17, Ailish 13. That will be a good game, that.
Yeah, should be. And will Capsy due in next, is she?
Kirsty White then, Capsy. Kirsty White, keeper.
Yeah.
Gives it a good whack. So, yeah, keep an eye on that one.
England, though, as we're keeping an eye on this one, 37 without loss. A target that has been set is 368 after Australia were bowled out for 466. Everybody, apart from Ahmed Siraj with 3 not out and Ajinkya Rahane with a duck, got into double figures. The bowlers batted beautifully. Jasprit Bumrah, Umesh Yadav, which gives you a flavour of the pitch. And who would have thought when we left the Oval on Thursday, with India having been bowled out for 190 and England 53 for 3, that we would be definitely, I say, odds on, going to be here after tea on day 5.
In all, there have been 12 successful chases and tests of targets of 350 or more. But the vast majority of them have been pretty recent. 4 of them since 2015 and 9 of the 12 since November 1999. So we have seen broadly in international cricket pitches deteriorating less than they used to. And quite a few sort of high 4th inning scores and long 4th innings resistances.
Scoring rates a bit higher as well, meaning that those targets were just unimaginable back in the 1960s because it would have taken you 2 days to get there. At 2 and over, you know.
So, whilst difficult, the WinViz has England at currently 19%, basically 1 in 5 chance. Seems about right.
And India at 48%, a 1 in 2 chance. Oh, crikey, I need to get out of the way. Jonathan Agnew's here. Drinks has been going on too long. All thoughts from Ebony, then it will be Jonathan.
Well, Jadeja is going to get into his 5th over, coming way round the wicket, has slip and one just in front in play. This sort of line, there won't be much turnout of any sort of rough, but equally it'll be interesting to see how he continues to go about his business. How are you doing, Aggers?
I'm doing very well. 37 for no wickets. A beautiful afternoon. Jadeja bowls outside the off stump, and that's pushed away, felt away really by Hamid off the back foot. I think Jadeja's quite got it right yet. He started off, his first ball to Burns was horrible, pitched in the rough and blew up. But he's tended to bowl a bad ball per over since then and hasn't really maintained the pressure. Different on the right-hander, of course, as you say, but for the left-hander, really, there's a lot of rough there for him to play with now. Jadeja bowls too short, and Hamid says thanks very much. And you can cut that away off the back foot to deep point, and it's frustrating for the captain too. Where do you put your field? You've got to have men out for bad balls. That means you can't have a catcher or two that you might want, or somebody on the drive. Let's see if he can get 4 here and in the right place, just in that area outside Burns' off stump that makes him come forward. And you get the unpredictable bounce and the turn. There's 2 men catching in the leg side. There's also a slip, but there's 2 men out. Well, he's bringing one in now, but there were 2 on the boundary out there on the leg side, which you really shouldn't be wanting at this situation in the game. He's bringing one in now to square leg. So 1 man out on the boundary. Some movement behind the arm down here. Umpire Illingworth saying, come on, move for goodness sake. I'm not sure what that's all about, looking down here. But the miscreant is still obviously in the way because he's being shouted at by umpire Illingworth. The chap in a string vest, I think. It seems to be the culprit, and he's wandering around down here and no one's telling him to sit down. Where's a steward when you need one? He's still standing up, he's being shouted at. Oh, here comes a steward. He's got in an orange.
He's just sat down.
Orange vest, and now he's sat down. So I think that's the end of that.
No,
it's still going on. I think, ironically, that was one of the stewards who's now being told to sit down. So it doesn't matter which cricket ground you're on. There's always this issue of people moving in the batsman's eye line. Anyway, it's done now. Jadeja tosses up a full toss. I mean, that's a really rank ball, I'm sorry. Been driven away through the offside into the lengthening shadows. They'll come back for 3. And, well, nicely played by Burns, but it was a low full toss outside the off stump. And he's got all that rough to play with.
Missed out a little bit there as well, Burns. Just getting a bit of a gift. He just lent on it. Maybe not trying to overhit. Outfield's not rapid there. Thought it would have raced away.
Really poor ball. Hamid over his bat, waits. Jadeja again goes round the wicket, bowls, and Hamid goes on the back foot, turns that away to mid-wicket. And there's no run. So a really good start here by England. It's essential. They just have some partnerships, form these partnerships. Jadeja again from round the wicket, bowls, and there's a little wristy flourish from Hamid, sending the ball out into the leg side. It's followed by Rahul. 42 for no wicket. Hamid on 18, Burns on 21. Jadeja again tosses that up and Hamid drives him. It's a pretty stroke. It finds Kohli fielding at cover. Kohli? No, it's yes, it is. 42 for no wicket. And goes Jadeja. And well, they're appealing there for a catch. Very close in, and the fielder there at Silly Point thinks he might have got him here. Hamid standing there, stock still. We don't know, of course, if there was bat involved in this, but certainly the fielder at Silly Point there was celebrating the catch.
I'm not sure about this, and I'm not sure the Indians are convinced themselves. Just the way they've kind of got to each other, they look like they were trying to play a bit of a game here, seeing if there was anything in it.
Well, they're going to have a look at it, and they're probably very wise that they should do. Haven't seen a soft signal being given yet by umpire Illingworth.
Not out.
Soft signal's not out. So we'll have a look. But certainly the
TV
fielder
umpire
there.
to director, we have an umpire review for a bump ball. It's a fair delivery. On-field soft signal is not out. Front on spin vision, please.
You've got to make sure that he edged it first. It was one of those where he's pushing forward, inside edge into pad. Right, let's have a look. It's let's hit it straight into the ground.
Okay, clearly back first. Another angle, please.
Only option is if it went into the shoe.
Let's have a look. He's going for one hand, one bounce. Yeah?
Some of the one. Take that back.
It has gone into the shoe, but it's gone onto the ground.
So I'm ready for my decision on the big screen.
I think there was a bit of a game there. I don't even think India were convinced, if I'm honest.
No.
Just even the way Virat Kohli, who's so lively, came in and it was just a bit flat. Maybe it's just a bit of a game to get in the head as well.
Well, not out anyway. 42 for no wicket. Just confirmation in a moment on the screen. There you go. And that's the end of that. Jadeja over, and it was a poor one, really, under the circumstances. the pressure that they're trying to put on here. Prakash Wakanka in deepest, darkest Pune. Is it dark now? It will be by now, won't it? England looking on track to win. See off the rest of the 15-20 overs tonight. Leave 270, 290 to get in 90. Perfect script. Game on. Well, that's, yeah. I mean, it does feel that way at the moment. They can get through to, well, they've got another hour and a bit. 80 for no wicket. That would have people buzzing overnight, wouldn't it? Full house tomorrow. There's 2 slips. As Bumrah's on his way and bowls to Burns. He's on the back foot, playing that carefully out to mid-on. There's 2 men out in the deep.
There's only been 15 wickets in the last 223 overs. So India needs 10 in 105 or so. Jadeja is having a tough summer with the ball. Just 5 wickets in the 5 tests, including the World Test Championship final, average 57.
Bumrah again parts his hands. Now this stalking, up he comes. Oh no, something's gone wrong there, and he's gone away and aborted. He'll go away and try again.
4 wickets in 98 overs in the 4 tests against England, at an average of 60.2. He had been, through his career, been tremendously effective at home, but he's been good in Australia. 14 wickets in the 4 tests he's played there in a recent series.
Bumrah's trying again. Burns is ready. Bat sticking out rather a strange angle. And he comes forward here and flicks that away. Back up the pitch for Bumrah to field.
And he takes 7 wickets at the Oval in the 1 test he played in the 2018 series. So 2 fewer than that in 5 games so far this tour.
So just say they get to 80 for no wicket. What's the scenario then for tomorrow? What's the target in runs per over and so on? Just sort of dangle the carrot. Not that we need any carrots to be dangled, but you know what I mean, just to have some idea of what England's task could be. Bumrah moves in, bowls, and Burns has hit that hard through the leg side, a pull shot. There's a man out there, but he hit it so well they'll only get 1 for that. So it's a good stroke. Bumrah dropped a little bit too short.
They would need 288 at exactly 3.2 per over.
Right, and in the game so far, the average scoring rate hasn't been a necessarily fast scoring rate for the whole match, has it? But I mean, it was this afternoon when it increased a bit, but
all 3 innings have been over 3 and over.
Have they? Okay.
So the England and India's first innings is short innings, and that thrash by Thacker at the end took it up to 3.1 and over. England won at 3.4, and India in their second innings just over 3.1 and over.
Right, so just steady as she goes, really. Well, there we are. How's that for a carrot dangler? And goes Bumrah over the wicket, moves in, bowls, and Hamid covers up, plays defensively. Thing is, realistically for England, you don't really start to think of any of that, do you? You're primarily just going out and batting, and you go out and bat the first session.
It's because the thing is, that's the thing, we flip-flopped all the way through, but as it stands, you're thinking England look good, 1-2 wickets, everything shuts up shop for a while, and the tone changes. So I think they've just got to keep it very simple. Almost just think for the batters, you're going through the motions, you're in the nets, just play the ball, disciplined, keep it simple.
Bumrah on his way, Hamid waits for him, bat raised, he plays that again, a defensive stroke. Fielded in the leg side.
There's also, you forget as well, for the individuals, there's a lot that you could take away. If you get a big score, get a century to your name. If you're Hamid, that would be fantastic for your career. So that whole batting long, batting deep, there's a number more implications, not only for the team, but the individuals.
It's waiting now. There's still 2 slips there. Bumrah hurls himself into the next ball. It's outside the off stump. And Hamid ignores it. It's taken by Pant. Well, you'd imagine that not all of India's prospects, but I mean quite a lot of India's hopes will rest on Jadeja. He's got Malan also to come in next, left-hander. I mean, he should cause him problems there. He's got Burns, of course, now mowing further down the order. But he's got enough there to go on, isn't he?
Well, if he can get it ragging out there as well. The other thing is, to the right-handers, he could bowl over the wicket into those, almost across, and cause them a few questions. So that there are more angles of attack he can expose, not just to the left-handers, which come into favour, but
so make it hard to score for the right-handers. bowling into the rough. Well, he's bowling to Burns. Let's see if he can string 6 good balls together here. He's got 3 men round the bat. He moves in, bowls to Burns, just outside the off stump. Burns lets that one go. It's quite a brave decision with the ball landing in the rough. He's really have no idea what it's going to do.
His pace come down a little bit. He'd been at 58 to 60, 61. That was just a little bit more mid-50s.
And he goes again over the wicket and bowls very full, and that's easily put away for a single by Burns. It's a full half volley, so he's got away again, which will infuriate Kohli. This wants a hole over us. Put Burns under real pressure. Then you might get a reckless shot, trying to get yourself away. But when you know you're going to get a bad ball per over, then it's not such a problem.
Yeah, there we go.
It's going to bowl to Hamid now, but Hamid's not ready. Now he is. Firmly grips the bat. Jadeja goes over the wicket. Termy just simply pads out away, thrusts a pad out to the leg side and says no thanks. 2 in the leg side, 1 at leg slip, and there's a short leg fieldsman and an orthodox slip. Jadeja again moves in and bowls. Oh, very, very full. Yorker, really. Somehow Hamid squeezed away and the ball ran down to slip, but that was really darted in.
I like this option. All he needs is for one ball to do something to cause Hamid to start getting nervous.
Comes right forward to this, though. Beautiful defensive shot. Bat, pad, glued together. Kohli's waving his arms about. He's moving the fielder down here. Siraj to his right. Just a couple of feet. That was all. And Jadeja moves in once more. Bowls. That's turned away. Oh, that's a good little shot, that. He's got it very fine indeed. And that should go for 4. Through fine leg. He could have chosen to have ignored that and just stuck his pad in the way, but turned it away very fine. 48 for no wicket. Hamid goes to 22.
Well, when you talked about pinning him down, that turned into quite an expensive over in the end. A little bit too full there, and Hamid just able to work it. Yeah, that's not the over India were looking for.
I can just hear the shout of Ashwin going out over most of India at the moment.
Have you seen the pictures that are doing the rounds on social media? It's like a where's Ashwin? You know where's Wally?
Oh, okay. No, I haven't.
It's like, where is he? He's popping up everywhere, but he's not.
Not on the not
the
out
pitch.
there. Yeah, well, we have seen him, haven't we? We've seen pictures of him up there, but yeah, this is just a perfect scenario for him here. Our commentary continues on 5 Live Sports Extra, of course, digital radio, everywhere you're listening to us at the moment, other than on Radio 4 Longwave, because you're leaving us briefly for your shipping forecast. 48 for no wicket. And Bumrah is going to go round the wicket to Burns. The field, well, if you look at that, it just gives a little glimpse into Kohli's thinking now, as Bumrah moves in round the wicket and bowls to Burns, who plays to mid-wicket. So, I mean, this is a defensive field now, with 1 slip and a fine gully. Call him 3rd or 4th slip, perhaps. Then you've got a deep gully or backward point, cover point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a long leg. So just offers the thought that Kohli's thinking, right, OK, I don't want them to score too many here. Win Viz has got India at the moment about 40% and England at 20%. Here's Burns getting another run, turning it away into the leg side. Siraj comes racing up and fields. They're going to move to 49 for no wicket. Burns to 24. It's a party going on in one of the flats over there.
You've got the fan going in as well.
Yeah, it was very warm in there. You did get a great view from those windows. Hamid checks his guard. There's 3 scrapes that he makes. Now he's ready. Bumrah's on his way. There he is now, bowls, and Hamid is forward again. Bumrah fields in the follow-through. He does get on that front foot, and it's not often you see an opening batsman plays so much and so comfortably on the front foot.
He was saying in the last, I mean, this wicket might not quite be aiding it, but we're talking about just sending him 1 or 2 balls to stop him.
Well, I'll be tempted,
getting into it, almost just too easy.
Tempted again to try and stop him from playing that quite so easy, but there's such little pace in this pitch. But you know, thinking of Australia, I'm not sure if he could play that much off the front foot over there. In comes Bumrah, bowls, and again he's forward. Bumrah fields at the end of his follow through. It's 49 for no wicket, so 319 more required by England to win. There's just under an hour left to play today now, and then all day tomorrow. It should be 90 overs, regardless of what time they are finally delivered. 90 overs will be bowled, unless England, of course, get bowled out earlier, or they knock the runs off. But there are 90 overs available tomorrow. 49 for no wicket. Bumrah again comes thundering in. Now there's the bouncer. He gets very low under that. Pant collects it. Walks busily back to his mark once again. All right-hand side of the oval bathed in shadow now. Hope we get it all in. You never can quite tell this time of year, can you? The lights are, they're up, they're ready to go, but they're not switched on yet. But I think they might have to be fairly soon, because the shadow's sweeping over the ground. Bumrah moves in, bowls, and Hameed waits for it, pushes him quietly into the offside. The ball runs down to point, and that ends another over. 49 for no wicket. Burns on 24, Hameed 22. If you are just joining us, India made 466. So the men out today: Kohli for 44, Jadeja 17, Rahane 0, having a pretty miserable tour. And then this excellent stand of 100 between Punt and Thakur ended when Punt was out for 50, caught and bowled by Moeen. He really hammered it at him too. Thakur was caught at slip off route for 60. Yadav hammered 25. Bumrah had a go too. 24 he made off 38 balls. The best of the bowlers was Woakes, who took 3 for 83. A lot of overs bowled by the others. They look pretty exhausted, frankly. Goes Jadeja. Oh, full toss again. Driven back at him by Burns. So that set England 368 to win. And as yet, India haven't taken a wicket. Jadeja again bowls, and that's a sweep from Burns, this time trying to drag the ball out of the rough. A lot of shouting going on from Kohli, who's at leg slip. So his main spinner here.
It's a decent amount of grip.
Actually hit him in the grill as he went to sweep that. Jadeja again bowls very full, pushed away into the offside. 49 for no wicket. A lot of rough outside the off stump, and Burns doing his best to cope with that as Jadeja moves in, bowls to him again. It's quite full, and Burns drove there a little loosely. Arms were raised around the bat. Just went at that a little bit, wasn't quite at the pitch of the ball. That's what he's got to be careful of. Jadeja again moves in, bowls. Well, a flatter, shorter one, turned to short leg. 49 for no wicket. The ball to go in the over. Burns on 24. Jadeja parts his hands, moves in and bowls to him. Now that has him in a little bit of trouble there. The ball landing in the rough. It's the end of the over. So there's 50 minutes to go of play today. Eb, some quick thoughts from you and from Andy, and then Simon Mann's coming in here.
Andy, you've got something more meaningful, I think, to say.
A rare maiden from a spinner in this match. It's the 57th over bowled by the 3 spinners used in this match. Jadeja and Moeen and Joe Root. Only the 3rd maiden. Root bowled 1. Jadeja had 1 in 17 overs in the first innings. Moeen none in 26 in England's second innings, and Jadeja, that's the first after his first 6 overs, went for 24.
Hey, Simon.
You got a big smile on your face.
Well, no, just you lot, you in particular, tore me down when I talked about a draw. The reason why I still think it's on as well is not.
Oh, it is
not
on
that
now.
there are plenty.
No,
of
it is on now.
Well, no,
yeah.
I'm still getting talked down. But the only thing I was thinking is, all it takes tomorrow is for 2 or 3 quick wickets and England might shut up shop for a while, and then it changes. So I just put it out there on radio live. Me and Simon have been going at it with this Winvis thing. I'm just saying, it's a big possibility.
So you're saying it's going to be a draw, eh?
No, that's where my gut is going. I think there might be England cruising, wickets shut up shop. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, we'll see tomorrow. We'll be back for more. 49 for no wicket. We've had 20 overs, so that's another 10, a block of 10 sorted by England. The target 368. So there's the possibility of England being, or needing under 300 to win tomorrow in 90 overs. But as Eb said, 2 or 3 wickets, and then it's very, very different. But a good start, about as good as England could have hoped for, I think. Might wanted to score a bit quicker if they were looking at a victory. Here's Hamid trying to play into the onside. Siraj is into the attack. Goes out to Kohli at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. Tuffers.
Are the whispers already starting, are they?
About?
It could be, it's on.
What, the draw? Oh, the win?
Yes, you're already
No,
on.
I don't think
100 a session.
Yeah. The thing is, if you go for the win, you give the opposition an opportunity, don't you?
Well, I mean,
more of an opportunity.
They're not going for the win, they're not going for the draw here, though.
They're just playing, aren't they?
Exactly.
They're just playing and see where they are, say, tea time tomorrow. Here's Siraj bowling to Hamid. Hamid defending on the front foot.
You get the feeling that if they do sort of want to put the toe down, left arm spinner can come over the wicket, come it to the right-handers, sort of block things up a bit, make it awkward to score. So not bowling very well though, Jadeja. At the moment, it's very flat, isn't he? Very just flat and spearing it in. Sometimes you've got to have a little bit of craft and a little bit of flight and goal just to make you misread length.
Here is Siraj bowling to Hamid. Hamid nudges that away, and that's the 50 partnership. Nudges it away down to fine leg. Bumrah fields. Hamid goes to 23. And what's the reaction from the 2 players in the middle? Yeah, they're going to touch gloves.
Well done, of course they should. It's been a good knock, good partnership for England. They looked flat as a pancake walking off from the fielding, didn't they? But they've come out and these 2 guys have got knuckled down and got stuck in.
Yeah, the England players, they walked off, look, as flat as this pitch.
Yeah, they did a little bit.
I mean, it is...
Looked like a balloon with no air in it.
It is sleeping there, isn't it, this surface?
Yes, but then it can ignite here sometimes. Just takes something. Seen it happen so many times at the Oval.
Siraj bowls to Burns. Burns comes forward and plays that up towards mid-on, push stroke, and there is no run. Half the ground now in sunlight, half in shadow. Bit of respite if you have been salted by the sun all day. It's not something we've said very often so far in this English summer. It doesn't feel like it anyway. It's a glorious day today, and the prospect of a glorious day tomorrow. Siraj goes in and bowls to Burns, and Burns plays defensively into the onside, and there's no run. So Burns batting at the Vauxhall end of the ground is nearly in shadow now. Go through until 10 to 7. I wouldn't be surprised if they did turn the lights on, not because it's not a sunny evening, but because if the shadows begin to lengthen over the ground, the light gets a little bit murky at this time of the year, starts to go, they might enhance it with the floodlights.
It'd be a riot if they walk off.
Would be at the moment. Siraj bowls played defensively by Burns into the offside, and there's no run. If you're fielding it on the offside, say at mid-off at the moment, you really are looking into a low sun. So that's 21 overs in this England second innings, but it has been such hard work for the bowlers in the last 2 days of the games. A huge contrast between the first part of this game and the second part of the game. India making 466 after 191 in their first innings, and then 50 for no wicket. Need 318 more runs to win the game. I mean, do you think India be getting a bit twitchy out there? Do you think they'll be thinking
that now?
Yeah.
No. They'll obviously be, keeping together and working hard and going through the disciplines and, hitting the right areas and just waiting for the mistake. So no. They won't be getting twitchy until it's, if they're 4 down at tea. For me, anyway.
Yeah. Yeah, things can change very quickly with the ball.
Yeah, they can.
Especially on the final day of a match. Teams are generally not very good at blocking out for a draw these days. Jadeja bowls over the wicket to the right-handed Hamid. Hamid stretches forward.
Well, yeah, I think that's going to be key as well. It's about how England then don't just block out, you know, because then you can keep fielders in, and all of a sudden you get a little inside edge, and that fielder wouldn't have been there, and there's your wicket.
Jadeja bowls to Hamid. Hamid gets that bat out in front of the pad, blocked it into the offside. There's no run. Agarwal picks up.
So you've got to keep a threat that you're still ticking over, and sort of, you know, keep the opposition captain honest, if you like.
Yeah. Jadeja to Hamid, push through. Hamid is forward, playing it to short leg. And there is no run. Is it me, or was the run scoring really dried up in the last, say, half an hour or so? Results, it feels as if England have slowed down. Here's Jadeja bowling to Hamid, who angles that away into a gap on the offside to the left of Agarwal at cover this time. England go to 51 for no wicket.
Well, they've scored 14 in the last 7.5 overs.
Right.
They're still going round about 2 and over.
Now Burns is on strike. And Jadeja, he's got that rough to work with, but it hasn't worked for him so far. 3 close catches. It goes in now and bowls to Burns. And Burns comes forward and plays quietly towards mid-wicket. It's picked up by Kohli.
You just get a feeling that Burns, to the left-hander, likes the occasional big shot.
Jadeja bowls to Burns. Burns gets right forward there and outside the off stump, smothering it. Picked up by Punt, coming from behind the stumps. There's no run. It's the end of the over. 51 for no wicket.
Sort of like a big sweep out of the rough or something, and that would be disappointing if he just gets a top edge or something. Played him pretty well at the moment. He looks to use his feet and sort of like manipulate the spinner around, but got a job to do. It's difficult for the left-handers when there's rough.
I've got a feeling I saw that shot played by Burns in the Test match in Mount Maunganui when England were trying to bat out for a draw in that game. Just trying to find it in my book now.
While you look that up, I can tell you it's England's first 50 stand for the first wicket in the 4th innings of a home test since May 2012. They've had 20 4th innings since then without reaching 50 before the first wicket fell.
Well done. Well, he was out to the left-arm spinner, Santner.
Yeah.
Before the close on the 4th day. I think he was playing quite a big shot from memory. He's caught by de Grandhomme. Here's Hamid nudging that down towards fine leg, and new over from Siraj. Bumrah is there in the shadows. 1 more to the total. 52 for no wicket. Yeah, Sibley and Burns had batted until the 22nd over. And then Sibley and Burns were out in quite quick succession, and New Zealand went on to win that match on actually a pitch that had nothing in it at all as well. It was another one of those really flat pitches like this one. I feel they should have been able to see it out. Now Burns comes down to take strike.
It's water, by the way. It's a can of water.
No, it's not. It's a gin and tonic.
Hey, come on now. Come on.
It's been a warm day. Plenty of refreshment taken out there today. Alright, basking. Here's Burns turning that away, back with a square for a single. India have 2 men back on the leg side boundary. It's another run. 53 for no wicket.
Yeah, I found that dismissal in the Cricinfo text commentary. Burns premeditates the sweep and top edges it to square leg Colin de Grandhomme.
Good, Simon.
Yeah. Well, you put the idea in my mind with saying that's how you sense that's the shot he wants to play.
Yeah.
I just have a memory of him playing it in a very similar situation to this.
Like an elephant.
Thank you.
But on that occasion,
oh, really sort of leathery skin, you mean?
With quite big ears.
Here's Siraj bowling to Hamid, clips that into the onside, stopped at short mid-wicket, and there's no run. There's a bit of a leg trap here for Hamid in the sense that, well, Siraj can bowl straight. There are 2 close catches on the onside.
On that occasion, England had no hope of winning. They were trying to avoid a defeat, ended up losing by an innings in 65. So there really was no reason to sweep one in the air to square leg at that point.
I remember Jofra being in the last session, he batted really well, being caught on the deep backwards square leg boundary. I think Wagner tried to bounce him and he couldn't resist it. He batted well. Joffre, I think it was his best Test innings for England. Yep. Shaped well in that innings. Siraj bowls to Hamid. Hamid plays it hard into the surface, towards cover. And there is no run. But that was an opportunity for England to bat out for a draw, because the pitch was flat as this. There was nothing in it. And Wagner was getting his wickets by, banging it into the surface and hoping they played the pull shot. Santos, not much of a threat really as a left-arm spinner. Did pick up 2 or 3 wickets from memory. I think it might even be his best Test figures.
3 for 53 from 40 overs. Wagner 5 for 44. He does hypnotise batsmen with his bounce.
Yeah. Siraj bowls to Hamid. Hamid defends a straight ball up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
And in order to be called a deep square leg, did you say? You've got to hit that.
That was Jofra Archer was caught deep back of square.
Well, yeah, but
it just said square leg in the text.
Oh, okay. Okay. But then that's a sort of a a little paddle if you're looking to save the game. Just jog down there. It's not going to carry, is it?
No, I think he played it quite forcefully and he top edged it and looped up in the air from memory.
Yeah.
Anyway, he hasn't done it yet.
No, he will do it.
Last ball of the 23rd over. Siraj bustling in, bowls to Hamid, and Hamid comes watchfully forward, plays it back to the bowler, who picks up. The shadow's now halfway down the pitch. So batting at the far end in sunlight, batting at this end in shadow. 53 for no wicket. Just to recap of what happened earlier today, in case you missed any of it, India 466. They added 154 for the last 4 wickets.
We had a chance, didn't we?
Yeah.
We did have a chance. There was a little chink of light when Woakes got a couple.
Yeah, and then Virat Kohli was caught at slip for 44. 312 for 6 then, and then a fantastic partnership between Pant and Tucker. Yeah, Tucker making 60, they put on 116 for the 7th wicket. England were really flagging, they were desperate for something. And then Tucker was caught by Overton off route at slip for 60. Rishabh Pant drilled one back to Moeen Ali out for 50, caught and bowled, but then we saw 52 for the last 2 wickets, and that, in the context of the game, what we've seen now, that was yeah. Here is Jadeja bowling to Burns, very full. Burns pushes it away into the offside square with the wicket. Yeah, and there's no run.
Yep, huge little 50 partnership down at the end.
But having said that, they looked in no trouble at all, which makes you think, well, can England do something similar? So far they have. Burns goes back to a ball that's fractionally short from Jadeja, dabs it into the offside.
There's always
no
trouble.
run.
There's always trouble. You can't play cricket with no trouble at all. There's always something that can go wrong, run out. All of a sudden the whole momentum changes again, doesn't it?
Yeah, and we've seen passages of play in this match where there have been 2 quick wickets. Burns lets that one go, and it beats slip, goes down towards the deep third boundary, but Burns was playing no shot there. It wasn't one of those where he was avoiding a ball and you get runs for it because you're taking evasive action. You actually just let that ball hit his body. It went past slip. No run. What's our Winviz saying now? Well, look at that. The draw is almost up to India. It's 38%, 40% India, 22% England.
Coming up on the rails.
Jadeja bowls very full, and that's an easy ball for Burns. Too full, isn't it, that, Tuffers? He digs it out.
It's a bad ball. It's just a bad ball. He looks slightly off Jadeja for me. It's not hitting his lines and length, and it's easy when you've got those.
Jadeja bowls, and that one spins, and well, there's an appeal for something now for a catch at slip.
Make sure you
hit Burns' body, but again he got the gloves high and the bat away from it.
Yeah, make sure you get your gloves behind you if you're going to just let it hit your body. That's what I think it was after. Yeah,
that's the danger, is it? It rolls up your body, flicks the glove on the way out, or just catches something on the way through. Anyway, they're not going to review it. It's an optimistic appeal. But there is some rough to work with. There is some spit nastiness out of that rough.
Yeah,
again, too full, clipped away by Burns through deep backward square leg for a single.
Too full, too straight. I mean, and it is easier because you've got that sort of like, it's a bit like throwing darts, you know. You've got that treble 20, not that you hit it all the time, but, you know, you take the other stuff out of the equation and your eye line is just on that lump of rough. And you just keep going it, and then you can build in little bits of slower stuff and little undercutters and little scrambled seams and things like that. But, you know, for your eyes, don't take your eyes off that rough. Just hit it.
You were talking about as well off air, a bit of flight as well. There's not much flight from Jadeja.
No, there's not. It's a bit flat. It's just a bit flat and a bit quick. And those, as you say, those full balls are just zooming in on that trajectory. Always a little bit tricky towards the end of the day. Yeah, and it's just too easy to clip. Instead of that little bit of pause, just gets you overbalancing as a batsman. And sort of feeling for things instead of just clip, you know, zhoosh, clip, zhoosh, clip. It needs to be a bit more.
Would you like bowling on this pitch?
Absolutely.
Because you've got something to work with. There's a bit of spin, some rough.
Something to work with, runs on the board, men round the bat. That's when you show your, you know, your skills a bit, you know.
54 for no wicket. Burns on 26. Siraj bowls and Burns pushes that into the offside, and there's no run. News from the Charlotte Edwards final at the GS Bowl. South East Stars 98 for 4 in the 13th, chasing 139. Alice Capsey is going well. Commentary now on the BBC Sport website and app.
My favourite, Alice. Very good.
Good young player.
Very good young player for the originals. Not the original, the Invincibles, sorry. Saw her play quite a lot during the 100. She's good. I think her first shot was one down the wicket and then over mid-off at 17.
Siraj bowls to Burns, who drives. Does he find the gap? Well, he finds a small gap on the offside, allows him to go through for a single. Covers quite deep to go to his left-hand side. He picked it up by the time he did so. They were through for that run. 55 for no wicket. And Burns moves to 27. I suppose you could say he owes a few after dropping Rohit Sharma on 6.
Oh, nasty.
Well, it's funny, isn't it, how you think of a play, you think of a...
I bet you were a killer in the dressing room, weren't you? Hey? Little cheeky remarks.
Don't drop catches.
Well, there you go, simple as that. No one means to.
No, they don't, exactly.
But I know
but it weighs on your mind a bit, doesn't it? Absolutely. As a player, you think, well, how many have I cost my team there? You've got, and that's the mental strength you need, just to put it away. And so he was dropped by Burns on 6 and 31. Siraj bowls, Hamid defends into the offside, and Rohit Sharma going on to make 127.
Yeah.
It's not just been Burns in this match. I mean, a few drop catches.
5, I think, in the first. Dick?
I made it 4.
Oh, okay,
4 and then 2 in the second, and then that horrendous missed run out as well. It's just
Billy Smarts.
It was. Yeah.
Oh, that's Benny Hill, isn't it? What's Billy Smart? What's the when the old clowns?
The theme tune.
What's when the clowns come on and all that?
Here's Siraj bowling to Hamid, who drives for extra cover, runs from here, probably 4. The chase is on, Tucker's after it. Lovely. He won't catch it. First boundary for quite a while.
Yeah.
Nicely struck by Hamid through the offside. Through the extra cover gap, takes him to 29, and England to 59 for no wicket.
Yeah, that'll make him feel good. Look at that. Nice free swing of the bat. Nice high pick-up as well. And you really saw him that great big stride towards the ball, down on one knee. And I don't think he's ever going to crunch one, Hamid, but very nicely timed and very elegant.
It's their first boundary since he glanced one off Jadeja in the 18th over, first boundary for Seamer since the 13th, and went down the 25th.
59 for no wicket. Siraj bowls to Hamid. Hamid gets a straight ball, which he defends back up the pitch. And Siraj can bowl straight as well, because he's got those 2 short mid-wickets in and a forward square leg.
And he can also sort of just wrap those fingers around the ball and bowl those cutters. Bowled those cutters quite well here at Lords, didn't he? Sort of everything coming in. Just trying to get it mistimed into those 2 short mid-wicket.
They're very close to each other.
Yeah, they like their fielders close to each other.
Chatting away.
Yes, perhaps they're chatting.
Siraj to Hamid. Hamid turns it to one of those fielders close in on the leg side, the square of the 2. Surya Kumar Yadav. That is the end of the over. 25 overs have been bowled. England are 59 for no wicket. There's half an hour, just under half an hour left on this 4th day. Then 90 overs tomorrow. More from you Tuffers, and then Daniel Norcross.
Yeah, decent start, steady start. Haven't gone into their shells. Just looked to tick over quite nicely. Been impressive. Impressed with Hamid. It looks like he's got a technique and he's got a method. Dan.
Hello, Philip.
Yeah, hi.
All good.
Evening.
Evening. Very much evening. It's getting very shadowy out there now. I don't think this will be a problem, light-wise. But now the whole pitch is bathed in shadow. I reckon we've got, 28 minutes to go. I reckon we've got about another, possibly 8 overs with Jadeja bowling.
Yeah.
So England have got 98 overs to survive or to hunt down 309 more runs as Jadeja is in. And that's played and missed that by Burns outside the off stump. Some excitement among the slip fielders and from Jadeja, but not really convincing. There's a loose little prod by Rory Burns outside the off stump there.
That's better from Jadeja. A little bit of up and down, didn't spin. And all of a sudden you're almost going, oh, that should have spun.
Right.
Nice line.
Jadeja in again, forward comes Burns, plays it back down the wicket. There's no run. He'd have been furious himself if he got out to that though, Burns, because it was just a little poke.
Yeah.
Pushed at the ball. Jadeja into him again, and he comes forward. Plays it to short legs, no run. Jadeja's bowled 9.5 of the 25.5 overs. So we've sort of got here Kohli's template. And he's thinking, certainly to the left-hander, he's going to be very dangerous. As a sweep from Burns is missed, and the ball bounces off pad and rolls down to slip. Again, it's a bit of excitement. Suddenly Jadeja's just starting to make Burns a little bit uncomfortable.
And he's got the flight back. He was very flat earlier on, and this over he's just starting to bowl it a little bit
full. Defended back up the wicket, no run.
With a little bit more sort of up and down, a little bit of dip.
Yeah.
Sometimes.
Drawing Burns.
Yes, but yeah. Instead of just sort of like really throwing it down quick.
Burns now just jabs at this ball, a short ball outside the off stump, pokes it into the offside. End of the over, a maiden over. England 59 without loss. Burns 27, Hamid 29.
Yeah, you can just see he's a bit angry with himself.
Jadeja.
Yeah, he knows that he's sometimes, you know, it's just shoulder rotation when you're just not completing your action. Oh, Andy, what's up?
Oh, no, I wasn't interrupting. I was
that's a very good point.
Carry on. After you finished.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's just shoulder rotation, and you're not just quite getting your follow through, and that's what sort of makes it sort of go a little bit middle and off. You just clip it through the leg side. It's when you've got to really drive your body round and through, and then there's the curve just outside the line of off stump, the bite and the turn and the spit and the glove, and it's taken.
What insight into your brain that was. Siraj down the leg side, taken by a tumbling punt, and there's no run. That was quite menacing. That was.
I'm not sure I can follow that, to be honest.
No, go on.
Yeah.
You were waving your hand furiously.
I was waving it just to let Dan know I had a little thing to say. Something CricViz have just tweeted. One of the metrics they have is false shots, which is plays and misses and edges. And in the first 25 overs, just 6.5% of the balls were false shots.
25 overs of this innings?
Yeah.
Bear with me. Siraj is into Hasib Hamid, who clips this away nicely off the hip down to long leg for a single. Moves with that to 30. England to 60.
Ooh, we'll be whispering later. It's all. Carry on. Sorry.
Well, you can whisper it now. Their data shows that the last time England played fewer false shots in the first 25 overs of an innings was back in 2015 in the UAE against Pakistan. So it's been
on that quite a flat. Was that the one when Cook got a double hundred?
I think it probably was. It was a very controlled start from England so far. Jadeja has had a bit more control, just 2 from his last 4 overs.
Well, the ball's not done much yet, has it? May well do. Siraj into Burns, who drives to backward point, but he can't beat the field. Bumrah is there. There's no run. I'm just sort of trying to get my head round when new balls will be due and that sort of thing. Trying to scenario build into tomorrow.
Well, we can do that, can't we?
We could do that. Yes, we can do that.
Go on, do that.
So, all right. Yes, sir. So if there were another 7.5 overs today, that would take us to 34 overs today, wouldn't it? Siraj bowls, that's driven into the offside, and Burns thought about a run, but it wasn't quite there. Went to the right of mid-off. So 34, maybe 33 overs. And with 90 overs available tomorrow, that'll be 123 overs. So the new ball would become due not until well after lunch. Sort of actually quite close to tea.
Yes.
And then there'll be around 40 odd overs with it. Now the new ball hasn't really done anything this
really.
time.
No.
But now what's Winvis saying now? Oh, it's all over the place.
Oh, is it? It's changing.
Yeah, Siraj is in, and that's driven firmly into the ground by Burns at the front foot to mid-on. There's no run. So England's Winvis is up to 22%. The draw is really getting very excitable now. 43%. They love the draws. Very happy. It's fattening out. And India's chance of a win has gone down to 35%. So it's a sort of 1 in 3 chance now. But of course, a wicket changes everything.
I think that's a song, isn't it?
Possibly. Siraj in to complete the over to Burns, who crouches and waits. And then works this away nicely, square the wicket on the onside.
Nice.
Another run is appreciated and applauded by this crowd. One more to Burns. 28 he goes to England, to 61 without loss at the end of that Siraj over.
But it's belief.
It is belief. I feel belief coursing through the crowd.
Really?
I do.
Okay, all right.
Can you feel it? I'm feeling
good.
it.
And listen, what did you say? 40 overs to go. I mean, the score would roughly be then.
Yeah, well, let's work it out.
Yeah. Go on, you do that.
So they'd be on about 80 overs. I reckon they'd have about 200, maybe about 220.
Yeah.
So they'd need about another 145, 150 from 40 odd overs with the new ball. Tricky, but you see yourself through the first 10 or 15 overs, and then
who knows?
You know, I mean, at the moment, look, it can all change tomorrow. It can all change, but the pitch at the moment is playing no tricks. Jadeja has got some dirt outside the off stump
but that's
to the left-hander, but one of the 4 left-handers is a number 11. So, you know, and Moeen's down at number 7.
Yeah.
So it's Burns and Malan that he's the main threat for, and so far Burns has survived. He's on strike though now with a leg slip, and he goes back to this, lets it go through to Rishabh Pant behind the stumps, and there's no run. 61 without loss. The target another 307 runs away. Here is Jadeja into Burns, who pushes into the offside up to mid-off. Siraj does the fielding. There's no run.
Get it under the 300.
If it's below 300 tonight, and there's 20 minutes to go tonight. Another 8 runs.
Something with a 2.
The hope that kills you, Tuffers.
Oh, I know.
Jadeja in, driven again up to mid-off, and there's no run. What do you think, if at any... I mean,
full house tomorrow as well,
India, indeed, a full house tomorrow. But will there be any nervousness in the Indian camp if they haven't taken a wicket tonight, do you think?
Well,
Jadeja is in, and Burns comes forward in defence, plays the onside, there's no run. Do you feel there might be a little bit of uncertainty?
A back of the mind that they haven't quite made the best of the opportunity tonight and things like that, but I don't think anyone will be going, oh my word,
no,
they're going to knock them off.
Jadeja in, and Burns goes back to his crease and defends into the ground. Slip picks up. I do think they might want to have the floodlights on, because it's now getting... The shadow is now enveloping the whole ground. It just feels a little dark to me. Just a little dark.
Wow. Really?
Jadeja in, down the leg side, and it's clipped at short leg. There's no run. Well, not for Jadeja's bowling, but when Siraj comes on, we'll see.
You don't have to play in beautiful streaming sunlight, you know.
Well, I agree with that. Yeah. I agree with that, but I'm just aware of the umpires. They set their reading, didn't they, yesterday?
Otherwise there wouldn't be any trees around club grounds or anything, you know, because every time the shadow comes up, everyone will walk off.
Good point. Yeah.
It'll be the third of 4 games this series. We're at the start of day 5. Both sides have got a realistic chance of winning.
Yeah.
Ties an option.
Yeah.
Draws an option. Just picking up again on that 4th innings stat about the Oval being quite a productive ground for 4th innings batting. It's now 37.8 runs per wicket in the 4th innings since 2001. Second best of any ground that's hosted 8 or more tests in that time.
In the world?
In the world. 32 grounds. Also the fastest scoring, second fastest scoring 4th innings ground.
Hello.
3.56 per over.
Oh. See, Andy's bringing the weight of numbers to bear here, Tuffers.
He is. Perhaps like
Siraj into Hamid, who tucks this away to short square leg. Can't beat the field, there's no run.
Perhaps want to sort of just slip that under They're at Kohli's door.
Oh, a little note.
Little stat sheet.
Yeah.
Did you know?
Yeah. Virat. Just a word to the wise.
Maybe since they flashed up the Jimmy Anderson 100th not out stat on the big screen, they could put this one on the big screen and said, "Did you know, Virat, how good the oval is for batting in the 4th inning?"
Yes. Change of field here. We've got an intriguing, but what we've got is a flat deck field, basically. So we've got a slip cordon at mid-wicket. We've got 2 mid-wickets, and we've got a kind of deep leg gully and a square leg, who is saving one, and a mid-on, and a very wide first slip. But bearing in mind the ball is only 28.1 overs old, and Siraj is only in his, 4th over. He's into Hamid. Hamid comes forward in defence. There's no run. That tells you everything you need to know about this pitch, actually. This field that I'm looking at tells you what Kohli thinks is possible. He thinks that there aren't edges going to first and second slip because he hasn't got a first and second slip. He's got a sort of third slip.
Well, it's funny you say that, because I do remember a stat that was being bandied about, wasn't it, Andy, about slip catches not being a great ground for slip catches, or was I making that up?
That was flashed up on the TV coverage the other day that I think the Oval was comfortably the worst ground in England for slip catching in recent years.
I'm not having the words worst and oval in the same sentence. Siraj is in, and there's thick edge on that.
There you go.
Hamid runs down to the boundary fine, through where first slip would have been. For 4, umpire Alex Wolff signals the fortuitous boundary for Hamid, but 4 runs for England, 65 without loss. Let's take a look. Did that go at catching height? As went into the ground. But there isn't a first slip. There is 1 slip, but he's not at first slip. If you understand the distinction I'm labouring.
The other thing, of course, that might come into it is another hot sunny day.
Yes. Could it break it up?
Yeah.
Oh, make it harder to bat.
5th day.
Oh.
Of course.
Oh, yes. Well, indeed. 25-2 now as Siraj is in, and that's worked into the onside nicely by Hamid. He'll get a run as a shy at stumps comes in. And Phil Tufnell.
Now is not the time.
For concern. Now it's not the time, Cato. Now it's not the time. Get through for a single. 66 without loss. We've got 15 minutes of play to go. Craig Overton came out as a night watchman before. I wonder if he's padding up now.
He is. He's up there with his pads on. I've just seen him.
Is he? Yes. Well, where are we up to now? What, with 12 minutes to go? How many balls in this over have gone, Andy? 4, thank you. So there might be 3 more overs after this one. I mean, Rory Burns is now marking his guard. The lights have come on, as if by magic.
Yeah. When you go to watch cricket, you watch a lot of cricket here, don't you?
I do watch a lot of cricket, yeah. Siraj into Burns. Burns drives beautifully into the offside, but doesn't beat the fielder at short extra cover. We've got our first winners of the Charlotte Edwards Cup, and I am delighted to say that the South East Stars have just beaten the Northern Diamonds by 6 wickets. Alice Capsey has done it again.
Star again.
17-year-old Alice Capsey. She got a half century at Lords in the 100. Now she's got an unbeaten 40 to bring the South East Stars trophy glory. First the Oval Invincibles, now the South East Stars. It truly is the home of women's domestic cricket. Yeah. Siraj is into Burns, who works the ball into the onside. Finds a bit of space and they'll get through for a single.
We might have a bit of a you might have a bit of a superstar on your hands.
Oh,
there.
definitely.
Yeah.
Well, I think the country has. I think.
Yes.
She's going to be quite the player. End of the over. England 67 without loss. About 14 minutes remain. Burns 29. Hamid 35.
Now you watch a lot of cricket here, don't you?
Yes, I do. Yes.
Yeah, and you sit in a seat. Don't
I
you?
do. Well, occasionally.
Yes, and you don't commentate, do you? When you're just down here for pleasure. No, but do
Mostly
you?
Not.
Or do you?
Depends.
Because I'm watching you, and sort of you're low, and you're watching, and then you're up.
Yeah. Yes, I'm sort of. Yes, you're right. It's funny you say that. I'm sort of. Yeah. I do that quite a bit.
Do you?
Yeah.
Just when you're on your own?
Yes.
In that stand, all on your own.
Well, I never go over to the bed because it's too cold.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So,
you found your...
Yeah, and I quite like being up here because I get a nice view.
Where's your warm spot?
Here. Warmest spot is over by the newsstand. That's deliciously warm. Great there. But be careful, don't overindulge in sun, slip, slap, stop.
Yes, of course.
But nonetheless, if you do want to sort of recharge those batteries, I do, you see.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit like a lizard.
Yes, warm yourself up.
And need to get warm, or else I can't feel right. Now, there's a delay that for no real reason that I can understand. I don't know what's going on, I'm afraid, ladies and gentlemen. But Jadeja's just put the ball down, and we're waiting for a man with an orange tabard to come out. They need a helmet.
Yeah.
They need a helmet. And then, and so somebody with a yellow tabard, it's like tit for tat. You're going to come out tabarded. We're going to bring our own tabard. We're having a drink. And Mayank Agarwal is going to put on abdominal protector and whatnot. We can see the ball here, Tuffers. What do you make of this ball? It's only 29 overs old.
It's dotted a bit. It's
me.
dotted, hasn't it? The seams where those, where they go into the leather, and then there's a little bit across to the next bit that goes into the leather, if you get my meaning, is all worn away, so it's just dotted it all the way around. Yeah, it might be a bit abrasive out there, perhaps in that rough and what have you.
So might there be a bit of reverse later? It was a very lush outfield. We've not seen any reverse.
No, I haven't seen much all summer.
No, when it's been that kind of a summer, hasn't it? Been sort of miserable. Yeah, dank. With lots of very lush outfields. Right, so why have we got a man with a helmet on? Because we've got a silly point, short leg, slip, and a leg slip. So Jadeja is really crowding Burns towards the end of the day. 12 minutes remain in the day's play. We will lose overs. Jadeja's going to bowl this one, so it's now 11 minutes. They're really eating into their own time. Do they want to bowl these overs or not, Andy?
Well, they're eating into England's time as well, aren't they? Taking an over of prodigious run scoring out of the game.
I think England would probably be quite delighted to have these overs depart, because they don't look like scoring many runs here. 67 without loss. Jadeja's finally ready to start, and he does start, and Burns leaves the ball alone outside the off stump. There is a deep backward square leg, but Burns is being crowded because he's really got no interest in scoring towards the back end of the day. Goes back into his crease, clips into the ground, and short leg fields on the bounce. Burns 29, Hamid 35. Here is Jadeja again. Burns stretches out and pads away a ball that's wide of the off stump.
Played nicely, Burns, out of that rough, actually.
It's been challenging, hasn't it? But he's still there. Well, he's faced 100 balls. Now then.
Now, yes. I don't think you're going to say.
Now then, an appeal for a catch at short leg has been turned down. An appeal for LBW has been turned down as well, as that ball scurried on to Burns, a little bit quicker and flatter. There was a bit of turn, but Burns got his hands and got his bat out of the way, and the ball was turning down past the leg stump. So a bit of drama.
That's a clutch. That's a clutch appeal, that is.
Yep. Jadeja in again. Burns gets right forward and pushes the ball into the ground very watchfully.
Played it nicely.
Yes. He did, didn't he? Sorry, I was thinking about the number of balls he faced. Jadeja is in and then padding it away again out of the rough. That's the end of a Jadeja over. 59 miles an hour. There's not much in the way of flight or guile.
No,
really.
Nothing at all.
67 with that loss after 30.
No up and down. No lure.
No lure. No, it's all just a bit
just zip bang.
I might have given that a bit more an appeal though. That one that did turn a bit, but they didn't go for it because he's kicking the ball away out of the rough, which could be perilous if one just keeps a little low.
Yeah, you've got to make sure you get your pads in the way of it between legs, and Andrew Strauss springs to mind,
doesn't it?
Behind the legs, Shane Moore, very strange. Yeah, so you've got it's not just a case. It's quite difficult to do actually.
Yeah.
You know, I had a go at it and I was horrific. I sat on the ball facing Shane Moore because you get your leg and it, you know, if it turns, what path is it going to be going, and you're waggling your pad about. And it's quite tricky. You can't just thrust a pad at it because you'll probably miss it.
Siraj will continue. There are 9 minutes left in the day.
What was
just
the
about 8 minutes almost?
Sorry.
Yes.
What was the? Isn't there a stat about if your opener bats 100 balls? Yes.
Correct. Siraj is into Hasib Hamid, who works the ball to short mid wicket. There's no run. Yes. You see, the problem with that stat is what happens when both sides openers both face 100 balls, because in the second innings, India's openers both faced well over 100 balls, didn't they?
It's going to be a tie.
Oh, wouldn't that be marvellous? That'd be marvellous. Sort of turn into Dick Emery. Well, I'd love to be in a tie. There've only been 2 in the history of cricket.
Yeah, all right, okay, yeah, okay, yeah.
Siraj in down the leg side, flicked away for, well, not for 4. Let's say yes for 4. But I thought Bumrah might have made a slightly better effort at that, but he didn't from fine leg. Almost shepherded it into the boundary sponge, and you know what that means, Philip Tufnell? The target is under 300. It is 297 runs away. England to 71 without loss, and Hasib Hamid has moved to 39.
Oh.
Are you okay?
Yeah, well, I just know what we're in store for tomorrow. It's going to be good.
Pain,
it's going to be good, isn't
tension,
it?
Yeah. Oh yes, won't have much in the way of fingernails left, is my feeling.
And if you know, a couple more boundaries, 100 partnership. Anyway, I'm not going to talk about it.
No,
because I have the power, you know.
Yes, don't look too far ahead. Siraj is in, and Hamid works us into the onside to square leg. There's no run. Yes. Many of our Indian listeners, they will be thinking along the lines of, says 10 wickets. We still get 10 wickets. There's going to be about 92 more overs. No reason why India shouldn't have a 5th-day pitch that may start to break up.
Yep.
Jadeja's shown he's getting some turn out of that rough. He's going to be a handful tomorrow, and because he's bowling so well, but frankly, Moeen Ali didn't bowl quite as well. It meant that England had to use their seamers a bit more than they would have liked, whereas
and
India,
they were tired.
They did look tired. And India's seamers, they'll be able to stay fresher.
Yeah.
So there's all sorts of things to take into account in this wonderful, wonderful game. Hasn't it been brilliant?
It has. Something usually happens at the Oval.
Something does. Siraj is in. That's worked into the onside to one of those mid wickets on the bounce, playing across the pad. There's no run, except of course in 1981. Well, in 1981, every Test match in 1981, for varying different reasons, was absolutely fascinating. The 2 London Tests, the least fascinating. The Lord's Test at least had Ian Botham getting a pair and then, being stripped of captaincy
and doing the flush thing as he walked through the pavilion.
And then, of course, you had Australia winning the first Test by 3 wickets, I think it was, and then Headingley, Edgbaston, Old Trafford. And I came here with such anticipation as a 12-year-old and watched a rain-affected ball draw.
Oh dear.
Yeah, and it was
scarred.
I was a bit scarred. Siraj in, flicked away by Hamid. That's going to be 4 more.
Nice.
Bumrah has been moved very wide because a leg slip had come in, and Hamid has managed to get it fine enough down to the boundary. More bonus runs at the end of the day, and England go to 75 without loss. Hamid into the 40s.
Yep.
And that target now 293 away.
He's looked very good, hasn't he? Watched it right onto the back, gets himself in that nice position, and then just clipped it nice and fine. Another 4.
Well, they're beautiful conditions to bat in.
Weather
really
tomorrow?
Want to bat. Weather good. Weather good, I believe. Good. Last ball of Siraj is over. Counting down every ball now as Hamid is wrapped on the pad. Siraj really likes it. Kohli now wants it. The umpire is unmoved. There will now be a conclave.
He'll have a look.
Are they going to go? I think they will have a look. I think end of the day, I think they need something to happen. Do you think they're going for it? Where's your money?
Yes, I thought they would. It didn't feel high. If anything, it felt like it.
TV umpire to director. We have a player review for LBW. On-field decision is not out. It's a fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
We'll need to see these replays because the ball was coming towards us, so we can't really gauge the height too well until we see this replay. Now then, what's that hit? Oh, well, it's
can we have
top of the
ultra
thigh
edge
pad.
unavailable, please, Mark?
Top of the thigh pad, and there's even a little bit of inside edge on it.
Rolling all the way through.
No.
All the way through the pad, flat line, so ball tracking when available, please.
It's hit well about on the top of the thigh pad, but his knee is bent.
Ball tracking coming
straight.
Up now. Pitching outside off, impacted line, and missing the wickets, Alex. So stay with your original decision of not out. I'll let you know when you're on screen.
So India have lost
you're on screen
a
now,
review. They've also taken up a little bit of time there. And we've now got but 3 minutes until the close of play. So Jadeja will bowl this over, and he'll love to get through it quickly enough for Siraj to bowl another, as we're having exactly 3 minutes.
Good decision. Good decision, because he sort of hit him on the back leg and he sort of crunched over, didn't he? And those usually feel that sort of things have got a bit low. As you say, we can't quite see it from this end. But no, just bouncing over the top.
Today at the Test is live on BBC Two from 7 p.m. and it's pretty much run-drenched today at the Test. First India's runs, and Now England have added another 75, or you can watch clips now on the BBC Sport website and app, but 7 o'clock you can get all the highlights. Now this is an intriguing move. I like this, Philip Tufnell.
Yes.
Jadeja is going to come around the wicket. It's done two things, of course. It bring a different angle into play, but also it means that Rory Burns is able to mark his guard and waste the best part of 45 seconds there.
But it's going to bring in LBW. Won't be able to just kick this now unless it's that wide.
Jadeja bowls wide. That's out the off stump. And Burns leaves it alone. It's now 18:46. There are 2 minutes left. I'm imagining we might see a little bit of creative time wasting.
Yeah, because he gets through roughly, I think it's about 90 seconds.
Exactly.
He gets through his overs.
Exactly.
Amazing.
He's in now, and Burns comes forward, pushes into the offside. And it's fielded by Siraj, who trots in from mid-off. There's no run. It's taken 20 seconds. England 75 without losses. This the last over of the day. I imagine if a wicket fell now, the umpires would decide that it was, wouldn't they? So they then would walk off.
Yeah, I think they probably would, yeah.
So I think Overton will be able to take his pads and gloves off. And now Jadeja's dispensed with the round-the-wicket experiment. So Rory Burns has marked his guard again, taking a little bit more time out of the game. Jadeja is in. Clipped into the onside. Oh, and that was picked up by short leg and through at the stumps because Burns had just slightly fallen over, and because he missed the stumps, it then ran away down to the boundary, and Burns has picked up a couple of runs. That was perilously close. KL Rahul with hands on head. Let's see how close this was. A clip to short leg. Yes. Well, had he been a direct hit, it would have been close.
Yeah.
What's your judgment here?
Well, he sets off with the ball in hand. Does he get that bat back? Yes, probably.
Well, it would have
just
been
tight. No need.
No
need.
77 though without loss, because they picked up a couple of runs from the overthrow.
Buzzers. Fantastic.
31 now to Burns. Hamid sitting on his back, the non-striker's end, happy to go nowhere. Jadeja bowls forward, comes Burns, plays it into the onside. 15 seconds remain, 2 balls to be bowled. I think this will be the last over of what has been a pulsating day that has set up an extraordinary 5th day in prospect. Jadeja in, and that's played off the glove to sort of short leg along the ground, and there's no run. The clock has ticked over to 18:48, so this will be the last ball of the day, the last ball of a pulsating and extraordinary day. Jadeja in to Burns. Burns defends, back up the wicket. That is the end of day 4. England 77 without loss. They need another 291 runs to win this Test match and pull off what would be the largest run chase in English Test match history. India, conversely, have got to try to find 10 wickets on an increasingly placid and easy-paced pitch after they were bowled out by England for 466, setting England 368 to win. Rory Burns, 31, Hasil Hamid, 43. They've negotiated 32 overs this evening. The Indian captain and the Indian players will be hugely disappointed that they didn't make a breakthrough. England supporters will be dreaming of an extraordinary win. Indian supporters, well, they'll just be hoping they can find a way to eke out some wickets here at the Oval on a deck that's proved a nightmare for bowlers in the last couple of days. Joe Root is standing and applauding as his opening batters, Rory Burns, this is home ground, and Hasil Hamid, who have negotiated those 32 overs, has to be said with some comfort. I imagine the main threat tomorrow will come from Jadeja. The seam bowlers were getting very little in the ways of plays and misses. They was resorting to actually subcontinental style fields with catches in front of square on the onside and the offside. The game has changed completely from the first day when catches were being taken at slip, the ball was deviating miles. Now, Phil Tufnell, it's a totally different game, and we are set up in front of a full house at the Oval. What could be a corker?
Nice. I'm looking forward to it. I have no words after that sum up, Dan, but well played, Rory Burns. Well played, Hasil Hamid as well. I mean, that is the perfect scenario for England there, none doubt. Went along at a pretty nice clip. And we can all come back tomorrow and dare to dream.
Well, both sides have to do a bit of dreaming, because I can't see where India know where their wickets are coming from. Similarly, 291 runs in a day under pressure, very, very tricky. But if you said 291 is start 0 for 0, 291, and the ball's 32 overs old,
one thing's for sure.
Wouldn't mind too much.
One thing is for sure. Something's going to happen.
Something is going to happen. So, any statistical oddities for us there, Andy?
Just an update on the shape of the game. 253 for 15 wickets at the time when England was 62 for 5 in their first innings. Since when, 771 runs for 15 wickets in 239 overs. So that's 51 runs a wicket since then.
Wow.
Well, just to repeat that stat about the Oval being the second best ground for fourth innings batting over the last 20 years.
Where was the best again, sorry?
Basin Reserve in Wellington.
Oh, yeah.
And the fastest scoring fourth innings ground over the last 20 years.
And what is that run rate, the fourth innings?
Actually, second fastest, 3.5. And the run per wicket's out about 38.
Well, England currently require 3.23.
What's it per session? Well, doesn't that mean any difference? Depends how many overs you bowl, I suppose.
Does. 90 overs tomorrow, 291 to get. That's over 3. That's just about 3.2. So
tight.
Yes, it's very tight. Final thoughts from Phil Tufnell, and then I'm going to hand over to Jonathan Agnew, who's going to take you through a look back at the day's play with Deep Dasgupta and Michael Vaughan.
Yeah, full house up tomorrow as well. Could be in line for a cracker. Swung one way and the other. What's it going to be tomorrow? But that's a great session for England. No wickets down. Absolutely delighted Joe Root will be in there. Doesn't get any better than that, Naggers.
There was a lot of fight shown there, wasn't there? And from both sides. It's a really intriguing final session to the day. It's been a great test match. It really has, fluctuating up and down. Really, really entertaining. And who knows what will happen tomorrow. 77 for no wicket. So England need 291 more runs to win. A full day tomorrow of 90 overs. The forecast is good. And it's a sellout too. So the atmosphere here should be really good tomorrow, especially if England can get themselves off to a good start again. So we'll begin our review of the day, and this can be downloaded as a podcast in the usual place at bbc.co.uk/cricket and also on BBC Sounds. Close of play of the fourth day of the fourth test between England and India at the Oval sees England close on 77 for no wicket. So Burns 31, Hamid 43. It means that they need a further 291 runs to win this match. They've got a full final day of 90 overs to come with a good forecast. Their target was set at 368, because it certainly hasn't been England's day throughout. Far from it. India scored 466 in their second innings. The men out today: Jadeja for 17 was LBW to Wokes. Rahani's having a pretty miserable tour. LBW to Wokes for 0. That was 296 for 5. Kohli made 44. He was caught at slip off Moeen, and that was 312 for 6. Then this terrific stand of 100 between Pant and Thakur. Thakur made 60 from 72 balls. He was also taken at slip this time off Joe Root. Pant, who should have been run out on 37. I must say England's fielding has not been at its best or anything like its best in this test match. He should have been run out on 37, but he was caught and bowled by Moeen. An absolute rasping catch that he hit back at him. He was out for exactly 50 from 106 balls. That was 414 for 8. Yadav played a few shots. He was caught by Moeen off Overton for 25, and even Bumrah made 24 off 38 balls. So that was how India progressed. 466, setting England 368 to win in 2 hours and 20 minutes and the whole of the fifth day. Chris Wokes finished with 3 for 83 from his 32 overs. The seam was all worked really, really hard. Anderson, 33 overs, 1 for 79. Robinson, 32 overs, 2 for 105. Overton, curiously, only bowled 18 overs, 1 for 58. Moeen Ali, 2 for 118 from his 26 overs, and Joe Root picked up 1 for 16 from his 7. So the most important thing from England's perspective, and indeed as far as the game's concerned immediately, was that the two openers got through unscathed through those 32 overs. Burns 31, Hamid 43, and they need 291 to win. India, of course, need 10 wickets to win. So Michael Vaughan, Deep Dasgupta. Let's start with Deep tonight. Good to see you, Deep. Well, look, we've got a game on here, haven't we? That was Yeah. Where's your? Where are you shifting on this?
Listen, obviously India, I would still say are ahead, but then England's given them a great chance, and I think I've been on about this, that this pitch is not a day 4, day 5 pitch. I still think this is a day 2, day 3 pitch. It's so good to bat. Batting conditions are wonderful here. India batted for 143 overs, so I'm sure India would be aware that it's not going to be easy to get those 10 wickets, so they got to be really careful here. Having said that, what a start as far as England's concerned, 77 without loss. So tomorrow, you start from scratch. You got 291 with 10 wickets in hand.
Yes. And Michael, where are you leaning?
I'm leaning towards draw.
Right.
Then India.
Yep.
Then England. But what England have done is given themselves just a glimmer. I actually think for India, they probably need England to think they can win, because they might play a few shots and then it might create more chances because of the attacking element of the strokes. If England within an hour or so lose a couple of wickets, go, nah, we ain't going for this, I think it's the kind of pitch that you should be able to bat the day out, because I don't think there's a great deal of ground. I think it's harder for the left-handers. I thought Rory Burns did brilliantly there against Jadeja, because his last 5 or 6 overs, his first 5 or 6 were rubbish.
Terrible.
He got it completely wrong, no rhythm, lacking in kind of release points, ball full tosses, short balls, and then he got it right, and he suddenly started to find his pace, and I thought Rory Burns played brilliantly. His technique, what to play, what not, he had to kind of wear a couple because it was spitting out the rough, so a real challenge for the left-handers. I always look and, the pitch is playing fine, but how often do you see 291 scored on a day 1 pitch? It's not often that in 90 overs you get 291, but, if England can get the start in the morning, get a few away and send that message to the dressing room that it's fine again, it may do a little bit more in the morning. It tends to do a bit more, and there might be a bit of seam and swing. We'll have to wait and see, but, England certainly had the power. They certainly have those players in the middle that if they start well in the opening session and get to lunch, maybe no wickets down, 1 wicket down, and then they feel that they can have a dip in the afternoon, they've certainly got the players like Bairstow, Moeen Ali, and against a left-arm spinner like Jadeja, it may be that England have to tactically move Moeen up the order just slightly. It may be that you think, wait, Moeen's got a good record. I know he played a poor shot in the first innings, but his record against spin, he's got the best strike record in terms of hitting left-arm spinners in the world in T20 cricket, and it may be that England have to just
sweepy plays on.
It might be that they have to be creative, and they have to move Moeen up the order and just say, OK, Moeen, you've got a bit of a licence, get out there and try and get a few. I don't think it'd affect the rest of the batting lineup, and I'll be intrigued to see how England go about it. I do think at this stage, I just fancy that the draw could be the favourite.
OK. Jadeja, he does feel like the key. I know there's only 2 left-handers, but he didn't settle at all to start with there, and it kept missing. The first ball he bowled exploded. Thought, whoa, here we go. But then there was always that release ball, and he bowled a bit too short. But then, yes, you're right. He did tighten up. But even to the right-handers, if England do get a bit of a start and do get going, you feel he's got a bit of a job to do there, going over the wicket maybe, bowling into that rough and making scoring runs difficult. So, do you think he's probably the key player for India tomorrow?
Absolutely, no two ways. I think minimum 3 wickets is what Jadeja needs to pick up for India to win. Because this ball is, again, it's 30 overs old now, so it's kind of softer now. So obviously, as it is, this pitch is on the slower side than on the softish ball. It's going to be very difficult for the seamer. So Jadeja has to play a big role here tomorrow for India to win this game. Yeah,
and if you're England, how are you playing Jadeja then? Are you playing him very carefully, or are you trying to get him off his... You are, because you don't want Jadeja to settle down, especially for a left-hander. You don't want him to settle down in that area outside off stump, that rough area. You've got to be a little proactive. If he errs in length, especially, you've got to take him for runs. Obviously, Rory Burns been brilliant. He plays the sweep shot well as well. Every now and then he can do that. And keep Jadeja under pressure. Yeah, I like the way Hamid batted today as well. Actually, he does like to leave a lot of balls early, but actually when there's a bit of a width around for him, he happily tucked into it.
Yeah, no, I think he'll get scoring opportunities because they'll attack him. We saw that late in the day to Siraj, that they went for this leg side field and went straight, and he just flicked a couple away. He got one through the slip cordon as well. I think this kind of pitch suits his game. Quite low and slow. Yeah. I don't think he's going to get too threatened by the bouncing ball because it's not on offer. If I was India, I'd bowl a lot more short balls to him and try and push it, even though the pitch is slow. I know it takes a lot out of the bowlers, but it's well worth bowling a few bouncers. I look at someone like Jasprit Bumrah and I'm amazed. You go back to Lords when he produced that incredible slow ball from around the wicket to Ollie Robinson. On this kind of wicket, I'm amazed he doesn't bowl it more. You know, when you have those fielders in front of the back catching and you've got someone like Bumrah running in hard and he's bowling quite sharp into a length, the last thing really you're expecting is that loopy slow ball. And you might just prod one in the air, or you might get one to just kind of grab in the surface. So I think, you know, India tomorrow should arrive and think, wait a minute, this is a very flat wicket. This is an Asian kind of wicket, and we've got to think out of the box. By bowling, if you like, English lengths and English kind of styles on this kind of surface now, I don't think any kind of players would be worried about that. So you have to think out of the box, come around the wicket, over the wicket, change angles, slow balls, bouncers, Yorkers, try and get something through the air, polish that ball as hard as you can. You know, I'm just trying to think. I'm just trying to convince myself that 291 is on offer. I'm trying to convince myself that England can.
On an ITV talent show says it's such sad news. Newsbeat reporter Daniel Rosny says people are talking of how fun Sarah Harding was to work with. The government has confirmed coronavirus vaccine passports will be required at the end of this month in nightclubs and some other indoor venues in England. Some venues and MPs say they're against the scheme. The Scottish Government is also planning to introduce similar measures. Here's the Scottish Health Secretary, Hamza Yousaf.
We know that the uptake is lower amongst those younger age cohorts, and therefore anything that helps to incentivise that, I think, is helpful. I've been sceptical around COVID passports in the past, so it's not a decision we've taken lightly. But bearing in mind the number of cases that we're seeing, looking ahead to the pressures that we're probably going to face well into winter, doing everything we possibly can could hopefully help us from a public health perspective.
Police say nothing of significance has been found during the latest search of gravel pits for clues to the suspected murder of Claudia Lawrence. The 35-year-old chef hasn't been seen since she failed to turn up for work at the University of York in 2009. And IKEA says it's struggling to supply around 1,000 product lines because of the UK-wide shortage of HGV drivers. The company says it's running out of mattresses at some stores, and it's blaming COVID and Brexit.
Listen on BBC Sounds. This is BBC Radio 5 Live.
You know, he didn't have a great time of it at Lords. He was out first ball, then he played OK in the second innings. Didn't get a great score, but he played OK. And then he goes to Headingley, opens the batting, and he played nicely. He gets a half century. So I do think he's made of some steel. Yeah. And that'll serve him well. You know, forget his technique. You know, the technique may be a bit vulnerable, but if you're made of something inside and you've got a bit of steel inside you, you can make things happen, even when the conditions are against your style of play. If you've got that inner belief and that inner heart, you know, you can certainly go and score runs in all conditions. And it looks like he's going to have to do that in Australia.
Yeah. What do you think, Deep, from what you've seen of Hamid? And I say it's unusual as to how predominantly he does play off the front foot.
Yeah, he comes across as a very subcontinental kind of a batter, isn't it? I mean, very front foot oriented, very straight. But again, as Michael mentioned, I mean, a lot of it would be about his heart, how much he's determined to go out there and score runs, how brave he is, and also minor adjustments in his technique. The lower hands, as you mentioned, Michael, I mean, those are things that he can work on, and there's a lot of time between now and the Ashes where he can actually work on, and you have enough resources here to help him work on his technique, which might go on to help him.
Yeah, and also, I mean, he's not part of one-day cricket. You know, as Deep mentions, you know, the Test match at Old Trafford, it finishes a week on Tuesday.
Yes.
And then he's got, I'm sure he'll play a bit of cricket for Nottinghamshire. And then it's 2 months of hard work, of potentially trying to bring, you know, maybe a cut shot. You know, we've seen him play the punch off the back foot through the offside, which is a nice shot. But the shot that he played in the first innings where it bounced on him, he just looked a little bit uncomfortable. That's a shot in Australia that if you can play the bouncing ball and go over the top of gully, you know, a lot of players would say that, you need the pull shot in Australia. I don't believe you have to. Steve Waugh never played the pull shot. You know, he was a cutter of the ball. So maybe Haas could bring in a cut shot over the slips, you know, that kind of ramp we saw Pujara play. So he will have to
havoc with the field.
Yeah, he'll have to bring an element of scoring from those bouncing balls, because you can't just allow Australia with a Kookaburra ball if you get in just to keep bowling bounces and you've got no kind of option of scoring. So I like him. I'm not too sure how great he's going to be, but I like his character. I really like players that come out and fight like he did this evening.
Yeah. Where's Rahane going at the moment, do you think? I mean, he's having a terrible tour.
Oh yes, and you know, my concern from last innings is the moment a batsman starts going down the order, can be a very slippery slope. You know, 5, 6, where does it stop?
Yes.
You know, you have somebody like Rishabh Pant scoring runs. Sure. What is next? You want Rishabh Pant before him now? So
quite a young person's position 2-6, isn't it? You can introduce someone in there.
Exactly. Yeah. And so my point is, and especially, I mean, might be a great idea from a team perspective, get a left-hander in and somebody who's looked better. But from a Pujara, from a Rahane point of view, I don't think that helps his confidence. You know, at times as a player, you want that, that sense of belonging or importance from the team, saying, you know what, we believe in you, we trust in you. And when something like that happens, I don't know if that sends the right signal to someone who's struggling with confidence and scoring runs, you know, sending him down the order. For obvious reasons. So yeah, and it's going to be tricky, to be honest. One more test to go after this. It's definitely under tremendous pressure. There are a couple of guys who are sitting out, including Hanuma Vihari, who's done nothing wrong, to be honest.
Yeah.
So he's been sitting there for a while.
He's had no cricket though.
He hasn't played much cricket.
No.
Yeah.
It's very simple. I think sometimes in this era, selection units, management are just too nice. You know, I think England this week were absolutely delighted to see Ajinkya Rahane once again. They couldn't believe the look that they were going to get the chance to. But he's completely out of sync.
Yeah.
You know, I'm not saying it's the end of his career. He can come back, but you know, you watch, you know, England when they made the change. You know, I wouldn't have started Sibley in the series. It was quite obvious that, you know, he was having a few troubles, and I think bowling attacks like bowling to him. You know, England made the change, and it's kind of worked at the top of the order. They brought Malani. It looks a little bit like they've got more substance. You know, I just think India, whoever they pick, will do better than Ajinkya Rahane at the minute. He's frazzled. You saw that shot that he just played across a straight one.
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
You know, he could have been out. He left one. Yeah. You know, he was giving out LBW reviewed. It was just missing the top of the off stump. And it's, you know, sometimes you're better off taking a player like that out of the kitchen. Just take him out of the heat just for a game or two, and you just say, look, have a breather. You know, it's not the end of his career. He can come back when they go back to India, but for England, they would love to see Ajinkya Rahane taking guard again at Old Trafford. For that reason, I think you have to realise that and make the change.
Yeah. No, now the thing with Ajinkya and the stage that he is in his career, it'll be very difficult for him to make a comeback, because my point is, you've got one more test match to go. You put someone like Hanuma Vihari in, and you've got to give him a fair go, right? So next time around, the next home series or next series, test series, is the home series against New Zealand. So obviously Hanuma then goes on and plays that series as well. So where does that leave Ajinkya Rahane and his career? Because he's in his early 30s, 33, 34, whatever, something around those lines. So this, if he's dropped from the test side, it's going to be extremely difficult for him to make a comeback.
But that's fine. If that's the best thing for the Indian cricket team, that's the best thing. It's international sport. You've got to pick your best.
Turns,
absolutely.
Let's get some reaction from England. I'll tell you who bowled really well. You know, it's a really good game. It's Chris Woakes, isn't he? Back, he's fresher. We'll talk about the other bowlers in a second. They look pretty tired out there. But Chris has been speaking to Simon Mann.
Well, Chris, if I'd offered you a draw at the start of England's second innings, what would you have said?
I didn't expect that question, but I don't know. I think there's enough time in this game to still get the runs. You know, obviously after that session, we obviously feel a little bit pleased, more pleased than we were at the start of our innings. But you know, we know it's a good pitch. We know we've been out there for a few days bowling, so we know how hard it is to take wickets. And I think if you take the game deep, you know, obviously do the first session tomorrow, see out the second, then you know you reassess at tea and see if you can still win the game from there.
How well did the openers play?
Yeah, extremely well. They've played fantastically well there. You know, the Indian bowlers were fresh. They'd been sat up there for quite a while, getting ready to bowl, and you know they've saw them off really nicely. So to play to the close there with none down is a huge boost for us.
What's it been like to play in this Test match? There's so much happened on the first couple of days, and it's slowed down. I mean, it's been an enthralling Test match to watch. What's it been like to play in?
Yeah, it's been a great Test match to be a part of. Obviously, it would be even better if we can go on to get a win tomorrow. But I think, you know, the wicket started with a bit in it. You know, the bowlers all enjoyed themselves on day one and pretty much on day two as well. And then, as you said, as the game's gone on, it's got better to bat on, and the batters have had more time in the middle. So, you know, we've toiled as bowlers. We've got to hopefully make sure that we can make the Indian bowlers toil tomorrow as well now.
Yeah, it's been welcome back to Test cricket for you. 47 overs. I mean, how difficult was it bowling in that second innings? Give us a sort of a feel of what it was like out there.
Yeah, it was hard. I think I was speaking to Jimmy. I mean, he's obviously 4 tests deep in this series, and you know he was starting to feel at the end as well. But you know, I felt like on this wicket, particularly in the second innings, you couldn't bowl within yourself at all. You felt like every delivery you were at your max. You know, you really had to drive it into the surface to get anything out of it. And when you do that, you know, it obviously takes its toll. You know, we've all bowled 45 overs plus there, so our bodies are a little bit sore. But you know, thankfully got the 10 wickets, and you know, the lads have played well tonight.
What were you feeling when you got those 2 quick wickets this morning, you personally, and then Virat Kohli was out soon afterwards?
Yeah, I mean, I think that was obviously having a difficult day yesterday, where we obviously, you know, didn't get too many wickets. You could turn up this morning, obviously trying to try and get those wickets, but you know, we realised at the same time it was going to be a flat wicket. You had to be patient, and you know, I felt like, you know, getting that wicket with my second ball gave me a huge boost, to be honest, because you know, this wicket has been pretty flat, pretty tough to bowl at some world-class players on, and to pick up those 2 wickets back to back kind of gave us all a boost, I think.
Do you feel it's one of those pitches that if you find yourself in a situation tomorrow where you can't win, it's not that difficult to play out for a draw, that, you know, the conditions are okay for playing for a draw?
I mean, as it stands, yeah, it's a good wicket, isn't it? But we all know that scoreboard pressure and Test cricket on day 5 brings extra pressure, you know, for both teams. So you'd like to think there's still a result possible for us, and I'm sure they'll be thinking the same as well. So it still leaves the Test match in a great place. You know, we certainly feel that we can chase down those runs on this wicket, but I'm sure the Indians feel that they can bowl us out as well.
I mean, what a series. 5th day at the Oval, sell-out crowd tomorrow, the sun's going to shine. I mean, what could be better?
Exactly, it's great to be a part of it. I mean, I've been sat at home for 3 Test matches trying to be a part of this, and you know, to be sat here on day 4 evening with a chance to win the Test match on day 5 is a great place to be, and you know, really exciting for everyone involved tomorrow.
Chris, well done. Thanks very much.
Cheers, Simon.
Cheers.
Yeah, he's having a good game, isn't he? Interesting, the comments he made there about the bowlers. I mean, can Jimmy Anderson play another one this summer? I mean, he has got, where are we, Sunday? He doesn't start till Friday. He's got a few days with his feet up.
Yeah. Who's going to be the person that goes to Jimmy and say you're not playing at Old Trafford?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think it all depends on tomorrow. I mean, if England can get something out tomorrow. Obviously, if they lose, they're going to have to win that last Test match. So whatever happens tomorrow, you feel that they're going to try and play the best team. But you've also got to be sensible. You've got to be reasonable. That, you know, you're asking the likes of Ollie Robinson, Jimmy Anderson, India, you're asking Jasprit Bumrah, Siraj to bowl so many overs that you wouldn't want them to get injured. But knowing the players, knowing the characters, they'll all want to play. You know, in a series that has been so special, that, you know, pretty much every single game has been on a knife edge. It's only really been the Headingley game that England took away from India inside the first few hours. Every game, Trent Bridge, Lords, now here at the Oval, has gone right down to the wire. Anything could happen tomorrow. You know, I like Simon's first question to Webster that surprised him about the draw. Yes. I wasn't expecting that. Well, that's Simon Manfield. He fires in a question that you're not expecting. I think England, Aggers, that they'll talk about obviously chasing it, but I think if you said now in that dressing room, "Gone, would you take the draw?" I think they'd grab it.
We shall see. All results possible tomorrow. Thank you, Deep, very much indeed. You sleep well. Michael, thanks for your help as well. So yeah, all results possible tomorrow. Gates open at 9 o'clock if you're coming. Bring some sunscreen and a hat. This should be a lovely day, and who knows what's going to happen on the field. You can watch the highlights on BBC Two now or via the BBC iPlayer. There are video clips on the cricket section of the BBC Sport website and the app. Now, on BBC Sounds, plenty of podcasts there. I'll look back at the 30th anniversary of the leg over being won. You'll enjoy that. Next on 5 Live Sports Extra, there's commentary from the US Open Tennis. So we're back on air from 10:15 tomorrow on Sports Extra for our highlights half hour, and then on Radio 4 Longwave from 10:45. Who knows what's going to happen? I don't know, but we shall all be here for that, and we look forward to your company then too. From all of us here, we will say goodbye.
Coming to you live from New York City.
He stands
like a colossus in the middle of the Arthur Ashe court.
This is the US Open.
The fairy tale of New York continues
It's living up to its billing.
Live on BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra.
For the first time in his career, Dan Evans finds himself one match away from the quarter-finals of the US Open. The Arthur Ashe Stadium beckons for the British #1 against the world #2 Daniil Medvedev, which means two Brits still stand in the signals as we enter week 2 here in New York. Good evening to you. I think you've got the best of the weather in the UK. It's cloudy, it's cool, it's a little breezy, and because of the odd light shower over the last couple of hours, the roof is closed over the Arthur Ashe Stadium court. So much to look forward to from a British tennis perspective amongst the fabulous global stories over the next 48 hours. Emma Raducanu against Shelby Rogers of the United States to come tomorrow, but our focus right now is Dan Evans against Daniil Medvedev, the runner-up at the Australian Open this year and the runner-up in New York 2 years ago. Can Evans go one better than the Australian Open of 2017, the other Grand Slam where he reached the 4th round before losing in 4 sets to Jo-Wilfried Tsonga? I think he was a little tired that day, and that would certainly be the concern going into this match after he played for over 4 hours and came from 2 sets down to beat Alexei Popyrin of Australia in a 5th set tiebreak on Friday. So I'm here in New York and in our Salford studio today. It's welcome back to Naomi Brodie, and hello for the first time this US Open to Gigi Salmon, hot from Paralympic duty. How are you both?
Hello. Hello, Russell. We're good. We are.
Good.
It
Nice
is
to have the team back together.
It is. The weather is better with us than with you.
As it always is. You guys know how much I like to brag about Manchester.
Yes.
You do it a lot, don't you?
Always
Manchester,
sunny
Salford.
here.
It's always better than any other city anywhere else